Eternal Path Fruit. A black cap, a navy blue short outfit, black trousers, a large white circle on the chest, inscribed with the character prison. Zhou Yi scrutinized this attire, still unwilling to believe that he had awoken as a jailer in the imperial prison of Fengyan. Just last night, he had been indulging in hot pot, embracing a girl, and singing love songs, only to be abruptly transported to this place, in the dim, oppressive cell. A pungent stench lingered heavily in the air, while the shadowy figures of prisoners curled behind iron bars emitted faint, indistinct grunts. Each detail served as a stark reminder to Zhou Yi that this was no mere dream. Before the crossing, it was still 996. After the crossing, it's still 996. What a pointless transition. He rubbed his temples, attempting to ease the throbbing pain from the impact of his memories, gradually piecing together his origins. Sharing the same name, his father had been a jailer who tragically succumbed to a cold last year, while his mother had soon followed him into despair. The lineage of jailers was passed down through generations, and in accordance with tradition, Zhou Yi was summoned into the imperial prison. Due to his frail constitution and lack of martial prowess, he was relegated to the task of delivering meals to the inmates. The prison was directly overseen by the court, housing political prisoners and severe offenders, with a relatively low overall population, rendering the work rather light. Zhou Yi stretched his limbs, but a mere few simple exercises incited a series of coughs, causing sharp pain to jolt through his chest. Cough, cough, cough. This body is in such poor condition, it's no wonder I met my end at such a young age. A sudden fear gripped Zhou Yi's heart. He recalled that he had been a premature infant, inherently weak and sickly, and had depleted his family's wealth by surviving to this age. And no matter how many nourishing soups and medicines he consumed, he could not remedy his congenital flaws. Is this the beginning of my second demise? Zhou Yi meticulously examined his memories, feeling a chill run through him. The role of a jailer seemed to be a lowly occupation, yet due to the prisoners' distinguished identities, it was, in fact, quite lucrative. His father had served for over 20 years, managing to purchase a residence in the capital and even securing a court physician to personally diagnose and treat Zhou Yi. But to no avail. With this realization, Zhou Yi had but one final recourse. He summoned his courage to call out softly. System. No response. Golden Finger? Grandfather? System Daddy? Despite his affectionate calls, there was still no reply, nor any chime of acknowledgement. Suddenly, a radiant golden light burst forth in his mind, manifesting as a perfectly round golden elixir. What is this? Before he could finish his thought, a series of vivid images flooded his vision. Magnificent, terrifying, and awe-inspiring. Colossal beasts roamed the wilderness, unleashing torrents of flame from their jaws. A palace of bones stood atop towering mountains, with figures resembling both human and demon commanding billowing clouds of magic. Creatures with wolf heads and serpentine bodies summoned storms, while beings with wings sprouted from their ribs wielded thunder. The heavens slowly opened their golden eyes, cold and unfeeling, casting down countless purple divine bolts that turned the surrounding land to ash. Immortals rode flying, swords rending the fabric of space with a single strike. Demons sat in blood pools, surrounded by drifting skeletal remains. Giant deities, dragon chariots, roaring white tigers, and turtles traversing the seas. A vast celestial melody resonated as the ethereal images gradually receded. At this moment, the golden elixir in his mind had ceased its brilliance, appearing as an ordinary golden pearl, slowly spinning within his consciousness, imparting a thread of information to Zhou Yi's soul. Eternal Path Fruit. Path Fruit. Isn't this the fruit of longevity one receives upon reaching the highest level in the game I played in my previous life? Before his crossing, Zhou Yi had been engrossed in a simulation game of cultivation, tirelessly grinding for half a year until he finally reached the maximum level, at which point he could choose a path fruit after overcoming the 9 heavenly tribulations. As a free-to-play player, he had no other choice but to select the only available free path fruit of longevity. Path fruit. Longevity. Attributes. Ceases to grow after maturity, endless lifespan, eternal youth. The free path fruit conferred no additional values or attributes. Thus, my golden finger is a game. Load game, open game, game panel, earthly ugly studio. Zhou Yi attempted to call out again, confirming that no other game attributes had been brought forth and could only shrug in resignation. So, am I now immortal? Alas, eternal youth does not equate to immortality. It merely means one does not age. Lifespan may be boundless, yet one can still suffer injuries, fall ill, encounter various accidents, or even be killed. Zhou Yi moved his arms and legs, discovering that weakness and pain had vanished, his breathing now long and even, and his limbs strong and robust. The congenital deficiencies have dissipated. It must be the influence of the path fruit. Had I known I would traverse to this realm, I should have invested heavily to acquire the finest path fruit talent. However, while other path fruits enhance talents and attributes, they do not grant eternal life. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yi realized that reality diverged from the game. The path fruit of longevity was, in fact, the optimal choice that in the real world, where lifespan was limited, possessing other advanced attributes or talents would still necessitate continued cultivation for longevity, which would inevitably involve conflicts and battles. The perils of war could lead to death at any moment. Conversely, with the path fruit of longevity, he merely needed to exercise caution, avoid grudges, and steadily cultivate, ensuring that after tens of thousands of years, he could still ascend to immortality. Zhou Yi recalled the terrifying scenes from the realm of cultivation, where moving mountains and filling seas was commonplace, and tearing apart the void was but a trivial task. Even with advanced path fruits to assist him, he could not fathom how many life and death struggles he would endure to attain longevity. Immortals, Buddhas, and demons were not benevolent predecessors should they discover Zhou Yi's cultivation speed to be extraordinary, or if certain individuals nearing the end of their lifespans required a vessel for their essence, they would not hesitate to seize his path fruit. Path fruits were the ultimate goal of cultivation without the corresponding protective techniques. It was akin to a child wielding gold in a bustling market. Am I, Zhou Yi, a reckless individual? With resolve, Zhou Yi decided to bide his time until he could become invincible, then venture forth into the world with ease. The imperial prison was indeed a fortuitous place geographically. It was located in the capital's Ningde Fong, with the western side adjacent to the city gates and the eastern side bordering the Dali Temple, mere 2 blocks from the imperial palace, protected by thousands of elite soldiers, with the possibility of fleeing the city at any moment. It was undeniably the safest location in Fengyang. Even in the event of a dynastic upheaval, the attackers would focus on the palace, and the new emperor would not release severe offenders to endanger his realm and subjects. Enjoying defenses akin to that of an emperor, he would not be ensnared in court intrigues. Perfect. Let me set a modest goal of surviving a few hundred years within this prison. Zhou Yi carried a food bucket, approaching each cell door, ladling out a scoop of an unidentifiable gruel. Upon hearing the sound, the inmates rose from their straw mats, their dark hands fishing in the coarse porcelain bowls, only to find a few grains of rough rice and a few wilted vegetable leaves toppling the bowl with a clatter. I am the Minister of Rights. How dare you serve me such swill? This was a newcomer, still clinging to the pride of his former identity. The other prisoners, however, were more understanding. Brother, serve me another scoop. This is hardly enough to fill me. Zhou Yi, adhering to humanitarian principles, glanced at the cell number and retrieved a scoop of thicker porridge from the bottom of the bucket for the inmate, reminding him, "The end of the month is approaching. Remember to have your family send money for food." Another month has passed. The prisoner sighed, lifted his bowl, slurping down every last bit, then returned to his straw mat to meditate and reflect. The flying rainbow swordsman found himself in a dismal prison, deprived of sunlight year-round. Only the dimly lit corridors, flickering with oil lamps, offered a semblance of illumination, casting shadows that made it difficult to distinguish between day and night. Upon entering, the prisoners would scratch marks on the wall to tally the days. But as time dragged on and the walls became filled with notches, they lost the will to count, for few ever emerged alive from this wretched place. Among the inmates sat one such prisoner, whom Zhou Yi vaguely remembered from the annals of history. His surname was Su, a man once celebrated as a literary genius in Jiangnan. Accused of penning poems that defied the current regime, he had drawn the attention of the Jinyui, the secret police. who unearthed evidence of his alleged crime of having abused and ultimately caused the death of a servant. Consequently, he was sentenced to this dark dungeon. With family members providing bribes, he could at least enjoy an extra spoonful of thin porridge at each meal. Perhaps one day, a new ruler would ascend the throne and grant amnesty, allowing him to walk free again. It was no wonder he maintained such a positive demeanor. After distributing the meager porridge, Zhou Yi made his way towards the exit of the cell block. The sounds began as a distant clamor, gradually morphing into various shouts, indicating that someone was gambling. The kingdom of Fengyang had persisted for 3 centuries, suffering from the same ailments common to dynasties, the emperor demanding tribute for his birthday, the corruption of officials, and the neglect of military preparedness. The regulations governing the dungeon had long since relaxed from the strictness of the founding emperor's era. Otherwise, Zhou Yi, in his frail state, would never have been admitted. The prison was staffed with over 1,000 guards, most of whom were ghostly figures, collecting pay without ever appearing, while a few patrolling officers spent their days drinking and gambling. Comparing the historical records with the current state of Fengyang, Zhou Yi surmised that a change in dynasty was imminent. Has Little Yi finished his meal? Come over and have a few rounds. The voice of Zhou jolted Zhou Yi from his musings. Zhang, a minor officer in the prison, was his direct superior and had a good rapport with Zhou Yi's deceased father. Zhou Yi shook his head. He was inherently cautious and averse to gambling, and he lacked any money to wager. His predecessor had squandered all their family wealth on medicinal remedies, only to see it all go to waste, leaving the soul from another world to inhabit this vessel. Standing behind Zhang, Zhou Yi observed the gambling game, which resembled Pai Gao, with the officer Niu Xiaowei acting as the banker. It was tedious and uninteresting. Zhou Yi settled his thoughts, contemplating the path of his future cultivation. Even with the potential for immortality, he could not forsake the pursuit of the Dao. One could never know when demonic forces might emerge to abduct the innocent or when celestial beings might clash, leading to the devastation of entire cities. Natural disasters and human calamities could not be avoided merely through caution. Immortality was a fruit of the Dao, while cultivation was the art of protection. Zhou Yi had never heard of any methods of cultivation from the memories of his predecessor, nor did he even know of the existence of immortals. He had only learned that martial arts were divided into internal energy and physical training, details he would have to inquire about in a martial arts school. Cultivation was for the sake of longevity, and while Zhou Yi had already achieved the Dao Fruit, he would not abandon his principles to seek immortality through reckless adventures. Thus, he could only choose the path of martial arts for the time being. Should he first accumulate wealth to improve his living conditions? If he could not procure soap and cement, he might consider creating nitrate for icehouse greenhouses. Or perhaps he could plagiarize some poetry and prose. With fame would come fortune. But for now, he was content with his modest abode in the capital, and the prison provided meals. So there was no need to complicate matters over a few coins. Zhou Yi had little faith in the business environment of ancient times, in a purely bureaucratic society. Possessing significant wealth without any foundation or backing was akin to being a lamb awaiting slaughter. At that moment, a scribe approached, whispering something into Niu Xiaowei's ear. As a prison officer of the 9th rank, Niu commanded 10 minor officers, each overseeing 10 guards. By law, he could manage 100 men. But due to the rampant corruption, he currently had only 20 or 30 guards, who often failed to appear. "Brothers, work has arrived," Niu Xiaowei exclaimed, tossing a set of tiles onto the table. "Lord Lei has commanded that the thief captured a few days ago must be interrogated today to avoid delaying his execution." Lord Lei, known as Lei Hu, held the position of chief jailer and was the highest authority within the dungeon, aside from the garrison outside. "I'll do it." Zhang Zhou's eyes glinted with a hint of madness as the shadows danced in the flickering light. He had had a terrible day at gambling and lost everything. He was eager to vent his frustrations on the prisoner. As the group surged toward the interrogation room, Zhou Yi hesitated before following. The thief was held in cell number 12. Upon opening the door, they found a man suspended upside down, his face bloodied beyond recognition. Zhou Yi trailed behind the crowd, and perhaps due to his familiarity with such sights, he felt no revulsion at the sight of the man's suffering. Zhang Zhou splashed water on the man to awaken him, and without uttering a word, he swung a whip down with brutal force. The cracking sound echoed, leaving a new gash on the man's body. The whip, soaked in salt water, aggravated the wounds, causing the man to wail in agony. It was only then that Zhou Yi noticed the man had lost all his teeth, and his tongue was partially severed. How could such a person confess? Niu Xiaowei lounged in a grand chair. leisurely sipping tea and conversing softly with the scribe responsible for documenting the proceedings. Around them, a dozen onlookers either reveled in the man's suffering, remained indifferent, or bet on how many lashes he could endure. After a prolonged period, Zhang Zhou grew weary of whipping the man and picked up a red-hot iron, casually pressing it against the man's skin. The smell of burning flesh filled the air. The man was barely conscious, reduced to instinctive grunts. Niu Xiaowei intervened, instructing Zhang Zhou to refrain from killing the prisoner. The scribe had completed the record of the interrogation, taking the man's hand to leave a clear blood imprint on the confession document without the need for red ink. The evidence was irrefutable, a confession without denial. Zhou Yi quietly inquired of a nearby guard, "Uncle Yi, what crime has this man committed? He does not appear to be a noble. This thief is a rogue, known as the Flying Rainbow Swordsman or something similar. Half a year ago, during a drought in Yuzhou, many perished from starvation. He led a group to storm the granaries, killing several grain merchants and even beheading the county magistrate," Old Yi explained. "The Jinyui tracked him for months before finally capturing him. He will be executed without mercy. A hero of the Green Forest." This was Zhou Yi's first thought. In ancient times, droughts could lead to widespread famine, and in dire circumstances, people might resort to cannibalism. The man had opened the granaries to save countless lives. Niu Xiaowei glanced at the confession document, nodding slightly. A rebel of the White Lotus sect, inciting unrest and killing officials in rebellion. Ensure he is well fed. He will be interrogated again in a month, and he must remain alive. Zhang Zhou assured him, "Rest easy. My lord, little E is reliable in his duties. My lord, shall we provide him with better nourishment?" Zhou Yi bowed respectfully, observing the man's pitiful state, which seemed too far gone to sustain life on mere porridge for a month. Niu Xiaowei waved his hand dismissively. "No need for trouble. This thief has trained his body and is a top-tier fighter in the underworld. He won't die easily." Sure enough, that evening, when Zhou Yi returned with the food bucket, the man had regained some vitality, his tiger-like eyes wide open. His face bore dark, charred burns, and his body was marked with crimson whip scars. Rather than appearing weak, he exuded an aura of ferocity. Zhou Yi hesitated to approach, scooping a spoonful of porridge to pour into the man's mouth. However, the man tightly clenched his jaws, struggling, and Zhou Yi accidentally poured some into his nostrils. Cough, cough, cough. The man choked violently. "Hero, I am but a humble jailer. Please do not make this difficult for me. State, dog, stick." The man's speech was slurred, his tongue hindered by the injury. Zhou Yi set down the food bucket and stepped outside to assess the surroundings. The neighboring cells were empty, and the guards had gone to gamble. Returning to the man, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. "Hero, you risked your life to aid the disaster victims, and I hold you in the highest esteem. Now, trapped in this prison, you should not lose hope. Even if you face the executioner's block, you can still muster the strength to curse the court." The man fell silent for a long while, gradually opening his mouth. Zhou Yi gently wiped the remnants of food and blood from the man's face, carefully pouring the porridge, ensuring it would not go up his nose again. Chapter 3. The destruction of a family by a prodigal son. A powerful warrior can indeed consume a great deal. A small half-barrel of thin porridge vanished entirely into the man's belly. Zhou Yi clasped his hands and inquired, "Hero, may I ask your name?" The man paid no heed to Zhou Yi, closing his eyes to meditate, his internal organs humming, muscles and bones trembling. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning as pale as snow, his breath weakening instantly. Observing from the side, Zhou Yi speculated that the man was attempting to heal himself through meditation, though it seemed to yield little effect. What a fierce poison! The man spat out blood foam and said, "My name is Wei Chong. What does the esteemed Wei hero enjoy eating? I shall bring some tomorrow," Zhou Yi offered, recalling his previous experiences of bringing meals to prisoners, where the prices were exorbitantly inflated, yet the earnings merely sufficed to purchase nourishing soups and medicines. Wei Chong replied coldly, "My entire family has been exiled. I possess no silver to bribe you. I merely admire the deeds of the esteemed Wei hero," Zhou Yi said solemnly. "Though I lack the virtue to selflessly aid others, I can still show my admiration for heroes. I can only bring some meals as an act of homage to you." Wei Chong closed his eyes again, falling silent. Zhou Yi, carrying the food bucket, exited the prison, just as a voice called out from within, "Is there any wine?" "Yes." The following day, Zhou Yi first reported for duty at the front office before proceeding to the kitchen to fetch the meal bucket. The kitchen of the prison consisted of two sections. The larger one was for boiling thin porridge, where coarse rice and wilted vegetable leaves were thrown together, sufficient to sustain life. The small kitchen was well arranged, stocked with various ingredients of chicken, duck, fish, and meat, with the chef being the renowned Liu from Dingxiang Tower. Young Master Yi, a new inmate arrived last night in cell number 9, and he has quite the temper. Be cautious in your service, Chef Liu warned. Handing Zhou Yi a specially prepared food box, Zhou Yi inquired curiously, Liu brother, what is his background? The prison often housed special prisoners, whether due to unclear charges or family connections shielding them, and the small kitchen catered to their needs. Chef Liu lowered his voice. I heard he is the only son of the Long family. Last night, he got drunk at Chunfeng Tower and had a conflict with a merchant, even killing the man on the spot. Zhou Yi questioned, isn't such a case supposed to be sent to the capital's prison? And that's not the end of it. Chef Liu glanced outside to ensure no one was listening before continuing. This young master, unsatisfied with just killing a man, stormed into the victim's home with a group of servants and he gestured a throat-slitting motion. Zhou Yi could not help but be astonished. This young Master Long was exceedingly arrogant, daring to commit such a heinous act beneath the emperor's feet. What a sensational tale. Zhou Yi carried the food box into the prison, greeted Zhang Zhou and others, and made his way to the innermost cell, number 9. The prison was divided into 3 sections. Section A housed thieves and murderers. Section B held political prisoners and scholars, while Section C was for nobles and special prisoners. Cell number 9 was the most tidy and comfortable, dividing the original 2 cells into a room and a hall. As Zhou Yi knocked on the cell door and was about to enter, a voice called out, "Who goes there?" The speaker was a robust man, his gaze fixed coldly on Zhou Yi's actions. "Brother, I am here to deliver food to young Master Long." Zhou Yi respectfully handed over the food box. 4 strong men stood guard outside cell number 9, 2 at the outer door and 2 at the inner door, evidently tasked with protecting young Master Long's safety. Upon hearing Zhou Yi, the man relaxed his guard, pulling out silver needles to test the food inside the box. "Be gone." Zhou Yi bowed and retreated. Just as he prepared to close the prison door, a young nobleman emerged from the inner room, disheveled and embracing a beautiful woman. "Fourth brother, when will my father let me out?" The man testing the food replied, "Young master, this situation is a bit tricky. That Chin fellow is actually from the Qiguagong's branch family, and you'll have to stay here a bit longer." "What Qiguagong?" "This Fengyang kingdom is my father's." The prison door shut tightly, muffling the rest of his words. Zhou Yi distributed meals to the other prisoners, eventually arriving at cell number 13. Ensuring no one was around, he pulled out a porcelain bottle. "Hero Wei, this is the renowned pear blossom wine, aged 20 years. As he uncorked the bottle, a rich scent of pear blossoms wafted forth. Wei Chong remained suspended, his arms and legs shackled, even his neck bound with iron rings. "Hero, do take a taste." Zhou Yi carefully poured the wine into Wei Chang's mouth. Wei Chang's throat moved as the fiery liquid coursed down into his stomach, proving to be excellent wine. "Have some meat as well." Zhou Yi retrieved a roasted chicken from his pocket, tearing off a piece of meat and offering it to Wei Chang's lips. Wei Chang, lacking teeth, struggled to chew, swallowing the meat hastily. "Drink." Subsequently, Zhou Yi alternated between feeding him wine and meat. A jug of pear blossom wine and a whole chicken ultimately consumed by Wei Chang. "Refreshing." Wei Chang sighed deeply. "Indeed, this is fine wine from the capital. The impoverished lands of Yuzhou cannot compare." Zhou Yi remarked, "This pear blossom wine is merely a fraction. There are others like Qianghua Brew, Zhaodian Red, and Yulu Chun. I will bring a bottle daily, ensuring you savor the finest wines from the capital." Wei Chang replied coldly, "There is no such thing as a free benefit in this world. You must have ulterior motives regarding my skills." Zhou Yi's expression brightened, not bothering to conceal his intentions. "Hero Wei, my invitation for wine and meat indeed has a selfish motive. After my shift yesterday, I inquired and discovered that there are numerous martial arts schools in the capital teaching basic body strengthening techniques. Tuition ranges from 10 to 100 taels. And additional expenses for nourishing soups and medicines can accumulate to several thousand taels for a decent education. To learn more profound body strengthening methods, one must apprentice and become a disciple of a martial arts school. In this era, being a disciple is not merely a title. Once a disciple, one must serve their master for life, undertaking many arduous and dirty tasks, not to mention fighting against enemies on their behalf. 1,000 gold sun does not sit back idly. Zhou Yi wished to learn the ways of the protector, but would not forsake his principles for the sake of martial arts. As for internal energy techniques, He gathered information on several martial arts schools, but only those who received the master's true teachings had the opportunity to practice. Thus, Wei Chong appeared exceedingly valuable. Wei Chong, merely in his 30s or 40s, had already reached a first-rate level, renowned in Yuzhou. The techniques he might casually impart would far surpass those taught in martial arts schools. After a month, when Wei Chong faced execution, he would leave no trace behind, presenting an opportunity that served both parties well. I am not like the court. I do not harbor gratitude towards the heavens. How could I possibly teach you martial arts? Wei Chong concluded, closing his eyes to meditate. Channeling his internal energy to impact the meridians, attempting to unlock the secret medicine of the Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi, undeterred, gathered the wine jug and food bucket, exiting the cell. Trust is not built in a day. It takes time, and he had plenty of it. Even if Wei Chong ultimately refused to impart his techniques. There were other prisoners in the dungeon. However, they were all notorious criminals, acting erratically and viciously. Even if they shared their techniques, it would not be easy to practice. From that day forth, Zhou Yi's daily routine became exceedingly regular. Sleep, report for duty, deliver meals, drink with Wei Chong, sleep, report for duty. In just over half a month, Zhou Yi found himself well acquainted with life in the Fengyang Kingdom. Initially believing that the absence of phones, games, and films would render life dull and monotonous, he discovered a new world when he visited the local brothels with his colleagues. The young women were well-educated and exuberant, making Zhou Yi reluctant to leave. One day, after delivering meals, he went to Wei Chang's cell for a drink. "Hero, this Chiu Luong is only 10 years old. I've been a bit tight on funds lately." Wei Chong glanced at him disdainfully. "Have you squandered your silver in the brothels?" Zhou Yi touched his face and said, "Is it that obvious?" Wei Chong remarked, "Your face is flushed, a sign of youthful energy that must not be wasted." Zhou Yi exclaimed, "Hero, you even understand medical principles? The arts of medicine and martial arts have always been intertwined. Thankfully, you have shown restraint, preserving your vitality. Otherwise, practicing martial arts would yield little fruit," Wei Chong replied. Somewhat astonished, not expecting Zhou Yi to possess such self-control. Zhou Yi understood the value of youth, curious to ask, "According to your words, did those martial arts masters abstain from indulgence in their youth?" Wei Chong leisurely remarked, "Within the martial arts, there exist numerous secret techniques for preserving essence and strengthening vitality." Zhou Yi's expression turned solemn as he bowed respectfully. "Please, esteemed warrior, impart your wisdom to me." Chapter 4. The unnamed formula having feasted and imbibed. Zhou Yi was preparing to depart, lamenting the absence of any esoteric techniques to learn. "I am doomed," Wei Chong suddenly exclaimed. "With a mere 10 days remaining until his execution," he continued, "as you journey forth, I shall certainly request a bottle of a century-old vintage." Zhou Yi replied slowly, "That is all I can do." After over half a month of delivering wine, Zhou Yi had forged a closer bond with Wei Chong, who had been diligently expelling poison from his body. However, the lethal toxins administered by the Zhou Yi were akin to a relentless affliction, ultimately proving futile. "This is sufficient," Wei Chong asserted. "I owe no debts to anyone. If I manage to escape, I shall repay you with an abundance of fine wine. Yet, as my execution looms, I can only impart my martial arts as a form of payment." Zhou Yi, devoid of pretense, clasped his hands and said, "I humbly seek your guidance." Wei Chong, of humble origins as a mere hunter, began his martial journey at the age of 15, achieving regional dominance by 20 and becoming nearly invincible in Yuzhou by 30. While the world hailed him as the gifted flying rainbow swordsman, he insisted otherwise. "The true reason lies in the fortune I encountered while hunting, stumbling upon the dwelling of a predecessor and acquiring an unnamed formula." Zhou Yi's eyes sparkled with surprise, secretly speculating it to be an extraordinary martial art. "This formula is quite enigmatic," Wei Chong continued. "After establishing a family, I attempted to pass this formula to my children, but none succeeded. I then shared it with my kin, yet the outcome remained the same. Today, I shall impart this formula to you. If you fail to grasp its profound intricacies, I shall share another martial technique." "Thank you, noble hero," Zhou Yi responded. "Even if I am unable to master it, I shall teach it to your descendants when we meet again." "Humph, you are quite clever," Wei Chong scoffed, though he felt a sense of relief. Initially intending to share a common martial path, he was now inclined to bestow a superior technique. "Listen closely. The essence of the universe gives rise to yin and yang, transforming all things." The unnamed formula comprised over 300 words. Zhou Yi attentively listened multiple times until he memorized it. reciting it flawlessly to Wei Chang before settling into a meditative position in his cell. Calming the mind naturally, breathing slowly, gathering spiritual light, reaching the heart of heaven. Following the guidance of the unnamed formula, Zhou Yi sought to comprehend the cosmos, yet felt no reaction. Entirely unable to sense the ethereal energy Wei Chang had described. After a short while, his legs grew weary from sitting, prompting him to rise and stretch. Observing Zhou Yi's expression, Wei Chang understood the outcome. Do not despair. None of my 100 kin have managed to master it. Zhou Yi's disappointment did not stem from the failure of the technique, but rather from his lingering suspicions. Have you investigated the origins of the unnamed formula? The cave from which it came leaves no trace, but Wei Chang hesitated momentarily before continuing. Perhaps it is connected to the legendary immortals. However, the pursuit of immortality is elusive. I abandoned my inquiries after years of searching. Immortals, Zhou Yi murmured, certain of their existence. The practice of the unnamed formula required the ability to sense the ethereal energy of the universe, contrasting sharply with conventional martial arts that stemmed from one's own body. This divergence suggested that the unnamed formula might indeed be a method of immortality. Thus, it could be inferred that cultivating immortality necessitated a certain innate aptitude, such as root bones, spiritual roots, or spiritual meridians. Conversely, those incapable of mastering the immortal methods simply lacked the innate talent for it. Zhou Yi shrugged in resignation. Indeed, every gain comes with a loss. While he felt a tinge of despair, he did not succumb to utter hopelessness. The pursuit of longevity promised infinite hope. If immortal techniques required unique gifts, then one must create methods that do not. The great Tao encompasses 50, the heavens account for 49. All things possess a thread of survival. Moreover, the unnamed formula might not necessarily be an immortal technique, but could instead be a martial secret requiring a specific physique. Zhou Yi, not one to wallow in self-pity, quickly regained his spirits. Hero, I find myself ill-fated with the unnamed formula. I must request a more conventional technique. Wei Chang inquired. Martial arts practice divides into body refinement and internal energy. Which would you prefer to learn? Zhou Yi resolutely declared, internal energy techniques. Wei Chang replied, young man, do not be greedy. Do you know why internal energy techniques are rare? Zhou Yi speculated, because they are exceedingly precious? Not at all, Wei Chang countered, shaking his head. Body refinement, an external practice, has low requirements for aptitude and yields rapid advancement. After 3 to 5 years of honing one's skin, one becomes a third-rate master. After 7 to 8 years of refining bones, one achieves second-rate status. If one's innate talent is not lacking, 2 to 3 decades of body refinement can elevate one to the first-rate level of organ refinement. In comparison, mastering internal energy demands higher aptitude and comprehension. Typically, one who meditates for 2 to 3 decades achieves combat prowess equivalent to that of skin refinement. 50 years may yield second-rate mastery, while a century is required for first-rate, and 2 centuries to match the strength of organ refinement. 2 centuries? Who can live that long? Zhou Yi exclaimed, initially believing internal energy techniques to be rare due to their value, only to realize their worthlessness. That is for the average person. Exceptional disciples of large sects possess extraordinary talent, nurturing their bodies with medicinal baths and refining their bones with true energy, allowing them to cultivate internal energy at a pace 5 times faster than ordinary practitioners. Wei Chang continued, moreover, with the intricacies of their techniques and the consumption of various elixirs, they can reach a 200-year mastery in mere decades of rigorous training. With low requirements for body refinement and rapid gains in power, why would one still endeavor to cultivate true energy? Zhou Yi pondered. He was unconcerned about the time investment. The vast resources consumed by disciples of large sects in achieving mastery in internal energy surely had its reasons. Body refinement and internal energy are both postnatal realms. Yet above them lies the innate master. Cultivating internal energy is easier to transcend into the innate realm than body refinement, Wei Chang reflected. After a moment of contemplation, he added, I once attended a martial assembly where innate masters shared their teachings. Certain principles resonated with the unnamed formula. Zhou Yi's interest piqued. I beseech you to impart the internal energy technique. Have you made your decision? Wei Chang cautioned, I shall only teach one technique, sufficient to repay your kindness in delivering wine. Zhou Yi nodded. One must always harbor dreams. What if I could transcend into an innate master? Innate master. Should you ever achieve such a breakthrough, please look after my family in the northern frontier. Wei Chong suddenly recalled his loved ones, exiled to a frigid land. Convey my apologies to them. It is I who have brought them suffering. Zhou Yi solemnly vowed, I shall not fail your trust. The internal energy technique I practice is called the return to origin technique. Its nature is balanced and harmonious, a true transmission from the Qingsheng Taoist lineage. Wei Chong recited the return to origin formula word for word, the entire text being several times longer than the unnamed formula. It contained over 2,000 words. And Zhou Yi spent a full hour memorizing it. Hero, is it possible to cultivate both body refinement and internal energy simultaneously? Zhou Yi inquired. Body refinement can strengthen muscles and organs, and when perfected, one becomes impervious to blades and weapons. Internal cultivation of true energy nourishes the organs, allowing one to heal from ailments and poisons through the manipulation of energy. By mastering both inner and outer techniques, one can achieve a state of safety in this mundane world. Body refinement effectively reduces injuries from external forces, while true energy nourishes the internal organs, minimizing illness. When both inner and outer practices reach their zenith, one can indeed live without fear in the world. Indeed, Wei Chong affirmed, I myself practice both, supplementing internal energy to nourish my organs, which accelerates body refinement. Most experts of the Jianghu follow this path. Wei Chong cautioned, yet, human strength has its limits. As one ages and weakens, martial prowess may regress. Therefore, even in dual cultivation, one must prioritize wisely. Thank you for your guidance, noble hero. Zhou Yi expressed his gratitude with a bow. Possessing the fruit of longevity, even if his dual cultivation progressed slowly, after a few centuries of practice, he would likely possess the strength to vanquish an innate master with a mere slap. Chapter 5. Caution in words and actions. Time slips away in an instant. On this day, the execution of Wei Chong at the Kai Shirko took place, a grim day of retribution. Zhou Yi arrived in the morning to deliver meals, only to find the small cafeteria closed, leading him to deduce that the young master long had been released from prison. A massacre within the confines. Merely detained for over half a month, without even the formality of interrogation. In the celestial prison, he enjoyed solitary confinement, with the jailers providing lavish meals and the company of courtesans from Chunfeng Tower, living a life more splendid than that of 99% of the populace. In these times, Zhou Yi, on duty in the celestial prison, often heard colleagues speak of Long Xiang's immense power. The current Chongming emperor was engrossed in cultivating immortality, neglecting court affairs for 26 years, while Long Xiang had served as prime minister for 19 years. It would not be an exaggeration to say he covered the heavens with his influence. The common folk whispered that should the emperor ever return to court, neither civil nor military officials would heed him. In cell number 13, Zhou Yi carried a food box, a routine preparation of the death row meal. For regardless of the crime, every condemned prisoner was granted meat and wine before execution. Hero, you have but an hour left to journey. Wei Chong, disheveled and bearing the scars of burns upon his face, resembled a vengeful spirit. Did you bring the century-old wine? Of course, Zhou Yi replied, retrieving a porcelain bottle from his bosom, the rich aroma of wine wafting through the air. This century-old pear blossom wine was jealously guarded by the innkeeper, who refused to sell it no matter the price. I had to pawn most of my family's possessions to acquire it. Wei Chong gulped down nearly half the bottle in quick succession, belching in delight. What a fine wine. Zhou Yi then offered dishes from Dingxiang Tower, lioness head meatballs, fish belly tofu, and Buddha jumps over the wall. Rich yet not greasy, they melted in the mouth. As Wei Chong savored the meal, he inquired, how's your progress with the Guiyuan skill? Zhou Yi, possessing only mediocre talent, could muster but a thread of internal energy with daily meditation. He had long suspected this. Noting the man's advanced age and poor constitution, even achieving any internal power was indicative of a superior technique. The greatest challenge in life is to accept one's ordinariness while still striving diligently, Wei Chong remarked, lamenting the unfortunate consequence of age. He offered guidance on several key aspects of cultivation until, sated with food and drink, he laughed heartily. This death row meal is exceptional. In 43 years, I have never tasted such exquisite delicacies nor savored such fine wine. Zhou Yi paused, suddenly asking, Hero, if the iron chains were to break, could you escape? Wei Chong shook his head in refusal. The poison has seeped into my marrow. I shall not live for many more days. I might as well go to the execution ground and curse this court. At that moment, the sound of keys echoed from the cell door. Zhou Yi hastily tidied the bowls and chopsticks as Zhang Zhou entered, accompanied by clerks from the Ministry of Punishment. After verifying Wei Chang's identity, several jailers escorted him to the execution ground. Those who do good suffer from poverty and a shorter lifespan, while evildoers enjoy wealth and longevity. Zhou Yi sighed, continuing on with his meal delivery. In cell number 6, the former Vice Minister of Rights, after a month of torment, had come to terms with his situation. Unfortunately, with no one to send him silver, he languished on mere spoonfuls of thin porridge, his strength waning. "Young man, please give me another spoonful, just one more?" Zhou Yi ignored the former minister's pleas, believing that it was not a matter of scarcity but rather fairness, and that this man was not of good character. The reason for his imprisonment was straightforward: embezzlement of state funds. Reports indicated that the Zhou had uncovered over 100,000 taels, with various gold and silver treasures piled high. In the adjacent cell number 7, Su Wenhao awoke from meditation, his spirits high. After finishing his porridge, he exclaimed, "Young man, do you have any troubles? I am well versed in the art of divination and can assist in alleviating your worries. And what do you deduce is the source of my troubles?" Zhou Yi felt a tinge of sympathy for Su Wenhao, who expressed his grievances through poetry only to find himself imprisoned. Was it due to this fellow? Su Wenhao gestured towards the former minister, who lay weakly on his bed. Zhou Yi felt disheartened. Su Wenhao's divination skills amounted to reading facial expressions rather than true fortune-telling, yet he nodded in agreement. "I despise corrupt officials, for they claim the emperor's silver, but it is merely the people's hard-earned toil." "Ah, but you misunderstand," Su Wenhao chuckled lightly. "I know this man. He possesses considerable capability and has accomplished genuine deeds for the people. The silver he embezzled was not substantial." The former minister, lying there, groaned softly. "Old Su, I have not wasted my friendship with you." Zhou Yi, puzzled, inquired, "Then why has he been imprisoned?" "In the realm of politics, one's standing is determined not by achievements or integrity, but by alliances," Su Wenhao explained. "Not all who embezzle are denied promotion, nor is imprisonment solely for corruption." Zhou Yi pondered this, intrigued. "How fascinating." The former minister added, "If you find it interesting, do be so kind as to serve me another bowl of porridge." "Very well." Zhou Yi had initially intended to taunt him, but reconsidered. The inmates in cell number 6 were of a different caliber, many of whom had regained their positions after imprisonment. It was wise to avoid unnecessary trouble. He scooped up some thick porridge from the bottom of the bucket and served a bowl to the former minister. "Why is Mr. Su so talkative today?" Zhou Yi asked, as this elderly gentleman typically spoke little, preferring to meditate and practice after meals, likely a means to maintain his vitality. Having fallen into a prison for 4 or 5 years, Su Wenhao proclaimed proudly, reciting a line of poetry, "I have a premonition. The day of my release from this cage and return to freedom is not far off." "Then I congratulate you, Mr. Su," Zhou Yi said, clasping his hands in respect before departing with the bucket. This old fellow, having been imprisoned for 3 or 4 years, still could not restrain his poetic inclinations. Clearly, he defied the emperor's decree. As the former minister busied himself with his meal, he suddenly paused, his eyes sparkling with newfound resolve. After Wei Chang's execution, Zhou Yi's life resumed its monotonous routine, oscillating between home and the celestial prison. Zhou's father had served as a jailer for most of his life, with the majority of his earnings spent on Zhou Yi's medical care and a fraction used to purchase a residence in the capital, in Ningda Square. Upon entering the courtyard, it resembled a second ring surrounding the imperial city, a Sihuan that Zhou Yi could only dream of affording after 500 years of labor without sustenance. His progress with the Guiyuan skill remained slow. Yet Zhou Yi harbored no impatience, for his greatest asset was time. In due course, through persistence, he would attain mastery of the art. As he hummed a newly learned tune, despite the Guiyuan skill not yet reaching fruition, he had acquired a Taoist technique for cultivating resilience and vigor. After his shift, Zhou Yi carried the bucket to deliver meals. He encountered Chang Ning, an official on duty at night, accompanied by 4 jailers escorting a prisoner in shackles. The prisoner, disheveled, was none other than Su Wenhao. Zhou Yi approached, greeting, "Uncle Chang, what has happened to this gentleman?" Being the youngest and most recently arrived in the celestial prison, Zhou Yi addressed the older jailers and officials as uncle out of respect, earning their favor. Chang Ning scoffed, "Humph. This fellow defied the emperor's decree and even slandered the emperor's longevity. He rightly deserves to be sent to the trial prison for oversight. The trial prison, a chamber where the Zhou Yi interrogated prisoners, offered little hope for survival. If confinement in the celestial prison still held a glimmer of possibility for reprieve. Once in the trial prison, one could only pray for a swift reincarnation, hoping to escape the torturous trials. Su Wenhao's face turned ashen as he muttered to himself, reciting some unknown poetry. In cell number 6, the former minister sat cross-legged on the straw mat, casting a glance at the porridge before beckoning Zhou Yi with a gesture. I shall soon be released. Go prepare some fine wine and delicacies, or else when I reclaim my position, you shall all pay dearly. Zhou Yi surveyed the empty cell beside him and suddenly comprehended. Please wait, I shall prepare it at once. That afternoon, a eunuch from the palace entered the celestial prison bearing a decree. Due to the significant contributions of Liu, the vice minister, in exposing corruption, he has been pardoned and reassigned to the Ministry of Revenue. The Ministry of Personnel was esteemed, while the Ministry of Revenue was affluent, and the Ministry of Rights was impoverished. Liu, having caught the emperor's attention, had successfully navigated his way up, akin to a rat entering a grain store. Henceforth, one must tread carefully in their words and actions. Zhou Yi was drenched in cold sweat, realizing that had he not offered that bowl of thick porridge, Liu's vengeful nature might have sought retribution once released. It was indeed a precarious situation. Chapter 6, finally dead half a month later. Captain Neo mentioned during a card game that Su Wenhao had perished in the imperial prison. It was said that at the time of his death, his body bore hardly a single intact bone. In our line of work, one must be particularly cautious with words, he advised, especially you, Xiao Yizi. Do not engage in idle chatter while delivering meals to the prisoners. Minister Liu has instructed me to remind you not to listen to what you should not hear or speak what you should not say. The young man heeded this warning. Zhou Yi felt an underlying fear. This was indeed a grave lesson. The kingdom of Fengyang was not a society governed by the rule of law, where the life and death of individuals were entirely subject to the whims of those in power. A single poem or a careless remark could easily become a capital offense. For instance, Zhou Yi had once delivered wine and meat to Wei Chang, referring to him as a hero and showering him with praise. If this were reported to the court by someone with ulterior motives, he could face exile or even be accused of collusion with Wei Chang. In such a case, the path to immortality would become a fleeting dream. One must never strive to stand out too much. Zhou Yi reminded himself that he would inevitably witness more injustices and discomforting events in the future. He must learn to remain indifferent. Merely standing by and observing, without questioning or intervening, was paramount. To navigate through the world of mortals while remaining detached from it. Realizing the intricacies of this philosophy, Zhou Yi transformed into a stoic figure, delivering meals in the prison, offering smiles only to those prisoners who had paid him. After all, the monthly salary of a jailer was a mere 5 coins, insufficient even for a single performance at Chunfeng Tower. The better the prisoners ate, the greater his share of silver each month, a fitting acknowledgement of his role as their provider. On this day, a new prisoner arrived at the imperial prison, rumored to be the leader of a rebellion from the southern regions. He appeared as a gaunt, sorrowful figure, entirely unlike a general commanding thousands. He resembled more a peasant from the fields. The presence of this peasant general added a touch of excitement to the prison. Captain Neo and several other officials took turns tormenting and interrogating him, and within just a few days, the peasant had become a mere shadow of himself. Unlike Wei Chang, who had a robust physique, the peasant displayed remarkable endurance, enduring a variety of tortures, such as the iron clamp, branding iron, and heavy shackles, without uttering a cry of pain. Each time the torturing ceased, he would spit blood but still had the strength to curse, dog officials. If you have the guts, continue. I swear. My grandson will take your name. Zhou Yi stood by, listening, and suddenly felt that this man resembled a general more than he had initially thought. After several days, the general was taken to the marketplace for execution, alongside dozens of others, from high-ranking generals to lowly sergeants, their blood staining the execution grounds. The onlookers cheered loudly, eager for the spectacle, indifferent to the reasons behind the executions. Zhou Yi stood at the edge of the execution site, watching the general's severed head roll far away. His eyes still wide open, glaring defiantly at the executioner, unyielding to death. That night, Zhou Yi returned to his modest courtyard and, as usual, began his meditation practice. After more than half a year of cultivating the return to origin technique, he had accumulated hundreds of strands of energy in his dantian. and his methods had become thoroughly refined. The universe was vast and boundless, the essence of life harmonizing and returning to unity. Yet, his heart could not find peace. The image of the peasant general lingered in his mind, recalling how he spoke of the persistent drought in several southern states, where the dead lay strewn across the land, resorting to cannibalism, while the relief grain sent by the court was embezzled by officials. Cannibalism. Just 3 simple words. Yet they evoked a chilling dread, hinting at countless tragedies behind them. Humanity, with its overwhelming empathy, bears too heavy a burden, making life unbearably taxing. Shaking his head, Zhou Yi resolved not to succumb to his inner turmoil. He continued his practice of the return to origin technique, for fear that his internal energy might become chaotic and lead to madness. How to ease his troubled heart? After much contemplation, he devised a method. In his past life, many had faced immense work and life pressures, and to avoid sinking into depression, they would vent their emotions by cursing at effigies. It was said to be quite effective. However, the people I wish to curse are too sensitive. Hearing it could spell doom for me, but I can write it down. Zhou Yi procured ink and blank books, writing in the simplified script of his previous life, ensuring that even if someone saw it, they would not recognize it. How to begin? After pondering for a moment, he wrote, "In the 39th year of Chongming, in the month of Guiying, on the day of Wuchen. Today, witnessing the beheading of the rebellious general, I feel a deep unease. This dynasty is rotten to the core from top to bottom." Frowning slightly, he felt something amiss. His diary was intended for cursing, so it need not be so formal. Thus, he shifted his tone. The Chongming emperor is no good. He dreams of immortality. May he one day consume a poison pill and meet his end. As he wrote this, he felt compelled to criticize the alchemists in the palace for their lack of professionalism, using substances like vermilion, lead, mercury, and gold in their concoctions, which would surely lead to the emperor's demise. Perhaps the alchemists truly understood the art of elixirs? After all, in a world of cultivation, it was not unusual for desperate practitioners to seek indulgence in the palace. Then I shall curse the Chongming emperor. May all 8 of his princes have different fathers. With this thought, he felt a wave of relief and continued his practice, setting a modest goal: mastery of his skills within a century. After half a month, Zhou Yi opened his book again and began writing in his diary. Today, that young scion surnamed Long has been imprisoned once more for murder. It is said he deliberately set fire, causing numerous fatalities. He remains arrogant even in the prison, and due to a dish with too much salt. My guards beat both the chef and me. Zhou Yi has taken note of this. This is not over. Long, I await you in the prison. Zhou Yi felt unsettled even after writing this, so he penned a few hundred more words cursing the Chongming emperor before moving on. Another month passed. Zhou Yi opened his book again and recorded what he had witnessed during the day. With a month until the new year, there is no respite. Everyone knows the rebellion is a fabrication, yet the court has executed 300 members of the general's household. I heard the rebel forces have reached Yuzhou, only a few hundred miles from the capital, yet the court does not send troops to suppress them, instead engaging in internal strife. The kingdom of Fengyang is doomed. As he wrote this, he could not help but curse the Chongming emperor. In the 40th year of Chongming, today, I have gained new insights. It appears someone can use disguise techniques to transform from male to female, indistinguishable to the naked eye. This scoundrel infiltrated women's chambers, committing heinous acts. However, within the Jinhui, there were also masters of disguise who posed as beautiful women to lure this scoundrel, ultimately capturing him alive. I recorded this incident because I discovered a new method of venting my frustrations, such as mixing a bit of croton seed powder into the scoundrel's food. Perhaps it seems a bit twisted? All of this is the fault of that dog emperor. Zhou Yi fed the flower thief a few packets of croton seed powder and learned the art of disguise. When he grew older, he could transform himself into an elderly figure to avoid drawing attention from his peers. With the outside world in turmoil, it was far too dangerous. How could he find safety hiding in the imperial prison? In the 42nd year of Chongming, 150,000 rebel forces surrounded the capital, led by someone known as the Eight-Armed King. The officials trembled in fear. The dynasty was on shaky ground. Zhou Yi had thought a change of dynasty was imminent and prepared ample food and vegetables, hiding them in the cellar of his home, enough to last half a year. However, the Eight-Armed King suddenly died unexpectedly. The imperial guards seized the opportunity to break out of the city and defeated the rebels, lifting the siege on the capital. Human efforts cannot contend with fate. The kingdom of Fengyang's fortunes were not yet exhausted. Zhou Yi recorded this event in his book, and it was inevitable that he would conclude with a scathing rebuke of the Chongming Emperor. In the midst of chaos, the Dog Emperor still demanded taxes for the birthday tribute. It was rumored that some provinces had collected taxes for over 120 years for Chongming. 3 years had passed, and Zhou Yi had amassed 500 taels of silver. He sought out an inexpensive martial arts school to begin training in the arts of martial discipline. In these turbulent times, the prison was no longer a safe haven. The martial arts not only enabled one to fight, but also to flee swiftly. In the 45th year of Chongming, a special prisoner arrived at the imperial prison, the Dog Emperor's eldest son, the former crown prince. How could there be a crown prince after 40 years? No wonder he rebelled. The crown prince appeared gentle in nature, unlike the Dog Emperor. Regrettably, the endeavor was unsuccessful. Rumors suggested that the canine emperor was under the protection of a martial arts master, and that the legendary 8-armed king did not simply perish but was, in fact, assassinated. Zhou Yi, as was his custom, vented his frustrations towards the canine emperor, finding a fleeting sense of pleasure in doing so. His mastery of the returning Yuan technique had matured over 5 years, allowing him to shatter blue bricks with ease, yet by the standards of the martial world, he remained unremarkable. Wei Chong had astutely noted that ordinary individuals seldom achieved significant progress in cultivating internal energy. Zhou Yi had learned a body-forging technique at the martial arts academy known as the 5-Tiger Strength Fist. Its very name suggested a commonality that paled in comparison to the profundity of returning Yuan. Over the span of 3 years, he had attained the pinnacle of skin and muscle refinement, possessing the strength of a fierce tiger in both arms. Blunt instruments struck against him with diminished force, qualifying him as a third-rate expert. In the 46th year of Chongming, Zhou Yi returned from the Spring Breeze Pavilion and took out his journal to vehemently criticize the Chongming Emperor. He wrote 3 words, but suddenly found himself at a loss for further invective. No matter what phrases he conjured, they had all been previously penned. As he perused his journal, the frequency of his entries dwindled. Initially, he wrote a piece every fortnight, then went entire months without writing, and eventually only penned an entry every 2 to 3 months. His recent diaries scarcely mentioned injustices or tragedies, focusing instead on tirades against the canine emperor, even as the atrocities in the dungeon persisted unabated. The more he witnessed, the more his emotions dulled. Zhou Yi murmured to himself, as time and accumulated experiences seemed to heighten his emotional threshold. Yet, he admitted, he had never grown weary of the maidens at the Spring Breeze Pavilion. As he reached this juncture in his writing, he felt he had exhausted all possible criticisms. The Chongming Emperor had truly descended into utter apathy, neglecting court duties for over 30 years, retreating to the Shanyang Palace to pursue immortality and cultivation. With a sense of resignation, Zhou Yi ultimately inscribed, "When will the canine emperor finally perish?" From that point onward, he began each day by writing a single line, cursing the Chongming Emperor to meet his end soon. In the early morning, a thin mist enveloped the air, with the remnants of the dawn star still hanging in the sky. Zhou Yi practiced in the courtyard, his fist slicing through the air, producing a continuous series of resonant thuds. Bang, bang, bang. The sound resembled that of a massive drum or the distant rumble of thunder. In the frigid depths of winter, Zhou Yi wore only a light tunic, yet after several rounds of punches, his blood surged and escaped his body, transforming into a steamy vapor. With a final exhalation, he released a plume of white mist that lingered in the air, undissipated. Having cultivated the 5-Tiger Strength Fist to the level of sinew refinement, he could now be considered a second-rate expert. However, he had never engaged in combat nor wielded weapons, possessing only superficial strength. Zhou Yi had matured since 5 years prior. His physique and appearance had shown no signs of change. Having truly experienced the profound nature of the path to immortality, he relinquished the last vestiges of worry, becoming an inconspicuous jailer, indifferent to the affairs of court or the martial world. Centuries passed, yet Zhou Yi remained unchanged. While the kingdom of Fengyang had long ceased to exist, upon returning to his quarters, Zhou Yi applied a touch of makeup to dull his complexion, rendering his visage somewhat pallid and sickly. Now, at the age of 29, prolonged exposure to the dim and damp dungeon had aged him prematurely, and such an appearance was deemed normal. He ventured directly to the morning market, where he found a stall and ordered some tofu pudding and fried dough sticks from the vendor. Suddenly, the sound of a bell resonated, melodious, deep, and lingering. Dong, dong, dong. 9 consecutive chimes rang out, and the once bustling morning market fell into an abrupt silence. All the townsfolk raised their gazes toward the palace, their synchronized motion suggesting a rehearsal that had taken place countless times, awaiting this moment for what felt like an eternity. Zhou Yi continued to lower his head and savor his tofu pudding, a slight smile gracing his lips as it tasted 100 times more delicious than usual. The canine emperor had finally met his demise. Chapter 7. Refuge in the prison of heaven. The common folk are both blind and foolish. They cheer wildly at the sight of rebels being executed, merely wishing to witness blood splattering, pondering if they might dip their bread in it. Yet, the populace also possesses wisdom. Thousands gaze silently toward the imperial palace, a silent yet profound collective will that relentlessly propels history forward. It is only now that Zhou Yi comprehends the meaning of being pointed at by the masses, succumbing to a death without illness. Wiping his mouth, he raised his voice. "Landlady, it's time to settle the bill. Brother Yi, your meal is on the house today," the landlady responded, returning to her senses after the tolling of the bell. Pinching her cheek to suppress a laugh, Zhou Yi did not feign generosity with his silver. The path of martial arts training is an insatiable abyss. The martial arts school charged a tuition fee of 10 taels of silver, a modest sum. After imparting the teachings, they would inform you that body refinement requires nourishing soups and medicines, lest one risk ruining their body through practice. The recipes for these concoctions are closely guarded secrets of the school, known only to the master, who sells you the prepared potions. This scheme resembles a free-to-play online game. Without continuous investment, one cannot hope to grow stronger. Zhou Yi marveled at the unchanging tactics of merchants, both past and future. From refining skin to honing bones, he had already spent 500 or 600 taels of silver, and the challenges ahead, refining organs and cleansing marrow, along with the increasingly precious nourishing medicines, suggested that he would need several thousand taels of silver to continue. Common martial artists reach the second tier and begin to venture into the world. In the midst of flashing blades and clashing swords, there is little room for gallantry. Most are merely in pursuit of silver. Zhou Yi saw no need to take that risk. Within the prison of heaven, there were plenty of greedy officials, and a light scraping of the surface would suffice for body refinement. As he walked through the streets, the commoners seemed entranced in silence, their eyes furtively glancing towards the palace, appearing eager to speak yet deterred from voicing their thoughts. They exchanged glances, silently condemning the tyrant emperor, expressing a desire for his demise. In the prison, Lei Siyu had donned plain clothes, directing the guards to raise white banners. With the emperor's passing, the nation entered a period of mourning. Once the 6-foot white banner was erected, Lei Siyu summoned all the guards. A command from the palace had arrived. From this moment on, the prison would be sealed, prohibiting anyone from entering or leaving, including officials, with all provisions to be supplied within the confines of the prison. Lei Siyu turned to Zhou Yi, saying, "Xiao Yizi, go check on the kitchen supplies. If they are insufficient, make haste to procure more." With the emperor's funeral approaching, feasting was forbidden, leaving only rice and plain flour to sustain them. Though Lei Siyu was aging, his memory appeared sharper than ever, clearly intent on holding his position until death. Rumor had it that he refused a transfer even to the position of a 7th-rank official in the Ministry of Justice. Zhou Yi complied, replying, "Understood." Zhang Zhou reminded him, "Make sure to stock up on cooking wine. Put a little in the dishes, or they won't taste good." Laughter erupted among the guards. While others used cooking wine for their dishes, Zhang Zhou consumed it with his meals. Having served in the prison for a decade, Zhou Yi was well acquainted with everyone. They often gathered to enjoy music and had long since shed any formalities in their interactions. The prison's official ranks were sparse, with many lowly guards who had inherited this stable position through generations. There was no need for disdain among them. The wealth of the situation made it difficult to foster poor relationships. In the kitchen, Chef Lu was already at work, directing his son and apprentice in preparing large pots of rice. Zhou Yi exclaimed, "What brings you here? Hurry, lest the prison be locked down." "No need to leave. I plan to stay in the prison for a while," Chef Lu replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. He lowered his voice. "Our master has warned that trouble is brewing in the capital, and Dingxiang Tower has been shut." The shopkeeper and staff attempted to flee through the city gates, but they were all stopped. "I figured there was no place safer than the prison, so I brought Shunzi along to seek refuge." "Excellent." Zhou Yi gave a thumbs up, inspecting the rice bin, flour container, and wine jars, finding enough provisions to last a month for everyone in the prison. After chatting with Chef Lu for a moment, he took a bucket to deliver food. The task of delivering meals was one that did not change hands easily. The guards often escorted prisoners on long journeys, traversing thousands of miles amidst external chaos. Where could be safer than the prison? Of course, transporting prisoners was an enviable task, with guards vying for the opportunity. The journey through inns and taverns offered good food and drink, netting them at least several hundred taels of silver. In cell B3, Zhou Yi poured some thin porridge and was about to leave when an elderly inmate, gaunt and disheveled, grasped the bars and asked plaintively, "Young man, I believe I heard the bell toll. How many times did it ring?" "Ninth toll," Zhou Yi replied expressionlessly. This inmate was an official from the Ministry of Works, having embezzled funds meant for riverbank repairs. The dam, superficially covered with stones and sand, was filled with straw and thatch inside. Last summer, before the water level approached the warning line, the dam collapsed, resulting in the drowning or disappearance of tens of thousands. "Your Majesty," the inmate froze momentarily, then began to wail, prostrating himself in the direction of the palace. Zhou Yi shrugged and continued his meal deliveries. The inmates in cell B were adept actors, making it difficult to discern whether their tears stemmed from genuine grief or ecstatic joy. According to tradition, when the new emperor ascended to the throne, a general amnesty would be proclaimed as a gesture of benevolence. The inmates in cell A were far more straightforward, laughing and joking, barely suppressing their desire to exclaim that the emperor had met his end. "When will the new emperor take the throne? We're about to be released. Can't we at least have a decent meal?" One inmate jested. "Haha, I, old Zhao, have 3 months left before my execution. Long live our emperor." Zhou Yi paid no heed to their shouts. After 10 years of delivering meals, he had long cultivated the habit of ignoring their antics. His spoon gracefully circled within the bucket, containing only a few grains of rice and a few leafy greens, all under Zhou Yi's control. Practice makes perfect. Some inmates he found distasteful received only 3 to 5 grains of rice per meal. After a while, they were reduced to mere shadows of their former selves. As night fell, the prison was brightly lit, and the sounds of dice rolling filled the air. Thousands of elite guards stood watch at the outer gate, while the inner gate was locked tight, creating an isolated little world. In the wake of national mourning, the prohibition on alcohol meant little to the guards. Initially, Officer Niu had advised restraint, cautioning against recklessness, but after losing 3 rounds of cards in succession, he cast aside the law with abandon. Not a nine. Not a nine. Officer Chong Ning, with a huff of determination, slowly revealed his tiles, erupting into laughter as he gathered all the coins on the table, downing a bowl of wine with gusto. The guards at the card table shouted in jest, while onlookers praised Officer Chang Ning's skill, marveling at his good fortune. "Well played, Changshu," Zhou Yi complimented, subtly adding, "Given the many prisoners we have locked up, Cella still houses several dangerous individuals. During this transition of power, we must remain vigilant." Chong Ning, engrossed in the game, replied dismissively, "With 3,000 guards surrounding the prison, not even the finest experts could breach our defenses." The losing officer Niu furrowed his brow at this remark and said, "Xiao Yizi is right. We must not treat this lightly. If chaos erupts, it could lead to severe consequences." Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Yi suggested, "Shouldn't we have a lookout tower? I could go up and keep watch. If anyone approaches, I could alert you." "Go on then. The keys to the tower are in the cabinet. Help yourself." Officer Niu, without a shred of doubt, continued to play while casually reminding, "It's freezing cold. Remember to take extra blankets with you." Chapter 8. Watching the flames from afar, the watchtower stood tall in the northeast corner, 3 stories high, offering a commanding view over the prison. According to the regulations set by the court, guards were to be stationed there day and night to prevent martial arts experts from infiltrating or escaping. However, with the current laxity in military preparedness, most guards had become idlers, resulting in the watchtower being unattended. Zhou Yi opened the iron door of the watchtower and ascended the narrow staircase to the top, where he discovered a figure already standing there. "Lord Lei, what brings you here?" "To watch the spectacle," replied Lei Si with a slight nod, gazing towards the palace. Lines of torchlight flickered in the darkness, vividly visible against the night sky, accompanied by faint sounds of battle echoing through the air. Zhou Yi feigned astonishment. "Is someone leading an assault on the palace? Are they attempting to rebel?" "Before this official, you need not conceal your intentions," Lei Si stated bluntly. "That is Long Xiang leading the troops to attack the west gate of the palace. The commanding officer is the chief commander of the 5 cities military. along with the 3 major gangs in the capital and the 10 largest martial arts schools. The 5 cities' military was responsible for guarding the inner city of the capital and patrolling the 108 districts. The 3 major gangs, Qingling, Feiying, and Jinsha, controlled brothels, gambling houses, and transport businesses, each with thousands of thugs. Although the 10 martial arts schools appeared to have the fewest members, they were all martial arts masters, well suited for leading the charge. Zhou Yi murmured, that amounts to at least 30 to 50,000 men, while the palace guards number only 3 to 4,000. Is today truly the day of reckoning? Long Xiang had served as the prime minister for 30 years, with nearly all court officials being his allies, and he had placed many of his confidants in the military and local governments. If they breached the palace tonight and seized control of the capital and its surroundings, they could execute Sima's plan. They could prudently install a young sovereign on the throne, while Long Xiang continued to wield power. More radically, they could declare themselves emperor and change the era, ensuring the Dragon Party officials maintained stability during the transition. Long Xiang may have fallen into His Majesty's trap. Lei Si shook his head, not long ago, at a gathering. Long Xiang stated that His Majesty's health was stable and that he could live for at least 3 or 4 more years. Could it be that His Majesty is feigning death? Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow, realizing that the deceitful emperor had long ceased to care about his reputation and might be using this ruse to ensnare Long Xiang. After 36 years of avoiding court, with Long Xiang holding immense power both within and outside the palace, how could he not be aware of the situation? Lei Si pointed towards the southern gate of the palace. The deputy commander of the Zhou attempted to collaborate from within and break through the southern gate but fell into a trap and is now engaged in combat with his colleagues. The Zhou were the emperor's personal guards, and the deputy commander was actually conspiring against Long Xiang. Zhou Yi felt a twinge of satisfaction. The treacherous emperor must be experiencing the bitterness of betrayal. Lei Si continued, this morning, Long Xiang confirmed that His Majesty had indeed died and left behind an edict to pass the throne to Prince Qin. In haste, he summoned his troops to assault the palace. After the failed rebellion of the former crown prince, Emperor Chongming has yet to establish an heir, and Prince Qin is the 3rd son. Zhou Yi mused, neither the eldest nor the youngest was appointed, so His Majesty must have anticipated today's events? Lei Si praised. Among all the inmates in this prison, you are the only one with such keen insight. Your flattery is misplaced, my lord. I merely enjoy visiting the entertainment districts and listening to storytellers recount history, Zhou Yi replied, referring to the storyteller known as Miss Niao Niao, the popular courtesan of Chunfeng Tower. In my youth, I too lingered in those places, much to my mother's chagrin, who scolded me for bringing shame to the Lei family. Eventually, I resolved to achieve something worthwhile and joined Long Xiang's ranks. Yet in just over a decade, I found myself in charge of the prison. Lei Si murmured, had I chosen to be a frivolous playboy, perhaps I could have avoided the fate of confiscation of property. Upon hearing the first half of his statement, Zhou Yi discreetly stepped back, placing his hand on the pouch at his waist. The pouch contained lime powder mixed with a lethal poison taught to him by a condemned prisoner, capable of debilitating even the most skilled martial artists. You are quite cunning, young man. I open my heart to you, yet you remain ever vigilant. Lei Si remarked. Such a cautious disposition explains why, after 10 years of service, you have yet to gain promotion. Perhaps I am simply a fool, unable to comprehend the schemes of the powerful. It is better to remain content as a guard. Zhou Yi replied with a smile. When I grow old, I shall pass this position to my son, and he in turn to his son. Thus, generations shall enjoy a stable livelihood, regardless of who rules the palace. Now that is true wisdom, Lei Si said slowly. This morning, it was not a message from the palace, but rather a command from Long Xiang's steward, instructing me to feign an imperial edict and lead the prison guards to attack the imperial city. Simultaneously, all prisoners should be released to sow chaos in the capital. My lord, how can you? Zhou Yi's expression shifted to confusion. Why would Lei Si defy Long Xiang's orders? On the surface, it appeared that Long Xiang's power was consolidating, and aligning with him would yield great rewards. Moreover, Lei Si had relied on Long Xiang's influence to rise to his current position, often aiding the dragon family members in trouble. If Long Xiang were to fail, the new emperor would surely purge the court and would not spare Lei Si. Looking towards the city, Lei Si observed the torchlight surging atop the city walls, only to quickly diminish, indicating fierce fighting. I have a premonition that Long Xiang will be defeated by His Majesty. Therefore, I chose to disobey orders and maintain order in the prison, If I can avoid disaster, I may merely face exile instead of execution. Zhou Yi proposed. If Lord Lei mobilizes the prison guards for a surprise attack on Long Xiang from the rear, it could lead to a significant victory. What if my intuition is wrong? Long Xiang's 30 years of planning may not be inferior to His Majesty's schemes. Lei Si sighed. In my youth, I would have fought for glory. Now I am old. Even if I achieve great merit, I cannot enjoy it. Zhou Yi inwardly cursed him as a crafty old fox. By simply keeping the prison secure, Lei Si could ensure his survival regardless of the outcome. Just as he was about to speak further, a sudden sound of thunderous hooves echoed in the distance. The ground of the capital trembled as countless black-armored cavalry emerged from various districts, forming an orderly charge towards the rebels attacking the palace. Kill! A resounding battle cry pierced the air like a bolt of lightning, drowning out the sound of galloping hooves. Lei Si exclaimed in surprise. When did the army acquire a martial arts master? His Majesty has hidden his strength well. Long Xiang is doomed. A martial arts master. Zhou Yi's eyes sparkled as he followed the sound. Alas, the distance to the palace was too great. He could only make out a silver-armored general leading the charge through the ranks. The attack on the palace halted. Caught between the Imperial Guards firing arrows from the front and the martial arts master leading troops from behind, effectively besieging the rebels. With several charges, the cavalry forcibly broke apart the rebel forces, which had been hastily united. The silver-armored general let out another battle cry. Long too has been vanquished. Those who surrender shall not be harmed. The leaderless rebels immediately scattered in disarray. On the watchtower, Zhou Yi's face broke into a broad smile upon hearing these words. Tomorrow, the prison would welcome guests. Those wronged would seek justice, and those with grudges would find revenge. Chapter 9. The Bad Good Man. In the winter of the 46th year of Chongming, the emperor passed away, and the dragon minister plotted rebellion. The Duke of Weiyuan held the late emperor's edict and led troops to suppress the uprising, staining the Yinding Gate with blood. The following day, the capital was under military governance, and a search for the remnants of the dragon minister was underway. The dungeons overflowed with prisoners. In the dungeon, a man clung to the bars, pleading for mercy. Your Majesty, I am wronged. I have no connection to the dragon traitor. The dragon traitor deserves death. Others, fully aware of their impending doom, cursed the Chongming emperor as they faced execution. Heaven is blind. How can that dog of an emperor shepherd the people? The Zhao royal family deserves no pity. Dog emperor, I wish I could feast upon your flesh. Old fool, how dare you insult the late emperor? I will not let you go unpunished. Old Liu, had it not been for the dragon minister's protection back then, your greed would have led to your family's execution for embezzling military funds. The dungeon had never been so lively, resembling a chaotic marketplace. Two factions exchanged insults and even resorted to physical confrontations, with civil officials tugging at hair and military officials kicking low. The guards, bewildered by the scene, whispered about these prominent figures who, on the brink of death, could not even maintain their dignity. In cell 39, the space was clean and orderly. Zhou Yi opened the cell door, revealing two middle-aged men. A heavy collar constrained their necks, forcing them to kneel. Any attempt to rise would result in a broken neck. Upon hearing footsteps, one of the prisoners strained to look up. Zhou Yi greeted him with a smile. Young Master Long, we meet again. Who are you? The voice of young Master Long was hoarse and cracked, a stark contrast to the arrogance he had displayed upon entering the dungeon. Of course, how could a noble like him remember a mere nobody like me? Zhou Yi smiled warmly. For years, I have been the one delivering your meals in this dungeon. If I failed to serve you well, I would receive a slap. Young Master Long furrowed his brow, beginning to recall the past. Yet, having harmed and killed so many, he could not remember when he had wronged Zhou Yi. You little man, young Master Long sneered. You only dare to retaliate when this young master is in trouble. May you always retain such bravado, Zhou Yi replied, unperturbed. He never intended to be a good man, for he did not wish for anyone to wield a gun at him. Thus, he embraced the role of a bad good man, an evildoer masquerading as a benefactor. If young Master Long were to slap him, even after a decade, he would ensure retribution. Forgiving him would be a matter for the Buddha. Zhou Yi was merely responsible for escorting him to the west. During his years in the dungeon, Zhou Yi learned a variety of things, and due to time constraints, he would not attempt them all. Speaking slowly, as if conversing with an old friend, he said, in a few days, you may be summoned for questioning. There will be no need for torture instruments. Please, young Master Long, allow me to present this pill. As he spoke, he retrieved a round, red pill with strange markings from his sleeve. A few years prior, the Zhou Yi had captured a thief skilled in insect sorcery. Just before his execution, he used this pill to trade for a jar of 10-year-old pear blossom wine. Whenever Zhou Yi mentioned pear blossom wine, he would think of Wei Chong. As much of his resentment towards young Master Long stemmed from this. Good men face execution, while bad men roam free. According to the thief, the pill contained a peculiar insect that would hatch in the stomach and feed on the internal organs. Because it consumed little, the afflicted could survive for a year and a half. Zhou Yi pried open young Master Long's mouth, and with a flick of his finger, the pill was sent down his throat. Coughing, young Master Long struggled to speak as the pill dissolved, feeling something crawl down his throat. It reached his lungs and began to gnaw at his flesh. A chilling scream pierced the previously chaotic dungeon, bringing silence. Young Master Long, restrained by heavy shackles on his neck and hands, with leg irons binding his feet, could only struggle within a limited range, his face reddening, veins bulging, resembling a vengeful spirit. After a moment, the insect, having feasted, began to rest, and the pain slowly subsided. Young Master Long looked up at Zhou Yi, his eyes filled with terror. Rest well, young Master Long. The insect may awaken at any moment, and you will find it difficult to sleep soundly again. Turning his gaze, Zhou Yi noticed young Master Long's younger brother, a teenager. Do not come near. The boy trembled, seeing Zhou Yi's gaze upon him, stammering, My father is the prime minister. My mother is a princess. I have royal blood. Do not approach. At that moment, Captain Neo and the guards entered. Seeing that young Master Long was still alive, he breathed a sigh of relief. I told you, little Li would not be reckless. In the dungeon, tormenting prisoners was commonplace. As long as it did not hinder questioning or execution, no one cared about the tortures endured. Zhou Yi stood to bow respectfully, whispering, Uncle Neo, I did not see Lord Lei today. Lord Lei is reflecting behind closed doors. All matters within the dungeon have been entrusted to me, Captain Neo replied, his voice low, though his joy was evident. Given the connection to the rebellion case, it was likely that Lord Lei would not return. Seizing this opportunity to cultivate relationships could very well secure him the position of warden. As the boy saw the others leave the cell, his fear gradually faded, and he turned to young Master Long. Brother, are you feeling better? Young Master Long glared at the boy with venomous hatred, gritting his teeth. It is all because of you, you wretched spawn. Otherwise, I would not be in this predicament. Father would have accomplished his grand plan. The boy murmured, Brother, how can you say such things? Mother and I support father. Do not mention that vile woman. Young Master Long spat. That shameless woman seduced father while drunk, giving birth to you, the offspring of the Dog Emperor. Had it not been for her false information claiming the Dog Emperor had years to live, would father have acted so rashly? According to the original plan, we would have summoned 100,000 troops from the capital, ensuring absolute success. The boy's eyes widened in disbelief. No, it cannot be. Mother would never deceive me. She said I have royal blood from 2 dynasties and that I would surely ascend to the throne. You fool. Just as young Master Long was about to mock him further, the insect began to crawl again, feasting upon his insides. The screaming resumed, relentless. As evening fell, Zhou Yi carried a large wooden tub, distributing meals to each cell. The famished civil and military officials had not eaten all day and, disregarding the poor quality of the food, squatted on the ground, slurping up the gruel. Little brother, another spoonful, please. A familiar yet distant voice called out. Zhou Yi recognized the speaker, an elderly man he had not seen in a long time. Lord Lu, we meet again. He glanced at the cell number, surprised to find it was still cell 26. The weathered Lu Shilang did not concern himself with the mockery, grinning broadly. Little brother, this is fate. Zhou Yi asked. Lord Lu, I have been meaning to ask, you had a close relationship with Mr. Su back then. Why did you report him? Old Su's mouth could never keep shut. Lu Shilang shrugged. If I did not report him, it would only be a matter of time before trouble arose. Since we are all friends, why let someone else benefit? I might as well take the credit for myself. Impressed, Zhou Yi quickly offered Lu Shilang fine wine and meat. In cell 12, Zhou Yi poured the gruel into a basin for the prisoners to distribute among themselves. The cell housed violent offenders, each possessing some martial prowess, organizing themselves based on strength. The strong would eat their fill on the beds while the weak would starve by the bucket. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the corner of the cell. Igor, is that you? Master Luo? What are you doing here? Zhou Yi recognized the familiar voice and gestured for the prisoners to make way, revealing the injured figure in the corner. It was Luo who from the Five Tigers Martial Arts Hall, his body marred by several knife wounds, his clothing soaked in blood, a broken arrow embedded in his shoulder, and his legs twisted in an unnatural manner. Zhou Yi realized why such a top-tier expert in the realm of martial arts was not housed separately. Rohu's injuries were grave. His strength reduced to a mere fraction of its former self, and the shattering of his leg bones extinguished any hope of escape. Leaning against the wall, Rohu implored, "Brother Yi, I have matters to discuss with you privately." "Very well," Zhou Yi replied, instructing the guarding jailer to relocate the prisoner to another cell for a brief interval. The inmates dared not voice objections. Any outcry could jeopardize the jailer's position, leaving them to suffer relentless torment thereafter. Within cell number 12, only Zhou Yi and Rohu remained. Rohu spoke candidly, "In the capital, I possess a residence registered under an outsider's name. Hidden within the depths of the well are several thousand taels of silver, along with the 5-tiger fist manual and nourishing prescriptions. Brother Yi, if you retrieve them, they would suffice for cultivation to the level of marrow cleansing." Zhou Yi inquired, "What is it you wish to convey?" In a hushed tone, Rohu requested, "Brother Yi, devise a means to rescue my son, ensuring the continuation of the Rou lineage. Your son cannot be freed." Zhou Yi resolutely countered. The 10 martial arts schools in the capital were implicated in treason, and during executions, identities were thoroughly verified. While Zhou Yi might find a way to assist distant relatives, Rohu's son was undoubtedly on a watch list of paramount concern. "Then let us consider another individual," Rohu proposed. "I have secretly been involved with a widow in the capital who is now 8 months pregnant. I ask you to keep an eye on her." Zhou Yi contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. "If the Jinyui have not yet apprehended her, I shall offer my assistance." Rohu lowered his voice further. "That residence is located in Lekong Lane." Zhou Yi took note of the address before adding, "Master Rou, you must also aid me in a matter." "What is it?" "Go to cell number 6 and eliminate a certain individual." Whoever has been sentenced to death." Zhou Yi murmured a few instructions before departing the cell, returning the original inmate to his quarters. Soon after, a commotion erupted within the prison, escalating into a brawl. Rohu, now a fallen tiger, was beset by lesser fighters, suffering further injuries that nearly proved fatal. "What is this ruckus? No meals for 3 days." The jailer barked, fearing that Rohu might succumb to his wounds, and so he transferred him to another cell. In cell number 6, Deputy Lu was indulging in wine and meat when a bloodied prisoner was unceremoniously thrown in, prompting him to cast a lingering glance. "What are you staring at?" Rohu challenged. Deputy Lu stammered, "This official." Without warning, Rohu lunged at Deputy Lu, violently colliding his head against Lu's. The frail, elderly civil servant suffered a catastrophic injury, his brain matter splattering onto the surrounding officials. The guarding jailers quickly intervened, dragging Rohu away and delivering a harsh lesson through blows and kicks before transferring him to yet another cell. Not long afterward, a loud thud echoed in the cell as Rohu committed suicide by crashing against the wall. Chapter 10. The unwavering spirit of detachment in the prison office. Zhou Yi entered and bowed respectfully. "Uncle Niu, you summoned me?" Captain Niu gestured for Zhou Yi to sit. "Your methods, my boy, are rather crude. Are you not afraid of the Jinyui investigating you?" He had just heard from the prison guards and concluded that Zhou Yi was responsible for the death of Minister Lu. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the prison. Officials often sent their political adversaries to the dungeons, fearing retaliation, and would pay a hefty sum to secure their lives. "What do you mean, Uncle Niu? We merely deliver meals faithfully." Zhou Yi feigned ignorance, neither denying nor confirming the accusation. With both Minister Lu and Luo Hu's bodies now cold, it was fair to say there were no witnesses to their demise, yet risks still lingered. In Fengyang, the law was not supreme. Guilt or innocence rested solely upon the whims of those in power. Captain Niu scoffed. "No wonder Lord Lei told me that you are the most cunning one in this prison." Merely a compliment from Lord Lei, Zhou Yi smiled. "Master Luo has a residence in the capital, where he has hidden several thousand taels of silver. The silver belongs to you, Uncle Niu, the martial arts manual to me, and the house to that widow." "Impressive," Captain Niu praised, increasingly satisfied with Zhou Yi. He preferred to relinquish part of his own interests to fulfill his promise to Luo Hu, something he believed he could not do, for exploiting a widow was a common sight. After all, Master Luo had imparted his skills to Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi had no desire for notoriety. The medicinal formula was not of utmost importance. Rather, he genuinely wished for Minister Lu's demise. Lu was a true scoundrel, devoid of any moral compass. If not dealt with decisively, he could cause endless trouble. Should he win the new emperor's favor and regain his position, Zhou Yi would have to flee. Curious, Captain Niu asked, I have long known of your passion for martial arts. What have you achieved? Since my youth, I have been frail. Practicing martial arts has merely strengthened my body. Zhou Yi picked up the lid of a teacup, fiddling with it until it crumbled into a fine powder in his hand. Captain Niu, having once visited a martial arts school, understood the disciplines but had been unable to endure the rigorous training, failing to even master the skin and membrane techniques. You, without any fanfare, possess such strength? 10 years of unceasing practice, supplemented by nourishing tonics, has brought me to this point, though my innate talent is rather mediocre. Zhou Yi's words were not mere modesty. According to Wei Chong, one could refine their physique in 7 to 8 years on the Jianghu. Yet, those who wander the Jianghu lack the time for daily practice. Master Luo's true disciples, having been nurtured by tonics since childhood, achieved remarkable prowess by the age of 16 or 17 and were hailed as future innate masters. Zhou Yi felt admiration, not envy, for that talented disciple had perished amidst chaos. To live is the essence of all. The one who endures, outlasting their peers, becomes a master. Captain Niu clicked his tongue in admiration. You are already a second-rate master in the Jianghu. Why not venture forth? It would be far more exhilarating than delivering meals here. Second-rate is hardly anything of note. The 10 major martial arts schools in the capital are led by masters of profound skill. Rumor has it that Master Chun of the Golden Blade School has begun to wash his marrow, possessing the strength to uproot 9 oxen and lift beams with ease. Yet, he left no complete corpse behind. Zhou Yi shrugged. What is gained through contention often leads to ruin. Where's the peace I enjoy? The pinnacle of existence is civil service. Zhou Yi already stood at the summit of existence. Moreover, the prison, though low in status, wielded significant power and wealth without engaging in political strife. Truly a perfect scenario. Upon hearing this, Captain Niu's gaze flickered, and he suddenly inquired, Do you think I have a chance to be promoted to the position of warden? Zhou Yi paused for a moment, then shook his head. Doubtful. Why so? Captain Niu straightened his posture. He had posed this question to many, all of whom congratulated him and showered him with flattery. Everyone believed that Captain Niu was the only choice for the next warden of the prison. Outsiders who come here without understanding the rules will soon find themselves imprisoned. True, they were ignorant of the rules, but the Jinhui could arrest them. Who could withstand such scrutiny? Eventually, all would be replaced, and all rules would be dictated by them. The strong dragon that crosses the river brings misfortune not to itself, but to the local tyrants crushed beneath its might. Seeing Captain Niu's expression darken, Zhou Yi quickly vowed, Uncle Niu, rest assured, I will support you. What could a mere meal deliverer do of any significance? Captain Niu sighed. Lord Lei advised me similarly. His past allegiance to Long and I led to the misfortunes of confiscation and exile. Otherwise, the Lei family, with generations of prison captains, would never lack wealth and power. The court nobility might gradually reduce their titles, and after 5 generations, their ancestral fortune would be exhausted, rendering them no different from commoners. The prison, however, was a veritable iron rice bowl that could be passed down through generations. Do not worry, uncle. If a new lord arrives, you must assist him wholeheartedly. Zhou Yi encouraged. The prison has existed since the previous dynasty. No matter who becomes the warden, they will soon become entrenched in the prison system. The prison is relatively autonomous, with minimal connections to other departments. Once the gates are closed, it becomes a world unto itself. Whoever assumes the warden's position, endowed with such great power and profit, would hardly wish to alter the status quo. Captain Niu nodded slightly in agreement, then shifted the topic. You must be 27 this year. Yet still frequenting the Spring Breeze Tower? My elder brother has a niece, quite graceful. Uncle, I have an appointment with Miss Nonyu tonight to discuss profound matters. I shall take my leave. Zhou Yi waved his hands continuously, finding it impossible to escape the pressures of matchmaking even in this new life. Being merely a prison guard could be acceptable, allowing for the joys of grandchildren in old age. However, the existence of the Dao Fruit of Longevity precludes Zhou Yi from ever being with anyone for long. Firstly, there is the fear of exposing his secret. The Dao Fruit of Longevity is his most treasured asset. Neither disguises nor transformations offer absolute safety. Spending too much time with a partner could lead to unforeseen complications. Secondly, beauty fades with time. Decades hence, a woman's youth will wane, and Zhou Yi would be uncertain how to respond. The ladies of the Spring Breeze Tower are splendid. No matter how many years pass, they will remain youthful and beautiful, and they only discuss money, not feelings. There are no emotional ties. Captain Neo shot Zhou Yi a disdainful glance and waved him off. Go away. My niece is gentle and virtuous. I cannot let you ruin her. After his shift, Zhou Yi did not head to the Spring Breeze Tower. All forms of entertainment were prohibited during the national mourning period. Of course, this did not hinder the business of the Spring Breeze Tower, which opened a back door for clandestine guests, and prices had even risen. Upon returning to his residence, Zhou Yi spent some time reading the spring and autumn annals, reflecting on the events of the day. His actions regarding young Master Long were somewhat reckless, yet having vented his frustrations brought him a sense of ease. Caution is not synonymous with cowardice. Moreover, martial arts cultivation emphasizes the state of one's heart, especially the cultivation of internal energy. A muddled mind leads to slow progress, or worse, stagnation. Throughout history, true strength has seldom been built solely on talent and resources. It often stems from a powerful mindset. Zhou Yi, however, is an exception. As long as he can live indefinitely, the strong are but withered bones in graves. Tales from books, or perhaps even forgotten by all. Exposing his strength to Captain Neo harbored no detrimental effects. Zhou Yi had long contemplated revealing it, not for the sake of power, but to ensure a more comfortable existence within the prison. In a system where desire is absent, those who seek no advancement cannot be constrained by anyone. As long as one does not infringe upon the interests of others, they are less likely to provoke unwarranted conflict. A resourceful and agile food delivery guard may, in fact, provide additional care on ordinary days. Reflecting upon oneself, today is auspicious. Tomorrow, I shall visit Master Luo's acquaintance and send them to the countryside to evade the tempest. As for the silver and prescriptions within the residence, I shall return after a year or so. By then, it will surely be safe. Zhou Yi possesses the most precious treasure in the world, while all other possessions pale in comparison. Currently, the capital is in a state of turmoil, with the imperial guards, black cavalry, and brocade-clad guards scouring the streets for captures. What if Master Luo's residence has already been discovered? Zhou Yi would be walking into a trap, and tomorrow he would become a mere recipient of meals from others. Even without the brocade guards, there are still Master Luo's disciples or relatives, and a bloody conflict would be inevitable. Such peril abounds. Patience is Zhou Yi's greatest ally. He is never short of time. After careful contemplation, he rose to practice his martial arts, executing a few punches before returning indoors to meditate on the return to origin technique. Progress in the return to origin technique is slow. He has yet to attain even the level of a third-rate expert. However, the cultivation of internal energy has always favored those who persevere, growing stronger with age. One should not be hasty or restless. The moon was bright, and the stars were few as the night deepened into silence. A slender shadow leaped over the wall, merging with the darkness in a night cloak. The figure stealthily crept along the base of the wall towards the interior. Suddenly, the ground beneath gave way, and the figure plummeted. Quick to react, the shadow manipulated internal energy in their legs, shifting sideways to avoid falling into a pit. By the heavens, who would dig a trap in their yard? The figure caught a glimpse of glimmering spikes in the pit under the moonlight, causing their heart to race with trepidation. Treading lightly and silently, they soon reached the window ledge of the master bedroom, gently pushing aside the paper to let in a fragrant mist. The shadow paused for a moment, ensuring the drug took effect, then lifted the window and slipped inside, rolling to muffle the sound of their landing. Alas! A piercing scream echoed as the shadow was pierced by several nails scattered on the floor. Coated with an unknown poison, the shadow felt a numbing weakness wash over them, unable to muster any strength. Attempting to channel internal energy to counteract the toxin proved futile. The secret poison of the brocade guards, reputed to incapacitate even the most skilled. Zhou Yi's voice rang out by the window. He had noticed the shadow's entrance and had never meditated in the master bedroom, where the bed was merely a decoy. "Spare me, great hero," the shadow pleaded, lying on the ground and searching for a sympathetic excuse. But before a word could escape their lips, a volley of crossbow bolts shot forth. Half an hour later, Zhou Yi leveled the ground with a shovel, raising his gaze to the jujube tree in the courtyard. The jujubes harvested next year will surely be delightful. I shall share them with my colleagues. Chapter 11. The Suppression of the Realm as the New Year dawned. The new emperor ascended the throne, marking the beginning of the Hongchong era. Li Wu was appointed as the guardian general, tasked with investigating the Long and I incident. Families were exterminated, and blood flowed like rivers. The eastern market was left desolate, with dissatisfaction brewing among the officials at court. Ultimately, the treasury amassed a staggering total of 170 million taels of gold and silver. The Hongshang Emperor decreed that Fengyang Kingdom would not collect taxes for 5 years. In June of the same year, Li Wu was promoted to Grand Marshal, leading troops northward. He decisively defeated various rebel factions, restoring order to the 6 northern provinces before turning his forces southward. In the capital, at Zhang's residence, mourning banners were hung at the entrance, and a spirit pavilion was erected in the courtyard, draped in white cloth. The sight was a sea of white, evoking sorrow. Zhou Yi entered the pavilion and lit 3 sticks of incense for Zhang Zhou, performing 3 bows in reverence. The filial son, Zhang Jin, returned the gesture with a bow, which Zhou Yi promptly assisted him to rise from. "Brother Jin, may you find solace," he said. Zhang Zhou had been released from the prison last year, with Zhang Jin taking on his responsibilities. After enduring months of medication, he ultimately succumbed to the harsh winter. Prison guards seldom live long, and Zhang Zhou, reaching 54, was considered fortunate. His father had passed before 40. Science suggests that working in dark, damp conditions and dealing with hardened criminal subjects won to immense physical and psychological strain, leading to premature aging. Yet, many believed it was karmic retribution for his misdeeds, with even some guards sharing this sentiment. Zhou Yi offered some words of comfort before an attendant ushered him to a neighboring courtyard to rest. "You've come rather late. Were you at Chunfeng Tower again?" boomed the voice of Captain Niu, who sat regally, flanked by servants offering tea. Captain Niu's temper had grown increasingly volatile. Was he contemplating retirement? Now 32, Zhou Yi, appearing much older due to a layer of secret yellow wax on his face, were the telltale signs of early aging common among prison guards. Lord Zheng had secured a position for his son in the Imperial Guard, an act of great kindness that Zhou Yi felt guilty about occupying his post. Niu's son had 3 elder brothers who were studious and refused to serve in the prison, preferring the comforts of wealth. Captain Niu had fretted over this for years, and now, through his position, he had exchanged his role for one in the Imperial Guard, effectively preserving his family's ties within the prison network. 5 years prior, as Zhou Yi had anticipated, the court appointed Zheng Gaoyuan as the prison warden. Upon his arrival, Zheng embarked on sweeping reforms, tackling corruption with vigor. Those apprehended by the Jinhui were simply placed in any available cell. The former staff of the prison had suffered significant losses, with Captain Niu being among the first to align with Zheng, ruthlessly dealing with former colleagues who had once been comrades. Of course, amidst all this turmoil, the prison guards responsible for delivering meals remained unaffected. "Congratulations to you, Captain Niu," Zhou Yi remarked, observing the graying hair and signs of death lurking in his features. Pondering how many years he might endure post-retirement, a parent's love for their child leads them to consider the future deeply. The Niu family's foundation lay in the prison, a network built over centuries. Abandoning it could jeopardize their vast estate, especially with 3 sons who had barely passed their examinations. Zhou Yi stood by, listening to the tales of the great families, aware that external attacks could not swiftly topple them, as internal decay often preceded collapse. Whenever colleagues gathered, the discussion inevitably turned to the ongoing rebellion, a significant event for Fengyang Kingdom over the past 5 years. The Grand Marshal had quelled the northern unrest within 2 years and had been advancing southward for over 3 years, with reports of his victories often claiming tens of thousands of enemy casualties. Prison guard Yuqing chuckled. The number of enemies the court claims to have defeated totals 3 to 4 million. With such a massive force in the south, why haven't they besieged the capital? Zhou Yi cautioned. "Brother Yi, speak carefully. Should the Li family hear you, you'll find yourself in a cell." The Li family's standing in Fengyang Kingdom was now even more formidable than during the reign of Long Xiang. After all, civil officials wielded power, but none could compare to a military commander commanding tens of thousands. Rumors circulated in the marketplace that the South had remained unsettled for 3 years, suggesting that Li Wu was nurturing the rebels to bolster his own standing. "You know nothing," Captain Niu retorted. "The South is rife with more than just rebels. The Emperor has declared no taxes for 5 years, but the morale of the northern rebels has crumbled. The southern lands, however, collect rent without fail." Among the mourners at Zhang's, Captain Niu held the highest status, and upon hearing his words, people drew closer. Who would dare defy the Emperor's orders? With a snort, Captain Niu shifted the conversation. "Has young Yi refined his internal organs?" At your age, your vitality is beginning to wane. It will only become more challenging from here on. Zhou Yi shook his head, noting that even with 5 more years of diligent training, he had yet to overcome the bottleneck of refining his internal organs. Building muscle and bone strength is a gradual process, but refining the internal organs is a delicate art that cannot be forced. Many had suffered severe injuries from attempting to hastily refine their organs. You've been clever all your life, yet you've let yourself become foolish. You've poured all your resources into martial arts and brothels, and when you grow old, who will take care of you? Captain Neo seemed to regain his composure, nearly bursting into laughter but restrained by the solemnity of the occasion. In recent years, he had often sought Zhou Yi's counsel, feeling at times like a foolish brute. What if one day he were to break through to become a true master? Zhou Yi spoke earnestly, but to the others present, it seemed merely jest. Currently, the 2 confirmed masters in Fengyang Kingdom were Grand Marshal Li Wu and the southern rebel leader known as the King of Heaven. At that moment, someone rushed in, exclaiming loudly, "A soldier just returned with news of victory. The Grand Marshal has annihilated the main force of the rebels and captured the 2 kings alive." The crowd erupted in astonishment. The news of victory, deliberately spread by the court, quickly permeated the capital. In the 5th year of Hanchang, on the 21st day of September, it was the day of the Grand Marshal's return to the capital. The eastern gate was thronged with people. The imperial guards lined the roads, continually herding the masses to clear a path for the returning army. Zhou Yi had taken special leave and secured a window seat at a nearby tavern. The previous year, darkness had obscured his view of the master's splendor. Today, he sought to rectify that regret. As noon approached, the ground trembled beneath the sound of galloping hooves. Leading the procession were 4 columns of cavalry, clad in black armor, marred by the scars of battle, exuding an aura of menace. Each rider possessed the strength of hardened warriors, explaining their ease in traversing the north and south. Zhou Yi recalled the tyrannical dog emperor who had plundered the realm, not only for alchemical pursuits, but also for secretly cultivating a formidable cavalry. At that moment, Zhou Yi reflected on the long-ago past, recalling Long Xiang's dominance and the arrogant Long Gongzi, whose faces he could hardly remember. The final riders were led by Grand Marshal Li Wu, still appearing as a youthful silver-armored general, his 5 years of conquests leaving no trace of wear upon him, resembling a nobleman returning from a leisurely journey. Young, handsome, immensely powerful, and replete with merit, he commanded unparalleled authority. Such a figure resembled the protagonist of a tale, drawing cheers from the populace at his mere appearance. Zhou Yi's gaze fell as he mused. The innate masters were even more formidable than he had imagined. This was merely a mortal among mortals. As for the legendary beings of Meth, following Li Wu were 2 prison carts, crafted from tempered steel, revealing only their heads. One was an elder with hair white as frost, while the other was a disheveled Taoist. Could these be the rumored Huang Tianwang and Song Tianwang? Whispers spoke of their towering height and immense strength, yet here they appeared frail and aged. Do you not understand? A man clad in dark attire spoke, a sword at his side, clearly a figure from the martial world. That Song Tianwang was once the leader of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance, commanding countless sects. The prowess of the rebels stems from this very legacy. Why would he plot a rebellion? Brother, what is the origin of the Yellow Heaven King? I have heard he is the leader. It is said that this man was once a Taoist who, in a dream, received teachings from a mysterious figure, enabling him to create spiritual talismans and summon soldiers with mere beings. He is proclaimed to be the reincarnation of the celestial being, Huang Tiangong. The man shook his head as he spoke. Such enigmatic claims are likely mere propaganda to brainwash the rebels and are, in all likelihood, untrustworthy. The court, in an effort to uplift the spirits of the populace, also propagates that they have defeated 2 to 3 million of the rebel forces. The next day, Zhou Yi reported to the prison, where he observed the dark cavalry on guard from afar. Anyone entering was subjected to a thorough search, during which Zhou Yi was found to possess a dagger, concealed arrows, a short crossbow, unknown toxic powders, and dark pills. These were indeed for self-defense. After repeated explanations, it was only with the intervention of Chief Prisoner Zheng that he was allowed into the prison. My lord, what is the situation? Zheng replied, the rebel leaders, Song and Huang, have been imprisoned, and the Grand Marshal has dispatched 3,000 armored troops to guard them. Why not go to the execution chamber, which is far more secure? Zhou Yi furrowed his brow. Song and Huang were not ordinary men. One was a leader of the martial arts community, and the other was a practitioner of Taoism. If they managed to escape, they could easily rally their forces and incite rebellion. Zheng spoke with a hint of disdain. You should focus on delivering meals and not concern yourself with such matters. If they do escape, can you truly be held responsible? Zhou Yi expressed his gratitude for the advice, but was more intrigued by the two prisoners than the political strife of the court. Within the prison, the armored soldiers maintained a vigilant watch, stationed every 5 paces and with sentries every 10, while experts lurked in the shadows. In cell 1, Zhou Yi opened the door and came face to face with the Song King. The finely crafted steel frame, thick as a man's thigh, bound the Song King's limbs with iron locks and chains. The armored guards outside watched intently as Zhou Yi silently scooped rice and fed it to the Song King. You possess pure internal energy, seemingly a legacy of Taoist teachings, but alas, even with perseverance, you will only achieve mediocrity. Allow me to impart to you an unparalleled divine skill, and in 10 years, you could attain a prenatal state. Would you care to learn? A voice, aged and wise, reached Zhou Yi's ears. He glanced at the guards outside, who remained oblivious. This method of secret transmission is my unique technique. Not even these little rascals, nor Li Wu, could overhear, the voice continued. Zhou Yi inclined his head slightly, listening intently. Internal energy like a whirlpool, passing through the middle palace and the cloud gate. Releasing one's own energy. Another segment of instruction followed, yet it was not the promised supreme skill, but rather the technique of secret transmission. Zhou immobilized his internal energy, following the Song King's instructions, attempting to produce 2 coughs. Cough, cough. The guards at the entrance remained unfazed, still fixated on Zhou Yi feeding the Song King. After a half bucket of rice had been fed, Zhou Yi took the bucket and departed, ignoring the Song King's repeated transmissions. You little thief, how dare you deceive me? Chapter 12. The heroes of the green forest. Opportunities and risks arise simultaneously. While most contemplate opportunities, Zhou Yi perceives the situation quite differently. The Sky King harbors evident malicious intent, while ordinary individuals are willing to gamble for divine skills. Mastering unparalleled abilities could lead to a decade of advancement and the emergence of a legendary master. Does this plot seem somewhat familiar? Zhou Yi shrugs. He is neither the offspring of a great master, nor does he bear any deep-seated grudges from his ancestry. Compared to a fated protagonist, he resembles more a minor villain exploiting the plight of others for profit. Thus, he feels content with merely acquiring a secret communication technique. Zhou Yi enters prison number 2, where the Sky King is incarcerated. The prison layout is similar. The Sky King is shackled to a torture rack, his hair disheveled, his robe stained with dark crimson blood. His arms twist grotesquely, having been broken beyond recognition, and all 10 fingers have been severed, leaving only bare palms. The king requests a meal. Zhou Yi employs the secret technique, and the guards at the entrance remain oblivious. The Sky King pauses momentarily, continuing to eat as he inquires through the technique. Who are you? Are you here to rescue this humble priest? No. Zhou Yi's mind races as he replies, I wish for the king to ascend. The Sky King mutters to himself, I should have anticipated it. Those aristocratic families are merely fair-weather friends. Swayed by the winds of fortune, Zhou Yi furrows his brow, deciding not to continue the charade. After delivering the meal, he seeks out Warden Zheng, requesting a leave of absence for a month or 2 due to a cold. You behave like an old tortoise. Warden Zheng waves him off, not making things difficult for Zhou Yi. In the Spring Breeze Pavilion, where the air is filled with the melodies of songbirds and the swaying of red sleeves, the venue is already packed before nightfall. As today marks the day of selecting the courtesan queen, the stage showcases a procession of 10 to 20 courtesans, each taking turns to display their talents: music, chess, dance, painting, poetry, eliminating 2 or 3 after each round until only the queen remains. The stakes are higher than ever, as wealthy merchants lavishly spend to support their favorites. Lady Nongyu, unmatched in her musical prowess, reward her. A rotund man, adorned with 10 jade rings, scatters a pile of silver notes. Lady Lianxiang's poetry resonates throughout the capital, surpassing most scholars. She must be the best. A scholar speaks. Unable to compete with the rotund man's generosity, he calls upon friends for support, creating quite a stir. What nonsense poetry! It has long been said that Lianxiang purchased it from outside. Do not slander without proof. My father is a judge in the capital. Dare you continue this defamation? A mere judge dares to be arrogant. While I reside in the Marquis of Weiyuan's estate, I could easily have you seized. Rude. Worthless. The capital is the heart of the Fengyang Kingdom, where even a thrown brick could strike a sixth-rank official. A mere judge is hardly significant. Yet, once the quarrel escalates with the noble families, scholars rally to their support, igniting a fervent atmosphere. The madam, seeing the dispute intensify, smiles with eyes wide open. In the emperor's domain, no significant upheaval could occur. The instigators among the crowd would guide the discourse, with the outcome resting on the courtesan competition. Such a commotion could easily yield tens of thousands of taels of silver. On the second floor, the private boxes overlook the stage, allowing patrons to observe the courtesans' performances. When weary, they may lower the curtains to enjoy tea and engage in discussions with the ladies. Zhou Yi reclines on a soft couch, enjoying the company of two young women who pour wine and serve delicacies. Occasionally, he shares amusing anecdotes from his past life, eliciting bright laughter from the easily amused ladies. He recounts a tragic love story, drawing tears from one of the courtesans. This is true bliss. Zhou Yi revels in the company of beauty, feeling immensely joyful. Having taken a paid sick leave from the dark prison, Zhou Yi sheds his aged appearance, adopting a youthful and handsome guise. Spending over half a month in the Spring Breeze Pavilion. Altering one's appearance to appear younger is relatively simple, while making oneself appear older is exceedingly challenging. Influenced by his longevity endowment, Zhou Yi ceased to physically age after reaching adulthood. He merely adjusts his skin tone, facial structure, and voice, rendering even someone like Zhang Zhou unrecognizable. Few of the other prison guards recall his youthful visage. I am like a specter, an immortal phantom wandering through the mundane world. Zhou Yi swirls his wine glass, murmuring, empires, royal families, civil officials, or military generals, whether they are prodigies or hold great power, are but fleeting shadows. The Sky King, having colluded with the southern aristocracy, has turned the prison into a powder keg, awaiting the storm to pass before returning. Suddenly, a loud crash, followed by a woman's scream, interrupts Zhou Yi's thoughts. I have plenty of silver. I can take whoever I desire. Do you look down on me? The speaker, a short and stout man, possesses astonishing strength, shattering the table with a single blow, grasping the madam by the neck, reprimanding her. Cough, cough, cough. The madam struggles to speak, feeling as though her neck might snap. Who dares to cause trouble in the Spring Breeze Pavilion? Before she can finish, a figure appears, drawing a blade aimed straight at the man's neck, showing no intent to spare him. We are the twin heroes of the northern desert, not mere country bumpkins. The stout man releases the madam, bouncing off the ground like a ball, spinning midair to deflect the blade, colliding with the swordsman. Bang! Bang! The sounds of impact resonate as the swordsman crashes against the wall, sliding down slowly. He coughs up blood mixed with internal organs, convulsing before falling silent. The madam, pale with fear, trembles. The swordsman was a formidable figure, a protector of the backer, yet he fell in a single exchange, leaving her too terrified to speak further. Nongyu, do not delay in attending to this esteemed guest. Ha ha! The stout man laughs heartily, seizing Nongyu's garment and leaping away. The pavilion's staff expertly remove the swordsman's body, clean the bloodstains, and replace the tables and chairs as if nothing had occurred. Moments later, the patrons return to their revelry, resuming music and dance. How many top-tier experts have I encountered? Zhou Yi, having mingled in the Spring Breeze Pavilion for half a month, has witnessed several top-tier experts, some of whom are likely peak practitioners of the cleansing marrow realm. The taverns and brothels are the most informed, and the day after the Sky King's imprisonment, rumors began to circulate. 15 years prior, the Sky King was merely an ordinary disciple of the Great River Gang, with average martial talent. While transporting goods by boat, he fortuitously discovered a divine skill's legacy, and within just 10 years, he broke through to the innate master level. Had it not been for the great Marshal Li Wu, no one in the Fengyang Kingdom could have matched him. He could have easily secured half the kingdom. Rumors spread rapidly, evidently fueled by someone's machinations. The people of the martial world have little interest in rebellion, but cannot resist the allure of divine skills, leading experts from across the Fengyang Kingdom to converge upon the capital. Aristocratic families, how detestable. Zhou Yi gently shakes his head, savoring the grapes peeled for him by a courtesan. That night, under a shroud of stars and moonlight obscured by dark clouds, the Hall of Justice suddenly ignites, flames rapidly consuming dozens of pavilions. The inferno blazes, casting a dark crimson hue across the sky, while the city patrol guards find themselves utterly powerless. With many crucial documents housed within, The Hall's chief immediately issues a command for the prison's elite troops to assist. As the prison lies adjacent to the hall, the elite commander promptly mobilizes his forces to extinguish the fire. Shortly after the elite troops depart, dozens of shadowy figures appear outside the prison. Tall and short, fat and thin, all possess peculiar appearances. Monks and Taoists, devoid of compassion, exude an aura of menace. The prison gate, forged from steel, and its walls a yard thick, cannot be breached even by innate masters. When will the door open? Still a quarter of an hour to go. Ha ha, big head ghost. Did you not say only fools would come? You two big fools, you are the real fools. Once this matter concludes, I shall send you to meet the king of hell. As they converse, a tremendous crash reverberates from ahead. Boom. The door of the celestial prison crashed down, not due to the breaking of steel, but rather from explosives that had detonated within, severing the doorpost. The guards stationed inside the prison wore expressions of bewilderment as the Xuanjiao army began to array themselves. Kill! A piercing cry echoed, and dozens of figures surged through the prison door with a speed akin to lightning. Boldly, this is the celestial prison, and those who dare to assault shall face annihilation. The leader of the Xuanjiao army had not finished speaking when a hidden needle pierced through armor, shattering the heart within. Hundreds of Xuanjiao soldiers mounted their steeds, their charge capable of decimating those at the marrow-cleansing realm. However, on foot, the battle turned into a one-sided massacre. Moreover, among the assailants, there were not just one, but several top-tier experts. Ha ha ha! Let the slaughter commence. The stout and diminutive man wielded 2 copper hammers, each the size of a head, and charged into the cell, smashing wildly. The guards, upon mere contact, were either grievously wounded or met their demise, with over 20 souls swiftly falling to the onslaught of his hammers. Both red and white splattered upon the hammerheads, and he licked his tongue, growing ever more frenzied in his slaughter. This stout man was the first to reach cell number 1, raising his hammer and shattering the bars. King Tsangtian, I have come to rescue you. The 2 bears of the northern desert. King Tsangtian slowly lifted his head, revealing a handsome visage beneath his tousled hair. You are not King Tsangtian? The stout man had never seen King Tsangtian, but had heard tales of the martial arts leader of Jiangnan, described as a wrinkled old coot. A tremor surged through him, his eyes wide with horror as he stammered, You are the god of death, Li Wu. You bear no wit, you bear? Li Wu lightly shook, and the iron chains binding his limbs fell away effortlessly. I care not who you are. You shall all perish. The stout man spoke fiercely. Yet as he hurled his copper hammers, he spun on his heel and fled. I heard you enjoy watching dogs devour men. Tomorrow, this general shall bring hunting hounds, and we shall see how many you can feed. Li Wu's figure flickered, and in an instant, he appeared behind the stout man. With a flick of his fingers, invisible force shattered limbs as he gently brushed past, sealing the acupoints of his entire body with innate true energy. Outside the prison door, several masters recoiled at the sight of Li Wu, as if they had seen a specter. Retreat. It's a trap. Yet it was too late. Li Wu moved past them, and they fell to the ground, lifeless. Li Wu, you are merciless, spoke an elder with flowing white hair. Clad in a blue Taoist robe that fluttered without wind, a master of refined internal energy from the Taoist sect, Li Wu replied slowly, From this day forth, all true disciples and lay members of the Tianyi Temple in Jiangnan shall be judged for treason. Amiba. The monk wielded a handy spade, golden internal energy exuding from his form, resembling a living Vajra. There is no escape. Let us all attack together. The Wuchang ghost, with hands as dark as ink, emanated a foul stench, weaving like a shadow through the prison cells. Beneath innate mastery, all are but ants. Suddenly, a blue longsword materialized in Li Wu's hand, and with the activation of innate true energy, it danced and spun in the air, cleaving the Wuchang ghost in twain. The Taoist and monk barely exchanged a few blows before perishing beneath the flying sword. The remaining martial artists, devoid of any will to fight, cast aside their weapons and knelt, pleading for mercy. Chapter 13. Disguise and substitution. The following day, Zhou Yi arrived at the prison to take his post. The main gate remained under repair, and the ground and walls were stained with dark red blood, sticky beneath his feet. Last night, Warden Zheng had fallen victim to the hands of thieves, and his prior agreement with Captain Niu to exchange positions was rendered moot. However, it was unnecessary to consider it further, for Captain Niu had also perished amidst the chaos of the previous night. Incidents within the prison were rare, but when they did occur, they shook the very foundations. it seemed he would have to pay his respects to many. As Zhou Yi entered the cell block, he found it largely empty, with only a few inmates remaining. Rumor had it that a band of skilled rescuers had attempted to break in and liberate the prisoners, including several high-ranking officials from the previous dynasty. The ambush by the armored troops swiftly eliminated both the thieves and their hostages. Such a task had proven remarkably effortless. Zhou Yi lifted his food bucket and rapped against the bars. Old Bai, why didn't you seize the opportunity to escape yesterday? This particular inmate, surnamed Bai, was strikingly handsome, clad in white and wielding a folding fan. He could easily captivate countless female heroes of the realm. The specifics of his crime were unclear. The records had not documented it, and he had been unceremoniously thrown into the prison by the imperial clan court. I am wrongfully imprisoned. Escaping would only make me a true criminal. Old Bai quipped, finishing the broth in his bowl and eyeing the remaining scraps. Just take it all. No need to exert yourself carrying it back. Zhou Yi placed the bucket inside the cell, feigning surprise. From your words, it seems you believe you could truly escape? I was thinking about it the day before, but after last night's fright, I think I shall obediently endure for 3 to 5 years, Old Bai reflected, still shaken by the events of the previous night. It was said in the Jianghu that the master thief was unparalleled in martial arts, possessing a lightness of foot that surpassed even innate masters. Old Bai, though he did not voice it, must have felt a swell of pride, witnessing last night's carnage, where flying swords dispatched foes as effortlessly as slicing vegetables. He came to understand the limitations of his previous perspective. Why are you so afraid? Zhou Yi inquired, curiosity piqued. As he conversed with the remaining guards, he learned that none of the wardens who had been on duty during the turmoil had survived. The top-tier masters, their bodies and spirits honed to perfection, were akin to an unstoppable force on the battlefield, leaving even the armored troops unable to contain them. Otherwise, General Li would not have had to intervene personally. Old Bai shook his head repeatedly. I cannot say. Would you care for some wine? Zhou Yi produced a flask from his waist, releasing a fragrant aroma. Pear blossom white, 10 years aged. Old Bai's nose twitched, instantly recognizing the vintage. Those of the Jianghu seldom drank poor wine, and after over 2 years in prison, his palate had grown accustomed to blandness. The enticing aroma provoked an involuntary salivation, his throat involuntarily constricting. You must let me have a taste. Old Bai was all too aware of the dark heart of the guard before him, who had betrayed many a Jianghu master. Outside, these masters lived carefree lives, occasionally flashing a gold ingot for payment, their wealth often ill-gotten through theft or robbery, spending lavishly without saving. Once imprisoned, they received no meals or funds, forced to subsist on slop. Unable to endure the deprivation, they would barter with Zhou Yi for favors, trading unique pressure point techniques for a couple of chicken legs, secret medicinal formulas for a flask of wine, or snippets of Jianghu gossip for a few buns. Zhou Yi, however, was no stickler for rules. If he took a liking to someone, they would be treated well, but those he disliked found their chicken legs spoiled and their wine diluted. I have always adhered to principles, and those I discipline have committed heinous crimes. Zhou Yi defended himself as he offered the flask. Such fine words. Yet what is the matter with the so-called hero of Jiangnan? Old Bai relished a sip of wine, exhaling contentedly, then proceeded to savor it slowly, fearing a single gulp would rob him of flavor. The man publicly displayed righteousness while privately engaging in nefarious dealings. Should he not meet a fitting end? Torn apart by his own vices? Zhou Yi retrieved a pill from his robes, its red surface marred with black markings, observing it for a moment before carefully placing it back. The Miao brothers' poison was indeed remarkable, allowing one to survive even after their organs were shattered. Old Bai took several more swigs, suppressing his trepidation, then whispered mysteriously, Do you believe in the art of flying swords? I do, Zhou Yi thought, recalling an immortal he had seen sever the void with a single sword strike. Old Bai had intended to astonish him, but his words were intercepted by Zhou Yi. With a penetrating gaze, Zhou Yi mused, Let me guess. Last night, General Li wielded his flying sword technique and effortlessly dispatched the prison raiders? Old Bai, quick-witted, shifted the topic. Do you know whom he killed? The Lingshu Zhenren of Tianyi Temple, the Kongming Zen master of Jingguang Temple, and the infamous Bai Wuchang, leader of a den of ghosts. They are all dead. I have no interest in hearing their glorious pasts. Zhou Yi felt a surge of joy, realizing that the innate talent he had speculated upon was not merely a dead end. Innate masters could indeed employ methods akin to controlling instruments. Old Bai, feeling stifled, could find no words, returning the empty flask to Zhou Yi before preparing to recline on the straw mat. Ever since last night, whenever he closed his eyes, the image of flying swords and slaughter filled his mind, rendering sleep impossible. Zhou Yi remarked, "Do not trust just anyone in the Jianghu, nor harbor such cynicism. If you truly let him go, you would be hard-pressed to absolve your sins, even if you died 10 times over." How do you know? Old Bai was an elite master, confined to a cell, with Zhou Yi, the hero of Jiangnan, in the adjacent space. Zhou Yi replied, "No matter how discreet you both were, perhaps you could evade the guard's scrutiny, but you could not fool the prisoners here. Someone exchanged your words for a chicken leg to eat." Old Bai suddenly found the prospect of imprisonment unbearable, contemplating that perhaps agreeing to the princess's proposal of marriage paled in comparison to his current plight. Zhou Yi continued, "Consider this a rescue of sorts. Would you teach me your lightness of foot? I'm tired." Old Bai turned away, presenting his back to Zhou Yi. Half a year slipped by in the blink of an eye. The newly appointed warden, previously managing the capital's prisons, had fortuitously taken over the Tianlao. The regulations governing prisons across Fengyang Kingdom were largely similar. However, the Tianlao offered greater opportunities for profit. The guards had become accustomed to the routines, and the prison had returned to its former state. "Good morning, Lao Zhou," greeted the guard Feng Qiao, who was stationed at the entrance, acknowledging his senior. For few had served longer than Zhou Yi in the Tianlao. Zhou Yi smiled back. "You left early yesterday. Were you afraid I would make you settle the bill? With a fierce wife at home, I had no choice." Feng Qiao clasped his hands repeatedly, having been promoted from the head of the Wanyan County Jail to the capital, still adjusting to the new environment. The finest brothels in Wanyan County charged merely a couple of taels for an overnight stay, yet in Chunfeng Tower, even a mere touch of a girl's hand demanded 10 taels, exorbitant, even for gold-plated offerings. Zhou Yi chuckled. "Since Captain Niu has departed, we must settle the debts of the prison. We cannot afford to lose out." Feng Qiao immediately felt regret, having intended to gather some gossip to boast about back home. Feigning an evening at Chunfeng Tower, he hoped for another chance in the future. Zhou Yi conversed with his colleagues as he made his rounds, carrying his bucket to deliver meals. In cell number 7, a new inmate had recently been imprisoned for selling official positions. His hair was grizzled, and his frame gaunt. At his age, a year and a half in the Tianlao would likely spell his demise. The inmate, upon seeing Zhou Yi pour the food, struggled to rise, coughing violently. He slowly shuffled over, lifting the bowl to eat in small, labored bites. Every movement resembled that of an elderly man on the brink of death. Zhou Yi's eyes sparkled with insight. Being adept in the art of disguise, he had already spotted several flaws. The inmate's facial expression was overly rigid. Even feigning weakness could not conceal the stillness of his skin. The color of his neck differed subtly from that of his hands, and the black mud clinging to his fingers was either too meticulously applied or had failed to seep into his skin. Moreover, despite the frailty of the elderly man, the bowl in his hand remained remarkably steady. Zhou Yi departed in silence, eventually arriving at Lao Bai's cell, from which he produced a flask of wine. Upon opening the flask, Lao Bai detected the familiar scent of pear blossom white. This potent liquor paled in comparison to the rich, lingering flavor of Zhaodian red or the delicate essence of Yiluchan. A long-ago companion had favored pear blossom white, and having grown accustomed to it, he had become reluctant to change his taste. Zhou Yi endeavored to recall Wei Chong, remembering only a robust figure with a broad forehead and wide face, while the finer details had become hazy. "Goodness, you actually have friends despite your dark heart?" Over the course of half a year, Lao Bai and Zhou Yi had grown familiar, their conversations now free of excessive restraint. Zhou Yi was unwilling to dwell on the past. His lifespan was boundless, destined to accumulate countless memories, including the present company of Lao Bai, which might eventually become one of them. Thus, he resolved to learn the art of sealing away or forgetting. Yesterday, while practicing the drifting step, he had encountered several unsatisfactory turns. After a moment of contemplation, Lao Bai remarked, "In this world, lightness techniques can generally be divided into 2 categories: the nimble maneuvers within a confined space and the long-distance sprints. The drifting step belongs to the former." He elaborated on the intricacies of mastering the drifting step, imparting wisdom to Zhou Yi until the flask was emptied. Before departing, Zhou Yi inquired, "Shall we switch to Zhaodian red tomorrow, or perhaps Yiluchan?" Lao Bai replied, "Let us stick with pear blossom white, having grown accustomed to it. I find myself too lazy to change." Zhou Yi paused, then crouched down again, saying, I shall seek out a flask of century-old pear blossom white. In return, I need you to assist me with a task. Lao Bai nodded. That sounds splendid. In the past, we would only indulge in a century-old fine wine. Zhou Yi chuckled. Aren't you curious about the nature of the task? Would you undertake it even if it involved murder, arson, or robbery? Despite his dark nature, Lao Bai had his principles. Furthermore, if it truly involves wrongdoing, I would have enjoyed the fine wine for nothing. If I were not to act, what could you do? The inmate in cell No. 7 seemed to have undergone a change last night. Zhou Yi recounted the inmate's background and the flaws left behind after their disguise. How intriguing. Such an interesting affair cannot possibly exclude me. Lao Bai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having languished in the dungeon, he was thoroughly bored. Rest assured, as long as he makes a move, it will certainly not escape my notice. But do exercise caution. That individual is likely a formidable opponent. Zhou Yi repeatedly urged vigilance, emphasizing that mere surveillance would suffice, and if the fellow attempted to flee, they were not to pursue. Fear not, we are seasoned veterans. Safety first is a lesson well understood. Days later, Zhou Yi arrived at the prison to deliver meals. Lao Bai waved him over with a grin, conveying through internal energy. That fellow finally made a move last night. What did he do? Zhou Yi, having learned several lightness techniques from Lao Bai, including a few exceptional legacies, had reciprocated by teaching him the secret communication technique of the Zhang Tian Wang. He had ventured to cell number 1 and returned after a night of searching. The excitement on Lao Bai's face was palpable. Who could forget that cell, which had housed a martial arts master just half a year prior? Chapter 14. The Devouring Heaven Demon Technique. What shall we do next? Should we continue to watch? Old Bai, seeing Zhou Yi's fluctuating expression, urged him anxiously. Once that fellow finds the Sangtian King's secret manual, we can join forces and launch a surprise attack. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake? Or perhaps you could poison him in advance. That would ensure an even more secure outcome. Becoming a congenital master is the ultimate dream for those in the martial world. And even the usually indifferent Old Bai cannot escape this desire. The tale of the Sangtian King's rise has long spread throughout the martial realm. Before he turned 30, he was unknown, but after acquiring divine skills, he achieved the congenital realm within a decade. As a martial arts master and the leader of the Jiangnan Alliance, he wielded immense power, overshadowing others. Beauty, gold, and silver were mere trinkets in comparison. Are you foolish? Zhou Yi pointed at his own attire. I am a jailer. There is no need for me to follow in his wake. Indeed, Old Bai suddenly understood, glancing at Zhou Yi as he walked towards prison number 1. Wanting to ask the name of the divine skill, but fearing the loss of one of his few friends. Prison number 1. It was empty and desolate. Every corner spotless. After the night of the ambush against the prison robbers, the Jinyui thoroughly inspected the cell, scraping off 3 layers of wall plaster. If the Jinyui couldn't find anything, was that person simply lucky, or did he truly know something? Zhou Yi had witnessed the Sangtian King's miserable state, with most of his bones broken, needing assistance even to eat. Hence he was bound to the torture rack. Every part of the rack was tested for internal energy, as were the shackles and chains, all made of solid steel. The Jinyui had their share of internal energy experts who surely explored this. And the Sangtian King wouldn't have simply concealed his legacy. There must be methods that outsiders could not uncover. A sudden spark of insight flashed through Zhou Yi's mind as he pressed his palm against the rack, channeling his internal energy to probe within using a secret transmission technique. The Devouring Heaven Demon Technique. The Sangtian King's voice abruptly echoed in his ear, followed by a lengthy incantation of over 3,000 words, teaching how to devour and refine the internal energy of others for personal use. It included methods for breaking through to the congenital realm, strikingly simple and direct, devoid of any mysterious intricacies. 500 years of internal energy could forcibly draw upon the essence of heaven and earth, naturally leading to a promotion to the congenital realm. At the end, the Sangtian King earnestly warned, the foreign internal energy refined by the Devouring Heaven Demon Technique is exceptionally strange, consuming one's lifespan at a ratio of 5-to-1. With generations of top experts in the clan, they could ensure an unbroken legacy and endless wealth. Descendants of the Zhang family must not be greedy for the congenital realm. No wonder that Sangtian King, at just over 50 years of age, appeared so frail and aged despite being a congenital master. After absorbing the entire technique, Zhou Yi once again employed his secret transmission technique, and indeed, the Sangtian King's voice echoed once more. Upon careful listening, the latter part of the voice seemed to be quieter. That fellow must be a descendant of the Sangtian King. If he cannot find the demon technique, trouble is bound to arise. Zhou Yi pondered for a moment. Prudence was paramount. Since someone risked their life to seek the clan's legacy, he might as well assist them in their endeavor. Harmony brings wealth. Upon returning to prison number 6, he found Old Bai squatting in a corner, sighing deeply. What woman are you reminiscing about now? Zhou Yi frequently heard Old Bai boasting about his romantic conquests in the martial world. The 6th on the list of enchanting beauties, the extraordinary female, sword immortal. The daughters of distinguished Jiangnan families. After hearing it all, he realized that Old Bai's imprisonment was not merely a punishment, but rather an escape from romantic obligations. I am reminiscing about past friends. Old Bai pretended to lift his hand, his eyes filled with longing, singing a strange song he had heard from Zhou Yi. Oh friend. My friend. Zhou Yi interrupted Old Bai's frivolity. Enough. Do you wish to know that Saint King's technique? Can old Zhou tell me? Old Bai's figure flickered, leaving behind several afterimages as he instantaneously arrived at the cell door. Zhou Yi said, this technique is called the devouring heaven demon technique. It allows one to devour and refine the internal energy of others. The specifics of the refining method. Hiss. It truly is a demon technique. No wonder that Saint King became a master in just 10 years. Old Bai inhaled sharply, gesturing dismissively. Just knowing the name is sufficient. I can boast about it later. But please do not divulge the details, lest I cannot resist practicing it. Is it for bragging to women? Zhou Yi looked at him disdainfully, though secretly feeling envious. The path of longevity does not grant one beauty. One's appearance remains plain. This technique also has drawbacks. Absorbing internal energy for 5 years shortens one's lifespan by 1 year, leading to premature decline. Even a master like the Saint King could not reverse this. Then it must not be practiced. Strength is temporary, but handsomeness is a lifelong affair. Old Bai pointed at his own face. We navigate the martial world not solely through fighting, but by relying on this face, which has helped me out of many crises. That day at the prince's mansion, with swords and daggers pointed at me, it was ultimately the princess who intervened. A month passed in the blink of an eye. After acquiring the devouring heaven demon technique, Zhou Yi did not rush to cultivate it, but continued to secretly observe the movements of that individual. One morning, upon reporting to the prison, he discovered that the outer guard was composed of the imperial guards, while the inner area was being searched by the Jinui. Old Zhou, someone escaped from the prison last night. It is said that a prisoner was killed and their identity was replaced. Feng Xiao whispered. Captain Liu accepted silver from Chief Xiao of the Ministry of Justice and intended to interrogate that prisoner in the dead of night. He aimed to leave him severely injured, but unexpectedly, he was a master. Captain Liu had his neck broken on the spot, and the prisoner made a swift escape. Zhou Yi was momentarily at a loss for words. From a colleague's perspective, he should feel sympathy. However, the wanton torture of prisoners seemed morally questionable. The unspoken rules are merely unspoken rules. To truly regard them as correct is to say that this person's heart has gone awry. When you go to pay respects later, make sure to bring more offerings. Zhou Yi entered the cell without being questioned. The Jinui did not concern themselves with the mere delivery of prison meals, especially since he had been doing so for 15 or 16 years. In the end, the matter was left unresolved. The thief had used disguise techniques, and neither his original appearance nor age could be identified, making it impossible to issue a capture warrant. Criminals in the martial world have long been a significant problem for the Fengyang Kingdom. The capital and its surrounding areas have remained relatively stable. Yet local state governments are rife with martial arts masters, ranging from powerful figures like the Saint King, who wreaked havoc in Jiangnan for over a decade, to weaker individuals who bully villages and dominate markets. Cultivating martial arts requires an abundance of silver and time, and ordinary citizens find it challenging to even gain entry. Thus, they suffer exploitation and oppression, lacking even the right to express their anger. The gap between martial artists and common folk, while not as stark as the divide between deities and mortals, is still insurmountable for a mere 3 to 5 individuals. In this extraordinary world, the class divide has become even more rigid. People can only gaze upon the splendor above, oblivious to the misery beneath. Zhou Yi, not a sage with grand aspirations, merely reflected upon this, and then proceeded to prison number 1, employing secret techniques to probe the torture pillar, only to find that the Saint King's voice had completely vanished. The final threads of causality within the prison had concluded, and it was time for tranquility to return. During his time delivering meals, Zhou Yi had quietly gathered intelligence about the inmates. who possessed rich internal energy, who was to face execution, and who had no master or background outside. Those who obtained the devouring heaven demon technique either cultivated their internal energy discreetly or recklessly devoured the abilities of martial arts experts. The former progressed slowly while the latter faced relentless pursuit. Regardless of whether they were cautious or reckless, according to the laws of the martial world, practitioners of demon techniques invariably met a grim fate. Zhou Yi, however, was different. There were plenty of martial arts experts within the prison, and all he needed to do was select the right target for devouring. After careful selection, he identified a top-tier expert named Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng could be considered a legend in the martial world, rising from humble beginnings. In his youth, he was known for his fierce bravery, and as an adult, he turned to theft, using all his ill-gotten gains for martial arts cultivation. Due to his exceptional talent, he quickly gained a reputation in the martial realm, known as the Bloodblade Master. As fate would have it, he ultimately fell into a trap set by the Zhou Yi and was imprisoned, awaiting execution after the autumn. Whether he died early or late, death was inevitable. Rather than facing execution, wouldn't it be reasonable to exchange a meal of wine and meat for his internal energy? Zhou Yi pressed his palm against the prisoner's dantian, feeling the flow of internal energy pouring into him like a dam bursting. The prisoner writhed in excruciating agony, his body convulsing silently until his dantian shattered and his meridians severed, leading to his untimely demise. Over the course of approximately 7 or 8 years, the inner energy had diminished significantly. However, the celestial prison housed numerous masters of the martial arts. Zhou Yi sensed that the inner energy within his dantian had thickened by over 50%. It is no wonder that so many are drawn to the cultivation of demonic arts, as the exhilarating sense of gain without labor is undeniably pleasurable. 2 years of lifespan forfeited. Zhou Yi carefully attuned himself to the subtle changes within his organs, which could be described as maturation or perhaps aging. After more than a decade of stagnation, the fruit of immortality stirred slightly, and the aged organs reverted to their original state. Thus, he realized this was the correct approach to the fruit of immortality, the cultivation of demonic arts that, while shortening one's lifespan, offered rapid progress. Zhou Yi murmured to himself, disregarding the lifeless prisoner curled in the corner, and leisurely proceeded to the next cell. It is rare for prisoners in the celestial prison to survive until execution. Once deceased, their identities are verified, and the cause of death is seldom scrutinized. This matter is difficult to investigate and may even trace back to the current emperor. The absorption of inner energy is merely the first step of the demonic arts. It requires further time for refinement and integration. Zhou Yi was in no rush. No matter how slow the integration of inner energy, it was still exponentially faster than the cultivation of the return to origin technique. The swallowing heaven demonic art possesses another feature that greatly pleased Zhou Yi. Before reaching the innate master level, there are essentially no bottlenecks. One merely needs to find sufficient sources of inner energy and invest time and effort into refinement and integration. 500 years of inner energy, and one becomes innate. The previously cultivated return to origin technique and the 5-tiger strength fist, both righteous and illustrious methods, are not to be compared in terms of speed. The various bottlenecks caused Zhou Yi considerable distress. For instance, transitioning from external training of muscles and bones to internal refinement of organs took Zhou Yi 5 painstaking years to barely grasp. In martial arts cultivation, techniques, innate talent, resources, and guidance from esteemed masters are all indispensable, for human lifespan is finite, and one cannot merely rely on time to break through bottlenecks. 500 years of inner energy would require approximately 80 to 90 individuals. Zhou Yi gazed at the prisoners in the armored prison, likening them to pigs awaiting slaughter. From this day forth, he resolved to treat them with greater kindness. They could no longer be fed slop, for their weakened bodies and dissipating inner energy would surely be a loss. Henceforth, the prisoners in the armored prison were served thick porridge, which even contained bits of meat, for which they were profoundly grateful to Zhou Yi. In the autumn of the 7th year of Hongchang, Zhou Yi entered the kitchen carrying a food container and saw Chef Lu preparing a meal box. He instructed that it be sent to cell B9. Another young master has entered, he thought, unfazed by such occurrences, having witnessed countless debauched youths over the past decade. Some even treating their visits to the celestial prison like a vacation, taking pride in it. Which young master from the capital has not visited cell B9 to enjoy the special privileges of the celestial prison? Only those of the utmost nobility could claim such experiences. Chef Lu whispered, I heard he is from the Li family's collateral branch, but we dared not inquire further about his crimes. The number of individuals with the surname Li in the capital is countless, many of whom are affluent. However, since the ascension of Emperor Hongchang, the only Li family of note in the capital is that of the Grand General's house, the Li clan of the martial lineage. Chapter 15. Loyalty to the nation. Those are members of the Li family, Chef Lu. You must showcase your most exceptional abilities. Zhou Yi opened the food container, revealing 8 dishes, 4 cold and 4 hot, each a masterpiece of color, aroma, and taste. The wine jug contained vintage liquor, undoubtedly acquired through significant effort by the warden of the prison. Of course, Chef Lu retorted, I've employed every culinary trick passed down through my ancestors, all to avoid displeasing such esteemed individuals. The heavenly prison's kitchen operated under unspoken rules, particularly concerning Cell 9. Chef Lu meticulously tailored meals to the prisoner's family's nobility, official rank, and familial proximity. Uniformity was strictly forbidden. Serving the same fare to a duke's relative and a vice minister's kin would inevitably incite trouble. These idle aristocratic scions engaged in incessant face-saving contests, being able to savor 4 cold and 4 hot dishes, accompanied by century-old wine. Within these prison walls elevates my status above your mere 4 hot dishes. The causes of these noble rivalries seemed trivial to ordinary people, but prison officials were compelled to indulge them. The Li family now enjoyed the privileges once reserved for the formerly dominant Long family. Li Wu, having quelled internal strife in the Fengyang kingdom, now commanded a 1,000,000-strong army in a northern campaign against the Daqian Dynasty, determined to reclaim lost territories. His power surpassed even that of the Long family. Zhou Yi, carrying the food container, first went to Cell 9, encountering Officer Zhu, who was on daytime duty. Officer Zhu cautioned, Old Zhou, exercise utmost care. That gentleman has a fierce temper. I wouldn't dare rescue you from his wrath. Zhou Yi asked, puzzled, Sir? I'm merely delivering a meal. Do you know why that man is in the heavenly prison? Officer Zhu whispered. He plundered trade routes and falsely claimed to be suppressing bandits, massacring several villages to fabricate merit. After a prolonged silence, Zhou Yi inquired, who dared to expose such atrocities? Robbing soldiers and falsely claiming credit for murder were crimes punishable by the extermination of 9 generations, which would include General Li Wu. The general was currently leading a 1,000,000-strong army in the northern expedition, and any mishandling of this matter could lead to catastrophic upheaval. The fact that even Officer Zhu was aware of the situation indicated that it could no longer be concealed and was, in effect, public knowledge. Zhou Yi doubted that the court, or Emperor Hongchang, possessed such audacity. Officer Zhu replied, who else but Prime Minister Zhang? Since ascending the throne, Emperor Hongchang had purged the remnants of the Long faction, implicating all 4 Grand Secretaries. The current Grand Secretary, Zhang Jingyang, was the emperor's mentor from his days as a prince. No wonder. Zhou Yi had never met Zhang Jingyang, but public opinion depicted him as a pillar of the state. It was rumored that Zhang Jingyang's first act as Grand Secretary was to resolve the Fengyang kingdom's internal and external crises. Stabilize internally, then resist externally, north first, then south. Emperor Hongchang's decision to waive all taxes for 5 years was also attributed to Zhang Jingyang's strategy, aimed at winning over the populace in rebel-controlled areas, thereby eliminating the persistent threat of rebellion. During his 7 years as Grand Secretary, Zhang Jingyang was the only figure comparable to Li Wu. Cell 9. Zhou Yi opened the cell door, took the dishes from the food container, and placed them on the table. Sir, your meal is served. The prisoner, reclining on a soft couch in the inner chamber, did not open his eyes, emitting a soft hum from his nostrils. Zhou Yi bowed and retreated, sensing that this man was not merely displaying arrogance like other spoiled nobles, but genuinely looked down on everyone from the depths of his being. He was fearless. Several days later, Zhou Yi arrived at the kitchen to collect the meal, but Chef Lu was absent. What's wrong with that fellow? Rumors about the prisoner Li Xiong's crimes were rampant, and many people had been beating the grievance drum, claiming to be relatives of the villagers. The court turned a deaf ear, pretending not to hear. Eventually, constables from the capital's yamen forcibly removed the petitioners, imprisoning them for causing a public disturbance. This incident turned the capital's yamen into a target of public anger, with the gates covered in filth daily. Censors submitted memorials impeaching the governor of the capital, listing his offenses of mistreating the populace, dereliction of duty, and protecting criminals, but omitting any mention of the Li family. The governor of the capital, feeling helpless, submitted a plea of guilt and was subsequently incarcerated in the heavenly prison. In a short period, the capital had undergone dramatic changes, all centered around Cell 9. Sensing that Chef Liu had lost his mind, Zhou Yi sought out Officer Zhu to inquire about delivering the meal. Officer Zhu declared righteously, "He's just another prisoner in the heavenly prison. He'll eat what everyone else eats. No special treatment." Zhou Yi frowned, then realized, news from the north? You rascal. Officer Zhu didn't hide it, as it would soon be impossible to conceal. Tomorrow at noon, all members of Li Xiong's branch of the Li family will be executed and their property confiscated. The embroidered uniform guard will be delivering people soon. Zhou Yi asked, "The general requested this?" Truly, old things become strange, and old people become cunning. Old Zhou, how can you be so astute, yet spend your life delivering meals? Officer Zhu whispered. The warden said that the general personally wrote a petition in blood, stating that the Li family should have been punished by the extermination of 9 generations. But he begged His Majesty to show mercy and only execute Li Xiong's branch. The general is upright. The general is wise. Zhou Yi and Officer Zhu exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock, sensing that a storm of unprecedented magnitude was about to engulf the capital. Cell 9. Zhou Yi poured the thin porridge into a bowl, tapped the bars with the spoon, and called out, "Meal time." Li Xiong glanced at the swill, his eyes flashing with alarm, but he quickly regained his composure. "It seems my dear cousin is willing to sacrifice his uncle's family for his own reputation." The patriarchal ethics of this era emphasized familial protection, and Li Wu's actions were frowned upon by aristocratic families. Zhou Yi asked, surprised, "You already knew?" Li Xiong coldly replied, "I can deduce the changing situation outside from the way you sycophants treat people. Tomorrow at noon, your entire family will be executed." Zhou Yi said, "Your parents, wives, concubines, and children will all pay with their lives for your greed." Li Xiong remained expressionless, glancing at Zhou Yi with a look of mockery and disdain. "Do you have a son? How old is he? Is he cute? Maybe he'll study martial arts and join the army. Or maybe he'll study literature and take the imperial examinations. He'll marry a virtuous wife, and you'll have grandchildren. Or maybe a daughter, who will marry." Zhou Yi calmly described a scene of family reunion, with children and grandchildren surrounding their elders. Li Xiong's expression gradually changed, and when he heard the last sentence, "Your 10-year-old son's head falls to the ground, spraying blood several feet high," his eyes turned red with rage. Around 10 years old, he probably doesn't understand anything. He'll ask you why he's being beheaded, and if it will hurt. Zhou Yi said with a smile, "I'll teach you a method. Get your son drunk before the execution, so he doesn't encounter a dull executioner's blade that cuts the flesh inefficiently, causing him 100 times more pain. Get out." Li Xiong roared, "What do you know? My cousin only cares about historical fame, and he's been keeping a close eye on his relatives, not even allowing them to do business. I fought alongside him for years, shedding liters of blood on the battlefield. When I returned to the capital, I didn't have the money to host banquets, and people laughed at me as a country bumpkin. I couldn't embezzle military funds, and I couldn't engage in commerce. So I had no choice but to rob." Li Xiong said coldly, "I risked my life fighting on the front lines, while those damn nobles sold military equipment to Dao. Both are acts of treason, so why couldn't I just take it from them?" Zhou Yi asked, puzzled, "How do you explain killing innocent people and falsely claiming credit?" After venting his anger, Li Xiong's resentment dissipated, and his expression returned to calm. "Someone had to take the blame for robbing merchants, and those people were unlucky enough to be chosen by me. If you had led your troops into the nobles' mansions and executed the traitors who were smuggling military equipment on the spot, perhaps General Li would have spared your life. Yet, one dares not act otherwise, resorting only to the slaughter of innocent civilians." Zhou Yi shook his head and remarked, "Such a cowardice in bullying the weak bears a striking resemblance to the despicable scoundrels who thrive on the misfortunes of others." Li Xiong slowly turned his head, finally meeting Zhou Yi's gaze. Sharp-tongued indeed. Zhou Yi shrugged, carrying his bucket as he departed. "When your family arrives, I shall ensure you spend your final night together in prison. Cherish it well." In the Fengtian Hall, silence reigned. The emperor dismissed the surrounding attendants, leaving only the prime minister, Zhang Jingyang, in the chamber. "Master, this turmoil is exceedingly perilous," the Hanchang emperor said, descending from the throne to sit opposite Zhang Jingyang, holding 2 brocade cushions. "Your Majesty, I too find myself powerless," Zhang Jingyang responded respectfully, taking his seat. should the civil officials harbor treasonous intentions. Even a dragon could be swiftly overthrown in a single night. As for military officials like Li Wu, whose valor and prowess overshadow all, he paused, seemingly weighing his words. Before continuing, it is indeed possible to discuss matters of succession. The Hongqiang Emperor furrowed his brow. Master, Minister Li is diligent in his duties to the kingdom and stern with his kin. How can one liken him to a dragon gone awry? That is precisely what makes him formidable. It would be one thing if Li Wu were as avaricious and tyrannical as a dragon. But he is also strict with his family and wins the hearts of the people. Clearly, he harbors grand ambitions. When Li Xiong committed his crime, my intention was to publicize it, hoping that Li Wu would petition for leniency for the Li family. Zhang Xingyang stated. Could I have anticipated that Li Wu would be so ruthless as to turn against his own uncle and cousin? Such a cold-hearted and decisive figure can hardly be deemed loyal or righteous. The Hongqiang Emperor inquired. The crimes of Li Xiong are indeed unforgivable. Why do you explain it thus? By dismantling Li Wu's esteemed reputation, he may command troops and wage wars across the land. Yet he must never gain the renown of a virtuous leader. Zhang Xingyang replied. The populace will never permit a person who shelters his kin while slaughtering the common folk to wield power over the realm. Thus, your majesty can rest assured. The Hongqiang Emperor shook his head. Master, history teaches that the strong and mighty shall inherit the earth. If Minister Li truly harbors treasonous ambitions, given his military prestige, I am not confident in my position. Though history holds some truth, it should not be taken at face value. Zhang Xingyang remarked. After the chaotic reign of the previous emperor, the people have only recently enjoyed a few years of stability. They are averse to chaos. With the hearts of billions at stake, it is a formidable tide that cannot be swayed by mere military might. The Hongqiang Emperor contemplated in silence for a long while, still slowly shaking his head. Minister Li is loyal to the nation. He adhered to the last will of the late emperor, pacifying the north and the south, which has led to my current reign. He has not let me down, and I shall not let him down either. Chapter 16. The innate master. The following day, in the dungeon, Zhou Yi carried a severed meal and arrived at cell number 9. Clad in white garments, 4 sons and 3 daughters lay neatly on the ground, devoid of life. Nearby, a woman in mourning clothes slumped against the ground, her gaze vacant and hollow. Li Xiong stood within the cell, coldly observing Zhou Yi's approach. Remember this. I, the general, await my wife and children here. When Li Wu arrives, inform him. Zhou Yi, witnessing the tragic scene of a father slaying his children, furrowed his brow. Noticing that there were no guards present, he understood the unspoken truth. The court had no intention of executing openly, signaling that Li Xiong was to commit suicide out of guilt in the dungeon. The honorable general, known for his integrity and distinguished service, would eventually earn a place in history. Yesterday, Zhou Yi had spoken to Li Xiong out of indignation at the slaughter of innocents, perhaps exceeding the bounds of propriety. Today, how could he dare to criticize Li Wu and the court? Even if the officials yearned to annihilate the Li family, they must outwardly commend loyalty to the emperor and the country. He will come. I await him, Li Xiong declared, striking the woman on the forehead before hitting his own head. Both husband and wife met their demise as their skulls shattered. Had I known this would be the outcome, why act otherwise? Feigning panic, Zhou Yi stepped outside to summon the guards, arranging for Li Xiong's family to be removed from the cell, leaving the matter of burial to the Li clan. Today, feeling discontented, he decided to practice his sorcery on an unfortunate soul. Zhou Yi, carrying fine wine and delicacies, ambled over to cell number 12. The inmate, a massive figure akin to a bear, towered a head taller than the execution rack, with a gleaming bald head marked by intersecting scars, a sight that would surely prompt citizens to report him as a thief upon his entry into town. The inmate glanced at the food, licking his lips. So today it's my turn? You seem to know your business well. Zhou Yi set the wine and dishes before him, offering meat with chopsticks. The inmate wasted no time, heartily consuming the food and drink, belching contentedly. I've heard tales outside that a guard here delights in tormenting martial artists. None have withstood his tortures. I still have a reputation in the martial world? Zhou Yi had never heard of this before. He cared little for the affairs of the martial world or the court. The inmate continued. The martial world refers to you as the blood prison old demon, claiming your family perished at the hands of martial artists, which is why you are so ruthless. Old demon? Zhou Yi mused, glancing at his graying hair, nodding slightly, a fitting moniker, indeed, quite impressive. My fellow practitioners have exaggerated my prowess. The inmate retorted coldly. You hide away like a turtle in the capital. Otherwise, you'd have been killed long ago. Perhaps they had come to the capital, but none knew. Over the past 2 years, Zhou Yi's small courtyard had been lively, with a thriving jujube tree bearing fruit that his colleagues praised for its sweetness. Perhaps the martial artists had refined their bodies, infusing the fruits with special energy. Zhou Yi planned to plant grapes as well, to share the taste with his colleagues. I refuse to believe it. Today I shall test your tortures. The inmate boasted. In the temple, I once broke the staves of 18 monks. I endured. It turned out he was a disciple of the Buddhist teachings. Zhou Yi felt a twinge of respect. Zhou Yi cleaned up the dishes, placing his palm on the inmate's dantian, channeling the swallowing heaven demon technique. His profound inner energies surged forth, flowing from the inmate's body until, in a short while, the inmate's inner energy was completely devoured. What is this? The inmate's veins pulsed on his bald head, his eyes wide with disbelief, swallowing. Demon technique? How do you know of it? Without waiting for the inmate to finish, Zhou Yi struck the top of his head, his inner energy penetrating and transforming his brain into a mushy pulp. The more one knows, the greater their curiosity, and thus the greater the danger. In the 12th year of Hongchang, General Li Wu achieved a decisive victory over the enemy forces at Xipan Mountain, slaying 200,000 and capturing the third prince of Daong. He pursued the retreating soldiers for 1,200 li, completely reclaiming the former lands of Fengyang. The news of this victory reached the capital, eliciting jubilant cheers from the populace, while the court officials remained silent. In the autumn of the same year, Li Wu led his army into the territory of Daong, conquering 12 cities and reaching the formidable Jinhuan Pass in the southern region. The commander of Jinhuan Pass, reluctant to face Li Wu, remained hidden, prompting the Daong court to send envoys seeking peace. The shifting tides of the world held no relevance for Zhou Yi. In his courtyard, he sat beneath the grape trellis, quietly practicing the swallowing heaven demon technique. His inner energy, as tumultuous as a river, coursed through his meridians, echoing with the sound of crashing waves. Over 7 years, he had absorbed the inner energies of over 90 martial artists and had finally reached the threshold of 500 years. Zhou Yi requested a leave of absence from the warden, dedicating himself to seclusion until he could break through to the innate realm. According to the technique's description, upon reaching 500 years of inner energy, continuous practice would allow him to harness the power of the heavens and earth, ultimately comprehending the realm of the innate master. His energy flowed ceaselessly through his meridians, cycling through numerous great circulations. Zhou Yi felt his meridians reaching their limits, with some fine channels beginning to fracture. Yet he still could not sense the innate realm. Humph! Zhou Yi could not suppress a pained groan. The agony of his fractured meridians rivaled the cruelty of execution. At this juncture, continuing the practice could either lead to a breakthrough into the innate realm or result in the complete severance of his meridians, rendering him useless, or worse, leading to his demise. While an ordinary person might grit their teeth and persevere for a chance to break through, Zhou Yi decided, I shall try again tomorrow. Thus, Zhou Yi ceased his practice, rose to brew a pot of fine tea, and held a scripture in his hands to recite. Focusing his spirit, he sought to calm his restlessness. The next day, Zhou Yi resumed his practice of the demon technique, managing to complete a few more cycles than the previous day, again reaching the limits of his meridians. It seems my innate talent is indeed lacking. Those of lesser gifts, witnessing year after year pass by, either succumb to despair or gamble their lives in desperate attempts to break through, for time spares no one. Thankfully, with the fruit of longevity, no bottleneck or constraint can withstand the test of time. Only I, regardless of the changing tides of the world, remain unchanged. Zhou Yi halted his practice and took up a volume of Buddhist scriptures to read. Aside from teachings on enduring suffering, he found the discussions on karma and causation in the text quite agreeable. As autumn waned and spring approached, time flowed on, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Initially, in the dungeon, there were inquiries about Zhou Yi's absence. Eventually, they grew accustomed to it. One day, while Zhou Yi was burning incense and reciting scriptures, he suddenly experienced a profound insight as the swallowing heaven demon technique began to operate within him autonomously. It circulated for dozens of cycles, and his meridians felt no discomfort. At this moment, gentle, cool energy from the outside world began to flow into Zhou Yi, akin to fine rain, silently nourishing him. Is this the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth? Zhou Yi closed his eyes to sense it, a subtle, Mysterious energy pervaded the atmosphere, manifesting in 5 colors, faint yet exceedingly rare. As his immense inner energy circulated, it drew the 5-colored spiritual energy into his body. Merging with his inner energy, the once nebulous energy gradually condensed into a tangible form. The 500 years of profound inner energy transformed into a gentle stream. Is this the true essence of the innate realm? The quantity diminished tenfold, yet the quality increased 100-fold. Zhou Yi channeled the true essence, projecting it from his fingertips, solidifying into a visible sword of energy, which he swung towards the stone floor. With a silent swish, the energy sword cleaved the stone slab in two. When using inner energy to harm, its power diminished significantly after 3 or 4 feet. Beyond 10 feet, it dissipated on its own. True essence, however, was different. Even at distances of 2 or 3 yards, it remained cohesive and powerful. Such a lethal technique, viewed through the lens of the mundane, could easily be likened to that of an immortal. No wonder the martial world proclaims that beneath the innate master, all are but ants. As Zhou Yi operated his innate true essence, after one cycle, the spiritual energy absorbed from the heavens and earth became nearly imperceptible. At this pace of cultivation, would it truly take hundreds of years to reach the pinnacle of the innate realm? The reasons for such sluggish progress must extend beyond mere lack of talent. Regardless of the swallowing heaven demon art or the return to origin technique, there exists no method of cultivation beyond the innate stage. Furthermore, the spiritual energy in the mortal realm is exceedingly sparse, leading to a gradual absorption process. Additionally, relying solely on personal cultivation without the aid of elixirs or other supportive items proves to be challenging. Zhou Yi meticulously contemplated these factors and enumerated several reasons for the sluggish pace of cultivation. Nevertheless, he resolved to engage in clandestine cultivation within the mortal realm. Even if it took several centuries, he believed that until the day he made no tangible progress, he could always seek the path of immortality later. The realm of cultivation starkly contrasts with the mundane world. Hiding within it is an arduous task fraught with myriad malicious schemes, making it difficult to pursue a tranquil cultivation as he currently enjoys. Zhou Yi rather perceived the thin spiritual energy of the mortal realm as a form of protection for himself. Moreover, it seemed there were indeed methods of cultivation available. He suddenly recalled the nameless mantra imparted to him by Wei Chong, which centered on sensing the earthly energies and refining them within to strengthen the physical body. Years ago, he could not grasp the entry-level principles, but now, having ascended to the innate stage, he could perceive the spiritual energies of the world. With a tranquil mind, he inhaled deeply, gathering divine light to reach the heart of heaven. Zhou Yi silently recited the mantra, and within him, the true essence began to circulate spontaneously, drawing in spiritual energy at a pace several times faster than before. The energy refined by the nameless mantra did not merely enhance his innate essence. It integrated into his bones, organs, and limbs, visibly augmenting his physical prowess at the initial stage of the organ realm. This mantra was not merely a method of cultivation. It appeared to be the legendary technique of body refinement. Thus, could I cultivate a horizontal refinement of the innate stage? A smile graced Zhou Yi's face. Whether in martial arts or the path of immortality, the ultimate goal is to sustain longevity. As long as he could enhance his strength, he was willing to invest time in cultivation. A century or a millennium held little difference. Tomorrow, he would return to duty. In the prison, Zhou Yi greeted the guard on duty. "Old Feng, long time no see." Feng Xiao was reminiscing about the enchanting Lady Lianxiang from the Spring Breeze Pavilion. The courtesan of 8 years past, who was once sought by wealthy merchants at great expense, now merely costing 5 taels of silver. "Old Zhou, you're not dead?" Zhou Yi inquired. "Who said I was dead?" "It's been circulating in the prison that you have a penchant for tormenting masters of the martial world, causing numerous fatalities. Many enemies lurk outside, seeking vengeance, leaving not even intact remains." Feng Xiao explained. "Captain Zhu even sent someone to your home. When there was no response, everyone believed it. I've been hiding outside for a while, but now it's all settled." Before entering seclusion, Zhou Yi had prepared ample provisions, locking the door tightly. Spending his days sipping tea, reading, and contemplating the depths of his mind, indifferent to any knocks on the door. During this time, indeed, thieves might have entered. Perhaps enemies or mere robbers, yet none could withstand Zhou Yi's singular strike. With 500 years of accumulated power behind a single punch, Who could possibly withstand it? Chapter 17. The Emperor grows old. Zhou Yi returned to work after receiving news of a death, and no one made things difficult for him. He briefly demonstrated his skill in breaking a knife with his fingers, which earned him the applause of the guards. Lu Xiyu praised him, saying, "Old Zhou is a nostalgic person. Young Yu need not escort prisoners but can simply assist old Zhou with meals." Young Yu, whose real name was Yu Jie, was a lad of 17 or 18 who had yet to be tainted by the gloomy atmosphere of the prison. He stood quietly behind the guards, much like Zhou Yi did when he first arrived at the prison. Zhou Yi smiled, saying, "Having spent so much time in this prison, I have grown accustomed to its atmosphere." That evening, they gathered at Chunfeng Tower to welcome old Zhou back. Zhu Xiaowei clasped Zhou Yi's shoulder and whispered, "Recently, the prison has been quite unsettled. There have been reports of ghostly apparitions. You, old Zhou, are now a formidable master, so keep a close watch." Zhou Yi, who had previously been cautious, felt more relaxed now that he had ascended to the rank of a primordial master. One uneventful day on duty turned into night. The guards changed into fresh attire, and the two of them headed straight for Chunfeng Tower. Zhou Yi asked, "Old Feng, I heard you had a fierce wife. Have you managed to escape her clutches?" Old Zhou doesn't know yet. Zhu Xiaowei winked and replied, "This fellow bought a pair of twins from a brothel and has been secretly raising them in the capital. Someone must have leaked the news, for his wife from the county came and caused a ruckus. Originally, Feng Qiao had tolerated it, thinking the woman had some money, but now he lamented, 'Those coins are worthless now. She found an excuse and had me divorced.' The profits from the prison far surpassed those from the county jail, and seizing the opportunity to escort an exiled official could yield far greater rewards than years spent in the county prison." Zhou Yi refrained from admonishing him about abandoning his wife, as doing so would only invite resentment. Observing the polite smiles of his colleagues, while sensing their disdain beneath, he knew that Feng Qiao would not have an easy path ahead. Who would dare work with someone who discarded their wife after becoming successful? As for the twins, young and enticing, Feng Qiao was not blind to the contempt of his peers, but as long as he cared little for reputation or future prospects, it truly would not affect him much. Having been away for half a year, Chunfeng Tower had changed its courtesan. Upon seeing Zhou Yi, the madam beamed, "Master Zhou, it has been quite some time since your last visit." As a regular for 21 years, Zhou Yi, though not one to seek out courtesans or freely give tips, had spent enough over the years at Chunfeng Tower to have purchased a house in the capital. These loyal patrons were the foundation upon which Chunfeng Tower stood resilient over the years. Zhou Yi inquired, "What performance do we have tonight?" "Of course, it is your favorite." The madam instructed the staff to change the ongoing performance to Drunken Spring Breeze. The new courtesan was a broad-minded woman. Her red lips slightly parted as she softly sang Drunken Spring Breeze, gently pushed the gentleman, oh so painfully. Arms entwined, move, move. In the second-floor private room, Zhou Yi and Zhu Xiaowei took the lead, while their colleagues sat on either side. The staff brought forth dishes without needing instruction, all of which Zhou Yi often ordered, complemented by 50-year-old pear blossom wine. "Master Zhou, indulge freely today. There's no need to settle the bill," the madam remarked with a few playful quips, eliciting laughter from the guards before she gracefully departed. Zhu Xiaowei commented, "When we come to Chunfeng Tower, we must include old Zhou. We always sit in the main hall, and never have we experienced such attentive service." Zhu Xiaowei mused that spending 1,000 taels here could afford one such treatment. Zhou Yi calculated roughly that his annual expenses amounted to several hundred taels, easily exceeding 1,000 taels over 20 years. Zhu Xiaowei mused, "Old Zhou, why not follow old Feng's example and buy a few to keep at home? You'd never need to spend so much silver in your lifetime." The colleagues exchanged glances. The prison, no matter how lucrative, could not be a source of such wealth. The expenses at Chunfeng Tower alone were staggering, with martial arts training costing far more than one could imagine, and the materials for refining one's physique being priceless. Moreover, Zhou Yi was merely delivering meals. The real profits came from escorting prisoners, which he had never done. Friends in the martial world often come bearing gifts. "Sometimes you can't refuse," Zhou Yi stated. He had not amassed much wealth in the prison, though in recent years, numerous prisoners had seen him bring in wine and food, and frightened, promised treasures for their lives, yet he had never claimed any. The only revenue he received was from the extra meal money allocated to the prisoners' families, which, after dividing with colleagues and superiors, was insufficient for lavish spending at Chunfeng Tower. "Now I understand," the guards realized. their faces reflecting the realization that Zhou Yi was indeed a martial arts master, a top-tier expert in the realm of refining one's inner essence. If he were to join the Genie Way, he could swiftly rise through the ranks, and on the Jianghu, he could make quite a name for himself. Much like the renowned Fei Hong swordsman or the twin bears of the northern desert, Zhu Shaowei declared, from now on, all extra meal money for the prisoners shall belong to old Zhou. You can discuss amongst yourselves how to divide it. Thank you, Lord Zhu. Zhou Yi replied without elaborating that most of his income actually came from thieves who broke into private homes. Initially, they were just petty thieves, but later they gained notoriety for their ruthless deeds, with some seeking revenge for friends and family, leaving behind various treasures. Zhou Yi had little interest in distinguishing good from bad. Having entered the Jianghu, he was prepared for the worst. With the earth in the courtyard rising 3 feet, he would not be surprised if a zombie emerged one day. What significant events have transpired in the capital over the past 6 months? Zhu Shaowei chuckled. Old Zhou, you have missed quite the spectacle. Recently, the Grand General returned to the capital, and the streets were filled with onlookers. The emperor, in front of the envoy from Daqian, beheaded one of his own princes and offered the head to the ancestral temple. How did they come to discuss peace then? Zhou Yi asked, having heard whispers of a peace negotiation after his return, involving the return of 5 cities. In times of war, victory is never guaranteed. It is wise to seize the opportunity when it presents itself. Zhu Shaowei continued, regardless. The high-ranking officials in the court issued 9 military orders to summon General Li back from the northern frontier. Zhou Yi shook his head slightly. Do you believe General Li can maintain his winning streak? Zhu Shaowei confidently replied, of course. General Li is a once-in-a-millennium talent. Since quelling the Long and I rebellion, he has never been defeated. Zhou Yi turned to his colleagues and asked, do you all share this sentiment? Is there something amiss? They all agreed, affirming Zhu Shaowei's point. General Li is adept at recognizing talent, having promoted several overlooked generals who now command great respect. Moreover, as a primordial master, he can take heads amidst the chaos of battle. It is entirely possible for him to annihilate Daqian. His colleagues chimed in, convinced of Zhu Shaowei's reasoning. Zhou Yi then asked, how old is His Majesty now? Zhu Shaowei silently calculated. The current emperor was 12 when the late emperor ascended. And after 46 years of the Chongming Dynasty and 12 more years on the throne, he was now 72 years old. While emperors may enjoy wealth and power, aside from those like Emperor Chongming, who lived a life of simplicity and avoided governance, reaching 70 is no small feat. Emperor Hongchong has grown old. Although the guards were the lowest tier of officials, often guarding prisoners, they were not oblivious to the court's struggles and understood the inherent dangers. Zhou Yi inquired, what rewards has General Li received for reclaiming lost territories and defeating the enemy? A colleague promptly replied, he was granted 9 ceremonial embellishments, allowed to enter court without bowing, and was bestowed with the title of Duke of the town. Zhu Shaowei interrupted with a cough, abruptly changing the topic as he called for the staff. Bring the ladies over. How can one come to Chunfeng Tower and drink without companionship? The conversation took a sudden turn, and the once lively Chunfeng Tower fell silent. After a few more rounds of drinks, they each departed for home. In cell number 39, Zhou Yi sat cross-legged in the inner chamber, practicing the swallowing heaven demon technique internally while refining useless methods externally. The atmosphere within the celestial prison is imbued with an eerie chill, as the gathered spiritual energy courses through the meridians, growing increasingly frigid, starkly contrasting with the gentle essence residing in the Dantian. Even the practice of cultivation necessitates a balance of effort and repose. Thus, for the past few days, one must take a respite to first extract the petty thieves lurking within the prison's depths. Zhou Yi reclines upon the stone bed, his ear pressed against the cold surface, allowing his innate true essence to circulate through his meridians. In an instant, a cacophony of sounds erupts, snoring, groans of discomfort, reprimands, footsteps, the clinking of cups, the guards engaging in drinking games, and the incessant scuttling of rats and snakes, all merging into a chaotic symphony that resembles countless ants crawling around one's ears. The technique of earth listening. An unnamed grave robber, in his final moments, exchanged this skill for a roasted chicken. By striking the ground and employing the earth listening technique, the thief can discern whether any space lies several feet beneath, subsequently deducing whether it is a tomb or a cavern through other means. Zhou Yi, utilizing his innate realm, extends this ability to encompass the entire celestial prison, filtering out the superfluous noise with discernment. No matter how adept one is in lightness skills, even the most agile can generate wind and vibrations. Thus, those unskilled in such arts find it challenging to distinguish clarity amidst the tumult. Zhou Yi has gleaned various lightness techniques from numerous prisoners, drawing upon the strengths of both renowned thieves and nimble rogues alike. Within the prison, anyone attempting to employ lightness skills cannot escape the grasp of the earth-listening technique. The first half of the night passes without incident. As dawn approaches, the weary guards, fatigued from their vigil, either slump over their tables in slumber or seek a quiet corner to rest. Amidst the howling night wind, a shadow slips into the celestial prison. The guard at the entrance, drowsily lifting his head, perceives no presence and thus returns to his stupor. The flickering oil lamps in the corridor cast shadows that dance upon the walls, resembling struggling apparitions. The shadow traverses the space as though in a realm uninhabited, advancing deep into the prison's bowels. In cell number 2, devoid of any inmates, the shadow deftly employs a key to unlock the iron lock, entering with familiarity. The figure searches every nook and cranny, leaving no gap unexamined. Suddenly, with a creak, the iron door swings shut of its own accord, trapping the shadow within the cell. Who goes there? A clear, startled voice emerges from the shadow, instinctively reaching for the door, only to be met by a tangible sword chi that pierces through the air. With a swift slash, the sword chi cleaves the steel bars of the cell, severing them with a resounding echo. "Spare me, esteemed senior." The shadow, taken aback, stumbles backward as the enveloping gray mist rapidly dissipates, revealing the figure within. A series of sinister cackles resonate, the voice deep and resonant, echoing directly into Yujia's ear. "Young one, what brings you to the celestial prison?" The voice, ethereal and elusive, defies identification. Yujia, beads of sweat forming on his brow, bows repeatedly to his surroundings, convinced he has encountered an extraordinary elder. "I am Yushida's grandson, come to the celestial prison to retrieve my ancestral legacy, with no intention of offense." Chapter 18. The Art of Talismans. Yushir, what a peculiar name. Zhou Yi recalled all the criminals he had encountered in prison and confirmed that no one bore that name. In the martial world, many strong individuals arise from humble beginnings. Yet once they achieve power, they often adopt a more imposing moniker. A gang leader named Ergo, a sword god named Zhang Taizhu, surely. Such names would provoke laughter among their peers. Consequently, many masters share similar names, frequently incorporating characters like Xiao, Ba, Hao, and Lai, likely attributed to the same namer. Despite my extensive experience, I have never heard of this person. Dare you continue fabricating lies? Sword energy swirled around Yujia's head, gently spinning. With strands of hair falling to the ground, a slight misalignment could have cracked his skull. "Senior, please calm your fury. I assure you, I speak no falsehood." Yujia stammered, terror gripping his heart. "Yushir is my ancestor's given name. In public, he is known as Huang Tianwang." Huang Tianwang. Zhou Yi's voice softened, reminiscent of the past. "I once had a fleeting encounter with him. He spoke of the Zhang Huang rebellion, revealing that it was orchestrated by the Jiangnan aristocracy, leading to the downfall of both kings." "Indeed, you speak truth. Back then, Zhang Tianwang had the support of ancestral talismans. Even Li Wu could not defeat him." Yujia retorted angrily. "The Jiangnan aristocracy initially backed my ancestor, but later betrayed him, deceiving him and Zhang Tianwang into consuming a strange poison. Otherwise, how could a mere innate master have captured him alive?" "Ah, now it makes sense." Zhou Yi suddenly comprehended. Only after breaking through to the innate realm through demonic arts did he realize the former might of Zhang Tianwang. The great general, famed for his integrity, turned out to have resorted to underhanded tactics. This revelation doused Zhou Yi's earlier pride with a bucket of cold water. While innate masters are invincible in the mundane realm, they are not immortal. Enemies employ traps, poison, and various vile methods. One misstep could lead to a fate akin to that of Zhang Tianwang. "How can you prove you are a descendant of Huang Tianwang?" "This talisman is known as the Shadow Talisman, a secret technique passed down by my ancestor. The shadowy elite that once terrorized Jiangnan originated from this." Yujia produced a talisman from within his robe, adorned with ghostly symbols painted in cinnabar, when the imperial army besieged the king's residence. "I survived by concealing myself with this talisman." Zhou Yi inquired, "What purpose does this talisman serve?" Yujia explained, "The shadow talisman summons fog for protection. allowing one to blend into the night, as if cloaked in invisibility. Demonstrate it. Allow me to broaden my horizons. Zhou Yi commanded. Years ago, upon sensing danger in the prison, he hastily fled and had not seen Huang Tianwang since. He initially thought the tales of Huang Tianwang healing ailments with talismanic water were merely a strategy to consolidate belief for rebellion. However, it now appeared there were indeed profound techniques at play. The art of talismans transcended mundane martial paths, resembling the methods of cultivators, filling Zhou Yi with anticipation. Yu Jie dared not refuse. He infused his inner energy into the talisman. Suddenly, the shadow talisman ignited without flame, turning to ash. A cloud of black mist rose within the cell, enveloping Yu Jie in a half-foot cocoon, blending seamlessly with the surrounding darkness. Zhou Yi asked, "Do you possess any other talismans?" In previous years, while evading the Jinyui, I depleted my stock of attack talismans, leaving only a few shadow talismans and a speed talisman. Yu Jie produced another talisman, its design distinct from the shadow talisman. Zhou Yi, lurking in the shadows, scrutinized Yu Jie for a moment, uncertain whether this lad had any attack talismans. Should he reveal his figure, he might unleash a volley of fireballs. An innate master, barely treading the path of cultivation, might not withstand the might of spiritual talismans. Did Huang Tianwan not pass on the art of talismans to you? Yu Jie pondered briefly before responding. He imparted some knowledge, but alas, I am of limited talent and could not grasp it. Zhou Yi unabashedly revealed his intent, his tone fierce and domineering. I find the art of talismans quite intriguing. I propose to exchange your life for it. What say you? Yu Jie recognized Zhou Yi as a notorious figure from the martial world, known for his erratic and violent temperament, and dared not refuse. With a rip, he tore open his sleeve and extracted a blue-covered tome. The talisman techniques passed down by my ancestor are all recorded here. You may study them at your leisure. Zhou Yi inquired further, why, with such a legacy, do you find yourself in this prison? Senior, you may not be aware, but my ancestor only imparted the basics of the talisman art. He encountered unforeseen changes and could not leave a complete legacy. Yu Jie explained, even with the foundational techniques, I have spent years in contemplation yet failed to grasp their essence. Thus I place my hopes on discovering subsequent content, which may allow me to master the art of talismans. A series of eerie chuckles echoed in Yu Jie's ears, Zhou Yi's voice dripping with cold intent. Are you attempting to employ the tactic of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf, using my hands to seek the legacy of the talisman art? Yu Jie, realizing the futility of deceit, confessed, I have searched thoroughly for places my ancestor may have left a legacy. Now, only the prison and the imperial court remain. The imperial court. Zhou Yi had already searched the prison, so it was highly likely that Huang Tianwang's talisman techniques were hidden within the Jinyui South Imperial Court. The imperial court posed greater dangers than the prison. Rumors abound that Huang Tianwang received teachings from an otherworldly being, mastering the art of talismans. Is it truth or mere fabrication? I dare not conceal anything from you. Yu Jie felt the murderous aura dissipate, his heart finally easing as he answered truthfully. What the world knows is merely a fade my ancestor presented. During years of drought, the tyrannical emperor imposed heavy taxes, and my ancestor, needing to feed himself, entered a Taoist temple. Little did he know that the temple had no provisions. Unwilling to starve, he pretended to be a wandering Taoist, while secretly resorting to tomb raiding for sustenance. The art of talismans was unearthed from a tomb in Daqian. After mastering it, my ancestor began healing with talismanic water and gathered many disciples. There was no need to elaborate further. Huang Tianwang's disciples spread throughout Jiangnan, including many from noble families, who, upon uniting, rose in rebellion, declaring themselves kings. Zhou Yi scrutinized Yu Jie for a moment, but ultimately refrained from striking, commanding, set down the tome. You may leave. Thank you, senior. Yu Jie's face lit up with joy as he bowed repeatedly, cautiously placing the tome on the ground before hastily departing the prison. Zhou Yi did not retrieve the tome, but stealthily followed Yu Jie to a secluded residence in Dishengfang. Yu Jie exhaled in relief, quickly gathering his valuables and heading straight for the western gate of the capital. The station soldiers seemed familiar with Yu Jie. After receiving a few silver notes, they sent him off in a basket. This lad has potential. Zhou Yi stood atop the city wall, watching Yu Jie's figure vanish into the distance. Returning to the prison, cell number 2, the blue-covered tome lay undisturbed on the ground, untouched. Zhou Yi retrieved a stick and flipped through the pages. Finding no activated attack talismans, he then sought out a rat to nibble on a few pages, ensuring he would not trigger any hidden poison. Surrounded by innate true energy, he grasped the tome and read through it page by page. The methods of crafting talisman paper and brushes, mixing beast blood with cinnabar. Drawing talismans requires a calm heart. Inner energy must converge at the tip of the brush. The process must be seamless, without interruption. The content recorded within the tome was not a legitimate talisman art, but rather Yu Jie's classroom notes, interspersed with many uncertain insights. Zhou Yi turned to the last few pages, revealing 4 complete talisman sketches: Qing Qin Talisman, and Jai Talisman, Chu Bing Talisman, and Qing Xin Talisman. Chapter 19. Exorcising Evil Spirits. Zhou Yi meticulously perused the ancient texts of the I Ching, committing their wisdom to memory. The breakthrough into the pre-heaven realm transcended mere martial prowess. Rather, it was an evolution of essence, qi, and spirit towards a higher plane of existence. His memory approached the extraordinary capability of never forgetting, and he once believed that a stagnation in martial arts could be alleviated through the acquisition of new techniques. With the knowledge of talismanic arts, he would, upon mastering them, attain the status of a quasi-immortal. Practitioners regarded such techniques as protective measures, while the true essence of cultivation lay in the foundational practices of immortality. To seek techniques without a solid foundation was tantamount to pursuing shadows while neglecting substance. Having already attained the fruit of longevity, Zhou Yi's perspective differed from that of the average practitioner. All means of augmenting strength, be it through martial arts or talisman creation, serve to safeguard the fruit of longevity. Talisman brushes, crafted from the fur of a 100-year-old white fox, were considered superior, while talisman paper, made from tanned animal hides, yielded greater success rates when derived from older creatures. Zhou Yi need not hunt for these materials, as the capital city was a confluence of rare treasures. Thus, the exquisite pelts of century-old white foxes would surely be available for purchase. Should his finances fall short, he could simply defer payment. The following day, upon hearing of the eradication of the prison thief, Captain Zhu noted the disappearance of Yu Jie, and a chill of realization coursed through him. The thief's entry into the prison followed Zhou Yi's path. Zhou, you are indeed our steadfast anchor. News of Zhou Yi's mastery and body refinement would soon reach the Imperial Guard, leading to attempts at recruitment. The Zhou family had served as prison guards for 5 generations. Their lineage untainted, far more reliable than the roguish experts of the martial world. Rest assured, Sir Zhu, I am equally reluctant to part with the prison. Zhou Yi's interest in the talismanic heritage potentially hidden within the imperial prison was undeniable, yet he possessed the patience to await the opportune moment. Time, after all, was ever on Zhou Yi's side. A month later, the talisman brush and paper were successfully crafted. Zhou Yi, through self-study, began to draw talismans. Naturally, initial attempts met with failure. The true essence could not yet be infused into the talismans. Yet, in the face of challenges, practice made perfect. 2 years swiftly elapsed. Zhou Yi's life remained uneventful, yet he gleaned much from his colleagues regarding significant events. In the 13th year of the Hongchang reign, shortly after Zhou Yi's breakthrough, the kingdom of Fengyang and the Great Yong formally signed a peace treaty. The Minister of Revenue reported a depleted treasury and requested the disbanding of the Northern Army. Given the continuous conflicts since the ascension of Emperor Hongchang, this rationale was entirely plausible. It was rumored that the chief minister Zhang Jingyang, in the presence of the emperor and the court officials, respectfully queried General Li Wu about the matter, stating that such a significant decision required the consent of the Duke of the state. Various accounts circulated regarding what transpired next. Some claimed Li Wu vehemently rebuked the chief minister, while others suggested he capitulated, ultimately resulting in the disbandment of 70% of the Northern Army. The court was in turmoil, and the martial world was rife with intrigue. Whispers emerged about the Tsang family of Jiangnan, rumored to possess a demonic technique capable of devouring the inner energy of others. Once a minor clan, the Tsang family seemingly produced numerous exceptional martial artists within a mere decade. Moreover, their specialization in inner energy aligned with the whispers that circulated among martial practitioners. In the 14th year of Hongchang, the Tsang family faced a relentless siege led by the Buddhist and Taoist sects, resulting in the demise of over 1,000 family members, leaving no one, old or young, unscathed. Inquiries were made to Master Fan Yuan of Huaxing Temple regarding the truth of the Tsang family's alleged dark power. With a compassionate demeanor, he intoned a Buddhist chant, Amit Ba, Perhaps someone has indeed discovered the truth. This statement spread through the martial world, casting a shadow upon the Buddhist sect, inciting mockery from various factions. Yet, as months passed, the matter faded from public discourse, overshadowed by the myriad significant events in both the martial and imperial courts. Zhou Yi's emergence as a first-rate expert, while notable, garnered little more than a ripple in the grand scheme of Fengyan, where even such a feat was hardly worthy of mention. The Imperial Guard extended offers of recruitment, initially promising him a captaincy, which later escalated to a position of a standard-bearer. Zhou Yi declined their advances multiple times, and the matter was eventually dropped. The populace's attention perpetually shifted towards the latest happenings. As 2 years elapsed, the former prison guard was all but forgotten, occasionally dismissed with disdain at social gatherings. As the 13th year of Hanchang drew to a close, just before New Year's Eve, an imperial edict resonated throughout the land, finally designating an heir to the long-vacant throne of the kingdom of Fengyan. The crown prince, Zhao Xian, was wed to the daughter of the esteemed chief minister Zhang Jingyang. No wonder he could ascend to such a high office. This elderly figure was not one to be underestimated. Zhou Yi merely clicked his tongue in acknowledgement, dismissing the matter from his thoughts. The intrigues of the court and the martial world held little allure compared to the enchanting art of talismans. After 2 years of diligent practice, having worn out several brushes and wasted countless sheets of paper, Zhou Yi could now deftly draw 4 types of talismans, the intricate strokes flowing effortlessly from his hand. As he concentrated, true essence coalesced at the brush's tip, merging seamlessly with the talisman, causing the cinnabar to glisten with a translucent sheen. With a soft pop, the essence dissipated, causing the talisman paper to shatter into dust. Zhou Yi, accustomed to such setbacks, contemplated the error before switching to a fresh sheet of paper to continue his work. His journey from ignorance to proficiency had been one of meticulous correction and experimentation, and he sensed that the day of successfully crafting a talisman was drawing near. With his supply of talisman paper dwindling, he would need to procure more. Zhou Yi learned of the southern city's Tiger Hall, which had recently acquired a white tiger pelt, and the hallmaster was hosting a banquet in its honor. As a fellow practitioner of the 5 Tiger Fist, he deemed it prudent to seek assistance from them. The hallmaster, a disciple of Luo Hu, had refrained from joining the rebellion and, taking advantage of the subsequent closure of the Martial Arts Academy by the Imperial Guard, had appropriated the later volumes of martial techniques and medicinal recipes, emerging as a formidable figure in his own right. In a moment of clarity, Zhou Yi's spirit soared as he completed the final stroke. The talisman glimmered with a faint spiritual light. To his astonishment, it did not shatter. With a mix of surprise and curiosity, he examined the talisman closely, finding it perfectly aligned with the descriptions in his texts, albeit uncertain of its efficacy. As he infused true essence into the talisman, it ignited spontaneously. An invisible wave swept across the courtyard. At that moment, amidst the deep winter night, a chilling wind surged through the courtyard, accompanied by a haunting wailing. "Who goes there?" Zhou Yi's eyes blazed with intensity as he turned toward the jujube tree. In the previously empty space, swirling black mist coalesced, faintly resembling human forms, their faces illuminated by 2 flickering red glimmers. Gazing towards the grape arbor, he spotted ghostly figures lurking among the vines, some concealed on the supports, others perched on stone pedestals, even a couple draped over the dining table. Dozens of crimson eyes glared with malevolence at Zhou Yi, as if poised to pounce and devour him. Ghosts. Zhou Yi felt no dread. Rather, his interest piqued. Gathering his true essence, he reached for one of the spectral figures. Upon contact, the ghost let out a chilling shriek before dissolving into nothingness. Such fragility could hardly classify them as true ghosts, more akin to lingering souls. With his protective essence surrounding him, Zhou Yi approached the remaining specters. The wailing intensified as the malevolent apparitions recoiled in terror, ultimately cornered against the wall, merging into a dense, misty cloud. Those who perished by his hand in life dared not defy him in death. How dull. How unexciting. With a dismissive tone, Zhou Yi gathered his essence into a blade, moving swiftly among the spectral forms, ensuring they met their end once more. Chapter 20. The vengeful spirit of Jade Lady. The lingering souls in the courtyard were too feeble to pique Zhou Yi's interest. According to conjectures from his previous life concerning spirits, there existed a place where true specters were undoubtedly present, the heavenly prison. This dark abode, shrouded in perpetual gloom, housed many who had been wrongfully imprisoned and met their demise through brutal tortures, thus aligning perfectly with the criteria for vengeful spirits. The short lifespans of the prison guards might be attributed to their constant companionship with these spectral entities, absorbing their negative energies and diminishing their vitality. During his over 20 years in the heavenly prison, Zhou Yi had never encountered any malevolent spirits, suggesting they were not particularly formidable. He resolved to draw another protective talisman and test its efficacy in the prison the following day. Zhou Yi planned to linger in the mortal realm for several centuries, until his cultivation reached an impasse, before seeking a way to engage with the realm of immortality. During this interim, the heavenly prison would serve as his base, necessitating the thorough cleansing of the concealed souls to prevent any leaks regarding his path to immortality and to ensure that no ghost would spy upon him. Upon completing the first protective talisman, Zhou Yi found his strokes increasingly fluid. After ruining a dozen talisman papers, he finally succeeded in crafting one. It seemed that entering the realm of talisman making was not as daunting as he had imagined, while his friend Yujie had struggled for years without success. Perhaps he possessed an innate talent for talisman crafting. Zhou Yi felt a surge of pride. Although talisman making might not be as lucrative as alchemy, it would certainly serve him well in the realm of immortality. The next day, Zhou Yi arrived early at the heavenly prison, uncertain of the protective talisman's range. So he sought a central location to activate it. An unseen wave of energy swept through the cells, conjuring chilling gusts of wind that carried faint cries and wails. The cold aura brushing past his ears as if whispers lingered in the air. Indeed, many spirits were present. Surveying the prison, Zhou Yi realized it was a veritable den of ghosts. Shadows resembling human forms dangled from the ceiling, akin to bats suspended in a cave, their crimson eyes fixated on him. Most exhibited a cold indifference, while others harbored resentful animosity, likely stemming from their untimely demise at Zhou Yi's hands. Within the cells, more spirits lurked, some crouched in corners, others leaned against walls, and some lay upon straw mats, each adopting various postures. Inmates, forced to coexist with these spectral beings daily, would find their lives cut short even without the torment of cruel punishments, as they were gradually eroded by the pervasive negative energy. One shadow surged from the ground, silently clinging to Zhou Yi's back, its misty arm tightening around his neck. Humph! Zhou Yi unleashed his true essence, causing the shadow to dissolve into nothingness with a shriek. Akin to butter melting in a fire. I am merciful. I shall grant you a chance at reincarnation. His true essence transformed into a sweeping blade of energy, striking with the swiftness of lightning, annihilating the lingering souls before they could flee. Spare me, senior, a woman's voice cried out from above. A shadow gradually morphed, revealing a human visage, its mist coalescing into an ethereal green garment. A ghostly woman. Zhou Yi flashed to stand before her. Intrigued, she appeared somewhat familiar. The woman introduced herself. Senior, I am Huang Yunyang, the daughter of Huang Heng, a low-ranking official in the Ministry of Rights. I was imprisoned a year ago, during which you often showed me kindness. You are the daughter of old Huang? Zhou Yi quickly recalled Huang Heng, who had been wrongfully imprisoned a year prior on charges of embezzlement. As a mere fifth-rank official, he was accused of pilfering 3,000 taels of silver, an offense that hardly warranted a place in the heavenly prison, let alone the incarceration of his wife and daughter. The circumstances were straightforward. The notorious lecher, Duke Wei, had inadvertently beheld Huang Yunyang's beauty and, disregarding the Duke's reputation and public ridicule, sent suitors to propose marriage. He claimed he would take Huang Yunyang as a concubine, promising her father a prosperous future. Huang Heng, proud of his scholarly lineage, could not endure such humiliation and vehemently denounced the Duke as shameless. Within days, he was reported by colleagues for accepting 3,000 taels from merchants during the renovation of the Imperial Academy. The Duke's intention was merely to confine the family in the heavenly prison for a time, hoping to later solidify family ties, but Huang Heng, in poor health, succumbed within a month. His wife soon followed in despair, and to escape the Duke's continued harassment, Huang Yunyang took her own life in the prison. Zhou Yi felt sympathy for the Huang family's plight, often ladling extra portions of thick porridge during meal deliveries. At that time, you were disheveled, and I found it puzzling that the Duke was so eager that he would take a fancy to you. My father warned me that many women suffer indignities in the heavenly prison, advising me to mar my appearance to avoid. Huang Yunyang interjected. But you are different. Senior, you punish only the wicked and have never been harsh towards the wronged. You have seen all this? Zhou Yi's voice remained calm, his true essence ready to slice through at any moment. Huang Yunyang, now a vengeful spirit, was particularly sensitive to energies and quickly explained. I know you are an innate master who enjoys drinking and listening to the tales of inmates, quietly vanquishing those who attempt to escape, and turning a blind eye to the wronged who flee. Indeed, after nearly 2 years of mastering the heavenly devouring technique, Zhou Yi found that even consuming inner energy did not augment his true essence, thus revealing no apparent anomalies. The only discernible flaw was his perpetually unchanging appearance. Why do you differ from the other lingering souls? Among the over 100 spirits in the heavenly prison, aside from Huang Yunyang, all were muddled remnants. Huang Yunyang obediently replied, "To report to you, Senior, after my demise, my soul attached itself to a jade hairpin, preserved by the hairpin's nourishing essence, allowing me to retain my intellect and memories." Zhou Yi inquired further, "As a ghost, do you possess any supernatural abilities or techniques?" "I can absorb a person's essence to strengthen my ghostly form, and I can also possess and disrupt the souls of others," Huang Yunyang explained. "However, I can only possess weak, ordinary individuals. Those with robust vitality are difficult to approach. While accomplished martial artists exude such overpowering life force that approaching them feels like being scorched by flames." Zhou Yi nodded slightly. "Do you intend to remain in the heavenly prison, foregoing reincarnation?" The vengeful spirits were far less formidable than he had anticipated. However, it was reasonable, given the recent events surrounding a year-old grudge, an aversion that could scarcely be overlooked. Huang Yunyang knelt, pleading, "I beseech you, Senior, to assist me in avenging my parents. In return, I offer my life jade hairpin and pledge to serve you nightly thereafter." Zhou Yi was taken aback, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger. "What are you saying?" Huang Yunyang murmured, "I have been hidden in the shadows, listening to your daily conversations with your colleagues about Spring Breeze Pavilion and courtesans, leading me to believe you were of a flamboyant disposition. With my family wrongfully slain and transformed into a vengeful spirit, I have come to understand the futility of worldly decorum. All I desire is vengeance for my parents, even if it means becoming a servant. I do not bear the surname Ning." Zhou Yi, uninterested in the prospect of a spectral servant, responded, "There are many here who suffer far worse than you. Relying solely on a jade hairpin is insufficient for one to become a ghost. Is there not another reason?" After a moment of silence, Huang Yunyang replied, "I was fond of reading ancient texts in life, and my father collected many for me, including a volume of Taoist scriptures that I recited day and night, which kept my spirit clear and calm." Zhou Yi's eyes brightened. "Recite it for me." The scripture was titled The Treatise of Nurturing the Spirit by the Pure and Subtle True Man. Huang Yunyang recited, "The birth of a person encompasses the harmony of yin and yang. The method of nurturing the spirit requires a heart as tranquil as an infant, finding inner peace." After memorizing the verses, Zhou Yi recited them silently several times, feeling an invigorating clarity and a heightened sensitivity to the ethereal energies surrounding him. "Such a profound scripture. Did your father not read it?" Huang Yunyang murmured. "He could have also become a ghost, yet with only a jade hairpin as his attachment. He advised me to do no evil before choosing to disperse his soul." Old Huang, though somewhat rigid in thought, possessed a fierce spirit. Zhou Yi asked, "How can I help you with your vengeance? Should I simply strike down Duke Wei?" An innate master would not stoop to such blatant assassination methods. It would be nearly impossible for an opponent of equal rank to investigate. A strand of true essence could be affixed to the target's body, set to explode once a safe distance was achieved. Alternatively, one could wait patiently for an opportune moment, perhaps when the target accidentally stumbled and struck their head, seizing the chance to create chaos in their mind. People would only come to believe that Duke Wei, having committed countless misdeeds, had met his unfortunate end by accident. This was Zhou Yi's immediate strategy. A typical innate master would not resort to such convoluted tactics, likely opting instead to confront Duke Wei directly, killing him in front of all witnesses. In a dramatic fashion, one could proclaim, "A master cannot be humiliated. The enmity of one's parents must be avenged personally." Huang Yunyang remarked, "As a humble maiden with limited strength, I cannot venture beyond the Tinjiang radius of the jade hairpin. I beseech you, esteemed elder, to assist me in placing the hairpin beneath the bed of the Duke of Wei." "That is a simple task," Zhou Yi replied. "Once you have exacted your revenge, you may either seek another refuge or embrace the cycle of reincarnation. In any case, do not linger in the heavenly prison. Esteemed elder, might you journey to the imperial prison?" Huang Yunyang, noticing Zhou Yi's somber expression, quickly added, I would be grateful if you could escort me away from the capital, to a shadowy place. Zhou Yi inquired, why do you shun the prospect of reincarnation? Huang Yunyang responded, even the most insignificant ants strive to survive. I am uncertain whether reincarnation exists in this world. Even if it does, the reincarnated self would not be the same person. Zhou Yi nodded in agreement. Remember the final admonitions of old Huang. Huang Yunyang bowed deeply in reverence, then swore an oath to the heavens. I shall abide by my father's teachings and will never harm another. Should I transgress, may heaven and earth punish me. In the Duke of Wei's residence. Within the inner chambers, the 62-year-old Wei Kong remained robust, having spent half the night with his newly acquired concubine, Wan Yu, before finally resting. In his slumber, he beheld an endless expanse of swirling white mist, ethereal and dreamlike. Within the fog appeared a woman clad in blue, exquisitely beautiful and enchantingly alluring. My lord, come here. Her voice was ephemeral, her figure mesmerizing. Wei Kang's eyes widened in fascination. My beauty, wait for me, he exclaimed, rushing forward only to grasp at emptiness. The woman's voice echoed behind him. My lord, I am here. Engrossed by her beauty, Wei Kong, despite repeated failures to catch her, remained undeterred, oblivious to the gradual transparency of his lower body. By dawn, the sun had risen. The concubine dared not disturb Wei Kong, rising cautiously to pay her respects to the Duchess. By noon, Wei Kong still lay in a deep slumber. The Duchess suspected that Wan Yu had exhausted him and sent someone to administer a severe reprimand. The Duke's concubines numbered not fewer than 80, and few survived beyond a year. Nevertheless, Wei Kong was indifferent to their fates. As evening approached and Wei Kong remained unresponsive, resembling a living corpse, the gravity of the situation became apparent. The matriarch, upon learning of this, urgently summoned the imperial physician, Gu. Physician Gu examined the pulse and observed intently, shaking his head. The Duke's pulse appears normal, albeit slightly weak and unresponsive to nourishment. He should not be in such a deep stupor. The matriarch inquired further and soon sent physician Gu back to the palace. Wei Kang's eldest son, Wei Chong, took the initiative to seek counsel, claiming he wished to consult with physician Gu regarding his father's condition to procure more suitable medical care. Once outside, Wei Chong lowered his voice to inquire, esteemed doctor, will my father awaken? Is there a risk to his life given the duration of his unconsciousness? I possess limited medical knowledge. It would be prudent for the young master to seek another's expertise, physician Gu replied hastily, departing in a hurry. Chapter 21. The rite of invocation in a matter of days. Wei Kong's features had become grotesquely pronounced, with his chest and abdomen sunken, resembling a mere corpse. The imperial physicians and renowned doctors from the capital had been summoned, yet all were rendered powerless, unable even to diagnose his affliction. Huang Yunyang hovered above Wei Kong's head, inhaling the wisps of grayish-white mist that merged into his spirit. The spectral essence consumed the vitality of the living. Appearing as an intangible substance, yet it had repercussions on the corporeal form. Thus, the essence, spirit, and vitality were the very anchors of human existence. Zhou Yi concealed himself in the shadows, observing Wei Kong's deteriorating condition. In 3 to 5 days, Wei Kong would be utterly lost to the void. Given this, the efficiency of ordinary vengeful spirits in claiming lives seemed rather sluggish, excelling only in their subtlety. Zhou Yi was preparing to depart, intending to make an appearance in the prison, perhaps concocting an excuse to slip away. He had become a mere idle observer in the dungeon, while Lieutenant Zhu had dispatched a guard to deliver meals. Once, he had scorned the guards for their idleness, yet when it came his turn to dine, he found the fare surprisingly palatable. At that moment, the gates of the Duke's residence swung wide open, the matriarch herself stepping forth to greet them, flanked by the young master of the household. Zhou Yi's interest piqued, who possessed such stature. Just days prior, a eunuch sent by Emperor Hanchong had entered through a side door, and yet the matriarch, being the younger sister of the former empress, warranted the title of aunt from the current sovereign. A hum of chanting and Buddhist hymns filled the air, and soon after, 2 rows of 8 yellow-robed monks appeared. Leading the procession, they cleared the way, striking bowls and scattering flowers, followed by another group of 8 muscular warrior monks, their bare upper bodies dusted with gold powder, bearing a lotus platform upon their shoulders. The platform was adorned with colorful banners fluttering in the breeze, half concealing the rotund master seated upon it. Zhou Yi's gaze swept over the warrior monks, each a formidable master of martial arts, while the seated master emanated a faint aura of spiritual energy. How intriguing. This capital city truly harbors hidden talents, and his time in the dungeon had rendered him somewhat oblivious to such spectacles. As the procession reached the Duke's residence, the master slowly rose from the lotus platform, gazing gravely into the sky above the estate. Amok, what manner of fiend dares to wreak havoc in the capital? The matriarch, upon hearing this, quickly sent someone forward to invite the master and his entourage inside. The portly master, his expression serious, conveyed the threat posed by the fiend, asserting that a grand rite was necessary to expend decades' worth of cultivation, an affair that would require over 200,000 taels of gold and silver. The entire tax revenue of Fengyang Kingdom barely surpassed 10 million taels per year, thus the master's ritual demanded nearly a fifth of the national tax. All as Master Miaojue has dictated. The matriarch readily acquiesced, procuring the key to the treasury to summon the funds. The vault contained massive silver ingots, each the size of a winter melon, requiring the strength of 2 men to shoulder them, and it was only by nightfall that they were accurately weighed. Master Miaojue, the abbot of the Diamond Temple, was one of the national masters conferred by the Dog Emperor in the past. Zhou Yi, overhearing the discussions within the Duke's residence, also learned of the master's origins. It was said that he had once shared a bed with Emperor Chongming, discussing the path to immortality, thus establishing himself as one of the few eminent figures in both Buddhism and Taoism in Fengyang. Now in his 90s, he appeared no older than 50 or 60, undoubtedly possessing additional means. Otherwise, he could not have deceived the Dog Emperor. Emperor Chongming, with his wooden meditation, was not truly foolish. Many practitioners from the Jianghu, believing their deceptive arts impenetrable, had sought entry into the Shangyang Palace to bask in wealth and glory, only to find themselves cast into the imperial dungeons, enduring cruel tortures until death. The Dog Emperor would rather see the dynasty in turmoil than fall prey to deception. Perhaps he had encountered true immortals? As night fell, the courtyard of Wei Kong was illuminated by dozens of whale oil candles, each as thick as an arm. The warrior monks had erected a grand altar, while the 8 yellow-robed monks held their Buddhist implements, taking turns to perform the rites with a solemnity befitting the occasion. The onlookers from the Duke's residence bowed in reverence with clasped hands as each monk descended from the altar. Master Miaojue sat cross-legged upon the lotus platform, his hands joined in silence. What was he up to? Zhou Yi furrowed his brow. Had it not been for the faint aura emanating from Miaojue, he would have dismissed the monk's attempts at theatrics. As the hour approached midnight, Amok, Miaojue suddenly proclaimed the sacred mantra, his voice resonating like thunder, waking the drowsy audience of the Duke's residence. He leapt into the air, soaring above the heads of the gathered, and landed upon the altar. Zhou Yi initially thought the monk was about to unleash genuine power, only to witness Miaojue resume his incantations, his fingertips coalescing with authentic energy. Wait just half an hour more, and if you continue, I shall strike you down with one sword. Sensing the imminent threat, Miaojue chanted for only a brief moment before retrieving a copper mirror from his robes. The mirror, ancient in design, bore a polished side and one etched with swirling cloud patterns. Amok, why does the fiend still remain hidden? As Miaojue's words fell, a figure materialized upon the copper mirror, none other than Huang Yunyang herself. Having heard of the imminent monk's arrival to subdue the demons, she had paused her inhalation, standing nearby to observe the spectacle. Yet, under the mirror's reflection, her spectral form emerged of its own accord. What manner of woman is this? A ghost. A ghost. The assembly in the Duke's residence erupted into chaos as they beheld Huang Yunyang's sudden appearance, scrambling to take refuge behind the altar. Miaojue, fixing the copper mirror upon Huang Yunyang, cried out, "Burn my lifespan and grant you divine weaponry. Disciples, heed my command, swiftly subdue this demon." Whem! The 8 warrior monks shouted in unison, charging toward Huang Yunyang. The fervent vitality of their martial arts, honed through years of practice, was especially effective against spectral entities. Merely approaching her caused her form to waver and threaten to disperse. This group of monks. Zhou Yi flicked his finger, sending a strand of true energy that circled around Miaojue's wrist before severing several of his beard strands. Over the past 2 years, while his innate true energy had scarcely grown, his mastery over it had significantly improved, allowing him to manipulate it into various forms within a radius of 10 zhang. Concentrating the energy into his sword tip stemmed solely from Zhou Yi's dreams of becoming a sword immortal. Miaojue felt a sharp pain in his wrist, causing the bronze mirror to fall and lose its grip on the ghostly figure. Huang Yunyang floated upwards, vanishing into thin air. The warrior monks turned to the altar, only to find Miaojua's expression frozen in shock and fear. He then hastily retrieved a vial of elixir from his robes and swallowed its contents. Coughing violently, Miaojua spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his complexion pale as he collapsed off the altar. "Master! Abbot!" The cries echoed. Miaojua gasped, "Amitba, I have failed the matriarch. The fiend's power is formidable," disrupting the diamond-subduing demon array with those words. He coughed up more blood and fainted. One of the monks spoke, "Matriarch, allow me to escort the abbot back to the temple for recuperation. The 20,000 taels will be dispatched tomorrow." "What words are these?" "The abbot has been injured due to my family's affairs, losing years of his life," the matriarch replied, shaking her head. "Just a trifling sum of gold and silver. Let it serve as an offering." "Amitba," the monk intoned, signaling for the warrior monks to carry the abbot away on a soft litter, hastening their departure. In the shadows, Zhou Yi watched the farce come to an end, addressing Huang Yunyang. "You have witnessed this. Though the spectral essence is intangible, it cannot act with impunity. Henceforth, be vigilant and cautious." "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your salvation," Huang Yunyang knelt in reverence. "With my vendetta avenged, should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to command me. I would face any peril, even at the cost of my very soul." Wei Kong had already lost 6 to 7 parts of his vitality. Even if he were to awaken, he would not survive for long, his life force extinguished. A fate beyond the reach of even the greatest physicians. "I shall take my leave from the capital, and in doing so, I will assist you in finding a suitable place." Zhou Yi stowed away his jade hairpin and vanished without a trace. Chapter 22. The Unity of Buddhism and Taoism at the Eastern Gate of the capital. The monk revealed the insignia of the Wei State Duke's residence, causing the guarding soldiers to hesitate, but they quickly opened the city gate to allow passage. The martial monk, possessing extraordinary physical strength, ran tirelessly for over 10 miles. Inside the sedan chair, Miaojua, who should have been gasping for breath, sat calmly, save for the large stains of blood on his monk's robe, which made him appear almost like a different person. Fortunately, the humble monk had prepared in advance, otherwise, disaster would have surely ensued. Miaojua recalled the flash of sword light and shivered involuntarily. He lifted the curtain and poked his head out, anxiously urging the martial monk to hasten. "Faster! Once we return to the temple, we shall seal the mountain gates and see no one." The martial monk, understanding the gravity of the situation, stretched his muscles and quickened his pace. Miaojua withdrew his head, intending to lie down and rest, but soon noticed the presence of another person beside him, clad in black attire and a dark cloak. "Ah, Mitafu!" Startled, Miaojua exclaimed and quickly began to chant a Buddhist sutra. The monks following outside heard the commotion and inquired if something was amiss, wondering if they should pause for a moment. "Cough, cough. I am merely feeling a bit unwell. There is no need to stop. Quickly return to the temple," Miaojua replied, then turned to the cloaked figure, bowing repeatedly and lowering his voice to say, "Master, what commands do you have?" This humble monk will not dare to question. "Do you know who I am?" Zhou Yi's voice, deep and resonant, resonated with authority. Miaojua shook his head repeatedly, puzzled as to why the Duke of Wei would attract such an individual. Zhou Yi commanded, "Bring forth your bronze mirror for me to inspect." After a moment's hesitation, Miaojua complied and presented the mirror with both hands. Zhou Yi examined it closely and noticed several small characters on its side, bestowed by the Xianxing Taoist to disciple Yulingzi. Miaojua, possessing keen insight, explained, "The Xianxing Taoist is of unknown origin, while Yulingzi was the founder of the Yuling Temple 200 years ago. Due to involvement in a conspiracy, the lineage has been severed." Zhou Yi infused the mirror with his true essence, causing it to emit a dazzling light, far surpassing Miaojua's own capabilities. "How did this mirror come into your possession, and what is its purpose?" "The Diamond Temple is situated near the ruins of the Yuling Temple. We inadvertently discovered an underground palace there, which houses the treasure mirror. To prevent the loss of a relic from our predecessors, we brought it back to the temple for safekeeping," Miaojua explained. "The treasure mirror can reveal wandering spirits and stabilize the forms of ghosts, but it is of no use to the living." "Surely there are other treasures in the underground palace?" Zhou Yi remarked, tucking the bronze mirror into his robe. "I am also of the Taoist sect, sharing the teachings of the 3 pure ones with the Yuling Temple. You, monk, not only have stolen a treasure but also wish to conceal the Taoist inheritance?" Miaojua's cheeks flushed crimson. He was typically the one deceiving others. Yet today he encountered an even more shameless individual. You are correct, esteemed elder. There is indeed a volume of Taoist scriptures. Have the others halt and retrieve the scriptures from the temple. You shall recite them yourself, Zhou Yi ordered. If the two accounts do not match and even a single character is wrong, I shall exterminate the entire Diamond Temple. In this moment, Zhou Yi adopted the demeanor of an unyielding and formidable figure, ensuring efficiency without arousing suspicion. It is curious how the world operates. When treated with cruelty, people comply obediently. Yet when treated kindly, they attempt to play tricks. Stop, Miao Jue commanded, lifting the curtain. Fa Zheng, go to the temple's scripture hall and bring back the text titled Annotations on the Earth Store Sutra by Yuling. Fa Zheng bowed and swiftly departed with remarkable agility. Zhou Yi chuckled. The Diamond Temple is renowned in the Fengyang Kingdom. Who would have imagined it practices Taoist scriptures? Indeed, the text is rather profound. Having remained in the temple for over a century, and only 3 individuals have managed to cultivate it, while the rest remain disciples of the Buddha, Miao Jue replied. Zhou Yi's eyes gleamed with intensity. Enough chatter. Recite the scriptures swiftly. Between heaven and earth, there is no end. When combined, they form the vital essence, merging into unity. The Taoist scripture, known as Return to Origin Sutra, comprised over 5,000 words, with the initial sections detailing the methods of cultivation and the final 500 words documenting a technique of lightness, which allows one to move as lightly as a feather. Miao Jue was captivated by the cultivation of the Return to Origin Sutra, while his martial arts only honed his physical shell. The application of the lightness technique could enable him to leap several zhang into the air. There is a distinction between jumping and flying. The former involves ascending from a lower height and descending, whereas the latter allows horizontal movement in midair. As 2 to 3 hours passed and dawn broke, Monk Fa Zheng finally returned with the scriptures. Zhou Yi scrutinized the text, confirming there were no errors, before tucking it away. Now I ask you, why waste several hours performing rituals yesterday when you could have directly invoked the spell? Those affluent families are quite fond of such theatrics. Unless a grand altar is erected for ceremonies, they deem the fee of 3,000 to 5,000 taels too expensive, Miao Jue lamented. Do not lament your troubles in front of me. Zhou Yi cast a sidelong glance at the rotund monk, having indeed heard of the Diamond Temple's reputation. Otherwise, he would not have been so accommodating. I spoke too freely, Miao Jue mused, realizing Zhou Yi's tone had softened, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. At least preserving his life. Zhou Yi inquired further, are you aware of any nearby places that are perpetually cold and eerie? Miao Jue paused in thought for a moment before responding. I know of one, 300 miles southeast of the capital. There lies a cold pond that attracts many high officials seeking respite in the summer. Zhou Yi shook his head slightly. A place with many people is unsuitable for spirits to dwell. Please wait a moment. I shall call upon others to inquire, Miao Jue replied, extending his head to consult with several monks before turning back to say, there are 3 other shadowy locations, the mass grave at Shirley Slope, the ancient battlefield of Daliang Mountain, and Wanshou Mountain. Zhou Yi patted Miao Jue's shoulder. Should I catch wind of any ill tidings, I shall seek you at the Diamond Temple for discussions on the scriptures. With that, he boldly pulled back the curtain of the sedan chair and vanished from the astonished gazes of the monks. Umitba, such meticulous and ruthless actions. Who could this old monster be? Miao Jue's heart raced with fear and indignation as he shouted at the remaining monks. What are you standing around for? Hurry back to the temple. Wanshou Mountain, located 150 miles from the capital, is the site of the Fengyang Kingdom's imperial tombs, where the emperors of the Zhao family are interred. The tombs are guarded by the imperial army, strictly prohibiting anyone from approaching to avoid disturbing the dragon's veins. Zhou Yi believed that the tomb's underground palace would be the perfect place for Huang Yunyang to roam freely without disturbing the living. While Huang Yunyang swore she would not harm anyone, perhaps she could resist temptation for 10 or 20 years. But who could say whether she would keep her promise after 100 or 1,000 years? After all, spirits thrive on consuming the essence of the living to grow stronger. Zhou Yi moved with a measured pace, his speed nonetheless remarkable, traversing several zhang with each step as he perused the Return to Origin Sutra. The text bore similarities to the nameless incantation, suggesting it was a celestial cultivation method. The former gathers spiritual energy to refine the body, while this scripture refines spiritual energy into the dantian, transforming it into magical power. He pondered the distinction between this magical power and innate true essence. Zhou Yi refrained from hastily practicing the text. He needed to fully comprehend the scripture before transitioning his martial arts into celestial cultivation. Cultivating immortality should not be rushed. Moreover, with Huang Yunyang's scripture for enhancing one's spirit, could he truly attain the legendary harmony of essence, energy, and spirit? Chapter 23. The Honest Maiden. The royal mausoleum is situated on the southern foothills of Mount Wanshou, encompassing an area of 50 miles surrounded by mountains, with the Sioux River to the north. The royal tombs, aligned from west to east, consist of 17 burial sites. Zhou Yi effortlessly passed through the imperial guard surrounding the mausoleum and arrived at the latest gravestone of Emperor Chongming. Truly, emperors are the most incomprehensible beings. This dog emperor spent over 30 years avoiding court, while dedicating over a decade to the construction of his mausoleum. Unbeknownst to the predecessors, during the mausoleum's construction, my father was the chief engineer of the Ministry of Works. Huang Yunyang floated out from her hairpin, stating, according to my father, after the completion of the dog emperor's mausoleum, to keep the secrets of the imperial tomb, tens of thousands of craftsmen were buried alive. Zhou Yi nodded slightly. I have heard rumors about this. It stirred quite a commotion at the time, with Long Yi dispatching troops to suppress it. The imperial army could not contend with the rebels, but they excelled at oppressing the common folk, and soon enough, all was quiet. Huang Yunyang remarked, the dog emperor, who ruled as a foolish monarch for a lifetime, ultimately did one good deed before his death, secretly nurturing General Li. Yet whether this is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. Zhou Yi gazed at the grand achievements inscribed on the gravestone and mused, from now on, you shall reside within the dog emperor's tomb, thus fulfilling your purpose. In his studies of history, Zhou Yi had only read about certain emperors' incompetence, without personal experience. It was challenging to harbor genuine animosity towards them. However, having witnessed the reign of Emperor Chongming firsthand, Zhou Yi truly grasped the gravity of the situation. The phrase humans consuming each other, though casually stated, encapsulated countless tragic or absurd fates. Other phrases, like the massacre of the starving from the three clans, were starkly presented, devoid of the ornate language found on the gravestones, rendering them all the more cold and brutal. When the time comes, please help me incinerate the dog emperor's remains and scatter his ashes to the winds. Zhou Yi sought a hidden spot, where his sword of true essence pierced through the mausoleum, sensing the immense tomb within, and sent Huang Yunyang's hairpin into it. The sword energy shattered the earth at the entrance, leaving no trace after some time. In the dungeon, the remnants of souls were thoroughly cleansed, and the chill had dissipated significantly. The jailers had debated for some time, but ultimately deemed it a good thing and let it go. Since Zhou Yi eradicated the bandits, he still held the nominal title of jailer, yet enjoyed the same treatment as Colonel Zhu, receiving a room for himself. He had craftsmen meticulously renovate the space, furnishing it with redwood tables and chairs, acquiring fine tea sets, and brewing a pot of pre-rain Longjing tea, making his workplace more comfortable than home. The lofty halls of power and the vastness of the martial world mattered little to him. He preferred the path of cultivation. After diligently practicing the primordial return technique for half a year, the innate true essence within him transformed entirely into magical power, significantly enhancing his efficiency in absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. While the initial gains were minuscule, the progress was indeed remarkable. Cultivating magical power bore distinct advantages over martial true essence, aligning more closely with the principles of the universe. Its quality was pure and ethereal, allowing for transformations driven by thought. For instance, while true essence could be shaped into swords, blades, or fists, the details often appeared coarse. Magical power, however, could morph into lifelike forms with merely a thought. On this day, as Zhou Yi sat in meditation, he suddenly sensed someone entering his room, silently landing on the beam above. Come down. A beam of sword light swept across, causing the visitor to stumble and fall gracefully to the ground. Why have you come to this place? Zhou Yi scrutinized Lao Bai, acknowledging his charm. After more than a decade, he had matured into a refined figure, combining youthful allure with a newfound gravitas. Once a heartthrob among maidens, he now possessed the capacity to captivate countless married women. A once great innate master reduced to delivering meals in a dungeon was indeed a rare occurrence. Lao Bai's eyes glimmered with envy, but upon recalling the plight of the Tsang family, he felt a twinge of relief. Old Zhou, I plan to marry and have specially invited you to be my best man. The role of the best man involves standing by the groom's side to shield him from excess drinking, ensuring he can consummate the marriage. Zhou Yi exclaimed, "You intend to marry? Which lady possesses such allure?" "It is Princess Rongchong." Lao Bai produced a lavish red invitation embellished with gold thread. Zhou Yi was momentarily taken aback before expressing disdain. "You are truly shameless. After indulging in pleasures outside, you now wish to settle down and ensnare an honest maiden?" Princess Rongchong, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Dongyang, Lao Bai boasted, recounting how he had once inadvertently stumbled into the Duke's residence, narrowly escaping with his life, and managed to win the heart of Princess Rongchong with his looks before slipping away. Lao Bai set the invitation down and poured himself a few gulps from the teapot. "Are you still my brother? Do you really believe she wishes to marry you? It's merely because you hold some leverage over her." "What leverage?" Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow, feeling a sense of camaraderie with Lao Bai. Over the years, Lao Bai had occasionally visited the capital to drink and chat with Zhou Yi, sharing delightful culinary and cultural experiences from various regions. After their drinking sessions, they would part ways, with Zhou Yi remaining in the dungeon while Lao Bai continued his wanderings. Zhou Yi envied Lao Bai's carefree lifestyle, while Lao Bai admired Zhou Yi's indifference to fame and fortune, embodying the essence of a gentleman's friendship, which is as light as water. In the past, to extricate himself from a predicament, Lao Bai had exchanged tokens of affection with Princess Rongchong. Initially taken as jest, he never anticipated that the girl would hold on to it for all these years, unwavering in her devotion. With a sigh, Lao Bai confessed, "The Duke of Dongyang is helpless. He sees that the princess is growing older. He has summoned numerous top-tier experts and scoured the realm for me. I must either marry his daughter or—" Zhou Yi could no longer contain himself, pointing to the door. "Get out. Just leave. Haha, be sure to come on time." Lao Bai's sorrowful visage transformed into a triumphant smile, having reclaimed a measure of dignity. On the 15th of the month, a day deemed auspicious for marriage, Zhou Yi requested leave early, familiarizing himself with the intricate and tedious wedding procedures. Upon learning of the royal marriage, Colonel Zhu, impressed by Zhou Yi's connections, boldly requested an invitation, claiming he wished to broaden his horizons. Colonel Zhu was keen on advancement and would not let such an opportunity slip by. On the day of the wedding, Yongchong Lane was adorned with red silk, and the path from Lao Bai's new residence to the Duke's mansion was lined with peonies, covered in a carpet of colorful petals. The cost of just this procession amounted to tens of thousands of taels of silver, not to mention Lao Bai's new abode, situated adjacent to the imperial palace, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Its value transcended mere currency. Is being handsome enough to do as one pleases? Zhou Yi mused while gazing into the mirror, stroking his own face. "I am not lacking, am I?" The advantage of magical power over true essence was that it continually nourished the body, leading to a transformation towards perfection. Hence the cultivation world was filled with handsome men and beautiful women. After navigating a series of rituals, Zhou Yi finally brought the princess home. In the banquet hall of the Bai residence, Lao Bai mingled with the elders from the Duke's household, toasting and conversing with the various noble families. Zhou Yi stood beside him, secretly transmitting thoughts. "The Duke of Dongyang treats you exceedingly well, such familial ties, introducing you to this son-in-law. Perhaps this is the love of parents for their children." Yesterday, Lao Bai had been carefree, yet today, as he wed, his tone shifted dramatically. Chapter 24. The business of nobility. The Duke's residence in Dongyang has stood as a bastion of nobility for centuries in the kingdom of Fengyang. The marriage of its only legitimate daughter is a grand event that captivates the entire capital. Lao Bai has numerous acquaintances, all of whom are notable nobles. He cannot afford to show favoritism. The Duke's estate has already sent 4 different groups of esteemed guests to partake in the revelry. Throughout, Zhou Yi maintained a cheerful demeanor, effortlessly consuming vast quantities of wine, which he soon refined into nothingness. Lao Bai whispered, "Old Zhou, you should pretend to be drunk to avoid attracting suspicion. Wait a moment longer." Zhou Yi closed his eyes, carefully sensing a faint murderous intent that shifted in tandem with Lao Bai's movements. In the world of martial arts, everyone has their share of enemies, yet to cause a ruckus during a royal wedding is a bold move. Zhou Yi remained uncertain of the enemy's approach, opting to distance himself and eradicate the threat before it manifested. At last, Lao Bai had greeted all the old friends and acquaintances from the Duke's estate, numbering at least 200 to 300. Zhou Yi could not help but question Lao Bai's nonchalance, suspecting he might have forgotten most of them. The banquet hall was divided into 2 sections, a grand hall for the duke's family and nobles, and a smaller hall for martial artists. The court looked down upon the raucousness of the martial world, while the latter scoffed at the court's hypocrisy, hence the separation catered to both parties' sentiments. As Zhou Yi entered the smaller hall, he immediately identified the source of the murderous intent. In the southeast corner, a table occupied by two seemingly silent drinkers cast furtive glances at Lao Bai. The tables before them were amiable, granting Lao Bai and the duke's estate the respect they deserved. However, they soon encountered a solitary figure at a table, a white-haired Taoist who poured wine for himself without acknowledging Lao Bai. The Taoist turned his cold gaze toward Zhou Yi. Is this the infamous blood prison old demon? Zhou Yi smiled and poured the Taoist a drink. These are mere nicknames from the martial world. They hold little significance. The Taoist stared intently at the wine jug, while onlookers remained oblivious, unaware that the jug was standing upright, pouring its contents effortlessly into the cup without spilling a single drop. Coughing lightly, the Taoist smiled warmly. I have long heard of your esteemed name and wish to establish a friendship. Should you pass by Jingyan Prefecture, feel free to visit me at Changchun Temple. Such meticulous skill likely indicated a mastery of internal cultivation, potentially leading to unparalleled heights in the future. It is better to resolve enmity than to create it. Those who roam the martial world are especially reluctant to forge new grudges, particularly the seasoned and waning experts. As Lao Bai continued to toast, he remained blissfully unaware of the danger until he reached the southeast corner. A few companions from the martial world had traveled from afar, and Lao Bai's words abruptly faltered. His complexion shifted from pale to red, and then to green as he instinctively took a step back, positioning Zhou Yi in front of him. Lecher, scoundrel! Two female voices rang out, accompanied by flashes of sword light, one aimed at Lao Bai's neck, the other targeting lower regions. Female? Zhou Yi was taken aback for a moment, flicking his fingers to deflect the sword's edge. An overwhelming force reverberated through his wrist, prompting the two women to cry out in pain as their swords clattered to the ground. This startling turn of events drew the attention of many guests. The Duke's hidden protectors leapt into action, surrounding the two women with the intent to capture them alive. However, the women's lightness of foot was extraordinary. One soared through the air, while the other vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Zhou Yi, choosing to conceal his prowess and identity, discreetly left the smaller hall, but could not resist inquiring through a message before his departure. Who are these two women? At such a young age, their martial skills suggest they could potentially break through to the innate level. Lao Bai, initially reluctant to answer, found himself pressed by Zhou Yi's persistent questioning and finally replied. One is the eldest sister of the Wuliang sword sect, and the other is a saintess of the Tianma sect. Zhou Yi regretted involving himself, feeling it would have been better to let this scoundrel face the consequences at his own wedding. In the grand hall, having completed his task, Zhou Yi sought a quiet corner to rest. The banquet was well underway, with the elders having departed, leaving the younger generation to revel in wine and merriment. Their exuberance intensified as the wine flowed, leading to increasingly reckless conversations. A young man from the Dingqing Marquis family remarked, "Have you heard? Recently, several positions opened up in the northern frontier, and His Majesty intends to promote the nobility. Who would want to suffer in the desolate cold of the northern frontier?" Replied the son of the Weiyuan Marquis. In a few days, the Imperial Army will undergo new deployments. This is a prime opportunity. The Imperial Army is too costly. A guerrilla general demands 100,000 taels. It would take years to recoup that investment. The northern frontier is far cheaper. I hear the commander only requires 20,000 taels. Why settle for a commander? Spend a few extra thousand taels to take on a position in the military bureau. That would truly be a lucrative venture. Their banter continued, treating military affairs as mere business transactions. The Weiyuan Marquis' son shook his head. You know nothing. The northern frontier forces have clashed with Daong several times. What appears to be a minor conflict could escalate into full-blown war at any moment. Upon hearing this, the group promptly extinguished their enthusiasm for the northern frontier. While earning money in business is appealing, preserving one's life takes precedence. With their family's foundation, they could not squander their legacy over generations. Now that His Majesty has expressed intentions to support the nobility, we must seize this opportunity, at the very least. We must secure a position of real power. Only with military authority can one truly claim a title. The Weiyuan Marquis' son declared, it's worth spending whatever it takes to secure a position. This is a long-term investment. The court allocates 1,000,000 taels each year, and someday, we will recoup that. Brother Liang speaks wisely. Let us agree to serve His Majesty in the imperial army. My father constantly berates me for not being industrious. Today, I shall take on the mantle of general and find some glory for myself. We, the nobility, stand united with the country. We would never plot rebellion. Exercise caution. These young masters, intoxicated, had already begun to imagine themselves in the ranks of the imperial army, and in truth, they would not fare poorly. Given their strong familial ties and willingness to invest, Zhou Yi silently listened for a while before rising to leave. It is no wonder these individuals view state affairs as business. Most matters in the world are indeed transactions, where loyalty and betrayal intertwine, as do prosperity and decline. Some have chosen betrayal and decline, perhaps with no other options available. Does Emperor Hongchong not recognize that these noble scions are as worthless as refuse? They cannot even remember how many soldiers they command, let alone lead them into battle. Sometimes, it is reassuring to rely on the inept. They will spill blood for soldiers, pursue profit, and engage in commerce, but they would never conspire to rebel. As the winds of change began to stir, Zhou Yi found himself puzzled, uncertain of what to hope for, rebellion or a smooth transition. Before departing, he presented the long-prepared gift to Lao Bai, a meticulously crafted jade plaque, the material and craftsmanship unremarkable, save for a striking blood-red hue at its center. Zhou Yi, lacking knowledge of artifact refinement, decided to infuse a drop of his blood into the jade using his powers. Bound by blood, this plaque would be recognizable regardless of the passage of hundreds or thousands of years. In the 17th year of the Hongchong era, during the summer, a unique prisoner arrived at the imperial prison. Without escort or anyone daring to provide one, Li Wu entered the prison of his own volition. The imperial prison, constructed on the foundations of the previous dynasty's prison, boasted a millennium of history and had confined numerous nobles. Today, it welcomed its second innate grandmaster. The combined strength of the imperial guards on duty was insufficient to withstand Li Wu's onslaught. Zhou Yi, who prided himself on his detached perspective, had comprehended the grand scheme of the Fengyang kingdom but struggled to decipher the hearts of men. Bring the meal box. I'll deliver it personally. Master Zhou, you're toiling too much. Zhang Yun, the current prison guard responsible for delivering meals, was the grandson of Zhang Zhou. His son, Zhang Jin, had perished at the hands of bandits within 2 years of serving in the prison. Zhou Yi, mindful of past favors, had recruited Zhang Yun into the prison service last year after he came of age. Cell number 9. Li Wu, immersed in meditative breathing, sensed an approaching danger. He opened his eyes and beheld the approaching prison guard. Who are you? A mere nameless prison guard, Zhou Yi responded telepathically. He unlocked the cell door and retrieved delicacies and fine wine from the food box, arranging them on the table. After 15 years, he finally stood face to face with the renowned general and martial arts grandmaster. It wasn't that he hadn't had the opportunity before, but Zhou Yi had always been cautious, unwilling to approach such figures without a secure plan, lest he encounter those seeking vengeance against Li Wu, individuals who were undoubtedly martial arts experts. I never believed in hidden masters among the common folk, Li Wu said telepathically, his eyes filled with admiration. Today, I realize there are indeed extraordinary individuals in this world. I concede my inferiority. General, you flatter me, Zhou Yi replied. Why did you enter the prison today? Li Wu explained. In those days, Li Xiong's troops wrought havoc, slaughtering thousands of civilians. As the general, I bear responsibility for the oversight and dereliction of duty, and as his kin, I am culpable for inadequate discipline. General, you jest. Throughout the Fengyang kingdom, everyone knows of your strict household governance, Zhou Yi countered. I've spent decades in this prison, and while other families frequently have members incarcerated, only Li Xiong has emerged from your family. Moreover, Li Xiong's transgressions were hardly Li Wu's fault, and his act of righteousness in dealing with his relative had appeased the populace. Li Wu shook his head. That's merely what an official should do. It's not worth mentioning. General, you know what I want to ask. Zhou Yi said directly. Why didn't you emulate Long and I? Li Wu responded. Since he's a traitor, how could I possibly follow in his footsteps? Without the general back then, it might not have been Long and I, but the Long Emperor? Zhou Yi had witnessed the Chongming dynasty firsthand. The emperor had long lost the people's favor, and had the prime minister succeeded in his rebellion, he could have easily secured the throne. Long Mi's rebellion was confined to the capital, resulting in over 60,000 casualties. If I were to rebel, regardless of victory or defeat, it would inevitably lead to widespread chaos affecting all prefectures. Li Wu murmured, "The nation has only enjoyed a few years of peace. I cannot, for my own selfish reasons, cause such widespread suffering." Zhou Yi paused before suggesting, "General, you could resign and retire." An innate grandmaster with no desire for power would never be deliberately targeted by the court. If pushed too far, they could simply storm the palace. Li Wu said, "I am aware that my achievements overshadow the emperor. As long as I live, the nation will not be at peace. The late emperor bestowed great kindness upon me, and in his dying breath, he urged me to prioritize the nation and its people above all else. That dog emperor only knew how to lecture others. He never cared about the nation and its people," Zhou Yi thought. Seeing the affection on Li Wu's face when he mentioned the Chongming emperor, he refrained from openly denouncing him. "Is your family settled?" Li Wu nodded. "His Majesty promised that as long as I remain loyal to the nation, the Li family will share its fate. Dead, then, is loyal to the nation. Do you believe this promise?" Zhou Yi ultimately refrained from asking this question. Whether Li Wu believed it or not, he had already made his choice. First, to avoid further conflict, and second, to repay the Chongming emperor's kindness. Regardless of Li Wu's reasons for surrendering himself, he had ultimately quelled the strife. Zhou Yi admitted that he couldn't have done the same if he were in Li Wu's position. He would have likely received a military order from the Ministry of War in 5 years and led the Northern Frontier Army back to the capital to remonstrate with the emperor. As for how many people would die during the remonstrance, Zhou Yi didn't care, as long as he and his family didn't die. How many people in the world are willing to sacrifice their lives and power for strangers? Someone like Li Wu, when viewed by later historians, would likely be condemned as foolishly loyal. Li Wu was a natural-born hero, strict with himself and disciplined with his family. It's a pity. When the Li family is imprisoned, take good care of them. Zhou Yi never hesitated to interpret people's motives with malice. He had previously guessed that Li Wu would rebel, but he was wrong. Now, he suspected that the Hongchong emperor would eliminate the Li family and their military influence before his death, leaving his successor with a clean and untainted Fengyang kingdom. Times create heroes, and heroes change times. Li Wu's imprisonment dispelled the gloom that had enveloped the capital, and the once oppressed court suddenly felt lighter. Officials submitted memorials, stating that General Li had rendered meritorious service to the nation and imploring His Majesty to pardon his crimes. No one knew exactly what crimes Li Wu had committed, but everyone knew that Li Wu could not leave the prison alive. The Duke of Jinghua is truly a pillar of the nation. Officials used all sorts of laudatory terms to praise Li Wu's act of imprisonment, hoping to have him enshrined in the imperial ancestral temple as soon as possible. In private, however, they spoke disparagingly of Li Wu, a mere boorish military man who had wielded 1,000,000 soldiers in vain, meeting the same fate as Long and I. This news spread to the common people, causing an uproar. Li Wu was ostracized by officials in the court, and even the Ministry of War did not support him. However, in the eyes of the people, he was a savior sent from heaven. Initially, public sentiment was overwhelming, with many clamoring for the court to provide an explanation. Later, rumors emerged that Li Wu had indiscriminately slaughtered civilians during the southern expedition, that Li Xiong's looting of merchants was tacitly approved by Li Wu, and that Li Wu was the mastermind behind the death of the Duke of Wei. After the mudslinging, the embroidered uniform guard arrested many people, and the public outcry quickly subsided. As Li Wu had said, the people of the Fengyang Kingdom had only enjoyed a few years of stability and were unwilling to endure further turmoil. Therefore, they no longer needed a renowned general who had swept across the world. They would build a temple and erect a monument to commemorate Li Wu, and that would be the end of it. Those people have already treated you as if you were dead, building temples and erecting monuments, offering incense and worship, and weeping with great sorrow. Zhou Yi asked, "Do you regret your choice?" "Master Zhou, there's no need to persuade me. This decision was entirely my own and has nothing to do with others. It's not about leaving a name in history. I simply don't want to see more people die." Li Wu picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks and took a sip of wine. "Besides, there's no chance to regret it now." Zhou Yi frowned upon hearing this and waved his hand to take the wine pot. The wine is called Nine Brew Spring, a tribute wine of the Fengyang Kingdom's royal family, aged for 2 centuries. Originally, the wine was a crystal-clear amber red, but due to an excessive amount of an unknown medicinal powder, it has turned pale white. This poison is too much. A fine pot of wine has become poison mixed with wine. The taste is not bad, rare in the world. Li Wu's expression was natural, as he ate a mouthful of food and drank a mouthful of wine, treating the poison as if it didn't exist. "If you have any last words, General, I can help with some small things." Zhou Yi's nature made it difficult for him to be noble, but he didn't mind paying respect to noble individuals. Chapter 26. The Catastrophe of Annihilation. Zhou Yi, reluctant to involve himself in the power struggles of Fengyang Kingdom, nonetheless wished to assist Li Wu in some manner. In the past, he had observed martial arts dramas where wandering heroes tirelessly protected virtuous officials, seemingly for noble causes. He had always considered this mere plot device, wishing it were not real. However, after several days of casual conversation with Li Wu, he unexpectedly found himself harboring the desire to act as a chivalrous figure. This choice contradicted his previously established detachment from worldly affairs. The serene disposition of Mr. Zhou had led him to make such a commitment, which clearly indicated that Li Wu's decision was indeed commendable. Li Wu clapped his hands in laughter. Though he bore a few dark streaks on his face that had seemingly appeared from his neck to the crown of his head. As a congenital master, he had honed his external physique and internal organs to an extraordinary level, almost reaching a state of invulnerability. Yet, this lethal poison struck directly at the brain, rendering him akin to a living corpse upon its eruption. Zhou Yi did not perceive this as particularly favorable. His gaze fell, and he suddenly recalled the faces of certain individuals, feeling an inexplicable agitation. Li Wu had conducted himself honorably throughout his life, save for his harsh treatment of his kin. Those petty enemies, who dared not show their faces in daylight, would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon Li Wu's family after his demise. After a moment of contemplation, Li Wu remarked, "There are several skilled warriors in the residence. They should not falter." Zhou Yi assured him, "As long as the congenital masters remain, the Li family shall endure. Below the level of congenital masters, I can eliminate them with a mere wave of my hand." "Thank you." Li Wu attempted to rise in gratitude, but suddenly found his vision blurring, collapsing back into his seat. The once invincible congenital master of the state, clinging to an inexplicable principle, had swiftly descended from a position of power to one of instability. The Zhao royal family, with its profound hidden virtues, could withstand such degradation? Zhou Yi sighed. "Even if an extraordinary old monster exists, I guarantee that the Li family will not perish." Li Wu offered his apologies. "In that case, Mr. Zhou will have to remain hidden in the dungeon." Zhou Yi shrugged. Having spent decades in the dungeon, a change of scenery would be refreshing. Li Wu inquired, "Where shall we go?" Zhou Yi pointed eastward, to the imperial prison. Li Wu fell silent, unable to respond. General Li lacks a sense of humor, Zhou Yi mused. Perhaps it is best to lay low and adopt a different identity before returning to the dungeon. Zhou Yi's expression turned solemn as he reached out to test Li Wu's breath, only to find he had passed away. In the 17th year of Hachang, Duke Li Wu of the state passed away in the dungeon. He was posthumously honored with the title of Loyal and Martial, signifying loyalty to the monarch and love for the nation, alongside strength and wisdom. Despite the opposition from officials, the Hongchang Emperor, at the age of 76, insisted on bestowing a royal funeral upon the duke. The historians meticulously documented the event as a paragon of the relationship between monarch and minister, ensuring its legacy would endure through the ages. As the eve of the new year approached, dark clouds loomed, and the biting north wind pierced through the air. Heavy snowflakes descended relentlessly throughout the day, blanketing the ground. At midnight, the patrolling soldiers, fearing the cold, took refuge in their barracks, drinking to stave off the chill. The capital city fell into silence, save for the soft sound of snowflakes landing. At the duke's residence, the night watchman dozed off when a shadow flickered before his eyes. Just as he prepared to wave, a blade flashed across his neck, and hot blood spilled onto the ground. Silence, followed by carnage. Cloaked in black, figures moved like cold machines, dispatching their victims with ruthless efficiency, advancing from the outskirts of the duke's residence without a trace of mercy. Intruders. A sudden scream pierced the night, followed by a cacophony of clashing swords. The skilled warriors within the estate awoke from their slumber. Some rushed to confront the assailants at the front, while others hastened to the rear, organizing themselves with military precision. In the inner quarters, the successor to the duke, Li Yi, was surrounded by over 100 martial arts experts. Commander Li stated, "The enemy is well prepared. Perhaps the duke should change attire and escape through a hidden passage?" "We cannot flee," Li Yi replied, displaying no sign of fear. "In the past, I fought alongside my father. The assailants are besieging the duke's residence, while the Anhua prince's estate remains silent. Where can I escape to?" The commander replied solemnly, "Duke, preserving your life is paramount for the future." "What future? Rebellion?" Li Ye's voice held a hint of indignation. My father was honored in the Temple of Ancestors, his name etched in history. How could I, as his son, even contemplate rebellion? Or did my father, with all his wisdom, fail to foresee this calamity that threatens our clan? The old Duke the Commander, a loyal confidant of Li Wu, found himself at a loss for words in the face of Li Ye's inquiries. The women of the Li family cowered in their chambers, eyes filled with terror, many clutching daggers, prepared to end their own lives. Li Wu's departure had been swift and decisive, leaving the remaining family members to languish in fear. At that moment, the outer quarters had fallen silent. The enemy's numbers were overwhelming, and the soldiers' formation could not withstand the onslaught. The black-clad assailants systematically surrounded the inner quarters, leaving a trail of crimson footprints upon the pristine snow. A chilling laughter echoed throughout the Duke's residence. Li Wu has slain my disciple. Today, I shall wash this place in blood. The voice abruptly ceased. The leader of the black-clad figures furrowed his brow, signaling his subordinates to investigate. The Duke's residence harbored formidable opponents, and a considerable price had been paid to lure this old monster from seclusion. Moments later, two subordinates dragged in a corpse. An elderly man with wispy white hair. His face bore 7 grotesque growths, inscribed with ominous words. Impermanence, death's harbinger, demonic spirit, debt collector. The leader examined the old man's wounds, finding a single fatal injury piercing his heart. The subordinates, aware of the old man's formidable reputation as a rare master in the martial world, could only speculate about the fearsome individual responsible for his demise, yet they remained undaunted, awaiting their leader's next command. Kill. With that command, the black-clad figures surged toward the inner quarters. Another group of assassins. How many enemies does Li Wu possess? A frail voice echoed in the leader's ear. Before he could respond, a sword's energy pierced through his chest. The remaining black-clad figures, now leaderless, faltered in their assault. The inner quarters unleashed a barrage of arrows, utilizing preset traps to repel the attackers. Commander Li, leading the charge, fought valiantly, and after a brief but intense struggle, they succeeded in exterminating the intruders. King Wu of the underworld. Commander Li recognized the identity of the old man. He was a disciple of the old Duke, a figure thought to have perished long ago. Li Yi showed little interest in King Wu, bowing deeply to express his gratitude. Thank you for saving us once again. I owed a debt to Li Wu, and today I have repaid it. Should more come to kill, I advise the young lord to seek his own fortune. Zhou Yi, concealed in the shadows, communicated silently before employing his agility to vanish in mere moments. Upon hearing this, Li Ye's countenance shifted dramatically as he whispered to Commander Li about the situation. The Duke's residence had faced numerous night assaults, initially repelling the attackers with ease due to the presence of skilled warriors. However, the continuous onslaught had drained their strength, leaving them barely a fraction of their former might. The last 3 waves of attackers had grown increasingly powerful, and their survival until now was solely due to the covert protection of a senior expert. Commander Li suggested, Duke, perhaps it is time to leave the capital, to live in obscurity? Within the capital, we face assassins. Outside, we confront bandit armies. Li Yu raised his gaze toward the imperial palace. Since the Hanchang emperor had bid farewell to Li Wu, his health had steadily declined, and the governance had fallen to the regent prince. How long has the former emperor been bedridden? Commander Li pondered. Approximately 7 or 8 years. Li Yi remained silent for a long while, his voice heavy with contemplation. To retreat is to invite death and the annihilation of my clan. Bring my nameplate to the Eastern Palace. I wish to have an audience with the regent. Chapter 27. A Millennium of Aristocracy. A sky of fading stars, Zhou Yi alighted in the courtyard, wiping his face as his visage shifted from that of an old man to a middle-aged one. This was the appearance he maintained within the prison, his true form concealed by a combination of sorcery, disguise, and bone-shrinking techniques, rendering him unrecognizable even to those closest to him. The matter of the Li family was concluded. His 3 clandestine interventions had drawn attention to his existence. The old monster he encountered tonight was merely a hair's breadth away from the innate realm. Innate grandmasters were even rarer than he had anticipated. Perhaps in the entire Phoenix Sun Empire. Was he the only one? Li Wu had dominated both the Phoenix Sun Empire and the Great Yang Empire, rivaled only by the Azure Heaven King, who also cultivated the heaven-devouring demon art. After 26 years of cultivation, he had suddenly become invincible in the mortal realm. Zhou Yi cautioned himself that this was a world of immortals and demons. The innate realm was merely the threshold to the path of immortality. And without spells or magical artifacts, even a random cultivator could prove to be a formidable adversary. Following the logic of human nature, those itinerant cultivators who fared poorly, realizing the futility of their path, might prefer to reign supreme in the mortal realm rather than remain insignificant underlings in the world of immortals. Rumor had it that the founding emperor of the Phoenix Sun Empire possessed supernatural abilities. Perhaps he was a fallen itinerant cultivator himself? Or perhaps the mortal realm was governed by the world of immortals, with dynastic changes merely reflecting the will of the immortals. Zhou Yi suppressed his elation. Having ingeniously attained the innate realm through the heaven-devouring demon art and the prisoners of the jail, he had acquired a modicum of self-preservation. However, he must not act recklessly. He must remain circumspect and devote himself to cultivation. The following day, the heavy snow finally ceased. It was New Year's Eve, and the streets were adorned with spring festival couplets and red lanterns, creating a festive atmosphere. The news of the attack on the Duke's manor the previous night had been suppressed, as if the 200 or 300 lives lost had never existed. The populace only knew what the court wanted them to know. For instance, the common people were aware that Li Wu had died in prison. However, the extent of the court intrigue that preceded his imprisonment was beyond the ken of ordinary folk. With the Li family's decline becoming increasingly apparent, certain past events had begun to circulate, mostly as idle gossip among officials, overheard by serving boys who then boasted about it to their relatives and friends. These rumors spread like wildfire, becoming increasingly distorted in the process. Some claimed that the Grand Chancellor feigned weakness, secretly seeking counsel from the Duke, thereby inciting the Emperor's ire towards Li Wu. Others whispered that court nobles, vying for military power, had clashed violently with officers promoted from the lower ranks by Li Wu's faction. Still others alleged that Li Wu's military loyalists, eager for promotion and wealth, had defected to the Grand Chancellor's camp. These reports were a mixture of truth and falsehood, difficult to discern. In the short span of a year, the Li family's temple had seen a significant decrease in incense offerings. In another decade or two, it would be overgrown with weeds. Nothing in this world could withstand the erosion of time, except for him. Zhou Yi arrived at the prison, carrying a bucket to deliver meals. The jailer in charge of food delivery, Zhang Yun, was home for the new year. Unlike other government offices, the prison guards could only take turns resting during the holidays. Zhou Yi was the sole exception, reporting for duty as usual. A solitary figure, he found the prison more lively than his own home. Zhou Yi was not entirely without relatives. His ancestral home was in Relying Mountain Village in Ning Mountain County, where hundreds of his clansmen still resided, including several close cousins. Years ago, Zhou Yi had been born with a weakness, appearing to be of advanced age. The clan elders had suggested to Zhou Yi's father that they adopt a child from the clan to prevent the jailer's position and the residence in the capital from going unclaimed after Zhou Yi's premature demise. Zhou Yi's father, having witnessed countless sordid affairs during his time at the prison, was well aware of the clan's intentions. Not only was Zhou Yi still alive at the time, but if the adoption had been agreed upon, the clansmen would have found a way to hasten Zhou Yi's death if his father had died prematurely. After several disputes, the clan elders remained persistent. Zhou Yi's father severed all ties with them. After Zhou Yi's father passed away, Zhou Yi inherited the jailer's position. The Zhou clansmen occasionally came to the capital to observe, waiting for him to die of illness. After waiting in vain, Zhou Yi outlived several uncles, and several cousins also aged. The kinship was completely severed. "Old Zhou, you're just in time. I need a favor." The provost Zhu greeted him, approaching and whispering, "A prisoner arrived at the prison today. We need you to use your methods of tormenting Jianghu scoundrels to inflict some punishment on this fellow." "What did he do?" Zhou Yi inquired. "What else can officials do but amass wealth?" Provost Zhu replied. "However, this one was particularly adept at it, nicknamed 3 feet above the sky. During his 3-year term, he drained the Luoyang prefecture dry, allegedly amassing over 10 million taels of silver. The Phoenix Sun Empire's annual tax revenue is roughly 10 million taels, Zhou Yi remarked, puzzled. Civil officials can't withstand several rounds of torture. Why do you need me to intervene? In recent years, Provost Zhu had occasionally requested Zhou Yi's assistance in torturing obstinate and unruly Jianghu criminals, earning him the moniker Old Devil of the Blood Prison. Provost Zhu explained, "The court has apprehended the man, but the location of the silver remains unknown. This fellow is particularly tight-lipped, and we can't subject him to severe torture, lest he accidentally dies. Does he not care about the lives of his family?" Zhou Yi had observed over the years that even officials who could withstand severe torture would rarely remain unmoved when their parents, wives, and children were brought in to be tormented. The system of collective punishment was undoubtedly cruel, yet Zhou Yi largely approved of it. In this era, familial clans were considered a single entity. The clansmen who had benefited from the corrupt officials' misdeeds should also bear the consequences of their punishment. This fellow's family was originally a farming family. They starved to death during the famines years ago, wiping out entire villages. He has no parents or relatives, Provost Zhu explained. He may have a wife and children, but like the silver, their whereabouts are unknown. Was he prepared to be apprehended and imprisoned? Zhou Yi's curiosity was piqued. He carried the bucket to cell B7. The prisoner lay prostrate on a straw mat, his back covered in crisscrossing bloody welts. His buttocks were stained with blood seeping through his clothes. Hearing the sound, he slowly raised his head. He had a square, upright face, exuding an air of righteousness. Zhou Yi opened the cell door and squatted down in front of the prisoner, saying, "How could you?" A commoner who rose to the rank of a third-grade official with the potential to reach the central government, become a corrupt official? The prisoner remained silent, turning back over. If the court recovers the 10 million taels of silver, even if only 1/10 reaches the people, it will be a redemption for your sins, Zhou Yi said. Flicking his finger, magical power transformed into a needle, piercing into the prisoner's body. Following the flow of blood, the needle moved throughout his body, its sharp aura slicing through his meridians. The pain, both internal and external, was more excruciating than the Lingqi punishment. Moreover, the Lingqi punishment would eventually end, whereas this wisp of magical power would only prick and not break, making the torture unending. Those Jianghu criminals who were unafraid of death and torture could not withstand the sensation of a needle pricking them internally. The prisoner cried out in agony, his body trembling like a sieve, his eyes bloodshot. Zhou Yi struck several acupoints to prevent him from fainting from the pain, ensuring that he would fully experience the torture. After a long while, "Where is the silver?" Zhou Yi asked, dispelling the magical power. "Perhaps you can challenge your limits." The previous one was a marrow-cleansing realm fiend, known as the human devil. However, he confessed after only 2 days. "Huh. The prisoner gasped for breath, then said, "The silver is with the Lu family. Let the court go and retrieve it." "The Lu family of Jiangnan?" Zhou Yi frowned slightly. Among the numerous aristocratic families of Jiangnan, 8 surnames had the most ancient history, tracing back to the previous dynasty or even earlier. Dynasties may not last 1,000 years, but aristocratic families do. Among them, the Lu family ranked in the top 3. "What, are you afraid?" The prisoner's eyes flashed with resentment as he said in a hateful voice, "I was afraid too, which is why I could only become a corrupt official." Chapter 28. The Crown Prince's rebellion. The harm caused by the noble families is even more insidious than that inflicted by rebels. The latter may rage like a wildfire, but they can always be extinguished. The former has existed since ancient times. Everyone can see how the noble families undermine the foundations of the dynasty. Yet few possess the means to control them. Zhou Yi slowly shook his head, saying, "You are not the first to utter such words, nor will you be the last. The malice of the noble families is profound, but that is no justification for becoming corrupt officials." The prisoner coughed, seemingly relieved after mentioning the Lu family. "My parents starved to death because officials embezzled disaster relief funds. I vowed to succeed in the imperial examinations and cleanse the court to restore the realm." Zhou Yi's interest was piqued slightly. "Pray tell, share your tale of perceived suffering that is, in fact, rather mundane." The prisoner, feeling somewhat resigned, recognized this might be his last conversation before execution. After 10 years of arduous study, he passed the examinations and became a local magistrate, harboring hopes of realizing his ambitions. However, the officials in the government were all from local gentry, making it impossible to enact any reforms or gain the trust of the people. He glanced at Zhou Yi. "The most troublesome were the lowly clerks like you." Zhou Yi nodded slightly. The intertwining of imperial power and clerical officials was no mere rhetoric. After moving through several counties, rather than achieving anything substantial, he became a laughingstock among his peers, receiving poor evaluations year after year. The prisoner lamented, "With such wasted years, how could I still harbor any lofty aspirations? I simply allowed them to continue their ways, spending my days reading and writing, wholly indifferent to governmental affairs. My ideals and future were ground away by reality, leaving me a mere bureaucrat." Zhou Yi asked, "What does this have to do with the Lu family?" In the 6th or 7th year of Hongchong, I was assigned to Chongfeng County during a time of floods. The rivers overflowed, and the people suffered. I dutifully submitted a memorial requesting the Ministry of Revenue to allocate funds and grain for disaster relief. According to protocol, the court must first inspect the disaster before drafting a relief plan, a process that dragged on for ages. By the time the great disaster struck, many had perished. They allocated only a small sum. Minor disasters resolved themselves without need for aid. To my astonishment, the court swiftly ordered grain to be transported from neighboring counties and allocated 300,000 taels for relief. Such a robust response meant Chongfeng County would easily weather the floods. I was restless at night, having squandered a decade. At last, I could do something for the people, fulfilling my parents' dying wishes. The prisoner paused. During the famine, my parents urged me to be a good official and rescue the people from their plight. Zhou Yi straightened his posture. This prisoner was indeed different from the others. In the heavenly prison, corrupt officials were numerous, sharing bizarre justifications for their greed, all stemming from the desire for pleasure. Just as I was overjoyed to prepare for disaster relief, members of the Liu family arrived. The prisoner spoke with bitterness. A lowly servant dared to point at the emperor's subjects and scold them, claiming the grain and silver were requested by the Liu family from the court. How could it be distributed to the common people? Yet, this revelation made me realize why the court allocated funds and supplies irrespective of my memorial. Zhou Yi inquired. So the disaster relief funds went to the Liu family? What could I do? The prisoner replied, Chongfeng County belongs to Luoyang Prefecture, and the Liu family has been entrenched there for a millennium. To utter a dissenting word would mean that they would embezzle the funds and commit suicide out of guilt. And then, Zhou Yi could surmise the subsequent events without needing to ask. The funds were delivered to the Liu family, while the people of Chongfeng County suffered grievously, resorting to selling their children for survival. The prisoner sighed. I was once praised for my efforts in disaster relief, receiving high marks from the inspecting officials, and was subsequently promoted to a position in Luoyang Prefecture. Though a mere 7th-rank official, this leap from county to province was indeed a promotion. A natural disaster allowed the Liu family to profit while the prisoner gained an official title. It was a situation where all parties rejoiced. From that point on, I became an official of the Liu family, receiving high evaluations year after year, eventually ascending to the position of governor of Luzhou, governing a region. The prisoner chuckled bitterly. Those who once mocked me became my closest allies. To curry favor with me, they showered me with silver, gifts, and flattery in poetry. Henceforth, I indulged in greed, selling out for power, living without restraint, and without fear of the law. Zhou Yi scoffed. This individual had succumbed to despair and degradation in the face of death's terror. The prisoner's gaze was hollow, his voice ethereal. What is law? It is merely the method by which the court governs and confines the people. What is heaven? The emperor is heaven, the court is heaven, and scholars are heaven. Zhou Yi remarked. Yet, you are about to die. The moment I became a dog of the Liu family, I was already dead, the prisoner replied, his eyes devoid of life. What does it matter if you kill me? No one can change the corruption of the officialdom, nor can anyone save the court. Zhou Yi retorted coldly, every corrupt official will face justice. Those caught will be skinned alive. The prisoner replied, but those who take their place will merely be another batch of corrupt officials. Zhou Yi asked, so the court is utterly rotten? The prisoner gently shook his head, pointing to his own face. It is not the court that is rotten, nor the noble families. It is the scholars who are thoroughly corrupt. Zhou Yi was taken aback. This man was indeed different from the previous corrupt officials. Curiously, he asked, you are a dog of the Liu family, an official in Luoyang. How did you end up in the heavenly prison? When the master has fattened the dog, he naturally must kill it to eat, lest the dog one day rises to power, the prisoner replied. In such a manner, the Liu family not only seized silver, but also won the hearts of the people. The corrupt officials who brought disaster were apprehended by Liu's righteous officials, and the populace rejoiced. It seems you are neither the first dog nor the last. Did you never consider rebellion? Would it be of any use? The prisoner's retort left Zhou Yi in contemplation for a long while. The noble families, entrenched for millennia, were indeed terrifying. Without a golden finger or external assistance, it seemed impossible to contend with them. Upon leaving the cell, Zhou Yi relayed the interrogation results to Captain Zhu in full detail. The Liu family. Captain Zhu's eyes widened in shock. Does that mean there is no chance of recovery? Zhou Yi questioned. Old Zhu, why are you so invested in this matter? Nothing. Old Zhou, you carry on. I have something to attend to, Captain Zhu denied vehemently. clasping his hands before slipping away. Zhou Yi furrowed his brow. Could it be that old Zhu had entangled himself with some significant figure, doing their bidding? Several 100,000 taels could support an army. Only a few individuals in the entire Fengyang kingdom could make use of such funds. He did not worry about Captain Zhu's safety. Each individual's path must be borne with the consequences. Zhou Yi was merely concerned about the potential repercussions that might affect him. For if Captain Zhu were implicated in a major case, his status as a friend would not shield him from the fallout. As foreboding would have it, in the first month of the 18th year of Hongchang, just as the celebrations of the new year had yet to fade, Fengyang Kingdom was rocked by a shocking incident that sent ripples through the court. The regent crown prince, Zhao Qi, intended to commit regicide. The imperial guard apprehended the royal chef attempting to poison the emperor, and after a night of interrogation, they discovered the dragon robe and imperial seal in the eastern palace. According to the testimony of the palace eunuchs, the crown prince ordered that he be addressed as Your Majesty and the crown princess as Your Highness, with all other concubines and ladies following suit in the royal court. Faced with irrefutable evidence, Zhao Qi could not refute the charges and admitted to colluding with the Duke of Zhengui to plot rebellion. The court was furious. The imperial guards surrounded the duke's residence, while the imperial guard conducted citywide searches for the crown prince's accomplices. Captain Zhu, having recently joined the ranks of the crown prince, found himself entangled in a perilous web. Chapter 29. The blood-refining arcane art. Now, the cell stood as a dimly lit enclosure. Outside, Zhou Yi waited, while inside, Captain Zhu donned a pallid prison uniform, his face a mask of despair. Old Zhou, if you wish to laugh, then laugh. I can endure this, he lamented, his voice heavy with sorrow. Given our years of camaraderie, could I trouble you with a request? Zhou Yi nodded, encouragingly. Speak freely, old Zhu. With a tone of desperation, Zhu implored, in light of the serious accusations of treason, my family will inevitably face confiscation and exile. When the time comes, I hope you can intervene to spare my wife and children from suffering on their journey. Old Zhu, how did you become entangled with the crown prince's faction? Zhou Yi inquired, not out of disdain, but from curiosity about how a mere ninth-rank captain could catch the eye of someone so influential, especially with the crown prince already in a position of power. It was at the wedding of Duke Ma from Baijun 2 years ago that I crossed paths with the crown prince's heir, Zhu explained. Later, I took advantage of my position in the dungeon to extract a considerable amount of silver from various corrupt officials, which garnered the crown prince's attention. The Duke of Qi's niece was the crown princess, and the fallout from the treason case had reduced the duke's title to that of a marquis. In the depths of the prison, some of the detained corrupt officials had hidden their ill-gotten gains before the incident. Zhu had used torture and intimidation to retrieve the silver. The crown prince needed funds for his ambitions and didn't mind my humble origins, thus bringing me into his circle. Zhu continued. Rest assured, old Zhu, your family will be looked after by your fellow inmates, Zhou Yi reassured him. Once they are sent into exile, I will ensure that they are treated well by the local officials. While I cannot promise a life of leisure, I can guarantee they will not be subjected to hard labor or indignities. Old Zhou, your righteousness moves me deeply. In this world, many are quick to add embellishments to fortune, but few are willing to provide genuine support in times of need. Zhu's gratitude was palpable. Zhou Yi offered further comfort, assuring Zhu that when his family received clemency and returned to the capital, he could arrange for them to work as prison guards, thus ensuring their safety and livelihood. In cell number 9, the atmosphere was ominous. Many notable figures who had entered had met their demise. Li Yi paced the confines restlessly, occasionally glancing toward the corridor, as if anticipating something. Accompanying him were his 3 younger brothers, ranging in age from 7 to over 10, their faces pale with fear. Zhou Yi approached the cell door, casting his gaze over the 4. The 3 younger siblings had been born into luxury, never having accompanied Li Wu on campaigns, their spirits markedly inferior to Li Ye's. A flicker of hope crossed Li Ye's eyes as he tentatively spoke. Senior, you are. It is indeed I. Zhou Yi communicated subtly. I once promised Li Wu that I would preserve a lineage for the Li family, ensuring that their legacy would not perish. Li Ye's heart eased at the familiar voice, reminiscent of the elder who had intervened previously on their behalf. I am eternally grateful for your life-saving assistance, Senior, he declared, quickly discerning Zhou Yi's desire to remain incognito. He urged his brothers to retreat deeper into the cell. Zhou Yi asked with curiosity, how did you discern my identity? Before my father's passing, he sent word that should our entire family find themselves imprisoned, We were to wait for someone bringing food to this very cell, as it would signify our last chance for salvation, Li Yi explained. Zhou Yi pressed further. Did the Li family truly partake in the crown prince's conspiracy? After a moment of contemplation, Li Yi replied honestly, "Indeed, I have communicated with the Eastern Palace in hopes of facilitating the crown prince's ascension to the throne, seeking survival amidst death. However, time was too short. I had yet to reach out to the military." Zhou Yi expressed astonishment. So the treason was orchestrated by Emperor Hongchang himself? Li Yi nodded, affirming, "As far as I know, the crown prince never entertained thoughts of murder. His only desire was to compel the current emperor to abdicate." Zhou Yi mused. Emperor Hongchang is indeed ruthless, willing to sacrifice his own son to eliminate the Li family completely. This hasty act of framing suggests his time is limited. Li Yi bowed respectfully. "I beseech you, senior, save the Li family." Zhou Yi cautioned, "I only pledged to rescue one. Li Wu's 4 sons are marked as state criminals. To save even one is a considerable risk. I do not dare to ask for too much. Preserving the Li family bloodline is already a great fortune." Li Yi responded earnestly. He continued, "My father left behind a scroll of arcane arts, imparted by the late emperor. Now that the royal family seeks to extinguish the Li lineage, I am no longer bound by my oath and offer this technique in exchange for you to accept my third brother as your personal disciple." "Your third brother?" Zhou Yi inquired, perplexed. "You are the current duke of the state. If you perish, the Li family's military connections will be severely weakened. After my father's death, our uncles turned their backs on the Li family, leaving us without connections," Li Yi lamented. "I possess little talent in martial arts and have resigned myself to the fact that I will never attain true mastery. My third brother, however, possesses exceptional gifts, and if he could train under you, he might one day surpass his limits." Zhou Yi asked, "Is this the arcane art of the flying sword?" "Indeed," Li Yu confirmed. "Years ago, Li Wu lured a master from the martial world to his demise. Old Bai witnessed the spectacle, where the flying sword severed life as easily as cutting grass. The arcane art was known as the blood refining of spiritual weapons, a technique attainable only by innate masters. To practice it, one must seek a spiritually attuned object, perform a blood sacrifice, and cultivate a connection with it over many years, allowing it to be commanded as an extension of oneself," Li Yi elucidated. Zhou Yi's interest was piqued, yet he shook his head. "While the arcane art is indeed remarkable, I do not accept disciples." In this era, the relationship between master and disciple was not merely one of teacher and student. It was akin to that of a parent and child. A master bore the responsibility of their disciple's actions, and if the disciple strayed into wrongdoing, the master would share the blame. Li Yi sighed in despair, realizing that the blood refining technique was the only asset he had to offer that might appeal to a master. However, Zhou Yi interjected, "I possess a technique that demands particular requirements of one's innate constitution. Few in the world can successfully cultivate it. If one can enter its teachings and dedicate decades to its practice, achieving an innate state is within reach." Li Yi pondered for a moment, recognizing his lack of choices. "Thank you for granting me this opportunity, senior. I shall first disclose the blood refining technique." He proceeded to relay the arcane art in its entirety, word for word, to Zhou Yi. This technique was indeed akin to the art of weapon forging. Zhou Yi mulled over its intricacies, growing increasingly intrigued. "How does one discern whether an object is spiritually attuned?" "I am uncertain," Li Yi admitted. "However, my father once mentioned 2 such items in the capital: the river and mountain tripod housed in the Grand Shrine, and the imperial seal of Fengyang, both of which date back to the founding emperor. They are revered alongside the ancestral sword my father once refined. Both present considerable challenges," Zhou Yi reflected. He had seen the river and mountain tripod, which stood nearly a meter tall and weighed several tons. The imperial seal, though smaller, was concealed deep within the palace, guarded by countless imperial soldiers. Moreover, the exact location of the seal remained a mystery that required personal investigation. For now, this matter could be set aside. Zhou Yi had the patience to wait. He could even expunge the kingdom of Fengyang, and both the tripod and the seal would be his for the taking. "This technique I possess is called the return to origin method, and fewer than 1 in 10,000 can cultivate it," Zhou Yi stated. "Summon your 3 brothers. I shall test their innate qualities one by one. Should they fail, other clan members may be considered." "As you command, senior." Li Yi did not press for the lives of his 3 brothers, knowing that other branches of the Li family were imprisoned, including Li Wu's illegitimate children. A family's quest for vengeance could not be severed by mere ties of kinship. Heaven and earth are boundless. The essence of existence is intertwined and returns to unity. Zhou Yi imparted the return to origin method to the four brothers and awaited them as they meditated. It was not necessary for them to manifest true powers. If they could draw upon the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, it would indicate their potential for cultivation. About half an hour later, Li Yi rose first, shaking his head slightly, his gaze filled with hope as he turned to his brothers. Soon after, the second and third brothers concluded their meditation, unable to sense the celestial energies described in the return to origin method. Only the fourth brother, Li Hong, sat in a meditative posture, not feeling fatigued. Rather, he appeared to revel in the experience. Could this be the spiritual root? Zhou Yi acutely sensed a subtle fluctuation in the spiritual energies of heaven and earth converging around Li Hong, their quantity and speed surpassing that of his own cultivation. The Li family had a successor. Chapter 30. The master of revival Li Hong awakened from his cultivation, and upon opening his eyes, he found his elder brother gazing intently at him. Fourth brother, how do you feel? Li Yi believed that a venerable master would not stoop to deceit. Yet the changes in Li Hong warranted further counsel. Very well. Since childhood, Li Hong had practiced exceptional internal martial arts. With the guidance of esteemed martial artists refining his physique, and he had consumed numerous elixirs. Now, after being nourished by spiritual energy and undergoing a transformation, his physical condition and strength had significantly improved in a short span of time. Once the elder saves you, seek a place to cultivate and break through to the innate stage, then find an opportunity to avenge our clan. Li Yi urged. If the Zhao family also possesses a master to protect them, then do not risk revenge. Change your name and identity to ensure the continuation of the Li family lineage. Elder brother. Though young, Li Hong understood the implication and could not help but feel tears welling up. The sons of the Li family may bleed and die, but they must never shed tears. Li Yi admonished Li Hong to avoid such pettiness, reiterating the importance of dedicated cultivation, cautioning against the Jinui, and prioritizing survival over revenge. Thank you, venerable elder, for saving me and imparting your teachings. The descendants of the Li family, regardless of their rise or fall, shall always honor you as their parents and revere you as their ancestors. Li Yi, along with his three brothers, bowed deeply in gratitude. There is no need for such formality, Zhou Yi replied. When do you plan to rescue him from the dungeon? Do you have a plan? Li Yi said, Elder, please wait a while. Once the court issues its judgment, it is likely to result in nobility being exiled to the frontier. If bandits attack during the journey, you can take advantage of the chaos to rescue fourth brother. Zhou Yi nodded slightly, acknowledging that such an approach would not attract undue attention, allowing Li Hong's subsequent cultivation to proceed more smoothly. How can you be certain the court will sentence exile? Zhou Yi inquired. The current emperor has even sacrificed his own son to eradicate your family. Li Yi responded. Emperor Hongchang is intent on becoming a revered ruler, leaving a mark in history. He would not want to earn the reputation of being harsh to those who have served him well. By sparing the Li family's lives, he would gain a reputation for mercy, while simultaneously sending bandits to annihilate them. It's a win-win situation, Zhou Yi remarked, regardless of the Li family's plight. Emperor Hongchang is indeed a master of revival. During Emperor Chongming's reign, the Fengyang kingdom was nearly overthrown, with much of its territory falling to the Daong and rebel forces. Yet, in his 18 years on the throne, Emperor Hongchang has revitalized the dynasty. Li Wu's contributions were significant, but war was not the only measure of a nation's strength. Emperor Hongchang's ability to manage the mess left by Emperor Chongming marks him as a truly capable ruler. Though the emperor himself may not be impressive, he possesses a keen eye for talent, one Li Wu and one Hongchang. Zhou Yi recalled Emperor Chongming's final arrangements, discreetly nurturing Li Wu, orchestrating the demise of Long Xiang, and ensuring the ascension of the third prince through a carefully crafted decree. Such cunning individuals, how could they become engrossed in the pursuit of immortality? Elder, seeing the change in Zhou Yi's expression, Li Yi thought he had overlooked something and added, if Emperor Hongchang decrees the execution of the Li family, then I must trouble you to rescue fourth brother during his transport. Why not in the dungeon? Currently, Zhou Yi was the oldest prison guard in the dungeon, having outlived 3 head jailers, making it easy for him to change places. Li Yi explained, the 4 of us brothers are like thorns in Emperor Hongchang's side. Any mishap in the dungeon would inevitably affect the officials within, thereby compromising your seclusion. Zhou Yi gazed intently at Li Yi for a moment, then nodded without further comment. Such perceptive individuals can thrive anywhere, Being born into the Li family is indeed a misfortune. As Li Yi anticipated, the court's 3 divisions convened to review the case. Due to the irrefutable evidence of treason, a verdict was swiftly reached. The crown prince was demoted to commoner status and confined within the palace for life, while the rest of the accomplices faced exile or execution. The Li family, being the primary supporters of the treasonous plot, faced the annihilation of their lineage and the loss of their noble title. Upon hearing the verdict, Emperor Hongchang lay on his sickbed and summoned the prime minister, Zhang Jingyang. The Li family has rendered great service to the dynasty. Even if Li Qing has betrayed me, I cannot betray Li Qing. I shall alter the sentence from extermination to exile. It is imperative that Li Qing's lineage continues. This word spread throughout the court, and the officials proclaimed, "Your Majesty is merciful." The common folk, upon hearing the news, could not help but acknowledge that the current emperor is indeed a benevolent ruler who values old ties. In March of that same year, the court dispatched troops to escort 137 members of the Li family, traveling northward in prisoner carts. Zhou Yi had already requested leave a month in advance, citing a visit to old friends in the martial world, with no fixed date for return. Jailer Liu, understanding and reasonable, approved the request, sincerely advising him to remember to return regardless of how long he was away, for it was rare to find skilled individuals who were not vying for power and gain. Mount Wanshou, the tomb of Emperor Chongming. Zhou Yi, utilizing his spiritual power, penetrated the soil above the tomb, gently tapping the tomb's apex, waiting in silence for a response. Could it be that Huang Yunyang encountered an unforeseen event? This scoundrel, who ruled a nation, exploited the birthright robbery to amass various treasures. It is not unlikely that he possessed genuine methods for cultivating immortality, such as the blood refinement technique for spiritual weapons. To rashly send Huang Yun into this tomb was a lapse in judgment. Zhou Yi pondered for a moment before departing from Mount Wanshou, resolving not to attempt entry into the tomb. There are numerous methods related to immortality circulating in the secular world, should there be any formations or restrictions within the tomb. A moment's inattention could lead to death. Once my cultivation reaches fruition, I shall return to investigate. Zhou Yi procured a horse and traveled north along the official road. For the first time in over 20 years, leaving the confines of Xinjiang, he marveled at the sights and experiences along the way, his heart naturally expanding. As the ancients said, read 10,000 books, travel 10,000 miles. Seeking shelter from the rain in a dilapidated temple, he shared a few ghost stories by the campfire with a traveling merchant he encountered, who, though terrified, eagerly urged him for more. He also encountered heroes of the martial world. A disagreement escalated to a life-and-death confrontation. Amidst the clash of blades, Zhou Yi called out in admiration, generously rewarding a silver ingot for their performance. However, the two heroes misinterpreted his gesture, perceiving it as an insult, and they charged at him. Zhou Yi, not one to seek conflict, cried out and fled in haste. He also encountered a remarkable woman of the martial world, who, upon seeing Zhou Yi, declared that she would marry no one but him. Having heard old Bai boast of the carefree lives of martial artists, he wished to experience it himself. However, as he followed the woman to a residence, before anything could transpire, a group of 7 or 8 burly men suddenly emerged. Well, robbery. Old Bai had misled him. Zhou Yi sighed heavily, reluctantly slaying all the thieves. As he traveled, stopping and starting, Zhou Yi never lost sight of his goal, constantly aware of the imperial troops trailing him at a distance of 1 or 2 li approaching Xipan Mountain. Zhou Yi tightened the reins, urging his horse into a gallop as the expansive plains yielded to the sight of the undulating mountain range. He rode onward for over 20 more li. The mountains ahead became clear, resembling a serpentine, azure dragon that spanned the horizon. Xipan Mountain. This mountain range stretches for miles, with only a single path leading through to the northern frontier. The Fengyang Kingdom regarded Xipan Mountain as a natural barrier. Even during Emperor Chongming's later years, the Daong soldiers could not breach it. With its dense forests and rugged terrain, it was an ideal location for eliminating adversaries. If Emperor Hongchang does not act soon, the Northern Army will possess many generals promoted by Li Wu. Zhou Yi tethered his horse at the mountain's base, affixing a light-footed talisman before soaring up the slopes of Xipan Mountain. As light as a feather, he sprang from the ground, soaring several dozen feet into the air before gently descending. His agility combined with the talisman granted him a taste of flight. Approximately half an hour later, Zhou Yi reached an unnamed peak and surveyed the surroundings. The mountains rolled like waves, and the setting sun appeared blood-red. The mountain wind swept through the forest, creating surging waves of emerald green, a magnificent and grand spectacle. An eagle soared above, while the roar of a tiger echoed from the depths of the mountains. Zhou Yi looked down the mountain path, where the imperial troops and prisoner carts snaked for a mile or two, faint sounds of weeping reaching his ears. In this moment, the thought of bloodshed was indeed a most unseemly affair. Chapter 31. The desolate city of the northern frontier within the depths of the dense forest. Countless mountain bandits lay in wait, their cold gazes fixated on the prison carriage below. The rhythmic chirping of birds filled the air, and a bloodthirsty glint flickered in the eyes of the bandits as they sprang forth from behind rocks, grass, and trees. "Brother, lend me your clothes." A voice resonated from behind one of the bandits. Before he could turn to look, he fell silent forever. Zhou Yi donned the garments, channeling his magical energy to perform the bone transformation technique, altering his visage to bear a striking resemblance to the deceased bandit. At this moment, the Imperial Guards patrolling the mountain road sensed something amiss. Commander Yang Shou noticed the startled birds taking flight and gestured for the troops to halt their advance, sending scouts to investigate the mountain. After a prolonged wait with no sign of the scouts' return, he concluded that an ambush awaited them. "Form ranks. Prepare for battle." Yang Shou led the elite Imperial Guards, swiftly consolidating the prison carriage into a defensive circular formation. "Ha! By the heavens above, I am a guardian of the heavenly king. Today, I shall slay the kin of Li the Butcher as an offering to the king." A thunderous laughter echoed, followed by a barrage of massive stones raining down from the mountains, crashing into the formation like a storm. "Catapults!" Yang Shou exclaimed in alarm. But before he could disperse his troops, the boulders fell upon them. The might of the stones was beyond human resistance, causing screams of agony to erupt from the crowd. In a relentless onslaught of 3 or 4 rounds of boulders, the Imperial Guard's formation was shattered. "Kill! Kill!" The sounds of rushing foes echoed from the mountainsides, and by the sound of it, at least a few thousand were charging forth. Yang Shou shouted, "Form ranks! Form ranks!" The Imperial Guards, struggling to regroup, faced a rain of arrows, suffering heavy casualties once more. "Defend!" A glimmer of despair crossed Yang Shou's eyes, not from fear of the enemy's numbers, but from a growing suspicion in his heart. At least a dozen catapults and a regiment of archers could not be sustained by mere bandits or rebels. The enemy was clearly masquerading under a false banner. As the Imperial Guards clashed with the bandits, they quickly realized something was awry. The once formidable elite guards, trained daily to hone their strength, found themselves overpowered by the ferocity of the bandits. Yang Shou, wielding a long spear, dispatched several bandits, but from his vantage point, he could see the Imperial Guards faltering. "I cannot perish like this." The commander's thoughts turned to retreat, and his soldiers, sensing the tide turning, were similarly inclined to flee. Whether by design or neglect, there were no bandits blocking their escape routes in the mountains. Thus, as Yang Shou led the charge away, the Imperial Guards scattered in all directions. The bandits, seeking only the prison carriage, did not pursue the fleeing guards but instead turned their weapons upon the prisoners. The Li family members, shackled hand and foot, were powerless to resist, forced to witness their own slaughter. In the depths of the forest, Zhou Yi hoisted young Li Hong onto a branch. "It's time to leave. We must check the remains later, as there may be something amiss." Amidst the chaos of battle, Zhou Yi had seized the opportunity to rescue Li Hong, leaving behind a similarly built bandit whose visage had been mangled beyond recognition. "Senior, wait. I must witness my kin's demise to engrave this hatred deeper in my heart." Li Hong showed no signs of grief, listening to the anguished cries of his mother, brother, and family as they fell beneath the bandits' blades. Moments later, the entire Li clan lay lifeless, and the bandits opened the prison carriage, displaying the corpses one by one. A few bandits in long robes emerged, counting the bodies, some of which were so mutilated that only their size and attire could be discerned. The perpetrators hailed from a prominent family in Jiangnan. Zhou Yi overheard their conversation. "They suspect nothing of you, believing it to be mere collateral damage amidst the chaos. Those were my uncle Li Qi, my cousin Li Yi, and my younger cousin Li Liang, all of whom were of similar age and stature to me. My elder brother, ever astute, feared I would be pursued by the Jinyui, hence the need to disfigure their faces." Li Hong's voice remained calm, though his eyes burned with crimson rage. "To be honest, I hold more faith in your brother. Neither the disfigurer nor the assailants likely comprehend the purpose behind his actions." Zhou Yi grasped Li Hong by the collar, and with a few leaps, they vanished into the depths of the forest. In the northern frontier, the desolate city bore its name well, a place of bitter cold. Here, the exiled prisoners of Fengyang Kingdom were confined, near an iron mine where many toiled until death or amnesty. The sound of hoofbeats echoed, awakening the station's soldiers. Halt! The soldiers drew their blades, blocking the two riders hurtling towards the city. What brings you to the desolate city? To visit an old acquaintance, Zhou Yi replied, dismounting and tossing 2 silver ingots. Brother, you've dropped your silver. The gatekeeper, seemingly unaccustomed to such brazen bribery, was taken aback. Even the most shameless officials would discreetly accept bribes. Disgusted, yet quick to act, the gatekeeper picked up the silver, wiped it clean, and pocketed it. Whom does this gentleman seek? Zhou Yi responded. I only know his surname is Wei, a native of Yuzhou, approximately from the 36th year of Chongming. The gatekeeper drawled, 30 years ago. Who knows if he is still alive? That could be a challenge. Zhou Yi flicked his sleeve, dropping 2 more silver ingots. The gatekeeper, resigned, said, You may seek Lu San in the city. He oversees the miners from Yuzhou. If he is alive, you're sure to find him. Zhou Yi fished out 2 more ingots. Is there a way to arrange a meeting and secure some lighter work? The gatekeeper felt the heat of the silver in his hand. For that, you need to visit the official office and seek out Hu Feng, the steward. You can pay to get a position there. Zhou Yi continued to offer silver. Is there anything else I ought to be aware of? Sir, you are generous. The gatekeeper patted his chest. I'll take you to get things sorted. Don't worry. I can help you find someone, or even help you leave the desolate city. Zhou Yi expressed surprise. You can help people leave? You don't understand. If we couldn't, how would so many people die at the mine each year? The gatekeeper instructed his men to maintain their vigilance, ensuring no thieves entered the city, then led Zhou Yi and his companion inside. Inside the city, crumbling walls and overgrown streets lay barren, with not a soul in sight. The shops on either side stood empty, their broken windows and doors creaking ominously in the wind. This was once a garrison, thriving in its day. Now that the troops have moved to Yuzhou, it is but an empty shell. The gatekeeper, perhaps feeling guilty for the silver, took it upon himself to act as a guide, recounting the history and transformations of the desolate city. Look at that gathering platform. The Duke once beat drums here. This tavern serves fine wine from the capital. The Duke would always come here to celebrate after victories. Much of what the gatekeeper recounted was connected to the Duke, and it was only upon arriving in the northern frontier that one could truly grasp the substantial influence and renown of Li Wu. Li Hong, following the gatekeeper's narrative, envisioned his father commanding troops at the gathering platform and celebrating in the tavern. Zhou Yi patted Li Hong's shoulder, whispering, Remember your elder brother's advice. Li Hong nodded slightly, suppressing his emotions. Rest assured, before I ascend to the innate realm, I shall change my surname to Zhou. The power of silver in the desolate city exceeded Zhou Yi's expectations. Thanks to the gatekeeper's introduction, the steward Hu Feng was quite reasonable, directly stating the price. 1,000 taels for a living one, plus an additional 200 for registration. No deception here. Chapter 32. After the old friends in the county office, the steward's son conversed with Zhou Yi about the trade of criminals, clearly indicating that this matter was an open secret in the desolate city. One thrives where there is sustenance. The county office of the desolate city survives by selling offenders. With 1,200 taels, the exiled criminals could feign death at the mine, change their names, and settle in the desolate city. After a few years, with some connections, they could be transferred to other provinces, thus completely washing themselves clean of their past misdeeds. Mr. Zhou, do not think this silver excessive. It is not for our own gain. The steward pointed upwards. The Grand Master is a scholar from 12 years ago. Do you understand? So he is a disciple of Minister Zhang. Zhou Yi displayed a demeanor of respect, murmuring. That year's palace examination was rather tumultuous. All eyes were on the results. And Minister Zhang took the opportunity to seize the position of the Minister of War. He gestured with a clenched fist, casting his gaze over the clerks in the county office, and inquired, Do you know why? Steward's son clasped his hands and said, Please enlighten us, sir. The clerks in the household department pricked up their ears, eager to note these secrets of the nation, to later recount them over drinks with colleagues, making for splendid conversation, akin to lively debates on international politics at a barbecue stall. That year, the Duke of the State achieved a great victory in the northern frontier, subsequently invading the Great Yang with great momentum. Zhou Yi spoke slowly. The then Minister of War was originally a general in the army, who had joined forces with the Duke of the State to defeat the rebellious forces in Jiangnan. The two of them, one inside and one outside, were unassailable within the court. Minister Zhang took this opportunity to break the customary practices of the state, appointing a civilian as the Minister of War. Steward Sun no longer doubted this Mr. Zhou, certain he hailed from the capital, and respectfully said, "Please take a seat. I shall urge those idle workers to expedite their tasks. Thank you for your trouble." Zhou Yi's demeanor was polite and measured, exuding both grace and authority without appearing aloof, making one feel as if enveloped in a refreshing spring breeze. In but a moment, he was engaged in delightful conversation with the clerks in the household department, casually sharing intriguing tales from the capital, such as how a certain high-ranking official returned to his hometown, yet failed to settle his debts at Chunfeng Building, accruing a debt of tens of thousands of taels, only for the maidens there to whisper sweet nothings to the censors. A series of memorials followed, leading to the official's disgrace, forcing him to beg for his life. Such tales, mere urban legends, could not be taken at face value. The true reasons for one's retirement are seldom revealed to the common folk, yet people delight in such sensational news. Steward Sun remarked in astonishment. What kind of place is Chunfeng Building, that it could sway a censor to submit a memorial? Common folk visiting the capital often believe the Jiaofeng Sea to be the prime establishment, but in truth, it is not so. The Jiaofeng Sea is frequented by minor officials and lowly clerks. The true den of indulgence in the capital is Chunfeng Building. Once Zhou Yi spoke of this, everyone perked up. What began as a casual chat in the household department turned into Zhou Yi's critiques of several courtesans, drawing the attention of others from different offices. The capital has three notable places: home, the dungeon, and Chunfeng Building. Zhou Yi, having mingled in Chunfeng Building over 20 years ago, had engaged in deep discussions with the 20 or so selected courtesans, and his commentary was astute and profound. Among men, discussing matters of beauty has always been a means to forge closer bonds, a truth as old as time. Zhou Yi sighed. The courtesan Su Xiaoxiao, selected 2 years ago, could be deemed the finest of the past decade. Regrettably, before she could even settle in, she caught the eye of the Duke of Wei, who purchased her for his household as a concubine. A woman of the streets entering the Duke's residence? The Duke of Wei, now that is a figure of great stature. Truly, she is fortunate. The crowd buzzed with conversation. Previous courtesans had not fared well, opting to marry merchants as concubines, while most, aging and losing their charm, became mere common prostitutes. You may be mistaken. The one with the worst fate is indeed this Su Xiaoxiao. Zhou Yi's tone shifted, tantalizing all those present as he leisurely sipped his tea. That duke is also one who fears his wife. Not long after Su Xiaoxiao entered the residence, she tragically met her demise. Alas, what a pity. The finest of the past decade, never to be seen. Heaven punishes the beautiful. I say, how can a mere courtesan have such good fortune? No one condemned the duke's wife for her actions. Some even scorned Su Xiaoxiao for her fate, believing a courtesan's ambition to ascend to the duke's household was indeed self-inflicted misfortune. The Duke of Wei, known for his indulgent ways, ironically garnered sympathy for being henpecked. If even the duke fears his wife, then I too fear mine. Thus, I am akin to the duke himself. Such is the nature of the world, unchangeable by any. As they conversed, a sudden sound of footsteps approached. The constable entered, leading 7 prisoners clad in prison garb. The mine lay over 10 miles from the desolate city, and with the need to verify identities, the return journey had taken no less than 4 or 5 hours. As dusk approached, the constable finally brought them back. The Wei family, exiled for over 20 years, had dwindled to just 7 survivors. Zhou Yi scanned the faces of the prisoners and addressed the oldest among them. Are you perhaps a descendant of the legendary Wei hero? In response, the elder stated, I am Wei Jun, the 3rd son of my father, Wei Chong. Wei Jun had heard from the constables on the way that this gentleman was an old acquaintance of the Wei family. He had come to the desolate city to spend silver to save lives. After rescuing Li Hong, Zhou Yi had altered his appearance while imprisoned, appearing slightly aged at 45. Deliberately adopting this visage served to conceal his past connection with Wei Chong, which would explain his internal strength. Should others learn of this, it would not pose significant trouble. Rather, they would commend Zhou Yi for his gratitude and loyalty. Zhou Yi inquired, the late Wei hero once bestowed favors upon me. Today I come to repay that kindness. You must carefully consider whether to return to your ancestral home or remain in the northern frontier. Benefactor, We have already discussed this on the road. We shall not return to Yuzhou, but will stay to seek our fortune in the northern frontier. Wei Jun answered. We shall wait for decades before returning to pay respects to our ancestors. The Wei Chong incident occurred merely 20 years ago. Many enemies of the Wei family remain in Yuzhou. Even with a name change, should one be recognized and reported, the court would send officials to verify. Indeed. Zhou Yi nodded, producing a stack of silver notes from his sleeve. I would trouble Steward's son. I see many vacant houses in the desolate city. Could we purchase one for the Wei family to reside in? Sir, you jest. There is no need to buy a derelict house. Simply choose one to transfer ownership. Steward's son accepted the silver notes, counting at least 15 or 16, his face beaming. If the Wei family is willing to stay in the city, they could all be arranged to work in the household department, overseeing the granary. They would certainly not lack for food and drink. Seeing Zhou Yi's gaze upon him, Wei Jun quickly added, Thank you, benefactor, and thank you, Steward's son. The Wei family was profoundly grateful to Zhou Yi. After their family's downfall, they realized the true nature of friendships. Once renowned in Yuzhou, the Flying Rainbow Swordsman had extensive connections, yet when calamity struck, not a soul offered assistance. In the realm of martial arts, there are many who are merely drinking companions. Occasionally, a true hero emerges, becoming the subject of widely circulated tales. But one should not assume all are thus. Old son, the patrol team is in need of personnel. Why not come and serve here? The military office is also short-staffed. Guarding the city gates is quite profitable. Where could I find a position as leisurely as in the ceremonial office, where I am not even required to report daily? After all, there isn't a scholar left in the city. The stewards of the various offices chimed in, motivated by Zhou Yi's impressive background and the allure of silver. Zhou Yi clasped his hands and smiled, saying, Thank you all. I hope you will take good care of the Wei family. Once I return to the capital, as for the courtesans of Chunfeng building, that remains uncertain. The rest can be arranged at your discretion. Laughter erupted in the room. Chapter 33. The defeated soldiers. The administrative office of the desolate city adhered to strict regulations. Upon receiving payment, they promptly attended to business. The 8 members of the Wei family had their household registrations recorded on the spot and received identity certificates, with the records indicating that the Wei family had engaged in commerce in the desolate city for generations. The Wei surname was changed to Wei, and a homophonous name was adopted. Zhou Yi expressed his doubt. This blatant forgery, could it not lead to oversight? Do not worry, Mr. Zhou, the steward's son explained. The northern frontier is arid and prone to flooding. These records are burned clean each year, so no one can uncover anything upon inquiry. Besides, who would dare to investigate those who come here for registration? Zhou Yi nodded slightly. This practice bore some resemblance to the methods of the celestial prison. The celestial prison also employed deceptive tactics, yet it was executed with utmost secrecy and caution, unlike the reckless manner exhibited here. The imperial authorities seldom intervened in rural matters, let alone in such a remote location. The desolate city lacked even a tavern, so the administrative office's kitchen provided a makeshift banquet of game meat and scant vegetables. Sipping on the unique strong liquor of the northern frontier, the guests boasted of various tales, some true, some fabricated, creating a lively atmosphere. The county magistrate made an appearance. After all, a business deal worth over 10,000 taels of silver was rare in a year. The magistrate, named Zhao Tai, was a portly figure, exuding a lustrous sheen that belied his scholarly demeanor. One cannot be impoverished in officials, nor can scholars endure hardship, he thought. Hailing from Jiangnan, Zhao Tai had constructed a charming little bridge and flowing stream in his rear courtyard, and had acquired numerous beautiful servants, living a life of indulgence and leisure. Once the administrative office closed, it was truly no different from the imperial palace. Zhao Tai reminisced about his past in the capital, sighing. I still remember when I went to the capital for the imperial examination, I won first place at Chunfeng Tower, where I shared heartfelt confessions with Miss Rue. I wonder how she is now. Rumor has it she married a wealthy merchant from Jiangnan, longing to see if the scenery there is as exquisite as depicted in paintings. Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow, taken aback to encounter the legendary figure from those tales. Miss Rue was the celebrated courtesan of that year, renowned in the capital, destined to be immortalized in some unofficial history. Her fame largely stemmed from her obsession with men bearing the Zhao surname, even rejecting a noble heir for this reason. Some claimed he was of royal descent, while others believed he was the son of a prominent family. After waiting in the capital for 2 years, she ultimately lost hope and married off to Jiangnan, only to discover that her unfaithful lover was a rotund man whose eyes nearly vanished when he smiled. Zhao Tai lamented the fickleness of fate, downing several cups of strong liquor before retreating to his rear courtyard to dispel his sorrows. The meal concluded with the hosts and guests in high spirits. After the feast, Steward's son instructed the servants to lead Zhou Yi and the Wei family to a courtyard. Mr. Zhou, there are several grand residences of wealthy families to the east of the city, some with 3 to 5 courtyards. The servant, feeling the weight of the silver in hand, marveled at the generosity of the wealthy guest from the capital. The Wei family quickly selected a residence not far from the county office, featuring a front courtyard with 3 entrances. The plaque on the main gate had lost most of its characters, but from the remaining strokes, it was evident that it once belonged to the Zhang family. Most of the buildings within the courtyard were still intact, albeit devoid of furniture. As night fell, and with only rough men present, they hastily tidied a few rooms to endure the night. Zhou Yi activated a cleansing talisman, instantly rendering the room tidy, then summoned Wei Jun for inquiries. Wei Jun bowed and said, "Benefactor, how may I assist you?" Zhou Yi asked, "Are you aware of the martial arts practiced by the great hero Wei of yesteryear?" Wei Jun's gaze sharpened slightly, instinctively believing Zhou Yi's assistance to the Wei family might be linked to the inheritance of his father's martial arts. Yet he obediently replied, "My father relied on an unnamed scripture and the Fei Hong sword technique. No matter how vital martial arts are, they cannot surpass the lives of family members. If we continue mining iron for a few more years, the Wei clan will face extinction." Zhou Yi nodded. "It seems you are indeed a descendant of the great hero Wei. Do you seek that scripture?" Wei Jun recited word by word. "Heaven and earth give rise to yin and yang, transforming all things." Zhou Yi confirmed its authenticity and waved his hand to interrupt Wei Jun's recitation, asking, "Do you harbor thoughts of revenge?" Wei Jun initially shook his head but then nodded. "When my father was pursued by the genie Wei, he returned home to inform us not to seek vengeance for him. However, the blood feud of over 100 Wei family members is profound and cannot be easily forgotten. If the Wei family seeks revenge, do not forget this scripture," Zhou Yi cautioned. "If the descendants of the Wei family can master this method, they will surely flourish once more. If they can reach the realm of great achievement, hope for revenge will arise. I will remember your guidance, benefactor." Wei Jun hesitated for a moment before saying, "You may not know, benefactor, that I took in an adopted son at the mine, who has mastered the unnamed scripture." After Wei Jun explained, Zhou Yi understood the circumstances. The members of the Wei family possessed a foundation in martial arts, far stronger than other prisoners, gaining considerable respect among them. Some isolated prisoners, seeking to avoid bullying, joined the Wei family, gradually forming a sizable group. "Take this silver and redeem that adopted son in a few days," Zhou Yi instructed, producing the last 2 banknotes. "The origins of that unnamed scripture are mysterious. Since he has mastered it, do not treat him like a beast of burden. Remember to win him over with sincerity for lasting results." His words were heartfelt, sufficient to repay the favor owed to Wei Chong back in the day. Wei Jun's eyes brimmed with tears as he respectfully accepted the banknotes and prostrated himself in gratitude. "Thank you, benefactor. This great kindness will forever be remembered by the Wei family. Should there be any betrayal in the future, may the heavens punish the Wei clan for generations." The following day, Zhou Yi arrived at the Gathering General's platform. Li Hong had been seated there for a day and a night, both training and reminiscing. "It is time to depart," Zhou Yi communicated. "Seek a spiritual mountain or a blessed land for secluded cultivation of the return to origin technique. Your progress will be significantly accelerated." "Senior, I have decided to remain here," Li Hong replied as he rose. "In the past, my father dominated the northern frontier. I must follow in his footsteps. The first step in doing so is to restore the prosperity of the desolate city." Zhou Yi cautioned, "One's energy is limited. Do not delay your cultivation. Rest assured, senior, I had a slight epiphany yesterday and have already refined the first thread of spiritual power." Li Hong's fingertips shimmered with spiritual light, albeit faint and nearly imperceptible. It was a genuine fluctuation of spiritual energy. Zhou Yi was momentarily speechless. The quality of his spiritual power was equivalent to innate true essence. Li Hong could be considered to have entered the innate realm, yet he was not yet capable of engaging in combat. As they spoke, the ground trembled subtly, and a vague clamor approached. Li Hong stood upon the Gathering General's platform, gazing into the distance, where a chaotic throng of figures drew near from the north. "Senior, it seems an army is approaching the desolate city." The army advanced swiftly, or perhaps they were retreating in haste. As they neared the city gates, it became clear that they were several hundred to 1,000 disheartened soldiers, all disheveled, shedding their armor, with only tattered remnants of their banners remaining. The commander shouted, "Open the city gates. Quickly, open the gates." The gatekeeper inquired, "From where do you come?" The commander replied, "I am Liang Ying, a commander under General Chai of Ezhou. Half a month ago, De Yong declared war without warning, and Ezhou has already fallen to nearly half." "Do not deceive me," the gatekeeper retorted. "The northern frontier boasts an army of 300,000, skilled in warfare. 5 years ago, they swept through De Yong. Surely you are not mere bandits attempting to trick us into opening the gates for plunder? Nonsense. There are no 300,000 troops in the north. We cannot even gather 15,000 to withstand De Yong's million-strong army." As the other soldiers noticed that the gates remained shut, they erupted into chaos, shouting, "The officials from the capital only know how to profit from the blood of soldiers. Those nobles know nothing of military affairs, making us toil in the fields, transport goods, and build houses. I heard that De Yong's soldiers disguised themselves as merchants, easily infiltrating the northern town, and breached it in a single day. Open the gates. If you do not open them soon, we will storm in." The gatekeeper, alarmed by their words, hurried to calm them and commanded the servants to report to the county magistrate. "Defeated soldiers from the northern frontier," Zhou Yi murmured, casting a glance at Li Hong on the gathering general's platform, feeling that their encounter would surely bring about change. Chapter 34. Pillage and carnage. The desolate city soon became bustling with activity. The disbanded troops of Liang Ying were merely the beginning. Soon after, several other groups arrived. Some numbered 300 to 500, while others boasted 1,000 to 2,000. They occupied various courtyards within the city and ordered the county magistrate to procure provisions. However, in a forsaken city devoid of souls, how could one gather supplies? Zhao Tai, confronted by civil officials who could present a solid foundation, found himself at a loss before the famished soldiers. Unable to articulate his reasoning, he resorted to redistributing the grain from the mines. With thousands of people gathered in the city, this meager supply would last no more than 3 to 5 days. The generals and commanders were well aware of the city's food shortage and discreetly exchanged glances. They publicly proclaimed a resolute defense against Daong while commencing the plunder of surrounding villages and towns. The soldiers swept through like a comb, engaged in sanctioned and organized theft, leaving the homes of the common folk bare. The populace was forced to flee southward, burdened with their families in search of safety. Those who dared to resist were branded as spies for Daong. At the city gate, Li Hong watched as carts laden with grain and valuables were delivered to the various military leaders, striving to suppress the fury bubbling within him. "Sir," he remarked, "my elder brother often spoke of the million-strong army in the northern frontier, which dared not harm the common people, maintaining strict discipline. How has it deteriorated to such a state in just a few years? Fearful in battle, yet oppressive to the populace. These bandit soldiers are more vile than mountain robbers and traitors." "The nature of humanity is such," Zhou Yi replied slowly. "Change is arduous. It requires adherence to numerous rules and continuous discipline. Yet to descend into depravity is all too simple. In mere months, a once ironclad army can devolve into bandits." "The turmoil in the northern frontier is imminent," Zhou Yi continued. "In times of peril, a gentleman does not stand against a crumbling wall. I shall return to the capital today, amidst the chaos. Remember that preserving your life is of utmost importance." Having lingered in the desolate city for nearly half a month, news of a series of defeats in the northern frontier reached them. Just yesterday, the disbanded troops within the city nearly revolted. Having learned that the last remaining organized army in the northern frontier had been encircled and defeated by Daong forces, the territories of Ishi and Suzhou, once part of Daong's old lands, had now been entirely reclaimed, and it remained uncertain how much more territory the kingdom of Fengyang would lose. Li Hong, astonished, exclaimed, "With your strength surpassing that of my father, who else in this world can match you?" Zhou Yi, with a solemn expression, cautioned, "A cultivator must never be arrogant. This world is vast, so vast that a mortal may not traverse it in a lifetime." Bowing respectfully, Li Hong expressed gratitude for Zhou Yi's teachings. Their recent exchanges had broadened Li Hong's horizons, exposing him to many unconventional ideas. Some of Zhou Yi's thoughts, though seemingly absurd, revealed profound wisdom upon reflection. Despite lacking a formal master-disciple relationship, Li Hong felt a genuine bond of mentorship with Zhou Yi. As they prepared to part, Zhou Yi, not one to linger unnecessarily, mounted his horse and set forth. Li Hong, with tears in his eyes, bid farewell. May your journey be smooth, sir. With his parents and siblings long deceased. This final separation from Zhou Yi left Li Hong feeling utterly alone in the vast northern frontier. Zhou Yi turned back to impart a final message. The chaos in the northern frontier spells disaster for the common folk, the soldiers, and the court alike. Yet for you, it may present an opportunity. If you wish to emulate Duke Zhenghua, consider purchasing a guerrilla general with silver. With those words, he spurred his horse and departed. The cost of a commanding guerrilla general was merely a few tens of thousands of taels, despite the decline of the duke's estate. Li Hong still possessed enough silver to manage this. Traveling along the official road southward, 3 days later, Li Hong beheld rising smoke in the distance, Qinjiagu, where they had once sought refuge. The village's elder, Chun, was a remarkable individual, known for his delectable roasted rabbit and exquisite yellow wine. Their discussions were enlightening, and Zhou Yi found himself unable to gain the upper hand, engaging in conversation well into the night. As Zhou Yi pondered his empty pockets, having spent the last of his funds, he mused, surely, with Brother Qin's knowledge of the heavens and the earth, he would not begrudge me a couple of taels for lodging. With a meager sum of 5,000 taels initially and a few thousand more gifted along the way, he had spent it all. As he closed in on Qinjiagu, a sudden gust of wind alerted him to a change in the atmosphere. A pungent scent of blood wafted through the air. Zhou Yi, leaping from his horse, swiftly covered the distance. Indeed, there was smoke, but it was not from domestic cooking. Rather, it emanated from 200 to 300 soldiers igniting a fire at the village entrance. Upon noticing Zhou Yi's approach, a soldier brandished a crude blade and shouted, "What are you staring at, old man? Scram if you want to live." Where were the villagers of Qinjiagu? Zhou Yi could surmise the answer without asking. These soldiers bore fresh blood on their weapons, and the cooks were busy slaughtering pigs and sheep, with sacks of grain piled nearby. The commanding officer barked, "No need for chatter, just shoot him." At that command, the twang of bowstrings echoed as a volley of arrows was loosed. Zhou Yi, disinclined toward violence, found himself confronted by those seeking their own demise. With a swift motion, he evaded the deadly projectiles, moving with a speed that surpassed human limits. The officer merely glimpsed a fleeting shadow weaving through his soldiers, who fell like grass before the scythe, unable to even utter a dying scream. "Ghost!" the officer shrieked, bolting toward Qinjiagu in terror. In mere moments, Zhou Yi had dispatched over 200 soldiers, his voice cold as ice as he pursued the fleeing officer. "If you wish to see a ghost, I shall oblige." Activating the Anjai talisman, a host of vengeful spirits emerged from the village, most appearing as indistinct forms. While a few bore visible injuries, missing limbs and scars from blades and bullets. Among them, one spirit stood out, its neck broken and abdomen riddled with wounds, oozing blood. Upon seeing the officer, the vengeful spirit's rage intensified, contorting its face in a horrific grimace, unleashing a piercing wail. The other spirits, summoned by its fury, charged forth. The officer, having never witnessed such terror, fainted at the sight of the spectral figures, one dragging its own entrails, another holding its severed head. As the spirits descended upon him, ready to consume his essence, an aura of military ferocity manifested, repelling the spirits with searing pain akin to being cut by a sword. The vengeful spirit, furious, exhaled black mist toward the officer. Zhou Yi, channeling his power, invoked the lion's roar martial art. "Brother Qin, spare him a breath. I have questions for him." His voice thundered, jolting the vengeful spirit from its wrath. Recognizing Zhou Yi, it shed tears of blood, thanking him for avenging its wrongs in Qinjiagu. "Brother Chun, grieve not," Zhou Yi reassured. Approaching the officer, he used his powers to pierce several acupoints, inflicting torment that roused him from his stupor. "You are among the defeated soldiers of the northern frontier?" The officer, trembling under the gaze of the vengeful spirits, begged for mercy. "I had no choice. After our defeat, the court issued no new military orders nor provided rations. I have gone 7 or 8 days without food, and to avoid starvation, I was forced to plunder the common folk." Chapter 35. The incident of Renin in the 18th year of Hongchong, on the 23rd day of the 5th month. Under a shroud of dark clouds obscuring the moon, a carriage draped in black halted at the back gate of the Qin Wangfu. The guards on duty, upon seeing the elder alight from the carriage, dared not impede him and hurried to report to the prince. Upon learning of Zhang Xingyang's late-night visit, Zhao Yuan, the Qin Wang, speculated that it must pertain to a matter of great significance. He promptly invited the visitor into his study, instructing the guards to dismiss all attendants, ensuring that no one was to approach. Alone, Zhang Xingyang entered the study and uttered a phrase that drained the color from Zhao Yuan's face. "Your Majesty has passed away. Merely 2 hours ago." "Ah, my father." Zhao Yuan gasped, springing to his feet, only to slump back down in despair. Father even concealed the news of his death. He must have had plans in place. Indeed, Zhang Xingyang affirmed, the late emperor left a will, appointing the 4 of us as regents to assist the 6th prince in governing the realm. "And what of you?" Zhao Yuan's eyes flickered with hope. The bells of the Shanyang Palace had yet to toll. The news of the Hongchong emperor's demise had not yet spread. Perhaps there was still a chance for a turnaround. Zhang Xingyang continued. "However, the 6th prince is unruly by nature, appearing unfit for leadership." Zhao Yuan nodded slightly, awaiting further elaboration. The phrase unfit for leadership was merely a pretext. There must be other reasons compelling Zhang to defy the late emperor's directives. The other 3 regents consist of a palace eunuch, an ignorant woman, and a crude noble, Zhang Xingyang asserted. Such vital matters of state cannot be left in the hands of these individuals. The late emperor toiled tirelessly to restore our fortunes. I cannot allow it to be squandered by a mere child. Zhao Yuan comprehended Zhang's reasoning. He could guess the identities of the other 3 regents and held immense respect for his father's arrangements in the will. The eunuch Wang Gonggong wielded control over the Jinyue, while the 6th prince's mother, Empress Sun, had relatives in command of the capital's military. The Duke of Cheng, now over 80, possessed the highest standing among the nobles. Having governed for nearly 2 decades, Zhang Xingyang's influence spread throughout the capital's court and local administrations, resembling the might of the once powerful Long and I. Only these 3 regents, possessing authority and influence yet unbound by the court, could counterbalance Zhang Xingyang's power, allowing the 6th prince sufficient time to mature and seize control. Amidst his admiration, Zhao Yuan felt a twinge of jealousy. The current empress had only one son, and after the crown prince's treasonous downfall, Zhao Yuan was the eldest. Why then should the throne pass to the 6th prince? He understood his father's intentions to limit Zhang Xingyang's power through the will, yet it did not imply he would comply. Zhang Xingyang stated, "Those 3 are currently within the palace, and the will has yet to be disseminated to the 6 ministries. If your highness has intentions, I am willing to fully support you." Has the elder forgotten the urgent reports from the northern frontier? Zhao Yuan countered, cautioning, at this juncture, vying for power could delay military affairs. Should we suffer defeat in the north? And if we do suffer defeat? Zhang Xingyang interjected. It is but a matter of ceding territory and paying reparations. We can reclaim it in the future. Yet the throne is singular. Miss this opportunity, and it shall never return. Zhang Xingyang, a seasoned political fox, recognized Zhao Yuan's growing interest and further stoked the flames. A defeat in the north may not be such a calamity. Once your highness ascends the throne, you could utilize the chaos of war to divert court conflicts, thereby securing your position with ease. The late emperor ascended to the throne as Qin Wang. Now that I am Qin Wang, it is only fitting that I should be the successor. Zhao Yuan, no longer concealing his thoughts, promised, upon my ascension, Zhang Xingyang shall remain as the prime minister, overseeing the affairs of the court. Zhang Xingyang bowed deeply. I, your humble servant, thank your majesty for your great favor. There is no need for such formalities, Zhao Yuan urged, helping him rise. While internally wary, Zhang Xingyang was willing to betray the late emperor for power. And once he ascended, his first act would likely be to eliminate Zhang's faction. Time was of the essence. They must establish the situation before the will was announced. I have gathered my servants at home and secured the support of Commander Lin, who guards the eastern gate of the palace. To fully back your highness and swiftly enter the palace to seize control of the situation, Zhang Xingyang reported. Excellent. Zhao Yuan ordered the captain of the guards to assemble troops and summoned the chief historian of the Wangfu, issuing commands to several martial arts academies in the capital to quickly converge at the eastern gate of the palace. These academies were all under Zhao Yuan's control, previously merely a means of profit during the crown prince's reign, now transforming into a power struggle force. Indeed, any prince would cultivate a latent force for unforeseen needs. Speed was of the utmost importance. The opportunity must not be missed. From the time Zhang Xingyang entered the Wangfu until now had barely been over half an hour. Yet Zhao Yuan had already arrived at the eastern gate of the palace with over 1,000 men, clad in armor and wielding weapons, The throng exuded an imposing presence. Commander Lin, upon seeing Zhang Xingyang accompanying Zhao Yuan, ordered the gates to be opened. Your Highness, the ministers are still at Shenyang Palace. This significant contribution would earn Commander Lin a noble title once Zhao Yuan ascended. Zhao Yuan, generous with his rewards, invigorated those following him, all believing that upon entering the palace, the outcome was already secured. Within Shenyang Palace, the lights blazed brightly. The sixth prince lay sobbing on the dragon bed. Royal families are not devoid of affection, especially not for a 10-year-old child who was most beloved by the Hongchong Emperor. Wang Gonggong, Duke of Cheng, and Zhang Xingyang stood by the bed, their faces weary. Emperor's son, seated nearby, summoned a eunuch to inquire, "What time is it now, Your Majesty?" "It is already the 4th watch of the tiger hour," the eunuch replied, having anticipated the empress's query. "There is less than half an hour until the ministers convene." Emperor's son cast a glance at the composed Zhang Xingyang, feeling relieved. Perhaps this man did not care for the gains and losses of power and was a truly loyal minister dedicated to the state. Not long ago, the Hongchong Emperor had passed away in the dead of night, and before his death, he had issued a decree appointing 4 regents to assist the 6th prince. Emperor's son and the others quickly realized that this was the late emperor's strategy to divide Zhang Xingyang's power, preventing instability in a court ruled by a young prince with strong ministers. Thus, when Zhang Xingyang prepared to leave Shenyang Palace to announce the decree, he was thwarted by the 3 regents. Having held power in the court for nearly 2 decades, Zhang Xingyang had hidden countless forces within the capital. Should he conspire in the shadows, the other 3 would be powerless to resist. After much deliberation, the 4 established a rule: none were to leave Shenyang Palace before dawn. The news of the death was to remain concealed until the ministers gathered to hear the decree. Emperor's son's confidant was dispatched to notify the military stationed in the capital, while Wang Gonggong commanded the eunuchs to assemble the Jinyui, ensuring they had enough strength to confront Zhang Xingyang once the decree was announced. Only the Duke of Cheng seemed utterly unconcerned with the affairs of state. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the palace, followed by a series of blood-curdling screams. Emperor's son quickly sent someone to investigate the disturbance. The Duke of Qing glanced at Zhang Xingyang, observing that he remained expressionless, as if he had anticipated the upheaval outside. A terrified eunuch returned, breathless. "Your Majesty, Prince Qin and Zhang Xingyang have stormed in with troops, killing anyone in their path." He paused abruptly, as he and the others in the palace turned to look at Zhang Xingyang. In silence, Zhang Xingyang leisurely raised a hand to peel away the skin behind his ear, revealing his true visage. Chapter 36. The Orphan Daughter. "Who are you?" Sun Guifei screamed. "I, cough, having served as a eunuch for so long, I am unable to change my speaking habits." The man, pale and beardless, spoke in a sharp voice. "Such lowly thieves and scoundrels are unworthy of the esteemed Guifei's attention. You should converse more with your son, lest you find yourselves unable to meet again in the future." Sun Guifei, recalling the chaos outside, trembled in fear and held the 6th prince tightly. The eunuch Wang furrowed his brow, reminiscing about all the palace attendants, and suddenly a thought struck him. "You are Feng Zhong, the overseer of the purification chamber. No wonder you earned the late emperor's favor, being entrusted with such a significant position as a eunuch. You have truly set a precedent for the dynasty." Feng Zhong praised. "I am but a mere servant, akin to the flies and maggots of a latrine. Yet even I have managed to be remembered by you." Wang retorted coldly, "I cannot compare with you, for your skill in disguise has shaped the very legacy of our dynasty." Just then, the palace doors swung open with a thunderous crash, and 100 soldiers stormed in. Following closely was Prince Qin, Zhao Yuan, accompanied by the genuine Zhang Xiang, who wielded a bloodied sword. "Father, I have arrived too late," Zhao Yuan exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he gazed at the motionless Emperor Hongchong on the dragon bed, uncertain whether his sorrow stemmed from grief or excitement. Wang demanded, "Prince Zhao, on what authority do you breach the palace unbidden?" "Silence, eunuch." Zhao Yuan wiped his tears and retorted, "I have received intelligence from Zhang Xiang that Sun Guifei plotted to harm the emperor and forged an edict to elevate her own son. I rushed here with my soldiers to save him, but alas, it is too late." In a few terse phrases, he entirely negated the political correctness of the edict. Future records would depict Sun Guifei and her accomplices as regicides. That night, Zhao Yuan led his troops to rectify the situation. Duke Qin cast a deep glance at Zhang Xingyang and inquired, "May I take my leave?" "Your Grace, please." Zhang Xingyang commanded his men to clear the way and quietly explained to Zhao Yuan, the noble faction and the state are intertwined. Duke Cheng does not support the sixth prince. We may win him over after the matter is settled. Zhao Yuan nodded slightly, casting a cold gaze at the sixth prince. Zhou Yi. The intelligent Zhao Yi had already surmised the impending events and, with a childlike voice, pleaded, "Second brother, I willingly renounce the throne. Could you spare my life and that of my mother?" Zhao Yuan paused, hesitating briefly. Typically, this younger brother was obedient and got along well with his siblings. "Your Highness, if you do not eradicate the roots of the problem, it will haunt you later," Zhang Xingyang warned. "The Sun family controls the capital's army, and by dawn, a great force will be upon us. By then, it will be you pleading for mercy. Kill." Zhao Yuan commanded without further hesitation, lifting his hand to give the order. Moments later, Sun Guifei and Zhao Yi lay lifeless before Emperor Hanchang, while all other palace attendants and maidservants perished as well. At the hour of the rabbit, the officials entered the palace for the morning court session. Following the failed rebellion of the former crown prince, Emperor Hongchang had taken a more active role in governance. Due to his frail condition, most sessions were merely nominal. Once the eunuch Wang announced the emperor's ill health, the civil and military officials would disperse. Upon entering the Hall of Heavenly Purity, they looked up to see a middle-aged man seated on the dragon throne. Feng Zhong, temporarily promoted to the head eunuch, produced a bright yellow edict and read it aloud, conveying that the late emperor had passed away at midnight, leaving the edict for Prince Zhao Yuan to ascend the throne. The officials exchanged glances, unsure whether to weep or to pay their respects. Zhang Xingyang was the first to bow deeply, exclaiming, "Long live your majesty." Others quickly followed suit, bowing thrice and prostrating 9 times, acknowledging Zhao Yuan as the new sovereign. In Qinjiagu, the remnants of the defeated army had perished, their flesh consumed by vengeful spirits, leaving only pale bones. Zhou Yi keenly sensed the changes among the spirits, after devouring the living souls and flesh. Most had grown slightly stronger, infused with a newfound ferocity. A small portion of the souls dissipated into blue smoke following the death of their commander. The vengeful spirit of Old Chun, along with the souls of the villagers, knelt before Zhou Yi in gratitude. "Thank you, benefactor." Zhou Yi inquired, "What are your plans now?" Old Chun replied, "We shall disperse our lingering souls and seek rebirth as soon as possible." "That sounds splendid," Zhou Yi nodded. Had it not been for the protective talisman, the spirits would have been unable to manifest and would have vanished within a few days. With no spiritual objects to anchor them and no means to refine their souls, even the vengeful spirits could not take form. Old Chin's ability to retain his intelligence and his power to emit ghostly mist stemmed from his scholarly pursuits during his lifetime, rendering his soul far more resilient than those of ordinary individuals. Old Chun beseeched, "We ask you to dig a pit for our remains. There is no need for a separate grave or monument, as no one will mourn us in the future." Zhou Yi agreed, promising to find a suitable burial site for a prosperous rebirth. The spirits, upon hearing this, bowed in gratitude once more. In the mundane world, there are masters skilled in geomancy who use various incantations and secret arts to identify so-called dragon veins. However, to a cultivator, such practices are mere trifles. True magical sensing reveals where the earth's spirit energy is rich and pure, indicating a prime burial site. Subsequently, Old Chun led the way while Zhou Yi procured a cart, methodically gathering the remains from house to house. The scenes of death were harrowing. Zhou Yi noticed that upon collecting the corpses, some of the weaker souls dissipated immediately, while the slightly stronger vengeful spirits grew increasingly transparent. After filling a cart with remains, Zhou Yi sought a feng shui site near Qinjiagu, stomping his foot to create a large pit. Once the bodies were interred, the already faint souls vanished completely. Observing this, Zhou Yi surmised, perhaps the burial customs of resting the dead stem from this practice, effectively reducing the threat posed by vengeful spirits. The second cart was nearly full when they arrived at a small farmhouse belonging to the Zhuan family. Their daughter was merely 2 years old. What a tragedy. Old Chen scanned the sparse spirits but failed to spot Zhuanzhu. Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow, hearing a faint breathing sound, and remarked, "Perhaps there are still living souls here?" Old Chen, upon hearing this, became agitated and darted into the house, emerging shortly after. "Little Chun is alive." Zhou Yi pushed the door open to find 2 corpses sprawled on the bed, a man with a knife wound in his abdomen and a woman with her neck severed. They had embraced in death, their blood staining the bed a deep crimson, and the faint breathing came from beneath them. Zhou Yi lifted the bodies and uncovered a small girl, swaddled in a blanket, appearing 2 or 3 years old, and looking quite hungry. As the blanket was removed, the little girl struggled to turn, crawling onto her mother's body, her tiny hands smeared with blood as she desperately tried to satiate her hunger. Benefactor, old Chen knelt again. Bowing deeply, Chen Yuer is the last of our village. I plead for you to provide her with food and help her grow into adulthood. Rise. Zhou Yi pondered for a moment. For nearly 30 years, he had lived alone and carefree, not wishing to add another person to his life. Primarily, he feared exposing the fruit of his longevity and lacked any experience in raising a child. If he were to err, his conscience would be burdened. However, he could not bear to watch the little girl starve to death. Brother Chen, I have my own difficulties, but I will take Chen Yuer to the capital, helping her find a good family. I will visit often to ensure her life is filled with peace and joy. Chapter 37. Turbulent undercurrents as twilight descended upon the land. A colossal grave mound loomed over the southeastern side of Chenjiagu. The spirits of the deceased, upon being interred, had their grievances dissipate into ethereal wisps, leaving only the vengeful spirit of old Chen behind. Zhou Yi sought out a piece of blue stone and, harnessing his magical prowess, shaped it into a long stone tablet, inscribing upon it with the precision of a master craftsman, Chenjiagu, the grave of 327 souls. The 27th day of the 5th month in the 18th year of Hanchang. His finger pierced the stone, etching deeply. Old Chen expressed his gratitude, saying, "Such a profound kindness. The Chen clan is at a loss to repay. I shall pray for you in the underworld, and should there be a next life, I shall toil for you as a humble servant." What are your intentions? Zhou Yi inquired, cradling the infant Chen girl in his arms, safeguarding her with his magical energies. The lingering, dense aura of the departed lingered, posing a risk to any innocent passerby, be they child or elder, who might unwittingly succumb to malevolent influences. With a heavy heart, old Chen beseeched, "I must trouble you with one last favor, kind sir. Please, disperse my spirit." Zhou Yi, puzzled, asked, "But why?" Old Chen explained, "My feeble soul was destined to dissipate in a matter of days, yet in this chilling realm, it has inexplicably solidified. Is that not a blessing?" Zhou Yi pondered, recognizing that should he lack the fruit of eternal life, he would surely seek every means to prolong his existence when the time came to depart. The paths he might consider were myriad: righteous practices, arcane arts, or even the dark allure of becoming a specter to extend his days. Old Chen revealed, "This is merely the beginning. I feel the stirrings of dark desires within me, yearning to consume vitality and blood. I fear that, in time, I shall transform into a malevolent spirit, wreaking havoc upon the world. Thus, while I still possess my faculties, I implore you to extinguish these wicked thoughts." "Truly, you are an extraordinary man," Zhou Yi marveled. "You surpass those tyrants who, knowing their demise is inevitable, still wreak havoc upon the realm to extend their lives." "Ah, you flatter me." Old Chen chuckled. "I am but a destitute scholar who has failed to pass the imperial examinations. Had I ascended to the throne, indulging in wealth and power, I might have succumbed to the fear of death myself. Farewell, old Chen." Zhou Yi clasped his hands in respect. Though not an emperor, old Chen had avoided the fate of becoming a restless spirit, and in the grand scheme of longevity, the emperor's path seemed far more perilous. In all things, there exists a delicate balance between gain and loss. Humanity often clings to greed, with few willing to relinquish their desires, a truth that Zhou Yi himself embodied. Old Chen, with a carefree spirit, wished Zhou Yi longevity, promising to repay the kindness in the next life. At a loss for words, Zhou Yi wielded his magic, transforming it into a blade of light that shattered the vengeful spirit into fragments. He glanced down at the infant. Chen girl gazed intently at the gravestone, as though etching it into her memory. Old Chen had cautioned her against harboring thoughts of vengeance, yet how could she forget the blood-soaked enmities of her kin? Zhou Yi, noticing her rosy lips, could not resist teasing her. Her laughter rang out, a melodious sound that infused warmth into the somber grave, the mist, and the chilling winds. Suddenly, the ground trembled with the thunderous sound of galloping hoofs. A dozen black-clad cavalrymen thundered down the official road, their yellow banners billowing. Merchants and officials hastily stepped aside, for delaying the imperial edicts was a grave offense. Zhou Yi, with one arm cradling the infant, tugged at the reins of his gentle chestnut steed, guiding it to safety. The news of Emperor Hongchang's death had spread like wildfire. Zhou Yi hurried to return to the capital to find a wet nurse for Chen Girl. Having already encountered 4 groups of dispatch riders along the way, each bearing the edicts proclaiming the new sovereign's ascendance. History would judge the merits and misdeeds of the ages. Given the precedent set by Emperor Chongming, Zhou Yi harbored little animosity towards Emperor Hongchang. The slaying of loyal ministers was hardly a blemish on a ruler's record. Throughout history, the struggle between imperial power and ministerial authority had been a constant. The emperor's legacy would surely note his efforts to reclaim lost territories and ease the burdens of the populace. Regrettably, he chose to prioritize the stability of his reign over the prosperity of his realm, perhaps having witnessed the defeat at the northern front before his passing. Indeed, humanity seldom learns from history, for in the face of overwhelming tides, choices are often selfish. In early June, Zhou Yi beheld the towering walls of the capital, still magnificent and steadfast. At the western city gate, a bustling throng stretched for miles, with hundreds of armored guards meticulously inspecting every vehicle and person entering or exiting the city. Any box exceeding 3 feet was thoroughly examined. No travel permit. Arrest them. Detain them. What of this blade? Was it registered with the authorities? No. Arrest them. The guards were relentless and swift in their duties. Even a man claiming to be the son of a city magistrate was met with swift retribution, beaten and dragged away with heavy shackles. The commander bellowed, "To clash with the imperial guards is akin to treason. Take my name to the capital and summon Magistrate Li for questioning." Such actions instilled fear in many merchants and officials, for the lucrative trades were clearly delineated in the law. Yet, the common folk gazed upon the commander with respect, believing him to be a man of integrity, for he was simply just. A rotund merchant approached, slipping several silver notes into the commander's hand. "Commander, our Wantong Bank is a venerable establishment in the capital. Might you grant us a favor?" The commander, well aware of the bank's reputation, pocketed the notes and ordered his men, "Examine his cargo for contraband. Otherwise, why would he seek to bribe me?" The merchant gasped in terror, but before he could protest, the guards uncovered several pieces of armor hidden in his cart. Illegally manufactured armor. Wantong Bank is conspiring against the state. Witnessing the unfolding drama, the other merchants either retreated with their goods or sent emissaries to seek protection in the capital. Having waited in line for what felt like an eternity, Zhou Yi revealed his identity as a jailer. To his surprise, the commander recognized him and jested, "At last, I meet the infamous blood prison demon of the capital." "Merely a moniker, far beneath your status, Commander," Zhou Yi replied, unfazed. In the capital, only a handful of elite combatants could rival Zhou Yi's prowess. A mere 50 among a population of several million, a rare breed indeed. The commander inquired, "I hear you live alone. Who is this child?" Zhou Yi explained, "She is the daughter of a distant relative, yet to receive a formal name. For now, she is simply Girl. Her family could not provide for her. So she has come to me, at least to ensure she has enough to eat." "Ah, I see. Please, enter," the commander replied, waving him through without further inquiry. After Zhou Yi departed, he sent word to his superiors. Rumors swirled in the capital just days after the new emperor's ascension. Whispers of the second prince's questionable legitimacy. Tales of 2 of the 4 regents meeting untimely ends. And accounts of the second prince's ruthlessness, murdering the Sun Empress and the 6th prince before the late emperor's remains, spread like wildfire. Such stories painted vivid images of treachery, igniting unrest beneath the surface as many began to harbor ulterior motives. The Imperial Guard's stringent inspections of the city gate and travelers marked merely the onset of a brewing storm. Chapter 38. Seeking not for glory and wealth, the courtyard was shaded by the lush jujube tree, while grapevines draped over half the space. Zhou Yi pushed the door open, his brow furrowed. The atmosphere within was chaotic, indicating that more than one person had recently visited, their scent still lingering. Upon inspecting some discreet marks and arrangements, he discerned that the visitors were rather orderly and had not rummaged recklessly. Indeed, these were no benign guests. Whenever the throne changes hands, the capital becomes a hotbed of intrigue. Zhou Yi employed the cleansing charm, instantly restoring cleanliness and order. He then visited the local tea house to hire 2 wet nurses, who would reside in the west wing of the small courtyard, tending to Chun Yuer's daily needs. Where could he find a suitable family? As he pondered, Zhou Yi realized that most of his acquaintances were not of good character. Reflecting on this, it dawned on him that in the eyes of ordinary people, he appeared as a greedy jailer, a cruel official, a cold-blooded villain. The true antagonist was, in fact, himself. As night fell, Zhou Yi savored tea and recited scriptures in the courtyard until the moon reached its zenith. Suddenly, a figure soared through the air, clad in white. Swirling down into the courtyard, Zhou Yi exclaimed, "After waiting half the night, I did not expect it to be you. How did you know someone would come?" The visitor was none other than old Bai, who set down a wine jar and seated himself across from Zhou Yi. "It was merely a guess," Zhou Yi replied honestly. "I have no talent for divination. I just felt that the commander of the Imperial Guards was overly enthusiastic, and there were several individuals probing the courtyard. 300 years of pear blossoms. I owe it all to my esteemed father-in-law. He managed to procure a jar for me." Old Bai opened the wine jar, its fragrant aroma wafting through the courtyard. "Now, old Zhou, take a guess as to why I sought you out." Zhou Yi poured a bowl, its clarity akin to spring water, thick as amber. He drank it down, feeling refreshed. "I cannot guess. If it is good news, I shall partake. If ill tidings, then I shall merely enjoy the fine wine. I have never encountered anyone so shameless." Since learning this phrase, Old Bai had nearly made it his catchphrase. "My father-in-law, the Duke of Danyang, invites you to serve in his household as a steward, commonly referred to as a guardian of the estate." Zhou Yi frowned slightly. "This is the capital, not the northern frontier. Does a dignified duke truly need to recruit guardians? You have been away for several months. The capital has undergone significant changes." Old Bai recounted the rumors of the death of Emperor Hongchang, the midnight intrusion of Prince Qin Zhao Yuan into the palace, and the demise of the sixth prince, Sun Guifei, weaving together truths and fabrications alike. "Is it true that the current emperor killed his own mother and brother before the remains of the late sovereign?" Zhou Yi inquired. Old Bai nodded. "Where there is smoke, there is fire. It is highly probable," Zhou Yi reasoned. "So the capital is unstable, and the Duke of Danyang seeks guardians out of fear for his family?" Old Bai took a sip of wine and waved his hand dismissively. "My father-in-law's intentions go beyond mere safety. I must attend to matters in the capital and cannot accompany you to Jiangnan," Zhou Yi stated after a moment's contemplation. "However, I do have someone to entrust to you." He then shared Chen Yuer's background, omitting the details about the ghostly clan of Chen's family, only mentioning that he had rescued the last orphan amidst the massacre of civilians by a retreating army. According to Old Bai, various households in the capital were currently vying for skilled individuals, either for self-protection or ulterior motives, making Chen Yuer a vulnerability for Zhou Yi. Should she be captured, Zhou Yi would not submit, but would seek vengeance for her. Old Bai, filled with righteous indignation, assured him, "Rest easy, old Zhou. My son is also heading to Jiangnan, and it would be perfect for him to accompany Chen Yuer. Why not have Chen Yuer stay with your family, adopting her as a goddaughter? It would perfectly balance your household," Zhou Yi suggested, his eyes brightening. Old Bai, once carefree and reckless, had matured into a responsible husband since marrying Princess Rongchang. He was taken aback by the idea of adopting a goddaughter. "You mean to say I couldn't win you over, but could bring home a goddaughter?" Zhou Yi, assuming Old Bai feared his wife, reassured him. "Just tell Princess Rongchang that Chen Yuer is the granddaughter of an innate master. If you raise her for 20 years, your household will be safe during that time." "And what happens after 20 years?" Old Bai asked, intrigued. He had long considered asking Zhou Yi for protection for his household, but had been hesitant to broach the subject, even knowing Zhou Yi would agree. Old Bai did not wish to put his friend in a difficult position. Zhou Yi replied slowly, "After 20 years, Chen Yuer shall no longer require anyone's protection. Fear not, old Zhou. I shall treat her as my own daughter," Old Bai declared. Suddenly, he changed the subject and cheekily asked, "If, hypothetically, Chen Yuer and my son were to fall in love, what then?" Zhou Yi erupted in anger. What a shameless scoundrel. The following day, in the celestial prison, after roll call, Zhou Yi engaged in casual conversation with colleagues about their recent experiences while distributing local delicacies from the capital. They arranged to meet at Chunfeng Tower that evening, and any lingering sense of unfamiliarity quickly dissipated. In ancient times, there were places to listen to music. Today, the pleasures of foot massages served as an unparalleled tool to strengthen colleague relationships. Upon returning to his solitary chamber, Zhou Yi found the water for tea had yet to boil. The newly arrived Captain Lu knocked on the door, bearing a package of tea leaves. "This is by Luo Chun from Taichuan Mountain. Do give it a try, old Zhou. Nothing comes without effort. You must have a request, Captain Lu?" Zhou Yi mused. He could indulge in Old Bai's wine, but was hesitant to accept Captain Lu's tea, as the former was a friend and the latter merely a colleague. "Old Zhou, Do you truly wish to remain in the celestial prison for life? Captain Lu queried. With your abilities, you could serve in a royal household. If you align with the right people, you could enjoy glory and wealth. What is wrong with the celestial prison? Zhou Yi chuckled. My great-grandfather was a jailer, as was my grandfather, and later passed it to my father. I cannot betray my ancestors. The court has long promoted benevolence and filial piety. And Zhou Yi's mention of his forebears left Captain Lu speechless. Zhou Yi continued, I seek not for glory, but merely a stable life. Please take the tea back. Captain Lu waved his hand. Old Zhou, do not be modest. This by Luo Chun is a gift for you. From now on, we are colleagues, and I shall require your support. Then I shall graciously accept, Zhou Yi replied, smiling. But let us dispense with the formalities. We are of similar age. So just call me Old Lu. Moments later, the rich aroma of tea filled the air, intoxicating all who breathed it in. Zhou Yi had spent his leisure time over the past 2 decades savoring tea and reciting scriptures, honing his tea skills to perfection. After a few hundred years, he would become well-versed in the doctrines of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, mastering the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, painting, wine, flowers, and tea. Yet, the path of poetry and prose could not be forced without innate talent. In the following days, various individuals visited his home or the celestial prison, promising numerous benefits, ranging from wealth and honor to military titles and noble ranks. But Zhou Yi politely declined each overture. Such behavior, in the eyes of the powerful, was seen as arrogance. Consequently, they dispatched skilled individuals to attempt to teach him a lesson, only to find themselves returning with bruises. Zhou Yi had revealed only his physical prowess, but through the tempering of his true essence, his abilities had reached the limits of refinement. And further progress would lead to the pinnacle of body tempering, spinal cleansing. Those at the spinal cleansing level possessed the strength to cleave through armies, especially within the capital. Such masters are exceedingly rare, and should even a minor conflict arise, they become invaluable. Word of his prowess spread, drawing even more individuals eager to win him over. Until Zhou Yi took decisive action, incapacitating several would-be assailants, and then publicly declaring his stance. I seek not for glory, nor do I covet power. I would rather grow old and die within the celestial prison. Only then does one attain tranquility. Chapter 39. Each with their own schemes outside the Upper Sun Palace. The duty eunuch intercepted Zhang Jingyang, standing on the steps and looking down from his elevated position. Lord Zhang, His Majesty has already retired for the night. If there is a matter of importance, please bring it to the court tomorrow, he said. I have urgent business to report. I implore you, Eunuch Su, to convey my request, replied Zhang Jingyang, gazing at the brightly lit palace, where the sounds of silk and bamboo music mingled with the laughter and playful shouts of women. Eunuch Su responded, We cannot disturb His Majesty's rest. It would be best for you to return, Lord Zhang. I beseech you, grant me an audience with His Majesty. Zhang Jingyang knelt before the palace gates, tears streaming down his face, his voice filled with despair as he continually pleaded for an audience. He knocked his head against the ground, causing blood to seep from his forehead. After a lengthy silence, with no response from within the palace, Zhang Jingyang's expression shifted from resolute to despondent. After bowing 3 times and prostrating 9 times, he struggled to rise and depart. I take my leave. Inside the palace, dozens of beautiful palace maids danced and frolicked, while the dragon throne remained unoccupied by Emperor Yongxing. Since Zhao Yuan ascended to the throne, the era of Yongxing had been established. This year marked the 18th year of Hanchang, and next year would herald the 1st year of Yongxing. Eunuch Su hurried to the rear hall's small pavilion, kneeling as he reported, Your Majesty, Zhang Xiang has left the palace. Emperor Yongxing reclined on a soft couch, surrounded by over 20 attendants, all high-ranking officials, with Minister of War Liang Dong on his left and Minister of Personnel Xie Wei on his right. Both were once Zhang Jingyang's trusted aides, but had now pledged their allegiance to Emperor Yongxing. The court was well aware that the once mighty Zhang Xiang was destined to fall, and preparations needed to be made. Emperor Yongxing inquired, Has Zhang Xiang withdrawn without any dissent? Eunuch Su replied truthfully, Your Majesty, Zhang Xiang appeared desperate and expressed no grievances. Zhang Xiang is indeed perceptive, remarked Emperor Yongxing as he waved Su away and turned to another eunuch. De Fu, have we discerned who has been spreading these rumors? Li Di Fu, once a servant in the Qin Prince's palace and now the chief of the palace eunuchs, responded, Your Majesty, there were too many people present that night. A thorough investigation will require some time. Emperor Yongxing coldly retorted, "What wrong is there in entering the palace to quell unrest? I ask, who is spreading the rumors of my brother's murder?" Since the issuance of the imperial edict, various rumors had circulated throughout the capital, including accusations of usurpation and unfilial behavior, which subtly undermined Emperor Yongxing's position. Li Difu fell to his knees, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I am to blame. I have yet to gain complete control over the imperial guards." Emperor Yongxing furrowed his brow, tempted to have this incompetent man executed. Yet he found himself lacking capable allies after his hasty ascension. The position of commander of the imperial guards was too sensitive. It was better to keep a loyal fool in place than to let outsiders interfere. "Your Majesty, it is clear to discerning eyes that these rumors are false. Those who spread them care little for the truth. Their sole aim is to tarnish your reputation," Xie Wei interjected. "Rather than chasing the trail of the rumor-mongers, which only leads us astray, we should directly confront the source. The beneficiaries of these rumors are none other than the three princes. Among the 6 sons of the late emperor, the eldest was confined to the cold palace, and the 6th prince was already deceased. Only 3 remained who could potentially challenge Emperor Yongxing's claim to the throne." Emperor Yongxing nodded slightly, a glint of malice in his eyes. He had hesitated when he had killed his first brother, yet the act would become easier with each subsequent one. Were it not for concerns about his reputation, he would have annihilated the entire clan of those 3 brothers, silencing the rumors without effort. "Once I negotiate peace with Daong, I will recall the troops from various provinces to annihilate them," Emperor Yongxing declared, turning to Liangdong. "Is the capital's military secure?" "Rest assured, Your Majesty. I personally entered the capital's military and vehemently chastised the Sun family for their greed. They were stripped of their positions, and those who caused unrest were executed. No one dares to voice dissent. The military power of the capital is now firmly in my grasp." Liangdong spoke with pride. "To prevent the Sun family from rising again, I have shuffled the capital's military officers to other positions in the capital, ensuring foolproof security." Emperor Yongxing praised him. "Minister Liang, you are truly a pillar of the court." The capital's military was the only concern for Emperor Yongxing. Even if other factions tried to rebel, they would find it difficult to breach the heavily guarded imperial palace. Now, having proclaimed his intentions to the world, he was recognized by the provinces of Fengyang. The rebels would find it impossible to capture the palace swiftly, and the loyal army would undoubtedly obliterate them. At that moment, a voice echoed in the pavilion. "Your Majesty, we have captured an assassin." Emperor Yongxing snorted coldly. "Bring him in." The one who entered was an aged monk clad in white, gaunt and frail. The old monk dragged in a man dressed in dark clothing and tossed him to the ground. Without bowing, he reported directly to Emperor Yongxing. "This man is known in the underworld as touching the sky and is skilled in lightness techniques. I heard he was recently recruited by the Prince of Chu." Emperor Yongxing said, "A mere country bumpkin dares to claim such titles. Take him to the imperial prison for interrogation and investigate the backgrounds of his entire family. Send him to the northern border as a soldier." "Yes, Your Majesty," responded the monk, swiftly breaking the man's limbs before vanishing like a ghost. Emperor Yongxing turned to the kneeling Li Difu, expressing his approval. "Well done. Though people from the underworld lack status, they can help guard against petty intrusions into the palace." Li Difu sighed in relief, eagerly proclaiming, "Your Majesty, I cannot take credit for this. Those righteous masters, upon hearing they would serve Your Majesty, are all eager to join the imperial guards." Emperor Yongxing responded with delight. "It seems the people have placed their trust in me." The 2 ministers stroked their beards with smiles, while the surrounding nobles praised him. "Your Majesty has received the mandate of heaven. May your reign be eternal." Emperor Yongxing felt a deep sense of security. Thus, he resolved to follow the established plan, feigning incompetence for a few days, allowing those jesters to reveal themselves before he ensnares them all. In the northwestern corner of the palace, in a secluded and desolate unnamed palace, a guard saw Zhang Xingyang approach and not only refrained from stopping him, but also bowed in respect. "Your Excellency, His Highness has been awaiting you for some time." Inside, only a single candle flickered dimly. The deposed crown prince, Zhao Xian, paced anxiously. As Zhang Xingyang entered, he said, "Your Highness, in times of great importance, one must remain calm and composed." "My father-in-law does not understand," Zhao Xian replied, his face etched with worry. "I have heard from the palace attendants that my brother has secured the positions of the 2 ministers of war and personnel, solidifying his grip on military power and official appointments. His reign grows ever more stable." Zhang Xingyang replied, "Liangdong, an old fool who merely talks big," and Xie Wei, A mere opportunist. These two are not worth your concern. Zhao Xian questioned. Aren't these two men the ones you promoted to high office? Zhang Xingyang, weary and weakened, had recently wept and knocked his head in Upper Sun Palace, now seeking refuge on a small stool. If they were truly worthy of promotion, the late emperor would have replaced me long ago. When you ascend to the throne, remember not to allow a single voice to dominate the court. Even if it is the wrong voice, there must be at least two. Zhao Xian bowed. I will heed my father-in-law's teachings. If you had heeded my advice from the beginning, you would not have been entangled with the Li family, leading to this predicament, Zhang Xingyang lamented. Aware that his son-in-law lacked talent and wisdom, yet foolishly tried to manipulate the situation, turning a sure victory into a dire setback. If not for his daughter's pleas and the presence of his grandson, Zhang Xingyang would have adhered to the late emperor's edict. Having wielded the power of the chancellor for 20 years and weathered countless storms, Zhang Xingyang was confident in sending the three regents to the imperial prison. Not even the emperor's own mother would be spared. Chapter 40. The assassination of Yongxing. The young son-in-law recognized his errors, conceding that all future matters would be dictated by his father-in-law. Zhao Xian displayed a visage of shame, having been labeled as inherently foolish and unfit for significant roles since childhood by Emperor Hongchang. After reaching adulthood, he had long sought to prove his worth, only to find himself confined in the cold palace. My frail body cannot endure much longer. Once your highness secures your position, I shall beg for retirement to live out my days in peace. Zhang Xingyang spent his life calculating gains and losses, perpetually strategizing to avoid misfortune and secure long-term benefits. Yet, at the end of his days, he found himself at odds with his own heart regarding familial matters. In his view, promoting Zhao Xian to a position of power was not a prudent decision, primarily because his legitimate heir was of the Zhang lineage. No emperor, no matter how magnanimous, could tolerate an outsider wielding authority over the imperial court for 2 consecutive generations. The legacy of the Fengyang state would be uncertain, whether it belonged to the Zhao or the Zhang clan. Conversely, adhering to the late emperor's edict would allow the Zhang family to maintain its status as a respected local lineage, even in their decline. Any involvement in manipulating the throne's succession, despite achieving immediate victories, would ultimately sow the seeds of their own destruction. Zhao Xian sensed the fluctuations in Zhang Xingyang's expression and inquired, "Father-in-law, when shall we act? The longer we delay, the more secure my brother's claim to the throne becomes." "This matter cannot be rushed," Zhang Xingyang replied. "Your Highness's most significant blemish is the late emperor's decree of dismissal. The late emperor, posthumously honored as Xian, is enshrined in the annals of history during the Hongchang revival. Who would dare defy his judgments in life?" Zhang Xingyang needed to clarify this to Zhao Xian, lest he act rashly and jeopardize their plans. Thus, even if your highness were to overthrow Zhao Yuan and ascend the throne, gaining the approval of the royal family would be exceedingly difficult. Zhao Xian, anxious, asked, "What then should we do?" "Wait," Zhang Xingyang instructed. "Wait until Zhao Yuan eliminates the Chu, Han, and Jing princes, and then we shall strike to topple him." Zhao Xian, perplexed, questioned, "Will the royal family then acknowledge me? By that time, your highness will be the sole heir of the late emperor. Both the royal family and the court will have no choice but to acquiesce." Zhang Xingyang explained, "A rightful sovereign, with a legitimate heir at hand, cannot allow a branch of the family to inherit the throne. History would surely condemn him as disloyal and unfilial." Zhao Xian probed, "Can Zhao Yuan truly commit such ruthless acts?" Among the late emperor's 6 sons, only Zhao Yuan is inherently suspicious and cold-hearted, always returning a grudge, Zhang Xingyang replied. "Otherwise, why would I have chosen him for the position? Indeed, personality is merely a prerequisite. There are further means to provoke Zhao Yuan into eliminating the 3 princes," Zhang Xingyang continued. Zhao Xian sought further enlightenment. "Please elucidate, father-in-law." "Recently, rumors have surged through the capital, with various households recruiting skilled fighters from the martial world. I have been the one orchestrating this behind the scenes." Seeing Zhao Xian's bewildered expression, Zhang Xingyang sighed and continued his explanation. "This approach is intended to create a fade. Firstly, skilled fighters are scarce and difficult to recruit. Secondly, these fighters can sway the outcomes of localized conflicts, implicitly favoring the struggle for the throne. Is there anything amiss with this?" Zhao Xian remarked. "I have also sent people to recruit several skilled fighters." Zhang Xingyang raised an eyebrow and mentioned a few names: Hong Hua, Wang Yizhang, the compassionate monk, and old Daoist Chu. Zhao Xian's face flushed red. Even he, despite his lack of intellect, recognized that these were all Zhang Zhengyang's people. Others, too, like your highness, were following suit, seeking skilled fighters and even promising titles. Zhang Zhengyang spoke slowly. Those who dare to make such promises must harbor grand ambitions. Observing this, the court had no choice but to follow suit in recruitment. Less skilled fighters from various households enter the palace unchecked, jeopardizing Zhao Yuan's safety. Zhao Xian appeared confused. What does this have to do with seizing the throne? Scholars like Liang and Xie, long dulled by their studies, would never bow to meet the roughnecks of the martial world. Thus, this task would inevitably fall to Li Difu. Li Difu, a mere inner official, scarcely leaves the Wang residence. How could he recognize any martial experts? Zhang Zhengyang countered. My skilled fighters have long been ingratiating themselves with Li Difu's relatives, raising no suspicion, and have smoothly entered the palace to serve. Zhao Xian gasped in astonishment, both alarmed and elated, at the cunning of those in power, pleased that the most devious among them was one of his own. Moreover, 3 of the prince's skilled fighters also have my people serving as attendants, Zhang Zhengyang added. In a few days, skilled fighters from the Chu prince's residence will infiltrate the Shangyang palace to assassinate Zhao Yuan. Tell me, once Zhao Yuan is injured, will he not take severe actions against the 3 princes? Zhao Xian nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, Father-in-law, where did you recruit so many skilled fighters to serve? The martial world is notoriously unruly. No one would have anticipated Zhang Zhengyang's ability to command numerous skilled fighters as loyal subordinates. It's a long story. After the capture of the King of Heaven, the Zhou Yi failed to extract any martial arts secrets, leading everyone to believe the lineage had been cut off, Zhang Zhengyang recounted. However, I have kept a close watch on this matter and eventually located the Tsang family in Jiangnan. Then, under the guise of exorcising demons in the teachings of Buddhism and Taoism, finally acquired the swallowing heaven demonic art. Zhao Xian exclaimed in surprise. Can this martial art produce skilled fighters in bulk? They only possess fragmented scrolls. Not only do they shorten lifespan, but they also lack the means to integrate inner energy. Zhang Zhengyang clarified. The complete martial art will be entrusted to your highness in the future, enabling the inner attendants around you to cultivate it, ensuring that the royal family produces innate masters for generations to come. Your kindness, father-in-law, shall be eternally remembered. Zhao Xian vowed, raising his hand to the heavens. In the future, the heir to the throne shall certainly be my eldest son, Ronger, and the Zhang family shall prosper for generations alongside the nation. Should the Zhao clan ever betray this trust, may the dynasty perish and our bloodline be severed. Zhang Zhengyang nodded slightly. There is no need for such a heavy oath. Simply harbor this intention. In the tumultuous sea of court politics, he had long ceased to believe in vows. The foundation of promises and oaths rests solely on the magnitude of mutual benefit. Having heard Zhang Zhengyang's plan, Zhao Xian felt the throne was within reach. Why not directly assassinate Zhao Yuan and the others? Such an act would be impossible to conceal from the public, regardless of evidence. You would be branded a fratricide and a usurper, Zhang Zhengyang cautioned. Conversely, if you were to overthrow the tyrant Zhao Yuan, it would be seen as a rightful restoration, allowing you to ascend the throne by popular acclaim, which would be immensely advantageous for your future governance. Zhao Xian felt his eyes moisten at these words, sensing the undertone of arranging for his future. Zhang Zhengyang cleared his throat and said, Rest assured, I can hold on for another 2 to 3 years. At the very least to find you a capable chief minister to manage the affairs of state. Zhao Xian bowed deeply, tears brimming in his eyes. I thank you, father-in-law. In early July, Emperor Yongxing was assassinated and gravely injured. The assassin committed suicide on the spot, and the Zhou Yi thoroughly investigated, discovering he was an attendant from the Chu prince's residence. The news spread, causing an uproar among the officials. The Ministry of War mobilized the Imperial Guard to besiege the Chu prince's residence, and the Zhou Yi conducted a meticulous search, recovering the dragon robe and seal. Furious, Emperor Yongxing ordered the complete extermination of the Chu prince's lineage. The imperial clan court intervened to plead for leniency, arguing that there had been no precedent for executing a prince in the nation's history for centuries, ultimately resulting in the reduction of their titles and banishment to the northern frontier as commoners. In the Tianao prison, the Bingshi cell was filled with commoners, all implicated in the assassination of the Chu prince. Relatives, in-laws, and officials from the prince's residence were all imprisoned, including the steward's entire family. Revealing the depth of Emperor Yongxing's wrath, it was rumored that if the assassin's dagger had deviated just a couple of inches, it would have been a day of national mourning. Old Zhou, fortunately, you refused that day. Lieutenant Liu, his face etched with fear, remarked. The one attempting to recruit you was the steward of the Chu prince's residence, that old man from cell number 7. I must go smooth things over later. After failing to recruit Zhou Yi that day, Lieutenant Liu reflected carefully and also turned down the prince's steward's overture, thus narrowly escaping disaster. Zhou Yi shrugged and quietly said, Old Liu, things are about to get busy. This is just the beginning. Chapter 41. The Fall of the Three Kings, a Prophecy Fulfilled. At the end of July, the royal family of Chu was just escorted away, and in early August, news broke of the assassination attempt on the king of Han. Emperor Yongxing, in a fit of rage, ordered the imperial guards to encircle the Han royal residence. The royal relatives from the imperial clan could not even meet the emperor's gaze, as the Jinyue kept a strict watch over the Shangyang palace. The king of Han, rather than surrendering obediently, led his followers in resistance, ultimately falling victim to the onslaught of the imperial guards. The officials and noble families in the court began to link this incident with that of the Chu royal family, giving rise to suspicions that Emperor Yongxing orchestrated the events to eliminate the three royal houses. However, this suspicion was soon dispelled when the emperor severed 2 of his fingers. In a dynasty where officials were selected based on their appearance, any physical deformity was unacceptable, especially for the emperor. The king of Han was thoroughly eradicated. The officials fell silent. In the dungeons, cries of injustice, weeping, and curses echoed incessantly. The king of Han had engaged the imperial guards in battle, solidifying his guilt of treason. Anyone with even the slightest connection to him was summoned to the dungeons. Incarceration methods in this prison required signatures and seals, regardless of guilt or innocence. Captain Liu and his men conducted interrogations deep into the night, exhausted to the point of near collapse. Yet they amassed a considerable stack of confessions. Old Zhou, you should speak less in the future. My lord, there must be something amiss with this matter. Zhou Yi, who had delved deeply into the study of spiritual cultivation, felt a heightened sensitivity to the spirits. He had just visited the heir of the king of Han, and the injustice he felt was too palpable to be fabricated. At that moment, a jailer hurried in, whispering the latest news. The convoy escorting the king of Chu encountered mountain bandits shortly after leaving the capital, with only a few imperial guards returning alive. Captain Liu inquired, what of the accompanying brothers? The jailer, trembling, responded, they are all dead. Captain Liu murmured, including those sent to escort Duke Xinghua. Over 20 jailers have perished in just 2 months. Old Zhou, is the dungeon not a safe place? I only deliver meals. I do not escort them. Zhou Yi replied, shaking his head slightly. Is there truly a place in this world that is absolutely safe? Even delivering meals in the dungeon carries risks. Years ago, Li Wu lured and killed skilled fighters using the Tsang Tian Wang as bait, with those imperial guards and jailers having no prior knowledge of the impending danger. The schemes of powerful figures never consider the lives of the common soldiers. Personal interests must subordinate to the greater good, but I cannot elaborate further. In October, the Prince of Jing staged a rebellion, a genuine act of treason. In broad daylight, he led his followers to storm the eastern gate of the imperial city. Arrows fell like rain from the imperial guards, and the rebel forces suffered heavy casualties. I am a child of the central family. I would rather die in battle than await slaughter. The Prince of Jing shouted, fighting valiantly until he was ultimately struck by numerous arrows and perished. This incident sent shockwaves through the capital. Officials and noble families whispered among themselves, lamenting the current emperor's cruelty and lack of empathy, declaring him unworthy of his title. New prisoners were brought into the dungeon, including a revered figure from the Prince of Jing's household, a top-tier master with 200 years of internal strength. The head of the Wuliang Temple, known by the Taoist name Xianling. Zhou Yi had never heard of this name before, yet he found it intriguing. A master of such caliber, renowned in the martial world, would be among the few in the entire Fengyang kingdom, having spent nearly 30 years in the dungeon. Zhou Yi had interacted with many captured masters, and it could be said that he was well acquainted with the heroes of the world without ever leaving his cell. Entering cell No. 2, Zhou Yi saw an elderly man in tattered robes, appearing to be over 60, with white hair and a face full of wrinkles. He greeted the elder. I have long heard of your esteemed name. It is a privilege to finally meet you. Xianling looked up at him and asked, who are you? Zhou Yi replied, the blood prison old demon, Zhou Yi. Xianling coldly retorted, I have not heard of you, insignificant junior. A glimmer of interest sparked in Zhou Yi's eyes, as he noted that Xianling did not resemble an ordinary martial artist. The title of Blood Prison Old Demon was louder than that of many top masters. For the number of skilled fighters who perished at Zhou Yi's hands surpassed those slain by the leaders of demonic sections. Even if Xianling had secluded himself and refrained from combat, how could he not know of the old demon's reputation if he had mingled in the martial world? You are not from the martial world, Zhou Yi remarked, observing Xuanling's reaction, which indeed revealed a flicker of astonishment. Thus, you have deliberately infiltrated the Prince of Jing's household. A sudden insight struck Zhou Yi, and he continued, not only to incite the Prince of Jing's rebellion, but also to orchestrate the deaths of the kings of Han and Chu, which are connected to you or those behind you. Nonsense, Xianling vehemently denied, closing his eyes and ignoring him. I had my doubts. Neither the king of Chu nor the king of Han were fools. Throughout history, how many have ascended to power through assassination, especially those of such high status? Therefore, you sought to use failed assassinations to manipulate others. As for the Prince of Jing's rebellion, it was spurred by the annihilation of the two kings. Leading to his own decision, all three royal houses had become pawns. Their single objective must be that coveted position, for of Emperor Hongchang's 6 sons were now dead, leaving only. Zhou Yi's thoughts raced faster, as previous uncertainties became clear, and he gazed in horror toward the imperial palace. The deposed crown prince, who had once allied with the Li family, clearly lacked the capability to orchestrate such plots. The only one capable of controlling the entire situation was Zhang Xiang. Who exactly are you? Xuanling's eyes flew open, astonished as he looked at Zhou Yi. There remained one question. How could Zhang Xiang possess so many elite assassins? The common rabble of the martial world would not simply acquiesce. Zhou Yi furrowed his brow and flicked his fingers, channeling his spiritual energy into Xuanling's body. As the energy coursed through his meridians, Zhou Yi discerned Xuanling's organs were aging, indicating he was nearing death without even needing to be executed. I have also practiced Taoist techniques. My internal energy is balanced and harmonious, nurturing my meridians and organs. In advanced stages, one could even reverse aging. Your organs are deteriorating in such a manner which resembles. Zhou Yi pried open Xuanling's mouth to examine the condition of his teeth, which remained white and youthful. Swallowing heaven demonic art. As Zhou Yi had surmised, Zhang Xiang was indeed creating masters through the swallowing heaven demonic art. The skilled fighters recruited by the three kings were all Zhang Xiang's subordinates, which explained their frenzied attempts to assassinate the emperor. But wait, many martial artists had also been recruited within the palace. Could they also be Zhang Xiang's people? In recent months, the market value of martial artists in the capital had surged. Could this have been instigated by Zhang Xiang? Zhou Yi did not presume that simply because he had traversed time, he was automatically cleverer than those of the past. In the realm of cunning and schemes, even the corrupt officials in prison could outwit him. The only confidence he had lay in his more scientific approach to logical thinking. Now witnessing Zhang Xiang's methods, stirring upheaval in the court from seemingly inconsequential details, he found his proud logical reasoning diminished somewhat. Had it not been for the longevity fruit, Zhou Yi would have resolutely held his ground, but he too might have unwittingly fallen into Zhang Xiang's snare. A figure of this caliber, in the past, would have only been one I could comment upon in the headlines. Zhou Yi possessed no evidence linking all these conspiracies to Zhang Xiang, yet, through free thought, one could see that the ultimate beneficiary was the true perpetrator. This was merely the state of affairs in the capital. Zhang Xiang's schemes undoubtedly extended far beyond. 2 months had passed since Fengyang and Daong reached a truce, with no progress in sight. The troops from various provinces were stranded in the northern border, leaving Emperor Yongxing with no last lifeline. A master of war does not seek glory. Such is the nature of this individual. Chapter 42. The Treasure of Mountains and Rivers. The Heavenly Prison. The Watchtower. Whenever Zhou Yifan felt troubled, he would ascend here to gaze far and wide, the entirety of the imperial city lying beneath his view. He perceived the boundlessness of the universe and the cyclical nature of existence. Ascending high, his heart expanded. Oh, Lord Lu is here as well. Upon reaching the tower's summit, Zhou Yifan beheld Lu Xiyu, clad in a verdant official robe, with his hands clasped behind his back, a troubled expression adorning his face. Lu Xiyu sighed. The situation in the capital has been tumultuous of late, fraught with unexpected changes. I came to take in the scenery. In such a place as the capital, where the essence of the nation converges, peace has always been elusive. Zhou Yifan gazed towards the eastern gate of the imperial city, where the setting sun cast a golden hue upon the vermilion walls and azure tiles. Once, I stood here with the former warden, Lord Lei. No. It was the former warden before him, watching the Duke of the State vanquish the dragon reversal. Lu Xiyu, struck by realization, responded, Lord Lei? So that young man with the Lei surname was indeed of the Lei family? Zhou Yifan replied, I am grateful for your understanding, my lord. Having spent considerable time in the heavenly prison, I have met many people and must attend to various sentiments. Old Zhou is truly a treasure of the heavenly prison. Lu Xiyu remarked enviously, for many esteemed individuals regarded Zhou Yifan as a guest of honor. In contrast, Lu Xiyu, after 10 years of diligent study, had only achieved the rank of a lowly 8th grade official. Zhou Yifan chuckled, You flatter me, my lord. You are the steadfast anchor of the heavenly prison. This statement was no mere flattery. Lu Xiyu rarely engaged in affairs, often content to sip tea and chat while two lieutenants busied themselves. Yet, Lu Xiyu had not hesitated to reap the benefits within the heavenly prison, a fact even the lowliest jailers were well aware of. This managerial acumen left Zhou Yifan increasingly impressed by the wisdom of the ancients. Lu Xiyu inquired, Old Zhou, have you come here with your own troubles? Zhou Yifan nodded. I have recently come to realize that there are too many clever individuals in this world, which has left me somewhat disheartened. My ascension to innate master has greatly enhanced my strength, and with many colleagues showering me with praise and envy, I cannot help but feel a tinge of arrogance, leading me to act with increasing indulgence. Zhangxiang's schemes are as resonant as the morning bell and evening drum, demanding deep self-reflection. Lu Xiyu, curious, asked, Just how clever are they to leave you? The old fox, feeling despondent. The seemingly innocuous rise in prices has surprisingly influenced the tides of national fortune. Zhou Yifan lamented. The winds stir at the tip of the green rushes. That is the true mark of a master. I have learned from this and will surely apply such knowledge when the time comes. Realizing early on that I am but a mundane person is not necessarily a bad thing. Lu Xiyu's gaze sharpened as he casually glanced at the imperial palace, then sighed. The tides belong to them. We are mere spectators. What else can we do? Deep affection does not endure, and extreme wisdom can lead to harm. Zhou Yifan nonchalantly replied, If wisdom cannot compare, nor can schemes or cunning, then let us remain unchanged amidst the chaos. Ignoring it, survival itself is victory. Haha. No wonder they privately call you an old turtle. Lu Xiyu clapped in admiration, then shifted the topic. Old Zhou, do you truly have no aspirations for power? Of course. Who wouldn't desire authority and the company of beautiful women? Zhou Yifan laughed. I almost forgot. We have already achieved the latter part. Lu Xiyu, full of respect, clasped his hands and said, As a 30-year patron of Chunfeng Tower, I have long heard of your exploits. It is an honor, mediocre at best. There is still much time ahead. Zhou Yifan replied, Thus, having attained wealth and power, why should we risk our lives? In this chaotic time, who can see who will ultimately prevail? It is quite clear. Let us stoke the cold stove. Regardless of victory or defeat, it will not be too disappointing. Lu Xiyu muttered, seemingly addressing Zhou Yifan but perhaps speaking to himself. Zhou Yifan then stated, Perhaps it is best to refrain. The Wang family has already extinguished 3 households. I shall request leave from you, my lord, to step out for a time before returning to duty. Very well, Lu Xiyu nodded in agreement. Then after a moment's thought, added, Should the Lu family find themselves in decline one day, I hope old Zhou will also find a position for us in the heavenly prison. It is only proper. On the 27th day of the 12th month, the nation should have been celebrating, joyfully welcoming the new year. However, due to the Minister of War, Liang Dong's harsh treatment of the soldiers and withholding of their pay, the capital's military revolted. Restore the sovereign. The former commander of the capital's army, Sun Xiangming, raised his voice, gathering his old troops and leading them through the northern gate of the imperial city. The gatekeeper, once a guerrilla from the capital's army, had been demoted to guard the gate due to Liang Dong's oppression of the military officers, as he had received insufficient silver. On that very night, Sun Xiangming led the capital's army to besiege the imperial city, while government offices and residences across the capital observed from afar, neither aiding the rebels nor rescuing Emperor Yongxing. The imperial guards were outnumbered by the capital's army, and with the latter equipped with siege engines, casualties mounted swiftly. Emperor Yongxing commanded the imperial guards and palace eunuchs to ascend the city walls and resist the enemy, insisting they must hold the line until dawn. As long as the city remained intact, the rebels would eventually retreat. The Grand Ancestral Temple, a testament to the rise and fall of the dynasty. As long as the temple stood, so did the dynasty. When the temple fell, so too would the nation. At midnight, The grand ancestral temple of the Fengyang kingdom stood desolate and silent. The officials who had been on duty, upon hearing of the capital's army besieging the imperial city, hurried home to lock their doors, regardless of whether the capital's army could breach the city. It was certain that thieves would take advantage of the chaos to pillage the capital, and tomorrow, all blame could be laid upon the rebellious forces. A shadow flitted through the night, finally settling within the temple's main hall. Outside the main hall stood a bronze cauldron, nearly a man's height. With 3 legs and 2 ears, its body engraved with rivers and mountains, corresponding precisely to the map of the Fengyang kingdom's provinces. The mountain and river cauldron, cast after the founding of the Fengyang kingdom, served as a vessel for state sacrifices, where ministers knelt before it and the reigning emperor offered incense. The shadow circled the mountain and river cauldron, employing various methods to ascertain its nature, concluding it was a solid bronze cauldron, devoid of any warning or anti-theft mechanisms. Weighing several tons, the mountain and river cauldron was not only difficult to steal, but would also be subject to scrutiny by officials upon leaving the city. Furthermore, although the mountain and river cauldron was one of the 3 treasures of the Fengyang kingdom, its symbolic significance outweighed its practical value. The effort to steal the cauldron would at most bring shame to the Zhou royal family, and melting it down for copper would yield a meager return, all while risking the annihilation of one's clan. Thus, the officials of the Grand Ancestral Temple could never fathom that someone would attempt to steal the cauldron, even if it meant scraping the gold paint off the emperors of old. They had assumed they would have to wait until the Fengyang kingdom's demise, and the temple fell into disrepair to act. Little did they expect to stumble upon such a fortuitous opportunity. The northern city gate stood wide open, the Grand Ancestral Temple unguarded, and all eyes were focused on the imperial palace. This treasure is destined to be mine. Zhou Yi dissipated his shadow, revealing the visage of an elderly man with white hair, unrecognizable even to acquaintances. He crouched low, slipping beneath the cauldron, wrapping his arms around its base. Rise, Zhou Yi commanded, and the mountain and river cauldron, having not moved for over 3 centuries, trembled and lifted from the ground. Channeling his power, he again invoked the shadow spell, enveloping the cauldron in a shroud of black mist. Under the cover of darkness, Zhou Yi dashed towards the northern city gate. The immense weight of the bronze cauldron made it difficult to move silently. Even running produced a loud thudding sound. Fortunately, the chaos along the way, with thieves pillaging and patrolling soldiers taking advantage of the disorder, ensured that no one paid heed to the noise of his escape. At that moment, the northern city gate stood ajar, guarded by only a handful of soldiers. Thud, thud, thud. A mass of black mist surged forward, bursting forth with ferocity, akin to a rampaging bull. Ghost. The guards, seeing the oncoming chaos, abandoned their weapons and fled in disarray. Zhou Yi hoisted the mountain and river cauldron out of the capital, placing it onto a prepared cart, and with a crack of the whip, he sped northward. Chapter 43. The half-year emperor in the 18th year of Hongchang and the 1st year of Yongxing. The Yongxing emperor appointed treacherous ministers, embezzling military funds, which incited a rebellion that besieged the imperial city. The deposed crown prince, Zhu Xian, confined in the cold palace, allied with righteous men, and entered the Shangyang palace to seek an audience. Zhang Xingyang earnestly implored, Your Majesty, for the stability of the dynasty, I humbly beseech you to abdicate in favor of the eldest son of the Zhongzong. The Yongxing emperor, overwhelmed with anger, passed away, having reigned for merely half a year, from ascending the throne in May to his demise in December. History refers to him as the half-year emperor. Thus, the first half of the year was recorded as the 18th year of Hongchang, while the latter half was the 1st year of Yongxing. After Zhu Xian ascended to the throne, he announced a general amnesty for the assassination and treason charges against the 3 royal houses. However, as the entire lineage of the 3 royal houses had perished, he could only allow the royal family to adopt from collateral branches to continue the ancestral line. Both civil and military officials, along with aristocratic families, praised the new emperor's benevolence. Just 3 days after his coronation, on the 1st day of the new year, Zhu Xian declared a new era named Jinglong, accompanied by the civil and military officials to worship at the ancestral temple, paying homage to their forebears. At that moment, the temple officials discovered that the sacred river and mountain cauldron had vanished without a trace, causing an uproar across the court and the populace. Emperor Jinglong commanded the Jinyu to conduct a thorough investigation, soon learning that on the night of the rebellion, many had heard thunderous sounds echoing. The station soldiers claimed to have witnessed a large band of purple mist soaring towards the northern frontier that very night, just days after Emperor Jinglong ascended. He dared not frivolously redeploy the capital's garrison, and the matter ultimately faded into obscurity. The Ministry of Works recast the sacrificial cauldron, increasing its weight tenfold. Inscribing the map of the Fengyang kingdom with gold and silver threads, inlaid with jade and precious gems, its opulence surpassing the river and mountain cauldron 100-fold. Emperor Jinglong was exceedingly pleased and named it the Jinglong Cauldron. The loss of the river and mountain cauldron birthed various rumors among the populace, suggesting that the Yongxing emperor had slain his own brother, and Jinglong was similarly cursed, ultimately inciting the wrath of the ancestors of the Fengyang kingdom. Subsequent unofficial histories recorded, the cauldron fell into the northern frontier, such was the decree of heaven. As the court shifted, the stage was set for new players. The carriages traveled day and night, exhausting several horses along the way. 3 days later, on the New Year's Day, Zhou Yi had already left the capital's borders and arrived in the central region of Xianzhou, among the 6 northern provinces. Only Xianzhou was not part of the northern frontier, as the treacherous snake Coiling Mountain had remained unscathed by war for over a century, with its cities flourishing under peace. Outside the city of Pengshan, a porridge stand was set up at the city gate, where a throng of disheveled refugees lined up with bowls and pots to receive their share of porridge. Zhou Yi reined in his horse and inquired, "Good sir, what calamity has befallen Xianzhou?" The elder, with a darkened visage obscuring his age, held a baby in his arms, feeding it with a finger dipped in porridge. "We fled from the northern frontier. War has erupted once more," he replied. Zhou Yi, puzzled, remarked, "Isn't the court seeking peace?" The Great Yong took advantage of the upheaval in Fengyang Kingdom, capitalizing on the disarray among the northern troops to reclaim lost territories. After the Yongxing Emperor's ascension, he mobilized forces from various provinces to confront the Great Yong army. With the resources left by his father, he might not necessarily succumb to the Great Yong in battle. The Yong Emperor, however, was not insatiable, demanding only land and compensation from Fengyang and the return of the remains of the prince and general from the ancestral temple. The envoys of both nations have bickered for some time without reaching a concrete agreement. How then could war reignite? The elder shook his head. "What do I know of the matters of war?" A younger refugee chimed in. "I heard it was our side. There was a general who refused to yield and launched a surprise attack on the Great Yong army, burning their camps and causing tens of thousands to perish. They delighted in their victory, but we are the ones who suffer. That cannot be said. Winning is still a good thing, yet we dread another loss. Do you know who set fire to the Great Yong camps?" The fleeing soldier, ergo, said it was a young general, perhaps surnamed Zhou or Zhou, but I did not catch it clearly. He must be formidable, rivaling even the Duke of the State. If the Duke of the State were alive, those wretches from the Great Yong would not dare to fight. The news among the refugees had been relayed through many hands, its truth uncertain, yet the general sentiment remained unchanged. Fengyang declared war without warning. When literati become fierce, the soldiers indeed cannot compare. Zhou Yi sighed. Amidst the tumultuous defeat of the peace negotiations, without the central authorities' decree, who would dare to instigate conflict? Zhang Xiang, in his quest to eliminate the Yongxing Emperor's chances, would not hesitate to provoke a war in the northern frontier, lest the palace troops return to the capital to protect the emperor. With the capital secured, the usurpation of the throne was nearly assured. Why then? Should more lives be sacrificed? Zhou Yi could not comprehend the machinations of the powerful, thus he ultimately lacked the aptitude for grand endeavors, focusing instead on leading a life of simplicity. As soldiers inspected those entering the city, the refugees were forced to sleep outside its walls. Zhou Yi slipped 2 taels of silver to a guard, who grinned and waved him through. Indeed, in this world, it was not decrees that opened paths, but gold. Inside the city, after replenishing his supplies of rice and flour, he set out towards Pengshan. Pengshan was virtually unknown in the Fengyang kingdom, lacking imposing natural defenses or picturesque landscapes. Occasionally, hunters would traverse the mountain, yet there were no other disturbances, making it an ideal location for seclusion and cultivation. Those who hid in famous mountains sought shortcuts. In the nameless peaks, he discovered a bear den, concocting a meat porridge from the black bear, his powers rendering stone as pliable as mud, transforming it into a neat stone chamber, blocking the entrance with a massive rock. He could sense any intruder attempting to pry it open in advance. Calm, desolate, and silent, Zhou Yi murmured, compared to the mundane world, this place is devoid of any trace of life. offering a uniquely exquisite experience. The river and mountain cauldron stood proudly in the center of the stone chamber. Zhou Yi, following the blood refinement technique for spiritual weapons, forced drops of his essence blood from within, imbuing the bronze with his power. The initial step was blood refinement. This river and mountain cauldron was rather large. Zhou Yi mused, in the entire world. There was perhaps no one else as reckless with their essence blood as he. Blood refining spiritual weapons require the essence blood to permeate every part of the spiritual object. With the cauldron's size and weight, it consumed the essence blood of hundreds. This essence blood was not ordinary blood. It was the quintessence of one's vitality. Zhou Yi expended over 10 drops of essence blood daily, requiring more than 10 days of cultivation to recover. No wonder Li Yi suggested refining the imperial seal. Ordinary innate masters would hesitate to attempt refining the river and mountain cauldron, and after finally succeeding, there would be not many years left to live. The spiritual energy in the mountains was slightly denser than in the capital. While refining the river and mountain cauldron, Zhou Yi devoted himself to practicing the return to origin technique, finally achieving a breakthrough in the 3rd year. His power surged forth, transforming into sword energy that had solidified considerably, expanding from a range of 2 or 3 zhang to 5 or 6, greatly enhancing its lethality. This marked a transition from the first to the second layer of qi refinement. It was indeed somewhat slow. Yet for him, as long as he could grow stronger, the speed was of little consequence. Safety remained paramount. As Zhou Yi broke through the realm of power, his emotions remained undisturbed. Continuing with the blood refinement of the river and mountain cauldron, the essence blood infusion was nearing completion. The next step was to communicate with the cauldron spirit, followed by its refinement. Days turned to months, time weaving swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. The world saw life and death, the cycles of nature. Yet Zhou Yi, in secluded cultivation, bore no trace of aging, his youth untouched by time's passage. One day, Zhou Yi formed a hand gesture, shouting, "Swift!" The river and mountain cauldron, standing within the stone chamber, soared into the air, spinning rapidly, shrinking to the size of a grain of rice. Zhou Yi opened his mouth and swallowed the small cauldron, patting his belly with a smile. At last, it was successfully refined. Chapter 44. A decade in the mortal realm. The stone chamber. Zhou Yi wielded his mystical powers as the river and mountain cauldron materialized in his grasp. He cast it lightly into the air, where it expanded to towering height, violently colliding with the stone wall. The ground trembled, and debris flew in all directions, leaving a massive crater in the wall, with cracks radiating outward like a spider's web for several yards. The initial forging yielded such formidable power, indeed. A cultivator cannot do without magical tools, the distinction akin to a martial artist wielding heavy artillery. Zhou Yi infused the cauldron with his essence, manipulating it as if it were a mere extension of himself, effortlessly controlling its size and trajectory. However, the energy expenditure was substantial. In merely a few breaths, his internal power was nearly depleted. Just as he contemplated retracting the cauldron, a sudden inspiration struck him. He leaped into the cauldron, which then soared through the air. Zhou Yi alongside it. Although his speed was inferior to that of lightness techniques, he had indeed ascended from the ground. Regrettably, this was not true flight. It was merely a means of transport. Before his internal energy was entirely exhausted, he returned the cauldron to his abdomen for nurturing. Over time, the cauldron would absorb his energy, its power gradually intensifying, becoming intimately linked with its master. Thus, the energy required to wield it would significantly diminish. Even if the cauldron's growth was slow, one day it would transform into a true treasure of the heavens and earth, a cauldron that commands the mountains and rivers, the sun and moon, the very cosmos. Zhou Yi held great expectations for the cauldron. In the future, he would refine it with spiritual materials. And even if it took thousands or tens of thousands of years, it would ultimately metamorphose into the supreme treasure of the world. Now armed with a magical artifact, could he not revel in its might against innate masters? No. He was merely at the second layer of qi refinement, insignificant as an ant in the realm of cultivation. Zhou Yi swiftly quashed this perilous thought, repeatedly reminding himself that humility was paramount, and caution was the key to longevity. He pushed aside the boulder blocking the cave entrance. A thin mist enveloped the mountains, and the cold wind howled, causing his robe to flutter. Zhou Yi utilized his lightness technique to glide down the forest path. Having not ventured into the mundane world for a decade, he quenched his thirst with mountain spring water and feasted on roasted game, truly becoming a reclusive ascetic. Penglai County was not far. A round trip would take but an hour or two. However, Zhou Yi purposefully engaged in this endeavor to refine his state of mind. The adept must endure solitude. Only those who can withstand monotony and loneliness can achieve the true path of immortality. While he practiced in the mortal realm, he would not succumb to its allure, instead observing the ebb and flow of the court and the vicissitudes of life from an outsider's perspective. This retreat from the world, contrasted with experiences in the mundane realm, subtly brought forth numerous insights. To wander amidst the bustling world is to preserve one's humanity, lest one become a cold, unfeeling stone. Retreating from the world solidifies the heart of the way, safeguarding the fruit of immortality. Half an hour later, he could see the official road ahead. The clamor of voices and the rumbling of wheels gradually reached Zhou Yi's ears, as if the sound barrier had shattered, rendering the silent tableau vividly real. At this moment, he ought to compose a verse of Taoist poetry to express his profound reflections, which would lend an ethereal quality to his presence. Unfortunately, lacking in literary finesse and having traversed dozens of miles from mountain to valley, he could only think of a disjointed phrase about returning to nature, unable to conjure anything more profound. Thus, he let out a hearty shout. I, Zhou the old demon, have returned, startling a flock of birds into flight. In the 10th year of Jinglong, on the 8th day of the 12th month, at the Bai residence, amidst the winding corridors and the intricately designed pavilions, one could find a grand estate, among the finest in the capital. In recent years, Emperor Jinglong had increasingly relied on the royal family, with many members holding significant positions. Prince Anhua served as the governor of the capital, wielding considerable influence, and his only legitimate daughter enjoyed great favor. As for the former governor, Sun Xiangming, he was executed for embezzling military funds, and his entire family was exiled to the northern frontier. After all, having rebelled without punishing the 9 clans was a testament to the emperor's benevolence. Following the directives of the late Chancellor Zhang, Emperor Jinglong employed noble kin and distinguished officials to vie for power. The emperor adeptly balanced the factions, ensuring neither the eastern wind overpowered the western wind nor vice versa, thus securing his throne as steadfast as Mount Tai. At dawn, Chen Jinyu rose early to pay her respects at the Rongning Hall and exchanged pleasantries with Princess Rongchang before returning to her courtyard. The plum blossoms in her garden had bloomed, their petals a delicate blend of white and pink, translucent and smooth, perhaps due to the fertile soil. Their subtle fragrance wafted through the air, reaching her heart. Seated on a stool by the window, Chen Jinyu gazed at the blossoms, closing the military treatise in her hands. Miss, it's windy. You should wear a cloak. Her maid, Green Bamboo, suggested, holding out a dark green cloak. The young master of the Bai residence had a retinue befitting his status, including a wet nurse for teaching matrons, 2 personal maids, and several servant girls for household chores. Though Chen Jinyu was merely a guest in the Bai household, she was cherished by her foster parents and thus enjoyed such treatment. Just then, voices could be heard at the door. Good morning, matron. Is Miss here? Yes. Moments later, an elderly woman burst in, her demeanor irate. She was Chen Jinyu's wet nurse. In her 40s, clad in a blue cloth gown, her wrinkled face resembling tree bark. Miss, the women in the kitchen are utterly unreasonable. I went to ask for a bowl of labo porridge, and they refused. But when the second master's maid asked, they immediately served her food. I feel utterly humiliated. The old woman lamented, but upon noticing Chen Jinyu's indifferent expression, her voice gradually faded. Once the woman had quieted, Chen Jinyu waved her hand, saying, Who matron? Please fetch my bowl of labo porridge, and then leave. Miss I. Who matron's face twitched at the response, momentarily at a loss for words. A cold glimmer flashed in Chen Jinyu's eyes, causing Hu matron to shiver as she hurriedly retreated. That greedy old hag, Green Bamboo muttered, her tone just loud enough for Chen Jinyu to hear. You may leave as well. Chen Jinyu gently shook her head. Given her foster parents' attentiveness, such as staying the longest during visits to the Rongning Hall, and her foster father always bringing back treats from his outings, the value of these tokens, though perhaps not equivalent to a meal at the Bai residence, held significant meaning, inciting envy in the legitimate young master and mistress. As envy festered, it morphed into jealousy. How they wished to be in her position. Chen Jinyu resumed her reading of the military treatise, which her foster father had procured, detailing the military organization of the Fengnong Kingdom, a secret not meant for the eyes of the capital's elite. Immersed in the intricacies of military strategy, the domestic squabbles of the Bai residence felt utterly trivial to her. She was acutely aware of her status as a guest. and that she would eventually leave the Bai residence, so why should she complicate her foster parents' lives? As night fell, the northern winds swept across the land. The branches outside swayed, casting eerie shadows on the paper walls. A faint creak echoed, awakening the slumbering Qin Jinyu, her eyes sparkling in the darkness. Since you are here, why must you act like a thief? As she spoke, several beams of light shot forth, striking the wooden beams with a sharp sound. What a fierce girl! A figure dropped from the rafters, an elderly man with white hair yet youthful, rosy cheeks, clad in a tattered blue robe, worn from years of use. Intruding into a woman's chamber, by law, one could be executed without question. Qin Jinyu waved her hand, sending forth 3 more beams of light. Only then realizing the nature of the projectiles, silver needles as fine as cow hair. The technique was commendable, but alas. The old man spoke leisurely, neither dodging nor evading, allowing the silver needles to approach his vital points, the heart, the groin, and other critical areas. Such talent wasted. With his words, the 3 needles halted midair, seemingly suspended by an invisible force. Qin Jinyu's complexion paled, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Innate master." Chapter 45, The Malevolent Spirit of Dingtown. Little girl, cease your cries. I have sealed this place within a Tinjong radius, even if you scream until your throat breaks. No one shall come. With a wave of his hand, the old man summoned a chair and seated himself casually, crossing his legs as he scrutinized Qin Jinyu. The 12 or 13-year-old girl had a notably upright posture. From her adept use of hidden weapons, it was evident she could easily twist off a man's skull. Her appearance was unremarkable, yet she exuded an air of cold severity. Qin Jinyu furrowed her brow momentarily before relaxing and bowing respectfully. I, Qin Jinyu, pay my respects to my benefactor. Did old Bai divulge everything to you? The old man, known as Zhou Yi, had made a point to visit Jinyu as soon as he returned to the capital. Her adoptive father had informed Jinyu that a benefactor would come to guide her in martial arts, which is why she had not been taught in her strength. Jinyu replied, however, after all these years, I nearly forgot. I couldn't recall until now. Ah, you do not understand. I wish to leave you with a complete childhood. Zhou Yi fabricated a reason, for he had not forgotten about the matter of forging treasures. How have these years treated you? Peaceful and joyful, Jinyu answered. My adoptive parents have cared for me diligently, treating me as their own daughter. That is good to hear. Old Bai is indeed reliable in his endeavors. Zhou Yi suddenly found himself at a loss for words. The infant he had once saved had grown into a young woman. There was little depth to their emotional connection. Zhou Yi was not a particularly warm person. After a moment of silence, he asked, your skills with hidden weapons are quite ruthless. Old Bai's martial style leans towards the elegant and suave. Was there another teacher? This technique is called the deadly needle, taught to me by my Aunt Hua. Qin Jinyu explained, and Hua is rumored to be a saintly figure in the martial world. She forsook her sect for my adoptive father and married him 5 years ago. Please do not misunderstand her. She has treated me exceptionally well, and I beg to learn this technique. Zhou Yi's expression stiffened. Old Bai, disregarding his responsibilities as a son, marries a princess yet does not forget his old flame. Qin Jinyu lowered her head, not daring to speak. The old man before her bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary masters of the outside world, known for their capriciousness and reckless behavior. Initially, I came to see you, and since you are at peace and joy, it fulfills the promise I made years ago, Zhou Yi remarked. Yet, what I witnessed in broad daylight shows that you are not an easy child. You possess quite a few cunning tactics. In a moment of inspiration, Qin Jinyu knelt and bowed her head. I beseech my benefactor to accept me as a disciple. Once I have mastered the art, I shall seek vengeance for my kin. Zhou Yi replied, the soldiers who slaughtered the Qin family have all met their end by my hand. Who will you seek vengeance against? Firstly, the commander of the troops. Secondly, the royal family of Fengyang. Qin Jinyu clenched her silver teeth. I have researched extensively and understand that the central dynasty feared the Duke of State, which led to the downfall in the northern frontier. The Qin family suffered unjustly. That does hold some merit, Zhou Yi conceded. However, such vengeance may result in the deaths of many innocents, especially since you possess considerable skill. Then let the innocents come to seek vengeance against me. Qin Jinyu's voice was cold. I am but a young woman. I know not of the affairs of state. I only desire to avenge my father, who was wronged. Very well. Zhou Yi clapped in admiration. Once, I encountered someone wholeheartedly devoted to the greater good. In the end, their entire family perished. Yet they could not halt the suffering of the masses. Li Wu sacrificed himself for the stability of the nation, and I hold him in high regard. However, to suggest I emulate him is utterly impossible. If Li Wu had hardened his heart and betrayed the Chongming Emperor, seizing Fengyang, perhaps chaos in the northern frontier could have been averted, leading to fewer deaths. But alas, this is mere hindsight. Zhou Yi continued. When I saved you all those years ago, it was merely an instinctual desire to protect a young life. Devoid of any disdain for the Fengyang royal family or lamentations over the hardships of the world, or any other motivations. One must not impose causality to attain longevity. Thus, I cannot accept the title of master. This technique is called the returning to origin formula. Zhou Yi recited the formula, and Chun Jinyu memorized it perfectly. Chun Jinyu bowed deeply. I shall forever remember the grace of your teachings. Zhou Yi instructed, devote yourself to practice until the age of 20. I shall protect you in the capital. After that, our fates are intertwined no longer. Even if you perish in your quest for vengeance, do not seek my aid. Chun Jinyu bowed again. Such a profound kindness. I dare not ask for more. If ever you require assistance, I shall not hesitate to face death. Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow. That sounds somewhat familiar. As he spoke, his voice faded into the ether. Chun Jinyu looked up, and the room was devoid of any presence. Just as she prepared to rise, a voice echoed in her ears. Little girl, the plum blossoms in your courtyard are thriving. Beneath the tree lie numerous corpses. Such tactics are quite to my taste. I shall offer you one more piece of advice. Go to the desolate city and seek General Zhou. In the courtyard, after a decade away, the door was rusted shut. Zhou Yi effortlessly snapped the iron lock and pushed the door open, only to find a skeleton lying within. Clad in coarse cloth, the bones were slender, suggesting the deceased did not belong to any thief or martial artist. Is this a common citizen? Zhou Yi furrowed his brow. Before departing, he had deliberately disarmed the traps in the courtyard to avoid harming innocent lives. The mechanisms had been set by a master craftsman from the Sky Prison, with blades and poisoned edges that would have surely killed any ordinary martial artist. While the common folk might be tempted by empty houses to steal, it should not warrant death. Zhou Yi enveloped his hand in magical energy, turning the corpse over for examination. There were no wounds, nor any traces of poison. Typically, after 10 years, one would not be reduced to mere bones. Suddenly, a cold smile crept across Zhou Yi's face as he produced a calming talisman from his robes. Upon activation, a protective aura swept through the courtyard. Wailing winds howled as a malevolent spirit materialized from thin air, crouched upon a juju branch, fixated on Zhou Yi. This spirit was unlike any he had encountered before, grotesque and terrifying, with 7 or 8 crimson eyes sprouting chaotically on its face, and its mouth filled with jagged teeth. 4 arms clutched the branch, while its lower body resembled a bloated arachnid, adorned with numerous eerie human faces. Hissing, the spirit's forked tongue flicked out, resembling a serpent tasting the air. Sensing the spirit's presence, Zhou Yi, feeling superior, declared, "A mere wandering soul dares to wreak havoc? You shall be vanquished." Enraged, the spirit lunged from the tree, its grotesque lower half exuding a foul, dark mist. With a hum, a bronze cauldron materialized in the air, resonating like the tolling of bells, shattering the spirit's essence and leaving it vulnerable to the impending suppression. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed for miles as the spirit was obliterated into ashes. Zhou Yi summoned the cauldron back, gazing at the earth below where countless bones lay buried. In the future, should any intruders enter here, they shall be incinerated to maintain peace in this abode. Chapter 46. The 50 understands destiny. Where do vengeful spirits truly originate? Zhou Yi retrieved the treasured cauldron and circled the courtyard twice. There are numerous places in the world where the dead abound, such as the mass graves outside the capital city, where countless corpses of refugees lie piled high. It is said that the wild dogs in the vicinity have eyes as red as those of malevolent ghosts. The prison often sees death, with designated areas for handling corpses. Over the years, these have become vast burial pits. The courtyard contains only 2 or 3 dozen corpses, far fewer than those locations. Yet it is here that the restless souls have transformed into vengeful spirits. These places are steeped in malevolence, seldom trodden by human feet. And the only distinction with this courtyard is my presence, perhaps? Zhou Yi was discreet and cautious, yet not oblivious to his surroundings. The return to origin technique is a cultivation method that gathers the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, possibly resulting in mystical transformations. Perhaps purchasing another courtyard for cultivation would help conceal his identity, while this one serves as a fade for outsiders. This vengeful spirit has already turned to ash, yet it could coalesce anew. If it were to quietly approach and possess him while he was deep in meditation, the consequences would be dire. Hence, he must be vigilant. A few years of abstaining from the Spring Breeze Pavilion has left him with just enough silver to acquire a courtyard. At that moment, the sound of light footsteps echoed, and a middle-aged man in a white robe, his attire billowing in the wind, stepped into the courtyard under the moonlight. The winter winds were biting, one hand carrying 2 jars of wine, the other fanning a white paper fan. Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow. "You have arrived rather swiftly. Jin, you sought me out." Mentioning an old Taoist had come. Lao Bai remarked, "After all these years, and considering you practiced that nefarious technique, I thought you had perished somewhere. Secluded cultivation is merely a change of foundation. My lifespan has been slightly restored," Zhou Yi half-heartedly explained. "Chen Yuer is quite remarkable. If she believes me upon meeting, it would be unwise for her to roam among the undead and perish unnecessarily. Jin Yu signifies the beauty of jade. I specifically sought out the scholar from the Guozi, Jian, to name her." Lao Bai poured 2 bowls of wine. "Since you left the capital, I've been unable to find anyone with whom to drink heartily." Zhou Yi laughed. "The renowned thief sage, reputed to have friends across the realm, is no longer the same. Now that I have exited the rivers and lakes, I must refrain from their entanglements." Lao Bai shook his head and sighed, a mixture of nostalgia and relief evident on his face. "Then I shall drink with you until we grow old." Zhou Yi and Lao Bai had known each other for over 2 decades, having met in prison, and they understood they were kindred spirits. Despite Lao Bai's seemingly reckless nature, having stolen numerous treasures, he was meticulous in the small details, sharing Zhou Yi's fundamental caution. Countless masters of lightness exist in the martial world, and many have gained fame for their nimbleness, yet only Lao Bai has earned the title of thief sage. This is because others failed to act with diligence and care, ultimately facing their downfall. The only misstep Lao Bai made was during the robbery of a prince's residence, which led to his lifelong capture. Lao Bai waved a hand to brush away the years from his face, the corners of his eyes now marked with crow's feet, his complexion lacking its former youthful vigor, imbued with the essence of life's trials. "We have grown old. At 50, one understands destiny. In this day and age, that age signifies the onset of old age." Lao Bai, 2 years Zhou Yi's senior, was now 58, nearing his 60th year. Zhou Yi stared blankly, witnessing the rare friends of his youth growing old, and raised his cup, draining its contents. "The youthful heroes of the martial world are aging. Where did you learn such melancholic poetry, old Zhou? Even at this age, I am still quite the charmer, with many a heroine in the martial world admiring me, coming to the capital specifically to pay their respects." Lao Bai had long since come to terms with his fate. "Yet you, in your old age, have yet to find a wife. Admiring? I believe it's more akin to reverence." Zhou Yi scoffed. "You are far too frivolous. How could the holy maiden of the demon sect tolerate marrying you, a mere nobleman?" Lao Bai replied cheekily, "Huh? This matter is not my fault. It was Rong Chong who suggested it." "Keep on boasting," Zhou Yi retorted. "If you are so formidable, why is it that I have yet to see that sword sect senior sister? Shuan is too shy and does not wish to come to the capital." Lao Bai lamented. "I can only visit Wuliang Mountain once a year, staying for a few months. After all, she is the head of a prestigious sect. I cannot impose upon her to become a concubine." Zhou Yi suppressed the urge to crush Lao Bai for his incessant talk of women. Each conversation always ended with him feeling belittled, no matter how fragrant the courtesan of the Spring Breeze Pavilion. She could not compare to the sword sect's female leader or the holy maiden of the demon sect, their noble lineage rendering any comparison moot. "What of the political situation these years? Has Zhang Xiang passed away?" Zhou Yi awkwardly shifted the topic, secretly reassuring himself that he would wait until Lao Bai was too old to move before discussing the beauties of the world with him. In the 3rd year of Jinglong, Zhang Xiang passed away of natural causes while still in office, receiving the posthumous title of Wenzhong. The emperor attended his funeral as a disciple. Lao Bai continued. "As for other matters, nothing significant has occurred in recent years. The emperor is young and vigorous, his temperament gentle. All ministers say he resembles the late Emperor Zhong." "Gentle? One might rather call it weak." Zhou Yi, upon leaving seclusion, had already learned of the peace negotiations in the northern frontier. Not only did they cede land and pay reparations, but the Jinglong emperor even humbled himself to personally retrieve the bones of the enemy nation's prince from the ancestral temple. It was due to this that Zhang Xiang could swiftly draft the peace accord. Lao Bai remarked, "Being weak has its advantages. The emperor has not executed a single clan in 10 years, and life has been rather pleasant for everyone. The Fengyang kingdom has produced 2 generations of heroes, Wu Zhong and Wen Zhong, who have managed to turn the tide of despair. It seems the current dynasty will not fall anytime soon. Zhou Yi bore no resentment toward the Feng kingdom. He merely commented from a spectator's perspective. Even with a change in leadership, it would only be a different group of people wielding power. As was said in the past, the scholars have become so corrupt that no one can govern. The greed of officials and wrongful accusations will persist. The reunion of these two old men after a decade, fueled by wine, led to endless conversation. When the topic turned to the skeletal remains in the courtyard, Lao Bai's expression grew mischievous. Do you know who that person is? Since you find amusement in my misfortune, he cannot be a mere highwayman. Could it be? Zhou Yi pondered. Is it a member of the Zhou clan? You are exceedingly cunning. How dull. Since your departure 2 years ago, your courtyard has turned into a haunted house, with strange cries echoing at night, causing most neighbors to flee in terror. Zhou Yi nodded. Indeed, there is a vengeful spirit. I just dispatched it. Lao Bai was momentarily speechless and could not help but ask, Old Zhou, just how high is your martial prowess? Zhou Yi shrugged, perhaps about 3 or 4 stories high. Lao Bai then inquired, and how does that compare to mine? Zhou Yi assessed the disparity between them and replied candidly, you are likely 3 or 4 stories underground. As they continued discussing the haunted courtyard, Lao Bai, who had never been particularly zealous about martial arts in his youth, had pursued lightness for its elegance and for the sake of escape. At this age, he had long since abandoned any competitive spirit. 5 years prior, someone from the Zhou family, believing Zhou Yi dead, came to the capital to claim the estate. Alas, they fell victim to the vengeful spirit. It was even his cousin, Zhou Feng. Such consequences were of their own making. Zhou Yi had already severed ties with his family, and legally, the Zhou clan had no claim to his inheritance. I have already sent them away. Lao Bai remarked, next time you go into seclusion, do not remain too long, lest I find myself lighting incense for you. Understood. Zhou Yi nodded slightly. The conversation then shifted from the court to the martial world, from the southern reaches to the northern territories, continuing until the crowing of the rooster heralded dawn, and only then did they cease. How few times in life can one indulge in such delight? Lao Bai stood to take his leave, never using the main entrance, instead leaping gracefully over the wall. Zhou Yi lingered in the courtyard for a long while, sighing deeply. A day spent in the mountains equates to a millennium in the world. Now, having only just embarked on the path of immortality, with seclusions measured in decades, in the future, as his cultivation deepens, a single retreat might see the mundane world age through generations. With a wave of his hand, he used his powers to reduce the skeletal remains to ash, which fell beneath the jujube tree, serving as nourishment. Chapter 47. I am little Zhou. As dawn broke, numerous breakfast stalls dotted the streets. Zhou Yi savored every bite. The food soon transformed into spiritual energy within him. This savory tofu pudding is delightful. I shall have another bowl. On his way, he encountered neighbors, exchanging friendly greetings. The younger ones were called aunts, while the elder ones were respectfully addressed as matriarchs. A neighbor, puzzled, inquired, who is this handsome young man? I am the disciple of Zhou Yi. Before his passing, he instructed me to venture into the capital. At this moment, Zhou Yi, appearing in his 20s, bore a striking resemblance to his true self. Years of cultivation had enhanced his appearance, rendering him remarkably distinguished in the eyes of ordinary folk. In comparison to the elder Bai, Zhou Yi took solace in the notion that demeanor held greater significance than mere looks. Zhou Yi's disciple, the neighbor's elder man, expressed skepticism. Did you stay at that courtyard last night? In the eyes of the locals, Zhou Yi was regarded as a capable individual, known for his gentle demeanor. Whenever neighbors faced difficulties, a word to the authorities would suffice, granting him considerable esteem. Indeed, my master had set up mechanisms in the courtyard. For an ordinary person, entering there would be. Zhou Yi gestured humorously to indicate a neck being wrung. Last night, while I was disassembling the traps, I accidentally caused a commotion that disturbed you. Ah, I see. No harm done, the elder chuckled. I thought, with someone as capable as Zhou Yi, how could there be any hauntings in his home? Others joined in the laughter, relieved that the rumors of ghosts had been dispelled. Many who remained in their homes did so due to financial constraints. With the rumors laid to rest, stability returned, and the declining property prices were bound to recover. As noon approached, Zhou Yi arrived at the prison. The guards did not recognize him, yet they were familiar with silver. Lu see you? One guard recalled. Lord Lu has been promoted to Deputy Minister of Punishments. You should seek him at the ministry. At that moment, an old guard emerged from the cells, escorting a prisoner clad in prison garb. Zhou Yi's eyes brightened as he approached. Is it Lord Feng? Feng Xiao, having spent most of his life as a guard, felt a surge of joy at being addressed with such respect for the first time. He mimicked the manner of the deputy minister. And who might you be? What brings you to the prison? Lord Feng, before my master Zhou Yi passed, he directed me to seek employment here. He mentioned your formidable presence and that you possess a fortune mole on your forehead. Zhou Yi produced a letter of recommendation he had penned himself, the handwriting unmistakably his. Old Zhou's disciple? Feng Qiao scrutinized him, finding a resemblance that confirmed his identity. Old Zhou was sharp-witted and treated Spring Breeze Tower as his home. You wouldn't be his son, would you? I hail from Yizhou, where I became a refugee due to war, Zhou Yi explained. In Xianzhou, I nearly starved, but fortunately met my master, who recognized my martial potential and took me as his disciple. This background was untraceable. Yizhou had only recently been incorporated into Fengyang, and the people had yet to be thoroughly organized after the upheaval, allowing the Daqian to reclaim it. Is that so? Feng Xiao's expression turned skeptical, yet did not impose any difficulties. I will take you to find Captain Liu. He shares a close relationship with your master and should be able to arrange a position for you. A moment later, Captain Liu inquired. Are you truly not old Zhou's son? Zhou Yi, exasperated, denied it repeatedly. What happened to old Zhou? Captain Liu asked. His strength was said to be unparalleled in the capital. Don't martial experts tend to live long lives? Zhou Yi's countenance darkened with sorrow. My master attempted a forced marrow cleansing 5 years ago. After it failed, his vitality was severely compromised, and after 4 years, he could no longer endure. The process of refining the body in martial arts involves a gradual buildup that encompasses skin, muscles, and organs, requiring time and consistency to overcome obstacles. However, marrow cleansing was distinct. It delved deep into the bones, far more fragile than the organs, and a misstep could lead to dire consequences. Those seasoned practitioners of organ refinement were not ignorant of the marrow cleansing techniques. Many refrained from advancing further due to the risks involved. Having achieved wealth and status, they lacked the courage to gamble their lives as they once did. Old Zhou, with his profound wisdom, how could he not have exercised caution in his later years? Captain Liu sighed, reviewing the recommendation letter before nodding. Since you are old Zhou's disciple, you should indeed be assigned a task. What are your intentions? I would like to deliver meals, Zhou Yi replied. My master told me that those who deliver meals live longer. Haha. Captain Liu clapped his hands in laughter. That must surely be old Zhou's wisdom. Zhou Li, henceforth, you shall be called Little Zhou, and you will be responsible for meal deliveries during the day. Thank you. Lord Liu. Zhou Yi understood that gaining trust would take time. Spies often infiltrated the prison, attempting to covertly rescue certain inmates. This issue was easily resolved. With a decade or two of service, doubts would dissipate. Time would heal all wounds. Captain Liu inquired, how much of your master's interrogation techniques have you learned? My master praised my progress, stating that I have surpassed the blue, Zhou Yi confidently asserted. However, should you encounter a particularly difficult prisoner, simply entrust them to me. I assure you, within a day, even the toughest of men shall crack. There is indeed one, Captain Liu acknowledged. Recently, we captured a bandit henchman, despite days of interrogation. We have yet to uncover their hideout. Zhou Yi feigned confusion. Are there bandits near the capital? After living long enough and gathering experiences, one naturally becomes adept at acting like an inexperienced youth, oblivious to the world. There are always those who struggle to make ends meet. And thus there will always be bandits. Captain Liu, observing his demeanor, felt a hint of skepticism. It's their own fault. Previously, they targeted ordinary merchants, but recently, they brazenly robbed the goods of the Deputy Minister of Rights. The order has come down to eradicate them. These mere bandits should be easy to interrogate. Half an hour later, Zhou Yi had pried open the bandits' lips, revealing that their stronghold was nestled at the southern foothills of Wanshou Mountain. The bandits and the station troops at Wanshou Mountain had formed a clandestine alliance. Whenever officials sought to investigate, the troops would conceal the bandits' whereabouts, allowing them to persist despite numerous attempts to eradicate them. The bandits were responsible for the plundering, while the troops handled the distribution of stolen goods. Little Zhou, splendid work. Captain Liu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is a tremendous achievement. We can present it to His Majesty. The bandits, the troops, and the Deputy Minister of Rights collectively paled in comparison to the southern foothills of Wanshou Mountain. The royal mausoleum of Fengyang had become a hideout for bandits. To speak more bluntly, had they perhaps usurped the dragon aura of the Zhao clan? Congratulations, Lord Liu. Zhou Yi feigned astonishment, yet internally remained unperturbed. Having spent nearly 40 years in prison, he had witnessed far stranger cases. He had seen the troops stationed at the royal mausoleum twice, a group of forgotten souls, surviving on meager rations from agricultural labor until the emperor's funeral, when they could enjoy a few hearty meals. Now that they could no longer afford to eat, it was understandable that they sought alternative means of income. When had I become so cold-hearted? Zhou Yi touched his face, shook his head slightly, and smiled as he congratulated Captain Liu. The subsequent matters would be handled by the Ministry of Punishments and the Ministry of War. With Zhou Yi having made a significant contribution shortly after his arrival in prison, easily securing his footing, the prison guards treated Zhou Li well, having benefited from his master's kindness in the past. For instance, whenever they attended performances at Spring Breeze Tower, it was always Zhou Yi who settled the bill. Chapter 48. Old Friends in the Brothel. A month has swiftly passed. Zhou Yi has interrogated several criminals, growing increasingly adept in his methods of execution, with few able to endure even an hour. At this juncture, whether Zhou Li is indeed Zhou Yi's apprentice has become inconsequential. Captain Liu has received commendation from the court, firmly recognizing this junior, and at the month's end, he distributed an additional 20 taels of silver. In no time, the notorious reputation of the old Zhou, the blood prison demon, will surely be associated with you. As a disciple, one must not overstep, thus the title must be Little Demon. Zhou Yi chuckled, often hearing his master speak of the Spring Breeze Pavilion. Today, having received silver, I shall invite the esteemed gentleman to join me tonight. Most certainly. Captain Liu nodded in satisfaction. The elderly often appreciate the reverence shown by the youth. Zhou Yi further invited other jailers, and his colleagues readily accepted. Initially, they regarded him as a young newcomer, extending favors due to past friendships, but now they treated him as an equal. Connections may open doors, yet one must rely on their abilities to stand firm. This has been the way of the world since time immemorial. As evening fell, the Spring Breeze Pavilion thrived with business, the scent of perfume wafting through the air as the ladies, dressed lightly, welcomed patrons. Gentlemen, come and enjoy. The guests flowed in and out, reveling in the merriment. Captain Liu led a group of jailers inside, just in time to witness the courtesan performing. Veiled in translucent red silk, she danced, each graceful movement eliciting cheers from the audience. This season's courtesan, Su Su, is heralded as the most enchanting waist in the capital. Captain Liu marveled. Originally, the Mingyue Pavilion in the Xiu de Feng flourished while the Spring Breeze Pavilion faded. Yet with Su Su's debut, no one can rival her. Feng Qiao inquired, Xiu de Feng? Isn't that under the jurisdiction of the Imperial Academy and the Ministry of Rights? How can they operate a brothel? I heard the proprietor is a high official from the ministry. Captain Liu replied, I visited with Lord Liu once. To put it bluntly, the ladies are indeed beautiful but rather restrained, reportedly sourced from the Bureau of Music. If they are so restrained, what is the point? The colleagues scoffed. The jailers, being rough men, found it hard to appreciate the delicate beauty of such frail women. You simply do not understand. It is the scholars who know how to appreciate. Zhou Yi remarked, the Bureau of Music consists of the families of officials, and to us, it is no different from the Spring Breeze Pavilion. However, the gentlemen see the wives and daughters of their former colleagues. Other colleagues dragged out their tones in disdain, feeling disgusted. No wonder the officials favor the Mingyue Pavilion. Captain Liu's eyes glimmered, clearly contemplating. As they spoke, the matron approached, her hips swaying. Before reaching them, she bowed apologetically. Lord Liu, we are overwhelmed with guests today, and unfortunately, we cannot provide a private room. I must ask you to sit in the main hall. Captain Liu nodded slightly, unconcerned with the pretense. Only two from the prison could always secure a private room at the Spring Breeze Pavilion, Liu Sijio and the old Zhou. Others were unworthy. Are you Yin Yang? Zhou Yi ventured to ask. Oh, this young man appears somewhat unfamiliar, yet he is truly handsome. The matron, covering her mouth with a handkerchief, replied with a hint of pride, it has been many years since anyone called me that name. How did you come to know? Yin Yang. This was the matron's most glorious name, the pinnacle of her life, when the entire capital buzzed because of her allure. A captivating beauty. Her pipa melodies enchanted the city. 16 years have passed. She has since faded into obscurity. My master once told me that in the capital, the finest pipa player is none other than Yin Yang. Zhou Yi smiled, adding, other courtesans may merely play instruments to impress guests, showcasing that they are not without talent. Yet Yin Yang was so dedicated to mastering the pipa that she injured her fingers. Yin Yang instinctively concealed her right hand, her voice tinged with melancholy. Your master is the old Zhou? Zhou Yi was taken aback, indeed. In a city of 1,000,000, where many praised her beauty, only the old Zhou admired her pipa skills. Yin Yang inquired, I have not seen him in many years. How is he now? My master passed away last year. Zhou Yi's tone carried a touch of regret. In the past, he had shared joyous conversations with Yin Yang. She was indeed a soul deeply enthralled by music, born into the wrong world. Had circumstances been different, her beauty and talent would have made her a goddess among the people. Their connection ran deep. Under the influence of intoxication, Yin Yang even contemplated redeeming herself. Zhou Yi, perhaps wary or distrustful of women from the brothel, never sought her out again. That old scoundrel was heartless. It is better he is gone. I have spoken with some sisters, and they surely celebrated his departure. Yin Yang, feigning a pout, spoke with a slightly hushed tone. Come with me upstairs. There is a room reserved for old guests, lest your master comes to me in a dream tonight, saying I did not take care of you. Zhou Yi felt a pang of regret. Indeed, if their bond were as profound as she suggested, it would merely be a ruse to deceive the young. Having mingled in the Spring Breeze Pavilion for over 30 years, he had encountered a few sentimental women. Generally, those of the brothel seldom permitted genuine emotional connections. Zhou Yi, generous and amiable, had never looked down upon them, which garnered a modicum of affection from the ladies. If she truly redeemed herself and settled down, navigating the mundane realities of life, it would be difficult to say whether she would fare well. Old Zhou, though you are gone, your legend remains within the Spring Breeze Pavilion. Captain Lu murmured, reflecting on the two individuals he most admired in life. One was the former jailer, now the esteemed Lu Shilang, whose political acumen had reached an unparalleled level. The other was Zhou Yi, a mere food-delivering jailer, yet capable of leaving a lasting impression on a courtesan. As they settled into a private room on the second floor, Zhou Yi humbly took a seat at the end, serving dishes and pouring wine, while sharing witty banter. Captain Lu silently admired him. Indeed, he was a worthy disciple of the old Zhou. Most individuals, after experiencing such moments, would inevitably feel a sense of pride, yet few could remain unperturbed amid accolades or insults. The jailers, being astute individuals, naturally sensed the subtleties at play. In an instant, the atmosphere grew intimate and lively. Colleagues began sharing the nuances and intricacies of the prison, revealing both overt and covert rules, completely accepting Zhou Yi as one of their own. Once again, Zhou Yi gazed at the merry guests below, the courtesan-esque graceful dance filling the void of 10 years. The essence of earthly existence soothes the hearts of mortals. As the wine flowed, Captain Lu placed his arm around Zhou Yi's shoulder. Little Zhou, I have high hopes for you. Should any troubles arise in the capital, feel free to speak up. Do not let trivial matters delay your duties. Lord Lu, there is indeed a rather troublesome matter, Zhou Yi replied. A few days ago, my master's relatives came to the capital, requesting that I return the residence to be inherited by the Zhou family's descendants. Captain Lu's brow furrowed slightly. Old Zhou has family? Why have I never heard him mention it? If this were truly a family matter, Captain Lu would be hesitant to intervene. In accordance with the principles of filial piety governing the nation, family laws regarding inheritance must precede the laws of the court, eating up the family estate. It is as simple as that. Feng Qiao interjected, I know a bit. Old Zhou's father has already divided the estate. Divided? Captain Lu felt reassured. Since the estate is divided, family laws cannot govern it, especially with 2 generations having passed. If they could reclaim it, then any family with the surname Zhou would be subject to the same fate. Laughter erupted among the group. Little Zhou, do not fear, with your skills. Should anyone come knocking, simply take them to the prison for questioning. Thank you, Lord Lu. Zhou Yi entrusted Captain Lu to intervene in this matter, having already tasted the consequences of past actions. If he remained unwise, perhaps next year's harvest would yield more dates and grapes. Chapter 49. The attire of Power Chunfeng Tower stands as the most illustrious den of indulgence in the capital, where patrons, regardless of their intellectual prowess, feign sophistication. Even those of fiery temper must adopt an air of elegance in the presence of the fair maidens. When Captain Lu wields the whip upon a miscreant, his might is formidable, yet, in conversing with the young ladies, he adopts a light and airy demeanor. Zhou Yi assists the lovely Ro in palmistry. Having studied the classics and Buddhist scriptures for 2 to 3 decades, far surpassing most ordinary fortune-tellers, thus speaking with great authority. This line appears somewhat, rather short. Ahem, one ought to drink more milk. Suddenly, a thunderous crash drowned the laughter of the guests, plunging Chunfeng Tower into an abrupt silence. Zhou Yi turned towards the source of the commotion, where four middle-aged men had overturned a table laden with drinks. The matron quickly approached, bowing and apologizing. "Gentlemen, Miss Su Su has danced all night. Allow us to provide another performer." One among them retorted, "We came to see her today, with Lord Qin present. No matter her condition, be it fatigue or injury, she must perform." Another chimed in, a mere common woman, puffed up with flattery about her waist, thinks herself precious. The matron's expression shifted, recognizing the accents of the speakers as those of the capital's elite, making them not to be trifled with. The first reason being the abundance of influential figures in the capital, perhaps even the sons of noble houses. The second, the knowledge that Chunfeng Tower possesses significant backing, allowing them to act with such brazen audacity. Nearby, a lavishly dressed patron, evidently an admirer of Miss Su Su, found the rudeness intolerable. "It is unfair to pressure a weary woman." Before he could finish, a figure darted forward, seizing the arm of the impertinent patron and swiftly drawing a dagger from his waist. A scream erupted as the dagger pierced the patron's palm, anchoring it firmly to the table. The last man, still seated, retrieved a badge from his bosom and tossed it into the matron's lap. "Continue the performance." Jin Yiwei. Upon recognizing the insignia marked with the name of Chun Yang from Jin Yiwei, the matron trembled in fear. Moments later, the music resumed, and Miss Su Su re-emerged to dance, her movements more vigorous than before. Chun Yang cast a sidelong glance at the injured patron, his voice surprisingly gentle. "Where do you hail from?" "Dai Prefecture." The patron, blood still flowing from his hand, dared not utter a sound, glancing helplessly at his companions, each equally mute with fear. "A fine place for salt production," Chun Yang remarked. "I hear there is trouble with pirates there, colluding with numerous salt merchants. Are you among them?" "Absolutely not." The patron gritted his teeth, wrenching his hand free from the dagger, which severed flesh as he fell to his knees, kowtowing, "Please spare me, my lord. I am related to the Deputy Minister of Revenue, Liu." Chun Yang remained unfazed, leisurely sipping his drink. "3/10 of your wealth will suffice, delivered to my residence." "7/10. Chun Yang replied slowly. "You needn't send anything to the Liu family henceforth. In a few days, he shall no longer hold office." The patron, aghast, disregarded the blood pooling around him, bowing in agreement. With this matter resolved, the matron dared to summon aides to assist the injured patron from the premises, cleaning the area and arranging for the finest courtesans to attend the guests. Following the tumult, the jovial ambience of Chunfeng Tower was notably diminished. Some cautious patrons quietly departed to avoid inciting the ire of the court's enforcers. On the second floor, Zhou Yi observed the unfolding events with astonishment at the power wielded by Jin Yiwei. "Captain Liu, how is it that Jin Yiwei possesses such authority?" Jin Yiwei was established by the founding emperor of the Fengyang Kingdom, initially recruiting noblemen and even members of the imperial family. Their loyalty was unquestionable, for these nobles had once fought bravely on the battlefield, showcasing remarkable martial prowess. In those days, Jin Yiwei had the power to oversee officials and execute independent arrests, rendering the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court powerless to intervene, a position of immense influence. Yet, after 300 years, Jin Yiwei has seen its power diminish through successive dynasties, with the rights of arrest and oversight gradually retracted. Nowadays, only the fallen nobility or unacknowledged sons seek to make a living in this infamous yet powerless office. Little Zhou, there are two entities in the capital one must not provoke, Captain Liu continued. First, Jin Yiwei, which has regained its power to oversee officials and is currently riding a wave of resurgence. Second, the Zhang family. The current empress is the daughter of Lord Wenzhong, and the crown prince is her grandson. Zhou Yi, puzzled, remarked, "I have been in the capital for a short time and have heard many speak of the emperor's benevolence. Old Zhou only imparted to you the craft, but neglected to educate you on worldly affairs." A colleague interjected, "The emperor's kindness extends towards officials, nobles, and the aristocracy. But what good does it do the common folk?" Another colleague added, "Jin Yiwei is expanding rapidly now, recruiting from all corners. Old foe, you might consider applying." Cough, cough. What is wrong with the dungeons? Captain Liu, fearing Zhou Yi might develop misguided ambitions, swiftly redirected the conversation. "What is the point of joining Jin Yiwei? It's a perilous task to catch thieves. One might as well curry favor with the Zhang family." Indeed, Captain Liu speaks wisely. The Zhang family holds true power. In a few decades, they may possess half of the kingdom's wealth. It is said that Lord Liu ascended 15 ranks in 10 years. all by aligning himself with the Zhang family during their time of need. Now, those who enjoy additional favor must be of high status in the provincial government, or else they cannot even gain entry. Quite right. If only I could turn back the clock 10 years, I surely would have secured an alliance with the Zhang family. Listening to the colleagues' idle chatter, Zhou Yi felt less optimistic about the Zhang family's future. For ordinary individuals, regardless of the strength of their ties, who could ever part with half their fortune? Moreover, in this vast land, when such matters arise, even the greatest deeds and affections can fade. Having witnessed the rise and fall across 4 dynasties, Zhou Yi had gleaned some insights. Sometimes, whether one rebels or not is not a matter of personal volition. When the tide turns, only a decisive strike offers a glimmer of hope. Why concern myself with trivial matters when there are more engaging pursuits? Such as reading palms with the young lady? Zhou Yi whispered to Ro, your palmistry is somewhat imprecise. I possess a secret technique to discern one's career line. Shall we ascend to a private chamber for a more in-depth discussion? The following day, the air was fresh and invigorating. Zhou Yi, carrying a wooden bucket, navigated the familiar path to deliver meals. A slight tremor of his hand left only broth in the bowl, devoid of rice. My culinary skills remain unrefined. In cell number 6, the new inmate wore not the garb of a prisoner, but rather an official robe, deep green with embroidered herons. Zhou Yi ladled a generous portion of thick porridge. My lord, it is time for your meal. After serving the meal, Zhou Yi observed the jailer rummaging through cards, engaging in idle conversation to uncover the inmate's background, only to discover he bore a notable reputation. This is Yu Su, the top scholar of the first imperial examination under Emperor Jinglong. Little Zhou, be sure to attend to him well. Captain Liu, having drawn a poor hand, tossed the cards aside. This morning, Captain Ma informed me that a eunuch visited the palace last night, instructing not to neglect the compilation of records. This could be an indication from the emperor. Zhou Yi queried in astonishment. How is it that the emperor's favorite student finds himself imprisoned in the dungeons? We cannot be certain. Perhaps he spoke out of turn. Many officials have been incarcerated for their words previously. A scholar penned verses that inadvertently revealed a taboo name and was cast into the dungeons despite the Jin Yi Wei finding no evidence of rebellion. Chapter 50. Awaiting the right moment, life returned to its usual rhythm. Home, the prison, and the spring breeze tower. A year slipped by in a daze. And no one questioned Zhou Yi's origins any longer. He had become as carefree as his master. He remained indifferent to all matters, neither demanding nor stirring. Prisoners came and went, reincarnating or rising to prominence. Yet cell number 6 remained unchanged. Over time, Zhou Yi grew familiar with it and learned the reason for Yu Su's imprisonment. Yu Su had submitted a memorial urging Emperor Jinglong to rectify the governance and enforce the law. His words were somewhat fierce, and some claim they targeted the Zhang family and the Jinyue. The Fengyang kingdom, avoiding conflict, allowed Yu Su to win the emperor's favor. But he still had to endure a stint in the prison. The Jinyue investigated for a long time, but found no evidence of Yu Su's wrongdoing. Not even a single tael of silver was embezzled. In desperation, a censor in the court submitted a report, accusing him of being unfilial. Zhou Yi understood the background and initially provided thicker porridge, later sending meat, and now he brought a jug of wine daily. It was said that the food and drink in the prison were worth their weight in gold, and he admitted he had no money to offer. Nor would he in the future. Yu Su consumed everything but spoke with righteous fervor, insisting on no payment. Zhou Yi chuckled. Many virtuous officials have been imprisoned. Yet none quite like you, old Yu. Yu Su raised an eyebrow. What of it? At 32, Yu Su had become a jinshi, served in the Hamlin Academy, and spent a decade as a censor. Now having spent a year in prison, at 43, he could indeed be called old. Zhou Yi remarked, you are upright, yet not pedantic. Otherwise, you wouldn't indulge in the food and drink provided by the clerks. Those are but narrow-minded individuals. Yu Su replied, one studies to gain wisdom, not to cling to outdated norms. I have great matters to attend to, and I must maintain my strength to await the right opportunity. True to his words, after feasting, he began to strengthen his body. He performed 2 sets of calisthenics, stretching his muscles, and practiced several sequences of Tai Chi. Yu Su praised, Zhou, your methods are commendable. After a year in prison, my body is even more robust than when I was merely reading. Old Yu, Zhou Yi continued, there are many rumors outside, claiming you appear virtuous, but are, in fact, a great corrupt official who even secretly kills. They say your success in the examinations was due to bribing the examiners. Zhou Yi recounted the street gossip, clearly revealing that the Zhang family and the Jinyue had no intention of letting Yu Su off easily. They sought to tarnish his reputation and attach baseless charges, dragging him to the execution ground. However, upon hearing this, Yusuf felt no fear but joy. This merely shows they cannot harm me and must resort to slandering. Otherwise, how many virtuous officials have perished in the imperial prisons? There seemed to be some truth in this. Zhou Yi pondered, yet being confined into prison, unable to voice a rebuttal, how can one prevail? Yusuf nodded slightly. A few rumors are trivial. One need not contest every little thing. Life is fleeting. One must seize a few key moments to determine victory or defeat. How to seize those crucial moments? Zhou Yi inquired. Wait. Those who aspire to great deeds must patiently await the opportune time. A year passed swiftly once more. Zhou Yi's status in the prison was now nearly equivalent to before. Some guards began to refer to him as Master Zhou. His authority stemmed not only from the methods of interrogation, but also from the timely reveal of his martial prowess. As a young master of bone forging, he was destined to rise to the level of internal alchemy. Ultimately, it was martial strength that commanded respect. The prisoners changed in succession, while Yusuf thrived, gaining over 10 pounds. It seemed the court and Emperor Jinglong had forgotten him, neither sentencing him according to the law nor releasing him from the prison. Zhou Yi could not help but ask, Old Yu, can we still await the right moment? One cannot force the time. One must not force matters, Yusuf replied calmly. The moment has not yet arrived. Do not act rashly, lest you waste energy and torment yourself. Some matters cannot be rushed. Human efforts cannot defy destiny. But one can await the right opportunity to harness the forces of heaven and earth. Zhou Yi furrowed his brow upon hearing this. His return to the prison as a guard was not merely for safety and familiarity, but also for other schemes. After waiting for 2 years without finding the right opportunity, Zhou Yi began to ponder whether he should create an opportunity himself. Yusuf's words sparked a realization within him. A wise strategist excels at patiently awaiting the right moment. With fortune on their side, all endeavors can flourish. Moreover, the most difficult moves to counter are those made in leisure, and the most inconspicuous actions are those taken without intention. Seeing Zhou Yi deep in thought, Yusuf assumed he did not comprehend and boasted, This principle is too profound. You little rascal will not understand it until you reach 60. Will I still be confused then? Zhou Yi mused, already 58, with the next year marking his 60th. Yusuf smirked. That simply means you're a dullard. Zhou Yi, unable to retort, asked curiously, Old Yu, I have always wondered why they accused you of being unfilial. Yusuf reflected, this is not merely an accusation. When I came of age, I met an old Taoist who divined that my kin would bring me great harm. At that time, I was engrossed in the study of Taoism and, with a fiery temperament, severed ties with my family and even relocated my ancestors' graves. I cut myself off from my clan. To put it sternly, one could say I acted in defiance and ingratitude, a grave offense in this era. Zhou Yi chuckled. Old Yu, you were duped by a Taoist while boasting of your youthful wisdom. The old Taoist was not entirely mistaken. My courtesy name, Shukuo, was derived from him, Yusuf explained. To embrace simplicity and uphold integrity, to speak cautiously and act with prudence. The old man warned me that I would incur the wrath of gossip and should always remember to speak less. How could a learned man advise you to sever ties and relocate graves? Perhaps he miscalculated. In the 14th year of Jinglong's reign, the Jinyui grew increasingly rampant, and the commander Feng Zhong was rumored to hold sway akin to an inner minister. The T spies monitored the realm, and many suffered for their words. Lightly, they were confined for reflection in the prison. Severely, they faced the imperial prison. The common folk looked on in dread, too fearful to discuss national matters. Emperor Jinglong remained benevolent and compassionate. Officials praised him as a sage ruler, maintaining order through inaction. The current head of the cabinet was surnamed Diu, not Zhang, yet he was a disciple of Zhang Xiangqin. The majority of the 6 ministries were linked to the Zhang family. After court, they gathered at the Zhang residence to discuss state affairs. The Zhang family's power subtly surpassed that of the former Long Xiang. Peculiarly, the capital remained tranquil, as if no one noticed. Zhou Yi, puzzled by this, consulted Yusuf. There must be a master behind the Zhang family, guiding their actions. Yusuf explained, the Zhang family does not plot rebellion now or in the future. Rather, they aim to sideline His Majesty, facilitating the prince's ascension. Because they do not seek rebellion, they can garner the support of the officials and the nobility. Even the royal family would not mind. Once the prince takes the throne, the Zhang family will gradually relinquish power, thus smoothly navigating the disaster of extermination. Yusuf marveled. Such a method of handling weighty matters with ease is beyond me. I could never achieve such finesse in my lifetime. Zhou Yi scoffed. No matter how cunning Zhang Wenzhong's strategies are, he remains a great corrupt official and a traitor. Thus, I shall not emulate him. Yu Su, who often held disdain for Zhang Xiang, remarked, while Wenzhong's arrangements are commendable, those in power seldom wish to relinquish it. After all, there is precedence with the Duke of State. Li Wu voluntarily surrendered his military authority and even poisoned himself in prison, only to face the doom of his entire family. The Zhao royal family's reputation has been irrevocably tarnished. Even if the prince is related to the Zhang family, once seated on the throne, familial ties will be cast aside. Zhou Yi questioned, Old Yu, with such clarity, why do you still oppose the Zhang family? Yu Su shook his head and sighed. In the later years of Emperor Zhongzong, there was a tendency to indulge. The governance and military preparedness have reached a point where change is imperative. If this decay continues, a great calamity will surely arise. Chapter 51. Casual chess and hidden pieces. The moon shone brightly, and the stars were few. In the courtyard, today marked the 60th birthday of Zhou Yi, who had invited Old Bai to partake in some wine. A bowl of noodles accompanied by 4 cold and 4 hot dishes, prepared by Chef Liu, who had once merely followed his father in the kitchen, but had now surpassed him in culinary skills. Liu, renowned in the capital, possessed skills that even the wealthiest merchants could not savor, yet he never neglected his duties in the prison. With many rules and little pay, Zhou Yi curiously inquired why he would not abandon this job. Chef Liu replied, Master Zhou, you have enjoyed success since your youth and know not the taste of sorrow. We common folk must always leave a way out. He continued, In my youth, I sought refuge in the prison twice. The first time was bearable, though stifling. The second time, upon returning to the shop, the corpses were already decomposing. Reflecting on it now, he admitted he would sleep with one eye open, checking the door bolts multiple times. Zhou Yi refrained from informing him that door bolts could only deter gentlemen, being utterly useless against skilled thieves. At that moment, the door creaked open, and Old Bai entered, carrying wine. A martial arts master of great renown celebrating his 60th birthday in such a modest manner, who would believe it? Zhou Yi remarked, After all these years, you finally walked through the front door. Noticing Old Bai's injury, he frowned and asked, What happened? Old Bai, still indignant, replied, I exchanged blows with the black dog. It's just age catching up with me. Had I been younger, he wouldn't have laid a finger on me. Zhou Yi nodded. So, the matter with the Wuliang sword sect is resolved? Old Bai confirmed, At least my life is secured. But the sect must disband and merge under the command of Captain Chun of the Jinhui. He recounted that last July, Minister Du had submitted a proposal stating that those in the martial world who committed crimes were still subject to national law. The Jinhui seized this opportunity to hunt down criminals, sweeping through the martial sections. Whether orthodox or demonic, sects were coerced to either submit to the Jinhui or face accusations of brawling, murder, or conspiracy against the state. The Jinhui was formidable, particularly the elite black guards under Commander Feng Zhong, whose strength was unfathomable, earning them the nickname Black Dogs. Initially targeting smaller factions, the long-established larger sects remained aloof. But now they were being captured, unable to resist. The Wuliang sword sect, over 400 years old, had a history that predated the Fengyang kingdom itself. Without a formal land deed for Wuliang Mountain, local authorities dispatched troops to besiege it, and the Jinhui came to apprehend the murderer. Though the sect adhered to strict rules, how could its disciples avoid killing while upholding justice? The unspoken rules of the court and the martial world had always been to divide and conquer. But that no longer held true. Under pressure from the court, the Wuliang sword sect sought aid in the capital and found Old Bai. Zhou Yi chuckled, Old Bai, this time you can hold your head high. Those old fellows from the sect must be treating you well now. Old Bai spat disdainfully. Those old geezers think that my reluctance to seek help from the Duke of Dongyang means I'm not contributing. Deliberately wishing for the sect's dissolution so I can marry Shuwan. Zhou Yi attempted to console him, and Old Bai's anger subsided. The Jinhui had captured too many criminals, filling the prisons to capacity, and those awaiting trial were temporarily confined in the prison. These heroes dared not confront the Jinhui or the court, instead placing the blame for the martial world's turmoil on certain renowned heroes, denouncing them for their inaction. Old Bai expressed concern, Old Shou, what are your thoughts? The accusations against those martial artists don't seem entirely unfounded. Zhou Yi, having witnessed many villains in the prison who abused their martial prowess, believed the Jinhui's purge was neither wholly good nor bad. The benefit lay in the court's stringent regulations on martial artists, protecting the common folk from exploitation and oppression. However, The absence of martial factions would inevitably give rise to new exploitative classes. With no gaps left unfilled, newcomers, unwise and reckless, would drain resources without regard for sustainability. Old by side. Yet, in doing so, the martial world of Fengyang Kingdom will decline. Zhou Yi reassured him, "You are already 62, with old bones. Yet you still concern yourself with the martial world?" Old Bai shook his head. Those in the martial world are inherently rebellious. Once they join the Jinhui and gain power, who knows whether it will be for better or worse? Zhou Yi's mind raced as he gazed at the full moon, its luminescence radiant. Perhaps the time had come. He could experiment first. If it failed, it would merely be a casual game, with no desires and thus no defeats. Before this, who in nature was the most patient hunter? Wolves, crocodiles, lizards, or others? There had been no definitive answer until now. The answer was Zhou Yi. His interminable lifespan allowed him infinite patience to lurk and gradually consume, until one day he would have the Jinhui under his control. The Jinhui had a comprehensive and cohesive structure, with a steady influx of new talent and ample funding from the court, making it far more stable than any self-constructed organization. Ultimately, he needed to venture into the realm of cultivation, paving a secure path, for to recklessly invade would be tantamount to gambling with his life. Zhou Yi was no gambler. He merely needed to outlast both the banker and the casual player, ensuring a certain victory. The following day in the prison, the atmosphere in the A cell was bustling, unlike anything seen before. In the martial world, feuds were inevitable. Enemies found themselves confined together, hurling insults before engaging in fierce combat. The inmates formed a circle, cheering for the impressive display of skills. The guards, accustomed to such spectacles, stood outside watching the entertainment. The prisoners were merely temporarily housed in the prison. After some time, they would be transferred to the main prison, most opting for submission and transforming into members of the Jinhui. At this moment, the guards were preoccupied and would soon seek trouble. Zhou Yi observed closely while delivering meals. Most inmates bore no hatred in their eyes, or rather, they dared not resent the Jinhui. Only a few cowered in the corners, their eyes filled with animosity. Filtering out the older inmates, the rest were merely Zhou Yi's casual pieces. Lastly, he approached cell B6. Yusu had already spent 4 years in the prison. Showing no signs of despair, instead, he sought guidance from Zhou Yi on martial arts, claiming it was to avoid future assassination attempts. Zhou Yi produced an oiled paper wrap. "Old you, your favorite Zhang's pig trotters." Yusu, munching away, remarked, "You're not so bad after all." As he savored, he added, "I sense my time is nearing. Should anything arise, seek me at the Ministry of War. I can assist with matters that do not violate the law." Zhou Yi speculated on Yusu's anticipated revival, realizing that Emperor Jinglong needed a trustworthy individual. After finishing the trotters, Yusu licked his fingers, though the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Revenue sound appealing. All nobility and wealth ultimately rest upon the Ministry of War. Zhou Yi offered his well wishes for Yusu's future endeavors. However, deep down, he doubted Yusu's ability to fulfill his ambitions. The accumulated grievances of the Fengyang Kingdom over centuries had reached a critical point. Human effort alone could not avert disaster. Only by shattering the old order could new life be breathed into existence. The maladies were not lost on Yusu, and the nobility was also aware of the issues at hand, but whether they were willing to resolve them was another matter. At midnight, the sounds of snoring filled the prison as the guards dozed off. A shadow slipped into the cell, making its way to cell A7, seeking a concealed spot to communicate. "Little one, are you not awake yet?" A clear voice called in his ear, startling Yanwu awake. Looking around, he saw no one. The aged voice echoed once more. "Do not think of seeking me. Only ask if you desire revenge." Chapter 52. Enduring solitude, what price must I pay? Yanwu's voice was barely a whisper, ensuring that the old monster lurking in the shadows could hear him. Once the young master of the Divine Fist Manor, he had encountered martial experts at the pinnacle of their craft, who could discern the faintest sounds within a Tenjong radius. "You are quite remarkable. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world." Zhou Yi clandestinely elevated Yanwu's assessment, speaking slowly, "I require your allegiance to the Jinhui. To ascend as much as possible and become a 1,000 household official. The 1,000 household of the Jinhui governs intelligence within a region, their authority rivaling that of provincial governors, though not surpassing it. Do you aspire to control the court?" Yanwu surmised the old monster's intentions, striving to preserve his life and gain further advantages. His father had imparted many tales of the martial world before his passing, particularly cautioning against the old monster's peculiar temperament and erratic character. advising to tread carefully in his presence. The mere court holds no allure for me. The throne may be regarded as a treasure by others, but to me, it is worthless. Zhou Yi's voice bore a hint of madness. What I pursue above all is the path of immortality and transcendence. Upon hearing this, Yin Wu's thoughts raced as he endeavored to sketch a portrait of the old monster through each word spoken. Powerful, arrogant, indifferent to power, with a fleeting lifespan. Placing hope in the ethereal path of immortality, reminiscent of the elderly emperors chronicled in history. With his thoughts somewhat settled, Yin Wu believed he had grasped the old monster's state and inquired, I am willing to obey your commands. What can I expect in return? As soon as the words left his lips, a heavy blow struck his head, and he instantly lost consciousness. A shadow descended into the cell, and Zhou Yi placed his palm against Yin Wu's back, channeling his power through him, circulating along his meridians and bones. Moments later, Yin Wu slowly regained consciousness. Detecting a foul, rancid odor and realizing his body was covered in greasy filth, his limbs felt robust, and his meridians flowed freely. Cleansing the marrow, Yin Wu immediately activated his family's internal technique, achieving an efficiency approximately 2 to 3 times greater than before. One must not underestimate the distinction. It was sufficient to bridge the chasm between an ordinary person and a genius. With over a century of heritage, Divine Fist Manor had amassed cleansing elixirs and secret techniques over 5 generations. Yin Wu had used them throughout his life, yet none matched the efficacy of this occasion. I shall join the Jinyui as swiftly as possible. Suppressing his initial apprehensions, he acknowledged that the old monster's power had reached an unfathomable level, likely akin to the legendary innate grandmasters. Excellent. Once you become a 100 household official in the Jinyui, you shall begin investigating local oddities, remarkable individuals, and extraordinary places, compiling them into a tome, which I shall then retrieve. Zhou Yi enticed. As long as it pertains to the path of immortality, you shall receive secret arts from me. Even if it is not impossible for innate grandmasters, I shall strive diligently. Yin Wu cautiously asked, May I inquire your esteemed name? After a moment of silence, Zhou Yi replied enigmatically, The Wheel King. No one could fathom that the Wheel King was a eunuch, nor could they imagine he was a mere food delivery jailer. Yin Wu respectfully stated, I am Yin Wu of Divine Fist Manor. My parents and kin perished at the hands of the Black Knights. In the future, I shall avenge this great grievance. My life is yours to command. Hearty laughter echoed in response to his pledge of loyalty. I have witnessed much loyalty and betrayal. Thus I never believe in life for life. Only mutual interests endure. Should you ever consider yourself formidable, you may attempt to contend with me, but defeat means death. Understood. Yin Wu's heart tightened, and he dared not entertain further tests. In cell 12, a young man named Yi Xiong curled up in the corner, bruised and battered, his body marred with contusions. In the brutal prison, the weak were preyed upon, and those of lesser strength were bullied. Especially as Yi Xiong's faction bore enmity with the strongest inmates. He coughed repeatedly, having sustained severe lung injuries, spitting out a few droplets of blood. At that moment, an indistinct voice resonated in Yi Xiong's ear. Do you desire vengeance? Indeed, Yi Xiong answered without hesitation. Prolonged beatings from his enemies might soon cost him his life within these walls. What are you willing to sacrifice? Everything. Very well. A series of incantations flooded into his consciousness, the martial essence far surpassing the techniques of Yi Xiong's faction. From this moment forth, your life belongs to me. The Wheel King. Zhou Yi's voice echoed, ethereal and impossible to pinpoint. Little one, that person's meridians have been sealed. You may now test the wonders of the swallowing heaven divine art. Yi Xiong glanced at the only straw mat in the cell, where a once rumbling giant now lay silent as a corpse. I thank you, Wheel King. Do you wish to wield power? To command the winds and stand invincible? To comprehend the essence of life? To truly live? Yes or no? The alluring voice echoed like a specter throughout the dungeon. The desires of those in the martial world far exceed those of ordinary folk. The pursuit of martial arts is not merely for physical strength, but rather for the allure of wealth, pleasure, and the craving for fame and power. When opportunity arises, no one would think to decline, even if it means bargaining with the demons of hell. With the pieces set in motion, Zhou Yi would not concern himself with the aftermath, providing only the initial capital for their endeavors, not intending to play the role of caretaker. After all, the dungeon was rife with deep-seated grievances. A batch would perish and another would be recruited, selecting 3 or 5 promising individuals each year, with decent potential for marrow cleansing. and imparting demonic techniques to those of inferior talent, he would never lack for pawns. Casting a wide net, accumulating fish, even if 99% of the pawns perished. Catching one would yield a 100-fold return. Zhou Yi allowed the pieces to develop autonomously, after a decade or two in the Jinui, who would still suspect them as spies. With enhanced martial prowess, they would at least become local 100 household officials, their subordinates patrolling every province, ensuring that no remarkable individuals or curiosities could escape scrutiny. This plan may seem crude, however, extending the timeline would ensure his position remained unassailable. Zhou Yi understood that his greatest adversary was not any celestial being or demon, but rather the interminable solitude that awaited him. Celestial beings and demons could ultimately be transcended, yet solitude, with the passage of time, would become increasingly difficult to bear. For instance, in the mundane world, where spiritual energy is scarce, the growth of power is agonizingly slow, akin to a snail. After a decade or two with no progress, one would inevitably yearn for entry into the realm of immortality. However, recklessly charging in would be tantamount to courting death. This was merely the chi refining stage. After a few hundred years, one might reach the pinnacle, yet upon breaking through to higher levels, it could take hundreds or even thousands of years to overcome a bottleneck. Should one then risk everything for a chance at opportunity? Risk was not an option. In this lifetime, one could not afford to gamble, only to hone their skills over time. Zhou Yi possessed ample time, yet time remained his greatest foe. He must endure the prolonged solitude and the tedium of his slow progress. If he refrains from contention, he shall not face defeat. As for overcoming solitude, he could only draw inspiration from the ancient beings of his previous life, with the most comparable being Emperor Chakra, with eternal lifespans and similar mediocre talents. He must take Emperor Chakra as a cautionary tale. One must refrain from contesting for supremacy, avoiding the pursuit of being the greatest in the world, living discreetly and acting cautiously. Even in the face of formidable adversaries, one should endure until their demise, only to dance upon their graves. Zhou Yi summarized the lessons of the long-lived, reflecting daily upon his actions, repeatedly reminding himself to remain steady and not to be reckless. Chapter 53. The advantage lies with me. In the 15th year of Jinglong, Yu Su was reinstated as the Minister of War, serving the emperor by reviewing the capital's troops. A month later, the commander of the capital garrison, the Duke of Danyang, requested to resign, leaving Yu in an unparalleled position of prestige. Zhou Yi silently delivered meals to the prison, and over the next few years, their relationship gradually faded. The world does not revolve around any single individual, and time does not pause for anyone. Everyone is exceedingly busy, and a decade swiftly passed. Zhou Yi's chess pieces each encountered their own fates. Yan Wu perished 3 years prior, a pawn in whom Zhou had invested great hope. He fell victim to an ambush while on a mission, failing to avenge his grievances. Whether it was indeed an ambush, Zhou could not be bothered to investigate. It was said that Yan Wu possessed extraordinary talent and advanced rapidly, inciting jealousy from his superiors, who assigned him to gather intelligence on the military of Daong. Yi Xiong successfully avenged his parents by eliminating the corrupt officer responsible, yet feared for his life and no longer dared to practice dark arts, gradually fading into obscurity. Zhou Yi refrained from coercing anyone, lest he encounter the same fate as those in Hushi 30 years ago. Out of more than 30 chess pieces, only 4 achieved the rank of 100 households, with but one rising to the rank of 1,000 households. Yuan Shun, of average talent and a smooth disposition, was originally the heir of a small gang in Shuzhou. When Zhou imparted the swallowing heaven dark art, he was the only one unashamed enough to kneel in public, leading fellow inmates to believe he had lost his senses. Over the past 8 years, Yuan Shun had not engaged in any field work, focusing solely on amassing wealth, and somehow became acquainted with Feng Zhong as a godfather. 2 years ago, he was promoted to 1,000 households in the Shuzhou prefecture, and shortly after assumed office, he apprehended a dozen corrupt officials, instilling fear in local bureaucrats. The other 400 households require no further elaboration. They diligently performed their duties, sustaining numerous injuries and accruing significant merit, ultimately being dispatched to remote counties. These were standard pieces. Life and death were of little concern to Zhou Yi. He occasionally inquired about them, but never compelled anyone to act. However, as the number of pieces increased, some began to harbor ulterior motives. For instance, the former deputy 1,000 households Yuan Shun, seeking to make a critical leap, chose to report the wheel-turner king to the Jinui. Fortunately, Zhou maintained a singular line of communication with all his pieces, devoid of fixed times or locations. The Jinyui's internal investigations were chaotic, scouring the dungeons without uncovering any so-called hidden masters. Yuan Shun swore in the dungeons, repeatedly assuring Zhong Tongji that he would capture the wheel-turner king. Zhou was present at the time, carrying a wooden bucket of food. The complexities of human nature far exceed those of cultivation. In the autumn of the 24th year of Jinglong, at the stroke of midnight, Zhou Yi returned from Chunfeng Tower with a tome titled Strange Tales of Shuzhou. After a decade of diligent effort, he finally had something to show for it. If there truly existed methods of cultivation, he could impart the means to break through to Yuan Shan. Zhou Yi bathed, burned incense, and washed his hands before opening the first page. Southwest of Shuzhou, a peach tree struck by lightning for a century has sprouted anew. The following year, it bore a solitary peach weighing 3 jin and 7 taels. Those afflicted with tuberculosis who consumed it were cured. Yuan Shun had done well, discerning true wonders. The individual from the northwest, who claimed to have seen a mythical beast, turned out to be a gilded pig. Over the past decade, he collected numerous strange tales, discarding those that were unverifiable or had no trace of extraordinary individuals, leaving only those devoid of any connection to immortals. They were either fabrications or natural phenomena. Zhou Yi once doubted whether immortals truly existed. Northeast of Shuzhou, Wu County produces strong liquor, and in the 14th year of Jinglong, an extraordinary person sold wine. Zhou Yi turned to the second page, which included an image of a palm-sized wine jug, its design ancient, with patterns unlike those of Fengyang. Yuan Shun continued to work diligently. As he flipped through, most of the strange tales sounded plausible. Yuan Shun may not believe in immortality, merely thinking the wheel-turner king had lost his mind. This was the sentiment of most of Zhou's pieces. Nevertheless, they would not treat the matter lightly. Of course, the truth still required investigation. On the southern foothills of Yunshan within Shuzhou, shrouded in mist year-round, riders dispatched for reconnaissance have reported inexplicable sightings at night. You shot again. Zhou Yi's gaze sharpened. Over the past decade, several strange tales had been linked to Yunshan. Villagers spoke of seeing rainbow lights descend into the mountain, encountering oddly dressed figures asking for directions, and hearing strange beasts roar at night. If there were practitioners on Yunshan, with such evident signs, how could Emperor Chongming remain unaware? Zhou Yi's immediate thought was not to investigate, but to doubt the credibility of the Yunshan reports, as all strange tales had been relayed by others, their veracity unclear. There must be some hidden intricacies within. Within the borders of Fengyang, Zhou had already identified 7 locations deemed inaccessible, each associated with strange tales. All were situated amid deep mountains and forests, with no definitive answer as to whether they were blessed lands of immortals or natural peerless sites. He continued to peruse. In the 12th year of Jinglong, a river demon was reported downstream of Baishui, alleged to be a 5-zhong blue dragon, requiring the sacrifice of young boys and girls. Subsequently, an immortal descended from the rainbow, slaying the river demon, and the people erected a shrine in reverence. This could be worth investigating. Zhou Yi folded the page, pondering intently before smoothing it out again. Immortals, best to steer clear. At the end of the tome, in January of this year, a white deer appeared west of Shuzhou, prompting the Jinyui to scour the mountains. In May, it was presented to the capital, much to the emperor's delight, who promoted the humble individual to the position of Jinyui's pacification envoy, overseeing the affairs of the southwestern prefectures. Yuan Shun had been promoted once more. Zhou Yi marveled at how, after a decade, an ordinary person ascended to such a rank, a feat achievable only by the emperor's own troops in such a short span. In the palace of Shangyang, the serene call of a white deer echoed as it gracefully trod, followed by a retinue of several inner court attendants, fearful that this esteemed creature might stumble or collide. As Emperor Jinglong aged, he became less enamored with the pursuits of immortality and alchemy, instead developing a fondness for auspicious omens. Various local governments sought to curry favor, presenting gifts such as white sparrows, white swallows, and white fish, with many individuals rising in rank as a result. The most precious of all was this white deer. Just days prior, an attendant had poorly cared for it and was executed on the spot. Seated upon the dragon throne, the emperor watched the white deer frolicking and remarked with a smile, "Minister Yu, the appearance of the white deer heralds the prosperity of our dynasty. Your Majesty, I was just discussing the northern frontier. Yu Su had recently reported returning from patrol along the northern border, where he discovered that local military leaders had emerged, if left unaddressed. It could lead to troubles with the vassal states. Minister Yu, the northern frontier is desolate. We must rely on the Ministry of Revenue to support our troops. Even if chaos ensues, it is but a minor inconvenience, and cutting off supplies can swiftly quell unrest. Emperor Jinglong's voice grew grave. The current plight of our dynasty lies within this imperial city. Your Majesty, please refrain from hasty actions. Yu Su urged, currently. We have only just seized military power, and the governance within the court has yet to be purified. It is imperative to eliminate these two pairs of wings to ensure absolute security. Yu Su had anticipated that Emperor Jinglong would certainly re-establish the crown prince, intending to take this opportunity to reform the military and rectify the governance. After a decade of toil, the military strength of Fengyang had been rejuvenated, particularly with the complete control of the capital's forces. The imperial army encircling the capital allowed Emperor Jinglong to endure for so long without revealing his intentions to re-establish the crown prince within the court. Minister Yu understands military and state affairs, but is unaware of court intrigues. The emperor clapped his hands and declared, "Come forth. Let Minister Yu witness that I am not an inept ruler." A procession of aged figures entered the hall, moving with a ghostly swiftness, each exuding an aura as deep as the abyss. These individuals, Yu Su, having encountered top-tier experts, found himself dwarfed by these elders, exclaiming in astonishment. Could they be martial arts masters? Martial arts masters are exceedingly rare. To see 8 appear at once is indeed hard to believe. Haha. Emperor Jinglong, noticing Yu Su's astonishment, revealed a smug expression. I commanded the Jinyui to capture individuals from the martial world to cultivate them. Unfortunately, the techniques are too peculiar, and few can achieve mastery. Otherwise, it would not be 8, but perhaps 80. With 100,000 troops suppressing the capital externally, and 8 masters safeguarding it internally, while the Zhang family possesses only 6. The advantage lies with me. Chapter 54. The curtain of governance amidst autumn winds and rain. The river, shrouded in mist, saw the dark-roofed boat swiftly approaching the shore. Standing at the bow, Zhou Yi gently propelled the vessel with a long pole, his face betraying an unmistakable sense of disappointment. Recently, he had received word from the genie Wei that a white jade spirit turtle had manifested along the banks of the Sushui River. This legendary creature was not far from the capital, and Zhou Yi had taken leave to investigate. After considerable effort, he had managed to capture the white jade spirit turtle, only to discover it was a fabricated omen. It was unclear who had concocted such a scheme, but the turtle shell was adorned with thin jade plates and intricately carved with bagua patterns. Zhou Yi acknowledged the craftsmanship was exceptional. The jade and the shell appeared seamlessly integrated, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to discern the deception. The creators of this false omen were still spreading rumors to garner attention for the turtle's appearance. Now that Zhou Yi had intercepted their plans and intended to make a stew of the turtle, one could only wonder if they would attempt to fabricate another. At the Sushui dock, the usual bustle was absent due to the rain. As Zhou Yi docked the boat, he noticed well-armed soldiers meticulously inspecting every vessel. The Imperial Guard. What turmoil had befallen the capital? The Imperial Guard, unlike the military or the local garrison, reported directly to the emperor and typically refrained from such laborious tasks. Presenting his prison token, Zhou Yi found that his reputation as Little Zhou had earned him respect, and he faced no difficulties from the guards. At the city gates, he encountered another round of inspections. The shops within the city were shuttered, and soldiers patrolled the streets, interrogating any suspicious individuals. A familiar tension hung in the air. Zhou Yi, having served through 4 dynasties, recognized that such an atmosphere typically accompanied significant political upheaval. Within the prison, chaos reigned, with cries of injustice echoing throughout. Captain Liu, his beard flecked with gray, directed the guards in sorting the incarcerated officials by their backgrounds, distinguishing the scions of noble families from those of humble origins, and identifying individuals with influential connections or substantial wealth. Zhou Yi leaned in and whispered, "Old Liu, what has transpired in the court? You have quite the fortune, not being present in the capital recently. I suggest you inquire with them." Captain Liu replied cautiously, aware of his advancing age and the impending retirement that required him to tread carefully in his words. "What fortune? After expending tremendous effort, I've merely procured a pot of turtle soup," Zhou Yi retorted as he grabbed a wooden bucket from the kitchen, distributing the food according to the prisoner's cell numbers. The first 10 cells contained officials with connections, receiving thicker porridge, while the next 10, the wealthy, were not all provided with meals. Following the guard's unspoken rules, he offered a larger serving of porridge to those who had sent silver, while those who had not received only thin broth. The disparities in treatment were clear to the famished prisoners, who understood well the unspoken rules of survival. In the last cell, number 20 of the second row, an elderly man sat alone. Zhou Yi felt a flicker of recognition and, upon approaching, exclaimed, "Ah, old you. How is it that you find yourself here again?" Yusu's face momentarily flushed with embarrassment, but then he brightened, saying, "At last, my dear fellow, you have returned. Bring me a pot of wine and 2 of Zhang's famous pig trotters." Zhou Yi chuckled, "I see, old you. You are once again biding your time for the right moment? You mock me too readily," Yusu replied, his face reddening as he countered. "You have also said that failure is the mother of success. How can I consider this moment a total loss? Then it seems you now have 2 mothers." Zhou Yi quipped, teasingly. Observing Yusu's growing frustration, he soon returned with food and drink. Yusu appeared to have gone days without a proper meal, devouring the meat and drinking heartily, entirely unconcerned with the dignified demeanor one would expect from a renowned minister of state. After a brief moment, Yusu belched contentedly. His spirits lifted, he sighed. "In light of this meal, you may mock me as you wish. I find myself unworthy compared to Zhang Xiang's profound strategies. What on earth has occurred?" Zhou Yi, sensing a political upheaval in the palace, deduced that the Zhang family had emerged victorious. Yusu elaborated, "In a few days, His Majesty will announce his ill health and retreat to the Shangyang Palace for recuperation, passing the throne to the Crown Prince." Zhou Yi nodded slightly. "That sounds promising. Old you have always advocated for the primogeniture. I care not who ascends the throne. My intention was to leverage the emperor's support to reform the military and administration. Since the Chongming Dynasty, the succession has not favored the eldest son, which poses a significant risk to the state's foundation. Therefore, the Crown Prince's ascension is indeed a good sign," Yusu continued. "However, the Empress Zhang has taken control of the court under the pretext of the emperor's youth," Yusu added. Zhou Yi calculated the Crown Prince's age and realized he was no longer a child. Such claims were utterly absurd. Is the Zhang family not cornering themselves? He scoffed. Zhang Xiang has discerned the emperor's intentions and has preemptively set his strategies in place, compelling the emperor to act with military force in this palace coup. Yet, he has miscalculated the sentiments of the Zhang faction, or perhaps found himself powerless. The Empress Zhang had no choice but to govern from behind the curtain. Zhang faction, Zhou Yi murmured, grasping Yusu's meaning. The Zhang family was no longer a singular entity but a vast web of interests. Once severed, it would be challenging to maintain cohesion. Zhang Xiang's plan to place his grandson on the throne would eventually lead to a gradual relinquishing of power in the new ruler. Whether by blood ties or through the acquisition of authority, would likely refrain from exterminating the Zhang family entirely. Now that the Empress Zhang was governing from behind the curtain, she was merely preserving the interests of her faction, leaving the Zhang family with only the path of rebellion. Old you. How has Zhang Xiang managed to manipulate the emperor for over 2 decades? Zhou Yi inquired. To my mind, it is not Zhang Xiang's cunning. Rather, it is the emperor who has walked into his own trap. Yusu replied. Years ago, Zhang Xiang acquired a nefarious technique that could absorb a person's internal energy, allowing one to become a congenital master en masse. Before his death, he bestowed this knowledge upon the emperor, warning him that with this technique, he could secure his power, and none would dare to rebel. Zhou Yi considered this, recognizing the power of a master. While they could not directly face an army, they could swiftly traverse great distances to eliminate key adversaries. If the technique were complete, such would be the case. Yusu continued coldly. Zhang Xiang had already calculated the emperor's temperament, ensuring that the technique had significant flaws. If one were to encounter a practitioner of the complete technique, all of their strength could be absorbed. Zhou Yi questioned, how could Zhang Xiang predict that the emperor would seek to eradicate the Zhang family, knowing he would cultivate congenital masters? Before his demise, Zhang Xiang left behind a scroll of governance, with 99% of its contents indeed offering sound strategies for ruling. The emperor has been adhering to this scroll, reinvigorating the Jin Yi way and supporting the nobility, thereby solidifying his reign. He believed he had comprehended the scroll's essence. Zhou Yi inquired, and what of the remaining 1%? The scroll repeatedly emphasizes that those who possess congenital masters will rule the world. That only congenital masters can act with impunity, Yusu explained. The emperor has ruled for over 20 years and has become deeply convinced of the scroll's teachings. Thus, during this palace coup, His confidence stems from the 8 congenital masters he has amassed. The outcome is all but predetermined. Zhou Yi pondered. Is Zhang Xiang not concerned that the emperor might devise alternative strategies? There is no need for the emperor to concoct anything. I have long possessed the means to unravel this situation. The Zhang family will certainly be powerless to resist. Yu Su remarked, pointing to himself with a sigh. Unfortunately, in his youth, the emperor relied on the central clan, and in his middle age, on Zhang Xiang, which has led to many foolish evaluations. Thus, he has always sought to prove himself. It is possible that Emperor Jinglong understood that toppling the Zhang family through you would be a more secure method. Yet he seeks to validate his own wisdom. Ironically, the manner in which Emperor Jinglong seeks to prove himself is by learning from Zhang Xiang's scroll, sealing his own fate from the very beginning. Zhang Xiang is truly formidable. Zhou Yi found himself at a loss for words. Terms like cunning, astute, and scheming seemed insufficient to capture the essence of his brilliance. After all, the Emperor Jinglong did not betray the Zhang family, and the smooth ascension of the crown prince precluded the present upheaval. The name of Duke Wenzhong would surely echo through history. Zhou Yi inquired, over the years. The officials and nobles have praised your majesty daily. How is it that you so readily relinquished the throne and chose to govern from behind the curtain? Yu Su shook his head and replied, the officials extol your majesty solely because you align with their interests. Now, the new sovereign aligns even more closely. Zhou Yi suddenly realized, feeling a deep pity for Emperor Jinglong. When the officials needed him, they lauded Emperor Jinglong as a reincarnation of an ancient sage. Now that their needs have changed, they can hardly wait for him to be reborn. Chapter 55, Secrets of the Immortal Path. The coup against Emperor Jinglong failed, and Empress Zhang took control from behind a curtain. Whether she would become a figure akin to Cixi, or transform into El Ho, or even erupt like Wu Zetian, bore little relevance to Zhou Yi. Initially intrigued by such matters, Zhou Yi had grown increasingly indifferent, realizing that it was merely a cycle. Today's victor would be tomorrow's vanquished, with only one inevitable outcome, death. His detachment deepened. Zhou Yi shook his head slightly, casting aside worldly concerns, and continued to contemplate the gradual dismantling of the Jinhui. A mere span of 10 years felt like a fleeting moment. He had already made significant strides and established a solid foundation. It would be far simpler to insert more individuals into the ranks henceforth. Most candidates possessed similar capabilities, rendering the choice between A or B inconsequential at this juncture. Support was essential, and the Jinyui's deputy could wield considerable influence over promotions. With the increasing utility of Little Yuan, perhaps it was time to pay him a visit? After positioning his pieces, Zhou Yi typically reached out to those beneath him. However, this morning, Yuan Shun had arrived at the prison. Yuan Shun presented an auspicious white deer, and with the assistance of his foster father, he had successfully risen to the rank of 4th-grade Jinyui deputy, gaining authority over several provinces in the southeast. This elevated position was one of considerable power. Yuan Shun returned to the capital under the pretext of escorting a prisoner, which was somewhat acceptable given that the inmate was a 2nd-grade provincial governor. Thus, it was reasonable for the deputy to oversee the transfer personally. Subsequently, Yuan Shun arranged for the prisoners' families to be brought to the prison, which was a task that could easily be delegated. There was no need for the deputy to make the trip himself. The prison warden Wu and Lieutenant Lu accompanied Yuan Shun to tour the facility, remaining for 2 to 3 hours before departing. Zhou Yi observed keenly from the sidelines, understanding that Yuan Shun's true purpose for returning to the capital was to meet him. Was this a potential trap? For the past decade, communication had been strictly one-dimensional. His pieces were unaware of Zhou Yi's gender or identity, nor how to establish contact. This lack of knowledge had led to some pieces betraying him, leaving the Jinyui unable to investigate. Yuan Shun's actions were already treading on dangerous ground. In the capital, it was impossible to mobilize a large army for a massacre. The courts might lay in its 6 or more innate masters, and even a combined assault would merely add a few more cauldrons to the mix. Zhou Yi remained cautious, reluctant to engage in reckless combat. Yet he possessed a clear understanding of his own strength. Overestimating oneself could lead to ruin, while underestimating could result in carelessness. Little Yuan had demonstrated diligence in his endeavors over the years, and with his promotion to Jinyui deputy, he had qualified to transition from a mere piece to a player on the board. Zhou Yi surmised that the chances of this being a trap were slim. However, his habitual caution dictated that he wait until Yuan Shun had left the capital to eliminate any lingering risks. Patience could render all traps ineffective. 300 miles east of the capital, The terrain was flat and expansive. Over 300 soldiers advanced along the official road, bearing the flag emblazoned with the character Yuan. Among them was a carriage. Yuan Shun closed his eyes in repose, his demeanor markedly different from his usual sycophantic self. His plump face wore a serious expression, creating an odd juxtaposition. It was only in solitude that Yuan Shun adopted such a countenance. Once a slender and handsome youth when he served as a gang leader, his physique had doubled in size within 6 months due to his foster father's preference for the corpulent. His rise to deputy was not solely due to wealth. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Yuan Shun's ear. "What seeks you from this old man?" Startled, Yuan Shun opened his eyes to find an old Taoist in the carriage. With white hair yet youthful features, clad in a faded dark blue robe. "Who are you?" Yuan Shun inquired. Zhou Yi replied, "The white jade capital in the heavens. 5 stories, 12 cities." Yuan Shun's expression brightened, and he hastily bowed in greeting. "I pay my respects to the master." Since the betrayal of a peace, Zhou Yi had instructed everyone to memorize a unique passphrase to prevent imposters from assuming the role of the Wheel King. Zhou Yi chuckled. "How many times must I remind you? We are partners in this endeavor, no need for such titles. Master assists the humble in seeking revenge. I dare not overstep." Yuan Shun replied. Having spent a decade in the Jinhui, Yuan Shun was well-versed in the unspoken rules of the bureaucratic realm. Should superiors or patrons speak of mutual cooperation and equal standing, it was a clear indication of their regard for you. To truly presume equality in such matters was to court disaster. Zhou Yi nodded slightly. "Now what brings you to seek me?" "Nothing of consequence," Yuan Shun explained. Jinyui's Zhong Tongji was dismissed due to corruption, and I have returned to the capital to stake my claim. Zhou Yi remarked, "So you have failed in that endeavor?" The position of Jinyui Tongji was of the 4th rank, on par with the deputy. However, the Tongji presided over the capital's offices and often received summons from the emperor, placing them just a step away from the commanding officer. Should Yuan Shun attain the position of Tongji, it would facilitate Zhou Yi's pieces in advancing within the Jinyui hierarchy. Though this would expose his identity as a piece, Yuan Shun would neither refuse nor dare to decline, as consolidating a faction of like-minded subordinates in various provinces would be invaluable for vying for the role of commanding officer. Moreover, the horrific demise of Zhu Yu from years past lingered vividly in memory. Yuan Shun sighed. "My competitor is the grandson of Duke Qi, Qinyang. My foster father cannot show undue favoritism, and ultimately, Qinyang's merits exceed mine, securing the position of Tongji." Duke Qi, Qinyang. Zhou Yi pondered momentarily before stating, "Your defeat stems not from a lack of merit. Had promotions been solely based on accomplishments, you wouldn't even qualify as 100 households now." Yuan Shun asked, perplexed, "Pray, enlighten me, master." Qin Yang's uncle was a duke, and his aunt, Qin Yang's grandmother, married the prince of that time as a concubine. After the ascension of the former emperor, she was bestowed the title of Xinfei, Zhou Yi explained. Thus, Qinyang is somewhat related to the current emperor, Zhou Yi concluded. The former emperor is Jinglong, and the current emperor, who will soon mark the 1st year of his reign, is known as Zheng Tong. Yuan Shun suddenly realized. So Qinyang leveraged his connection to the emperor. No wonder I lost. Foolish. Zhou Yi shook his head. It is not merely that Qinyang has ties to the emperor. Rather, the emperor seeks to attract the former emperor's old allies to counter the Empress Dowager's influence, thereby positioning himself to truly inherit the throne. The emperor, the Empress Dowager. Yuan Shun's eyes widened in astonishment as he regarded Zhou Yi as if he were a creature of legend. Upon reflection, he recognized the profound wisdom of this seemingly ageless sage. The political landscape of the court was intricate to one who had weathered countless storms. It was but a trivial matter. Yuan Shun lamented, "Master, I shall surely fall out of favor with the emperor in the future. Any aspirations for promotion will be exceedingly difficult." Feng Zhong had risen to prominence after the Renin incident, and now belonged to the staunch faction of the Empress Dowager. As his foster son, Yuan Shun bore a similar label. The current emperor was undoubtedly the people's choice, and with Chan Yang belonging to the noble faction, his elevation to Jinyui Tongji was an acknowledgement of his loyalty. The Empress Dowager could hardly obstruct such a promotion. Zhou Yi said quietly, "So? You seek me with intentions to eliminate Chan Yang?" "I have no other recourse," Yuan Shun confessed, sensing the chilling intent emanating from Zhou Yi. "I only wish to ascend swiftly, to serve you better, for many secrets of the nation are recorded solely within the capital's archives." "Indeed," Zhou Yi replied with a slight huff. "One need not take matters into their own hands. A temporary retreat can often lead to swifter advancement. Yuan Shun knelt within the carriage, devoid of the dignity befitting a Jinhui deputy, and bowed fervently. I humbly seek your guidance. I have learned of certain secrets regarding the Chongming Emperor, which concerns legendary figures of immortality. Chapter 56. Prisoners of the Imperial Jail. Zhou Yi's gaze fell low. Fixated on Yuan Shun for a considerable duration, Yuan Shun felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him, having honed his martial prowess for a century. He was considered a formidable figure in the martial world, yet at this moment, he scarcely dared to entertain thoughts of resistance. An unparalleled old monster. When the new monarch ascended the throne, Yuan Shun had encountered several esteemed officials within the palace, none of whom could rival the likes of the Wheel King. Zhou Yi had devoted nearly 30 years to refining his spiritual cultivation techniques, progressing from an initially spirited state to now perceiving the existence of his own soul, advancing at a pace far swifter than that of the returning Yuan technique. Presently, as he attempted to exert pressure on Yuan Shun's soul, he found the results to be quite satisfactory. Little Yuan, if I do not take action, do you intend to keep this matter concealed? Yuan Shun was seized by terror. Replying, I would not dare. Zhou Yi continued, I care not whether you dare or not. If the news is true, the matter shall pass. If false, he ceased speaking, for no matter how well a chess piece performed, it remained merely a piece, easily crushed and replaced after a decade of cultivation. There was nothing to lament. Yuan Shun understood that he had long investigated this matter in secret, and it was highly probable that it was indeed true. He felt a sigh of relief. He had wagered correctly that the Wheel King, infatuated with the path of immortality, would suppress his fury upon hearing this news. Ever since he learned of this last year, Yuan Shun had kept it close to his heart, treating it as a lifeline or a stepping stone for promotion. Regarding the Qin family, Zhou Yi reflected, I know little. I recall that the Duke Chun has a granddaughter named Qin Qing, who is quite renowned for her beauty in the capital, yet her temperament is arrogant and domineering. She once, in a fit of jealousy towards the appearance of the daughter of Inspector Cui, slashed her face with a blade, resulting in her imprisonment. This incident caused quite a stir in the capital. Although the inspector's rank was modest, he was not one to be trifled with. The Duke Qin personally visited to apologize and even sought the Empress's intercession with Emperor Jinglong, ultimately securing Inspector Cui's forgiveness and her release from the dungeons. Yuan Shun nodded. I have a vague recollection. The Inspector Cui hailed from the distinguished Cui family of Jiangnan, far beyond the reach of ordinary officials. Even cabinet ministers held him in high regard. Zhou Yi remarked, thus, Qin Qing is not merely jealous and domineering. She is also foolish. Yuan Shun inquired, is your majesty suggesting that Qin Qing will err again, implicating Qin Yang? Ordinary matters will not suffice to draw such connections, Zhou Yi replied. According to the ancestral regulations of Fengyang Kingdom, following the new monarch's ascension, a selection of candidates for the imperial harem must occur. You can utilize Fengzhong's connections to have Qin Qing chosen for the palace, bypassing the female historians to grant her a position as a consort. Fengzhong, who serves as the commander of the Jinhui, also holds the title of chief eunuch, making it quite easy to arrange for Qin Qing's entry into the palace as a consort. Simultaneously, the Orthodox Emperor seeks to curry favor with the nobility and would be amenable to facilitating this matter. Yuan Shun expressed his doubts. Qin Yang has suddenly become a national uncle. Would he not be even more pleased with himself within the Jinhui? The imperial palace is merely a place of seclusion, while the harem is a bloody and perilous realm. Given Qin Qing's arrogant and foolish nature, it would not be long before she faces a death sentence. Zhou Yi replied slowly. Not to mention that Qin Yang's position is far from secure, the Duke Qin would also be demoted a rank. Thank you for your guidance. Your Majesty. Yuan Shun pondered carefully. This strategy held considerable promise. With his godfather Fengzhong's influence in the palace, it would be exceedingly difficult for Qin Qing to avoid committing a grave offense. Zhou Yi scoffed. Speak. What news have you uncovered? Reporting to your Majesty, Yuan Shun began. Fengzhong has informed me that the imperial jail contains not only above-ground cells, but also a subterranean level, constructed during the reign of the Chongming Dynasty. Yuan Shun continued. Initially, I thought it merely a special cell for housing unspeakable criminals. However, according to Fengzhong, the underground prison holds but a single individual. Zhou Yi's thoughts stirred, and a vague suspicion took shape. It was said that this person was an immortal, captured by the Chongming Emperor while visiting the mortal realm. Yuan Shun elaborated at first. I found it hard to believe, considering the Chongming Emperor's obsession with immortality, which bordered on madness. Yet, upon reviewing the Jinyui's records, I discovered something unusual. The construction of the underground prison commenced precisely when that person was imprisoned. Is that person still alive? Zhou Yi mused, recalling that the Chongming Emperor had not always been infatuated with the path of immortality. Initially, he ruled for 10 years without distinction, neither a wise monarch nor a diligent one. Yet, in the 10th year, he abruptly ceased attending court, delegating all matters to the prime minister, merely circling or crossing out documents. The emperor secluded himself in the Shanyang Palace to pursue cultivation, ordering the Jinyui to conduct extensive searches across the realm for any renowned treasures, all to be presented at court. He should still be alive, Yuan Shun affirmed. I have instructed people to monitor the situation. Several veteran soldiers within the Jinyui have taken to preparing meals specifically for the underground prison. Very well. Consider this a credit to you, Zhou Yi replied. As he spoke, his figure had vanished from the carriage, his voice lingering in the air. Should you ever dare to withhold information again, the punishments I am well versed in will be 100-fold more severe than those of the Jinyui. Yuan Shun understood and knelt for a long while before daring to lift his head. Fortunately, he had not acted as a traitor, otherwise. With the mind of this old monster, even the emperor could not have protected him. Exhaling in relief, Yuan Shun composed himself and penned a letter, dispatching a subordinate to deliver it to his godfather Feng Zhong's residence. The imperial prison was dim, yet not cold. Every 10 days or so, Zhou Yi would employ a calming talisman to cleanse the lingering souls of those who had died unjustly. This ensured that both the guards and prisoners within the jail lived long lives. Zhou Yi continued to deliver meals at a leisurely pace. Even aware of the potential presence of cultivators within the imperial jail, he did not rush to investigate. In the mundane realm, martial arts masters faced few challengers, and Fengyang Kingdom was scarcely fraught with peril. However, the imperial jail was an exception, not to mention the various traps and mechanisms. The cells for imprisoning cultivators were situated underground, making escape exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, if cultivators were unable to flee, it was a testament to the inherent dangers. The significance of the cultivator's presence was secondary. What truly mattered was that the Dog Emperor could locate an immortal, indicating that the Jinyui's surveillance over the realm was being gradually eroded, and the path was proving fruitful. Immortals, emerging from the mortal world, be it for family visits or to return to their roots, were certainly not limited to just one. Zhou Yi resolved to wait a little longer, intending to thoroughly control the Jinyui before seeking out the traces of these cultivators. Having witnessed the rise and fall of multiple dynasties, Zhou Yi had long since tempered his will to a steely resolve, not to mention mere cultivators, even if celestial artifacts were to descend from the heavens. His first thought would be to flee Fengyang Kingdom to avoid being caught in the crossfire of powerful beings locked in conflict. The imperial prison had undergone little change, save for Yusu, who had resumed his physical training. Zhou Yi held Yusu in high regard, firstly for his integrity. It was said that the Jinyui had attempted to frame Yusu, only to find the stark simplicity of his quarters, with naught but a deaf-mute servant in attendance. Even Feng Zhong, the commander, shook his head in both admiration and exasperation, and to this day, a definitive charge had yet to be established. Secondly, Yusu's resilience was commendable. Despite enduring 2 incarcerations, he remained steadfastly optimistic about the future. One can learn much from the experiences of others. On this day, Zhou Yi brought wine and meat for the meal, casually recounting events from the capital. Yusu exclaimed in surprise, "Did you say that after the death of Duke Qinghua, His Majesty posthumously conferred upon him the title of King of Qiqing, with the posthumous name of Wu Yi, to be honored in the ancestral temple? Since the Duke of National Defense received the title Wuzhong and Minister Zhang was given the title Wenzhong. The posthumous titles of the Fengyang Kingdom's civil and military officials have suddenly lost their value, regardless of their achievements in life. As long as they maintain good relations with the emperor and officials before their demise, they can invariably secure a lofty posthumous title. After all, even Minister Zhang received the title Wenzhong. Those who do not rebel or commit regicide are undoubtedly loyal ministers. Zhou Yi chuckled. Old you may yet have your chance. Indeed, Yusu exclaimed, shaking his fist, this time, I will surely succeed. Zhou Yi nodded slightly, but as he observed the fervor in Yusu's demeanor, he suddenly lost his inclination for jest. In this world, those who contemplate reform are doomed to fail. Chapter 57. The departure of an old friend under the full moon. The gates of the capital city were tightly shut. The sound of galloping hooves approached, stirring up a cloud of dust that startled the drowsy sentinels. Who goes there? Halt! Halt! Fire the arrows! The gatekeeper shouted, commanding the archers to attack, and countless feathered arrows flew toward the intruder. The sound of arrows striking echoed like a rustle. The horses were instantly riddled with arrows, collapsing forward, while the rider leaped from the saddle, soaring 5 or 6 zhang into the air. Seeing this, the gatekeeper's expression softened. The city walls towered at least 9 zhang. Just as he was about to order another volley, he caught sight of a shadow in the sky, the intruder using the momentum to propel himself even higher. He soared over 10 zhang before crashing onto the city wall, sending shards of stone flying. Stay back! The gatekeeper, pale with fright, instinctively recoiled. Even the renowned master of transformation was not as fearsome. The figure was none other than Zhou Yi, who glanced at the gatekeeper before darting toward Yongchang Lane. A month prior, the Jinyui reported a peculiar tomb. Anyone who ventured near would become disoriented, wandering in circles, a place dreaded by the villagers. Upon consulting local records, it was revealed that the tomb's occupant was a solitary Taoist who lived to the age of 140. Suspecting the tomb owner might be a practitioner, Zhou Yi ventured out of the capital, hiring hundreds to clear the small hill. He observed from a distance, reluctant to approach. After the burial items were excavated and examined one by one with his magical abilities, he indeed found something of value. On his return journey, Zhou Yi leisurely contemplated the scrolls he had acquired, marveling at the distinct beauty of the Jiangnan landscape, so different from the northern frontier. It was only 3 days ago that he overheard a few wanderers discussing the ailing legendary thief, known as the Saint of Thieves, who was on the brink of death. They reminisced about the passing of the older generation and expressed envy for the saint's peaceful end, confirming that the saint was none other than Old Bai. Zhou Yi raced back to the capital. With the aid of lightness techniques and talismans, he outpaced galloping horses, exhausting 4 or 5 steeds in his relentless journey of 3,000 miles, finally returning to the capital. Yongchang Lane, the Bai residence. Upon arriving, Zhou Yi noted the absence of a white lantern at the entrance and the lack of incense ash on the ground, letting out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had not arrived too late. Old Bai was undoubtedly his only true friend. Failing to bid him farewell at the end would have left an indelible regret in his long life. With a graceful leap, he entered the courtyard and made his way to Old Bai's quarters. Even at midnight, the lights still burned. Voices echoed from within, both male and female, engaged in what seemed to be a heated debate. Zhou Yi pushed the door open and saw Old Bai's children gathered around the bed, conversing. Upon hearing the door creak, one turned to see a blue-robed elder. Zhou Yi's gaze passed over the others, landing on the elderly figure in bed. Old Bai. You still cling to life? Old Bai slowly opened his murky eyes, straining to turn his neck. Cough, cough. I wouldn't dare leave without seeing you first. His breath was labored, indicating he was nearing his end. The men and women in the room exchanged glances and stepped back, aware that their father had once roamed the world, renowned among his peers. Zhou Yi stood at the bedside, observing the wrinkles on Old Bai's face, which had long lost its youthful charm. Old Bai, I have finally outdone you. I can still visit the Spring Breeze Pavilion. Old Bai, refusing to concede, retorted. I have been handsome for a lifetime. No matter how many years pass, you will never grasp this look. The two shared a moment of eye contact before bursting into laughter. Old Bai, frail and weak, convulsed with laughter, nearly gasping for breath. Concerned, his eldest son interjected, Father, the physician has advised against any strong emotions. You all may leave. I wish to speak with my old friend. Old Bai waved his children away, sighing. Forgive me for the ruckus. These children are not worth my time. The earlier commotion was a dispute over the division of family assets. In front of Old Bai, 2 sons of Princess Rongchang had derided their siblings, suggesting they return to the rivers and lakes. What nonsense! Zhou Yi shrugged. At least no one has been killed. Last year, upon the demise of the late emperor, it was said he died after a night with 9 women, and no one even bothered to offer a plausible explanation. Old Bai inquired, what was the true reason? The late emperor, Emperor Jinglong, passed away in the early 2nd year of the Zhengtong era at the Shangyang Palace. Posthumously titled C. He was unwilling to remain confined within the palace, and somehow contacted Qinho, attempting to poison the Empress Dowager in the imperial kitchen to reclaim the throne. Zhou Yi continued, unfortunately, fate was not on his side. He only managed to poison a few gossiping eunuchs before the emperor stormed into the palace, leading to the late emperor's demise. Emperor Jinglong's failed coup resulted in his death at the hands of his own son, a matter that was somewhat connected to Zhou Yi. During the first year of the Zhengtong era, Qinqing successfully entered the palace as a concubine, enjoying considerable favor from the emperor, bringing great glory to the Qin family. However, the harem was dominated by Empress Dowager Zhang, and even the rightful emperor was not free, let alone a mere concubine. Qinqing's brazen behavior repeatedly violated palace rules, leading to punishments from Empress Dowager Zhang. Jealousy, foolishness, hatred. Qinqing's temperament could not be contained, and the incompetent emperor fell into an affair with the late emperor in the Shangyang palace. The late emperor divulged this scandal to Qin Ho, leading to a series of royal misfortunes. Qin Ho had no choice but to board a sinking ship, resulting in his title being stripped and his family exiled. Yuan Shun seized this opportunity to be promoted to the Jinyui's deputy. The pawns Zhou Yi had positioned over the past 2 years, with Yuan Shun's influence, had largely ascended smoothly. With their newfound powers, Yuan Shun gained a cadre of elite supporters, while Zhou Yi acquired numerous secrets related to the immortal path. The three sides mutually supported each other, creating a bond of shared interests, solidifying their previously loose connections. Upon hearing the tale of father poisoning son and son killing father, Old Bai's expression turned peculiar. So my children are merely mischievous. With decades of experience in the rivers and lakes, Old Bai vaguely suspected Zhou Yi's involvement in these events. However, friends often harbor secrets, and there was no need for further probing. Zhou Yi nodded slightly. Your offspring will have their own fortunes. Let them be. You should focus on preserving your health. Perhaps you can extend your days. Ever since the 3 of them left, I have felt as if I had already died. I only hope to join them in the afterlife as a husband once more, Old Bai murmured. Old Zhou, I have managed to hold on until now for one last request, Old Bai continued. Zhou Yi pondered for a moment. In our 40 years of acquaintance, this is the first time you have made such a request. If I were to help you, I would owe you a debt of gratitude. Would we still be friends? Old Bai rested for a moment before speaking. With only a few days left, our friendship would end. Asking for your assistance would not be beneath me. Speak. What do you wish? Zhou Yi surmised, predicting it might involve safeguarding his descendants. Old Bai was neither the first nor the last to make such a request. After all, with longevity comes the inevitability of bidding farewell to many familiar faces. My children. The eldest appears honest, but is in fact mean-spirited, deluding himself into thinking he acts well. The second is a boorish wastrel. Surely, old Zhou, you find him unworthy. The third is a shrewd and capricious character, who may achieve something in the future. With the external relatives in power, the state is unstable, and great chaos is inevitable. Old Bai pleaded. My father-in-law is aligned with the Empress Dowager. Should calamity befall the Bai residence, I implore you to protect my youngest son and ensure he leaves the capital safely. Zhou Yi questioned, Are you so certain that the Empress Dowager's faction will face retribution? Old Bai nodded affirmatively. External relatives cannot hold power for long. Even if the emperor cannot resist, his son will seek revenge. The longer they cling to authority, the deeper the resentment from the royal family. When the backlash comes, it will be a matter of exterminating their lineage. Chapter 58. An initial exploration of array formations. Zhou Yi deliberated briefly, then nodded in agreement. Old Bai's request was not a difficult one. Even implicated by Prince Dongyang, it wouldn't warrant the execution of his son-in-law's family. Among the nobility of Fengyang, intermarriages were common, and such indiscriminate killings would leave few remaining. Old Zhou, I am deeply grateful. In the martial world, they say I have 800 friends, but you are one of the few I truly trust. As Old Bai spoke, his pupils gradually glazed over. This parting may well be our last in this lifetime. It is regrettable that I cannot share one last drink with you when we meet again in the next life. Zhou Yi said softly, If you mention the pear blossom white, I will know it is you reincarnated, and I will certainly join you in another hearty drink. Excellent, excellent. Old Bai's voice grew fainter. Let us make that our pact. Remember pear blossom white. Ha ha ha, delightful. Zhou Yi remained silent for a moment, then gently closed Old Bai's eyes. He suddenly recalled something. He retrieved the bronze mirror from his robes and activated it with his power, causing it to emit a radiant light. Finding no trace of a lingering soul, he sighed and turned to leave the room. In the courtyard outside, Zhou Yi addressed the man and woman standing silently. Old Bai is gone. Prepare the funeral arrangements. After a long silence, sobs arose, and they knelt to pay their respects. Servants and maids were then summoned to arrange the funeral items that had been prepared in advance, and messengers were sent to deliver funeral notices to various residences in the capital. Zhou Yi observed all this with a detached gaze, unable to judge whether it was good or bad. The children showed some grief, But the grandchildren wept and wailed, overcome with sorrow. People are like this as they age. They become more concerned with self-interest, and their emotions grow colder. Zhou Yi sought out Old Bai's youngest son and transmitted a message to him. When the family divides the inheritance in a few days, remember to secure the blood jade pendant. Your father entrusted me with ensuring your safety in case of any unforeseen events. The youngest son, Bai Siyuan, whose mother was the former sect leader of the Boundless Sword sect, revealed a hint of joy, unsure whether it was from the assurance of his safety or the delight of being the most favored. Free from worldly concerns, Zhou Yi stood in the courtyard, gazing up at the cold moon in the sky. The surrounding noises faded into the distance, as if he were isolated from the world, ascending to immortality. Greetings, benefactor. A familiar yet distant voice pulled Zhou Yi from his transcendent reverie back to reality. Zhou Yi said, "Ah, it's you, girl. I thought you might not return." My adoptive father treated Jinyu with the utmost kindness. Upon learning of his illness, I set aside my military affairs and rushed back day and night. Jinyu, clad in black armor and carrying a black iron spear, possessed a heroic bearing, with a palpable aura of blood and ferocity. Zhou Yi nodded slightly, not doubting Jinyu's filial piety, and looked down at the boy she held by the hand, about 7 or 8 years old. Is this Li Yi? Old Bai had told Zhou Yi that Jinyu had disguised herself as a man and joined the army in the northern frontier, accumulating military merits and becoming a captain. Li Hong, upon discovering this, not only did not punish her but instead promoted her to general under his command. Jinyu confessed that she had been guided by Zhou Yi to come to the northern frontier and serve under Li Hong, as they both practiced the primordial return art. They often engaged in discussions, and over time, affection grew between them, leading them to become Taoist partners and have a son named Yi. Old Bai sighed when he spoke of this, having tried to match his sons with Jinyu, but they were all disappointing, not even as good as her 11th subordinate, allowing an outsider to take advantage. For now, he can only be surnamed Zhou. As my husband said, it is to commemorate your benevolence. In the future, if there is an opportunity, he will certainly inherit. Jinyu stroked Li Yi's head. Quickly, call him Grandpa. Grandpa. Li Yi's voice was gentle, unlike his mother's sharp tone. Zhou Yi was taken aback upon hearing this. He had never been a father, yet he was being called Grandpa. He smiled and replied, "Yes." "How old is he? What grade is he in? Does he have a lot of homework?" "Grandpa will prepare 100 sets of test papers for you." Li looked bewildered, not understanding what Zhou Yi was saying, but sensing a great terror in his words. He hid behind Jinyu, afraid to show his face. Jinyu also did not understand the meaning, but as a highly eccentric figure like her benefactor, it was normal for him to speak strangely. Loneliness. Zhou Yi clicked his tongue a few times, and the sadness of Old Bai's passing faded slightly. Having seen many deaths over the years, Zhou Yi had become somewhat accustomed to it, sending them off at the end of their lives without excessive grief. Jinyu transmitted her voice. "Benefactor, are you seeking immortal clues through the embroidered uniform guard? How did you know?" Zhou Yi's voice was calm, with a hint of coldness. Possessing a great secret, he would show no mercy to those who dared to pry into his privacy. "Benefactor, please forgive me. It was not intentional." Jinyu quickly explained. "My husband has spies planted in the embroidered uniform guard and recently learned of the news, suspecting it might be related to you." Zhou Yi did not hide it and nodded in acknowledgement. "It is indeed me." Jinyu said solemnly. "My husband and I will certainly assist you with all our might to find the path to immortality, wishing you eternal happiness and longevity." Zhou Yi was surprised. "From your words, do you too not wish to pursue immortality?" Jinyu said, "My husband and I are focused on avenging our people and are busy handling military affairs, leaving us with less and less time for cultivation. In the future, we are destined to have no hope in the path of immortality." Zhou Yi remained noncommittal. With Li Hong's talent, he could pursue immortality while seeking revenge, but it was a personal choice, and there was no need for others to advise him. What is the situation in the northern frontier now? In recent years, the Zhao family has been busy with internal strife and has neglected the management of the northern frontier armies. Several generals have already become warlords. Jinyu said confidently, however. "The black armored army under my husband and I is the largest warlord." Zhou Yi said, "Do not become obsessed with expanding your army. Relying on this alone will not win you the world." "Your words are most correct." Jinyu said, "The northern frontier lacks talents in governing the people and the country. This time, I am returning to the capital to recruit some talented individuals." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi thought of Yusu, who was imprisoned. "I will recommend someone to you who has the talent to govern the country." Jinyu was delighted. Anyone who catches your eye must be a great talent. What is his name? Yu Su Yu Shouzhua. So it is Yu Qingtian. I have heard of him in the northern frontier. You can contact him in advance, but if you want to bring him to the northern frontier, you must wait for him to rise and fall 3 times and fail once more. Yu Qingtian has already risen and fallen twice, accumulating great fame. How can he fail again if he rises again? What she seeks is destined to fail. Zhou Yi spoke with Chun Jinyu for a long time, establishing future communication methods and exchanging information before leaving the Bai residence. Back in the courtyard, Zhou Yi sipped a few cups of tea to calm his mind and took out a jade slip from his robes. The jade slip came from the tomb in Jiangnan. The other burial items of gold, silver, and jade were devoid of spiritual energy, but this jade slip, when activated with power, allowed the soul to read its contents. Inside, it recorded a scroll of the azure wood art, an initial exploration of array formations, and the travelogue of Taoist Lingyun. The azure wood art was similar to the primordial return art, but the content was more complete from the 1st to the 13th level of Qi training. And it stated at the beginning that it required a wood spiritual root to cultivate. Zhou Yi now confirmed that cultivation indeed required spiritual root aptitude, and he had no spiritual roots. Heavenly evolution is 49, and humanity escapes by 1. All things have a glimmer of hope. Not having spiritual roots does not mean one cannot cultivate. For example, martial arts at the innate stage can attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, how many people in the world can cultivate to the innate stage of martial arts? Zhou even examined the initial exploration of array formations. And while he recognized the individual words, their combination left him bewildered. He repeatedly recited it on the way, but only understood 1 or 2 out of 1,000, and he still needed to slowly comprehend it. The talisman notes he had obtained from Yu Jie seemed like a good deal now, as he had truly acquired an initial exploration of talismans, unsure how many years it would take to master. Chapter 59. The merciless Captain A. Minter may guide one to the door, but the journey of cultivation lies within the individual. The latter is a testament to self-struggle, while the former serves as a stepping stone. Many gifted individuals in this world, lacking proper guidance, may find themselves at the threshold but unable to enter, ultimately squandering their lives. The exploration of the fundamentals of array formations is akin to this scenario. The content is not profoundly complex. Yet one who does not comprehend the intricacies of the I Ching, including its prohibitions and inscriptions, may struggle when directly attempting to delve into the mysteries of the Misty Array, the Gathering Spirit Array, and the Lesser 5 Elements Array. The path is indeed arduous. After reciting the I Ching for half a night and taking extensive notes, progress remains minimal. At this rate, a thorough understanding would take no less than a decade. Oh, but that is acceptable. The passage of time does not daunt Zhou Yi, nor does he rush to uncover every secret. Having something to engage with in the span of a lengthy life prevents it from feeling empty and tedious. Currently, he diligently cultivates his essence, energy, and spirit simultaneously, making slow yet solid progress. In time, he shall learn the arts of talismans, array formations, alchemy, and weapon forging, aspiring to become an all-encompassing immortal over the course of several millennia. Zhou Yi carefully stowed away the jade tablet, having read the travelogue's 3rd section numerous times. The experiences of Taoist Lingyun and Wei Chong are quite similar. They fortuitously acquired a scroll of cultivation techniques and, possessing a wooden spiritual root, devoted themselves to practice within their temple. Yet, upon reaching the 3rd level of Qi refinement, their magical power stalled. Unlike Zhou Yi, who perseveres through time, Lingyun set forth to wander the world in search of immortals, pinning hopes on legendary sacred mountains and blessed lands. Alas, in the mundane world, where spiritual energy is scarce, it proves exceedingly difficult to surpass the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Zhou Yi harbored suspicions after breaking through the 2nd level of Qi refinement. The growth of magical power slowed significantly. Lingyun spent decades traversing Fengyang, the northern Deyong, and the southern Dali kingdoms, yet ultimately failed to uncover the fabled immortal mountains. During his travels, he encountered several wandering cultivators, and the exploration of array formations was exchanged from a leper monk in Deyong, who had journeyed alongside a Taoist for over a decade, leaving behind numerous folk legends. In the closing remarks of his travelogue, Lingyun lamented that although he never entered the immortal gate in his lifetime, it was not necessarily a misfortune. Having made 2 or 3 friends and traversed the mortal realm for over 140 years, what great fortune that is. While exploring Fengyang, Lingyun investigated several peculiar and perilous locations, previously reported by the Zhou Yi, yet now appeared devoid of cultivators. However, he did make a discovery. He suspected that the 8 great families of Jiangnan, enduring for a millennium, might be linked to cultivators. Regrettably, he realized this too late. His life was waning, and he lacked the spirit to verify it. This matter could be entrusted to Yuan Shun, instructing the Zhou Yi to conduct careful surveillance. Zhou Yi held no fear of these families. After all, if Li Wu could suppress them in the past, it indicated they were not true practitioners of the immortal path, likely merely benefiting from some blood ties. Moreover, overseeing the families was the Zhou Yi's duty. Previously, they monitored for treason. Now, the focus would shift to uncovering extraordinary individuals. Many matters or individuals in this world truly do not require incessant contemplation. Early the next morning, Zhou Yi arrived at the celestial prison to take attendance, only to find all the guards standing at the door. They stood straight, lined up orderly, resembling troops awaiting inspection. Zhou Yi inquired, "Old Lei, what is the situation?" Old Lei, a descendant of the former prison supervisor who had toiled as a guard for nearly 30 years before being promoted to an officer, replied, "Old Zhou, this is a request from Captain Yang. We must wait for him to arrive for inspection before we can attend to our duties in the prison." "Who is Captain Yang? Did not old Lu say he would remain for another 6 months?" Zhou Yi questioned, puzzled. Before departing the capital, he had shared drinks with Captain Lu, who mentioned that the successor bore the surname Luo. Old Lei explained, "Captain Yang is not to be underestimated. It is said he belongs to a collateral branch of the Yang family among the 8 great families of Jiangnan, related to Minister Yang of the Ministry of War. Unfortunately, he could not accompany old Lu on his journey, and Captain Yang's methods." Zhou Yi felt a measure of sympathy. Of course, Captain Lu was not a virtuous man, his charges undoubtedly backed by evidence. After all, officials in the celestial prison could dig up dirt on anyone. Captain Lu had labored in the prison his entire life, committing no grave offenses, just half a year shy of a stable retirement. Yet, due to Captain Yang's eagerness to assume his post, he relied on family power to exile him. This not only broke the conventions of the officialdom, but also exhibited excessive ruthlessness. At that moment, a man in genie attire approached, hand resting on his waist knife, striding forward with an air of superiority, casting a disdainful gaze upon those present. His eyes swept over the prison guards before finally landing on Zhou Yi. "You are Zhou Yi?" he asked. "Greetings, Captain," Zhou Yi replied, bowing respectfully. "I dare not claim the title of Yi, it was merely a jest among colleagues. If you disapprove, I shall be referred to as Xiao Zhou from now on." Captain Yang's gaze sharpened as he regarded Zhou Yi with a more direct stare. "It is good that you understand. You have been absent from work for half a month without cause. By law, you should be expelled from the celestial prison. However, I shall show leniency due to your previous merits and impose a penalty of 1 year's salary. Thank you for your generosity, sir." Zhou Yi smiled, unfazed by the penalty. As his primary income did not derive from the prison, Captain Yang was taken aback by Zhou Yi's flexibility. He had expected someone capable to possess a formidable temperament, thus providing him with a reason to assert his authority. He then continued to lecture, emphasizing that henceforth, the celestial prison would prohibit the acceptance of money from prisoners. Any guard daring to engage in such practices would face severe scrutiny. This matter has been stressed repeatedly, yet yesterday, someone still dared to violate it. Captain Yang stated, "Last night, the officer on duty, by San, accepted money from 9 prisoners and has already been sent to the capital for punishment, 100 strikes and 3 years in prison." Gasps of shock erupted among the guards. As mere prison clerks, they were well aware of the terror associated with such a punishment. A heavy hand could leave one alive yet crippled. Captain Yang's voice turned cold. "Be vigilant. Regardless of prior conduct, we shall adhere to this rule now." Once Captain Yang took his leave, the guards engaged in hushed discussions. Unfortunately, with Captain Yang's substantial background, even Wu Siyu dared not show his face, leaving these lower-tier clerks powerless. One guard, unable to contain his indignation, exclaimed, "Zhou Yi, can we really endure being used as scapegoats by that young fellow?" Zhou Yi shook his head with a smile. "What can we do if we do not endure? He is a scion of a prominent family. We cannot afford to provoke him." Old Lei voiced his confusion. "Doesn't Captain Yang fear unrest among the prisoners?" Captain Yang's visit to the celestial prison was likely for the sake of appearance. Achieving results would lead to his promotion, and he hardly cared for the prisoners' sentiments. Besides, they were criminals. Could they truly rebel? Zhou Yi advised, "Let us endure for the time being. We shall weather these harsh days for a few years." Upon hearing this, the guards felt disheartened. Even Zhou Yi, who practiced martial arts, seemed to have given in, leaving them without a sense of leadership. Thus, they had no choice but to comply with Captain Yang's rules. Afterward, Captain Yang, upon receiving reports from his confidants, became aware of all the guards' actions following his departure. His opinion of Zhou Yi shifted slightly. This individual possessed the ability to enforce discipline, yet understood the importance of patience and could discern the prevailing circumstances. Indeed, a talent worth utilizing. Once Captain Yang had reformed the celestial prison, he intended to promote Zhou Yi and bring him along to serve in the military. What future could one expect by remaining confined to the celestial prison for a lifetime? Zhou Yi remained oblivious to Captain Yang's assessment. Even if he were to learn of it, it would hold little significance to him. Captain Yang's actions had incited private curses among the guards, who were accustomed to various unspoken rules. The sudden arrival of someone who adhered strictly to the law was perceived as cold and unfeeling. People can become accustomed to or even fall into unspoken rules, yet they must not truly lose their sense of right and wrong. Zhou Yi, habitually blending with his surroundings, believed he could not achieve purity but would not obstruct Captain Yang from carrying out his duties. Chapter 60. The countenance of a hero. Yu Su stood with a stable stance, practicing his boxing techniques, with a harmonious blend of strength and gentleness. He had already attained a profound understanding of Tai Chi after a considerable time. Yu Su slowly concluded his practice and addressed Zhou Yi, who stood outside the railing. "Old Zhou, your martial arts are remarkable. They serve not only to cultivate the self, but also encapsulate the profound principles of the universe." "What do you mean by the principles of the universe?" Zhou Yi was taken aback. As a practitioner of immortality, he could not perceive the subtleties. Was it possible that Yu Su was a prodigy destined for enlightenment, akin to the characters in tales who ascend to the heavens through Tai Chi? Life is akin to Tai Chi. There is no contention in the absence of contention, and inaction encompasses all action. Yu Su sighed, reflecting in the past. "I was overly hasty in my endeavors to reform the court. Such transformations cannot occur overnight, which led to my previous setbacks." Zhou Yi, regaining his composure, replied after a long pause, "That makes sense." Yu Su, his solemn demeanor shifting, playfully urged, "Ligur, bring forth the pig's trotters. These days without you have left my palate yearning for flavor." Yu Su was a true miser. When Zhou Yi was absent, the jailers dared not mistreat him, nor did they consider providing him with food and drink at their own expense. Zhou Yi handed the pig's trotters and fine wine through the bars. "Old Yu, are all officials as shameless as you? With pig's trotters, you are Ligur. Without them, you are merely old Zhou. My skin is thinner. Had I been so, I would have perished countless times." Yu Su never spoke of the perils of reforming the bureaucracy, having witnessed the demise of Emperor Qinglong. Surviving to this day was indeed a feat. "Old Zhou, do you know why I relish pig's trotters?" Zhou Yi smirked. "Perhaps it is because you have endured hunger? Such memories linger. Perhaps a beloved one left you the trotters before passing?" Yu Su scoffed. "Boring. Boring. Engaging with the clever is far too tedious. I can hardly claim to be clever." Zhou Yi shook his head. "I have merely heard and seen much within these walls. At first, one might pity a few, but now it feels akin to reading a tale. One can only mourn briefly before moving on. There are simply too many, which is why I must reform." Yu Su sighed. "In my youth, my family thrived, but after a tumultuous change, I tasted the hardships of the common folk, which revealed the true purpose of education." Observing the glimmer in Yu Su's eyes, Zhou Yi couldn't help but caution, "Old Yu, I fear you may not prevail. You can see this? Am I so oblivious?" Yu Su took a sip of wine, perhaps choking on it, or perhaps it was too strong, as tears streamed down his face. "Yet, some endeavors, even when failure or death is foreseen, must be pursued. A slight shift in the court could benefit countless citizens. How can one merely discuss victories and defeats?" "Old Yu, you are indeed a true warrior," Zhou Yi praised, raising his thumb, suddenly inquiring, "Do you have children?" Yu Su, puzzled, asked, "What is the purpose of this question?" Zhou Yi smiled. "I often have individuals entrust me with their descendants. A person of your caliber ought not to let the lineage or spirit die out. My endeavors are far too perilous, and I would not wish to bring harm to others. I have not even formed close ties." Yu Su glanced at Zhou Yi, muttering, "Old Zhou, you are an extraordinary person, yet be cautious in some matters." Zhou Yi, intrigued, asked, "What do you mean by that, Old Yu?" When I patrolled the northern borders, I discovered a multitude of military leaders, creating a factional influence. Yu Su explained, in times of national peril, how can one remain indifferent? We must attempt alliances, at least ensuring that the military leaders are not unified, allowing for an opportunity to eradicate them in the future. Zhou Yi frowned slightly, suspecting the implications of Yu Su's words. The other military leaders are manageable. They are but arrogant brutes who can be easily subdued with a little strategy. Yu Su continued. However, there is one faction with extraordinary cohesion, impervious to threats or inducements. Upon investigation, I found several generals were former subordinates of the Duke of State. What relevance does that have to me? Zhou Yi shrugged, knowing that Li Ye's foothold in the northern borders must involve the Duke's old followers. Such information was easily ascertainable. Initially, he considered it inconsequential since the Duke had long since passed, and mutual support among the old guard was to be expected. Yu Su, in a contemplative tone, remarked, "It was only when you mentioned the responsibility for descendants that I had an epiphany." Zhou Yi's brow furrowed as he summoned a strand of power from his sleeve, forming a blade of energy ready to strike. "Old Yu, have you been investigating me? Do not be angry, old Zhou. It is merely a habit." Yu Su sensed Zhou Yi's genuine ire and quickly bowed in apology, explaining, "I have encountered many traps in my lifetime, and I have become accustomed to scrutinizing everyone around me, especially someone as remarkable as yourself." You have encountered others like me?" Zhou Yi did not deny, for his identity was not particularly worthy of scrutiny, especially given that Xianzhou had no notable activities. Previously, no one had bothered to investigate a mere jailer. Of course, the true reason for acknowledging his identity was that Zhou Yi was only 72 years old. Had he been 172, Yu Su would likely have already perished. Zhou Yi would have arranged a grand funeral for him. With an epitaph reading, "Curiosity killed the cat." Yu Su nodded. Once, an old Taoist who divined my fate had the surname Yang. Zhou Yi was astonished. "Is he from the Yang family of Jiangnan?" "Yes, the venerable elder of the Yang family," Yu Su confirmed. The newly arrived Yang Zheng is indeed a direct descendant of the elder. Zhou Yi noted the Yang family in his mind, stating, "This Yang Wei is not to be underestimated." The countenance of a hero. Yu Su's tone turned grave. On his very first day, he sought me out for conversation, aiming to gain the support of my former colleagues in the Ministry of War. During Yu Su's tenure as Minister of War, he had thoroughly investigated the capital's troops, patrolled the northern borders, and reformed the provincial military. Even now, many of his old associates remained in positions of power. Empress Zhang and her faction imprisoned Yu Su, hoping to control the court, yet they could not eliminate all those capable of action. Zhou Yi pondered, "Isn't the current Minister of War a member of the Yang family? Why would he seek you out?" "There are many Yangs in Hangzhou. As a mere branch, he lacks the influence of the main line," Yu Su explained. "However, with my support, the Yang family would rally behind him, propelling him to a powerful position within the military in no time." Quite the scheme. Zhou Yi marveled. The external guards of the royal army fall under the jurisdiction of the Tian prison. Theoretically, Yang Wei could be appointed as the commander, effectively stepping into the military framework. In a few years, he could command the imperial guards, becoming a close confidant of the emperor. "Old Yu, since you discerned his intentions, why would you agree?" "Firstly, Yang Zheng indeed possesses capability. Secondly, a hero does not shy from employing any means necessary, particularly against the petty." Yu Su replied, "Yang Zheng seeks to use me. Yet I too wish to utilize him. Then you must act swiftly." Zhou Yi cautioned. Recently, Vice Commander Jiang Chao of the capital's troops was implicated in embezzling military funds and has been detained. Jiang Chao was a student of Yu Su's, having staunchly supported his efforts to reform the military, making him a crucial figure in Yu's faction. Given Jiang Chao's volatile nature, without Yu Su's oversight, the charges of embezzlement were likely true. A stint in prison would not be unjust. A cold glint flashed in Yu Su's eyes. "Soon, very soon. Just wait 3 more years, and I shall reclaim all that I have lost." As Zhou Yi tidied up the dishes and prepared to leave, he halted mid-step and turned back, asking, "Old Yu, what are your thoughts on the northern borders?" "My loyalty is not to Fengyang," Yu Su replied, a hint of luck in his voice, as he had narrowly escaped death once more. Chapter 61. The Legend of Yinshan. This old fellow is more cunning than corrupt officials. Zhou Yi never considered himself an elite. Otherwise, he would not have toiled like a beast in his past life. The Tao of longevity merely grants endless lifespan, without bestowing extraordinary wisdom. Individuals like Yu Su, who do not practice martial arts or cultivate immortality spend their entire lives in conflict, scheming, and engaging in tricks far beyond Zhou Yi's capabilities. Perhaps in a few hundred years, after enduring countless trials, Zhou Yi might attain such a realm, where all schemes are executed with seamless precision. It's far too tedious. What conspiracies, what enchanting beauties, are simply to be endured until death. Zhou Yi paid no heed to the prisoner's wails. One grows accustomed to the foul water after a few days. He carried a bucket to the prison kitchen, intending to watch his colleagues play cards to pass the time. The guard sat upright, engaging in idle chatter. Upon inquiry, Zhou Yi learned that Captain Yang had issued an order strictly forbidding drinking and gambling within the prison. After much delay, Zhou Yi returned to the courtyard, pondered the formation for 2 hours, and began practicing the returning essence technique. The path of refining qi values consistency and dedication. At midnight, Zhou Yi slowly concluded his practice, brushing his hand across his face, which instantly transformed into the visage of the aged Wheel King. Having practiced facial alteration for decades, he had reached an extraordinary level of mastery. Subsequently, he concealed himself with a shadow talisman and traversed through the capital under the cover of night. In the Tongfu Lane, at the Yuan residence, with its pavilions, terraces, and peculiar rock formations, once belonging to a wealthy merchant. It was sold at a premium of 100 taels to the chief of the Jinhui after the family was exiled for suspected trade with Daqian. Black-clad riders patrolled the entrance, with guards both overt and covert, rendering the entire estate as secure as an iron fortress. Zhou Yi, like a wisp of black wind, effortlessly slipped through the corridors into the inner courtyard. Inside, Yuan Shun was sleeping with his 18 concubines when he suddenly awoke, hearing commotion from the main hall. His first instinct was to reach for the concealed poisoned crossbow hidden beneath his pillow. "Come out and see the old man," Zhou Yi said, pouring himself a cup of tea and savoring its exquisite flavor, undoubtedly a royal tribute. Yuan Shun casually draped a garment over himself and respectfully inquired, "My lord, what commands do you have?" Zhou Yi instructed, "Send a few capable hands to Jiangnan to closely monitor the 8 prominent families, especially the Yang family of Hangzhou. Any disturbance, even from their dog, must be meticulously recorded." "Understood. I shall arrange it tomorrow," Yuan Shun replied, speculating. Could the 8 families of Jiangnan be related to the path of immortality? Perhaps, Zhou Yi said after a moment of silence, shifting the conversation. What truly transpired regarding the Yunshan rumors reported back then? His voice was soft, yet it struck Yuan Shun like thunder, causing him to collapse to his knees. "Spare me, my lord. I was also powerless." Then, is Yunshan indeed a fabrication? A fierce glint flashed in Zhou Yi's eyes as sword energy encircled Yuan Shun's neck, drawing forth droplets of crimson blood. "My lord, I was dispatched to Shuzhou for vengeance, capturing several officials, which aroused suspicion from the Jinhui," Yuan Shun hastily explained. "You know how the Jinhui operates. They never heed evidence. They coerced me into relaying false information to you and requested offerings from the palace to lay ambush at Yunshan. Under surveillance, I dared not speak the truth and could only portray Yunshan as a paradise, entirely unlike the human realm, hoping to instill caution in you." Zhou Yi snorted coldly. "Had it been otherwise, you would have perished long ago." "Thank you for your lordship's mercy." Yuan Shun repeatedly bowed, sweat pooling around him. Zhou Yi inquired, "Why choose this old man?" Years ago, Yuan Shun had frequently reported on the grandeur of Yunshan, claiming that rainbows often descended, extraordinary figures gathered, and white mist enveloped it, rendering it nearly unreachable by mortals. Yunshan was well known in Jiangnan. Many scholars sought refuge there. Had such splendor truly existed, it would have stirred the Fengyang kingdom, and the dog emperor of the time would not have sought the Dao in vain. Zhou Yi had long suspected that the news regarding Yunshan was dubious. "My lord, your relentless pursuit of immortality may have merit, or perhaps it is a mere fantasy. At the very least, it is beneficial to collaborate with those influential figures," Yuan Shun respectfully remarked. "Those individuals see only wealth and power. Once I am of no use, they would sell me for profit," Yuan Shun added shrewdly. Zhou Yi's voice turned cold. "Who lured you into my net?" "Feng Zhong," Yuan Shun replied. "There are others whose identities were exposed. Those who failed to pay sufficient silver were all secretly executed. This matter will be handled." Zhou Yi scrutinized Yuan Shun for a long while before slowly stating, "Seize the opportunity. After Feng Zhong's demise, you shall at least be promoted to deputy commander." "Thank you, my lord." As Yuan Shun spoke, he felt a lump form in his mouth, melting upon contact. Tiny parasitic insects burrowed into his body, ultimately settling at his heart. Alarmed, he looked up, only to find that the Wheel King had vanished. Hiss, hiss, hiss. An excruciating pain surged through him, causing Yuan Shun to writhe on the ground. Awakening his sleeping concubine, she frantically sought a physician, but he quickly stopped her. After a long while, the torment gradually subsided. Yuan Shun lay silently on the ground, calculating how much silver was needed to secure the deputy commander's position. He had been monitoring several merchants in the capital for half a year. It was time to cast the net and raid their homes. Time flowed like water. In the 14th year of the Zhengtong reign, spring arrived. Zhou Yi carried a wooden bucket to deliver meals, noticing that the prisoners had grown visibly thinner. Young lad, give me a few more scoops. I'm starving. I have plenty of silver, 100 taels for a bowl of thick porridge. The prisoners, desperate with hunger, resorted to various means, coercing and enticing one another for another bowl of thin gruel. Zhou Yi silently delivered the meals. In recent months, nearly half the guards had been replaced, leaving only those capable of resisting the prisoners' temptations without succumbing to greed. Those guards who could not control their hands and were tempted by silver were sent to prison by Yang Xiaoxiao. Through the bars, he observed his former colleagues. The remaining guards, now frightened, dared not disobey, strictly adhering to the rules. Consequently, the prices of meals in the prison soared, with a bowl of thick porridge selling for 100 taels of silver. On this day, after finishing his meal delivery, Zhou Yi was about to seek a place to relax and cultivate when Old Lei rushed over, saying, "Old Zhou, a tough nut has arrived in the second prison. Captain Yang requests your presence for interrogation." Zhou Yi inquired, "What is his background?" "A notorious water bandit from Jiangnan, the leader of the 72 linked forts. Famously known as the Dragon of the River," Old Lei whispered. "I heard from Captain Ma during last night's interrogation that this man has controlled the waterways of Jiangnan for over a decade, amassing untold riches. Yet the silver has mysteriously vanished amidst the court's military assault on the forts. Is there even a need for interrogation?" Zhou Yi scoffed, "Most likely. He is merely a lackey of the Jiangnan families. Once the dog is fattened, they will seize the opportunity to completely devour him under the guise of the court's crackdown on bandits." Old Lei, a perceptive man, smiled. "Still, we must at least put on a show." In the second prison, Zhou Yi entered to find Captain Yang administering punishment. The red-hot branding iron sizzled against the skin of the dragon of the river, releasing a stench of charred flesh. Towering at over 6 feet, with limbs as thick as the torture post, he bore Yang's tortures in silence, his copper-like eyes glaring fiercely at the onlookers, instilling fear in the guards who dared not approach. After a prolonged session of torment, Yang, exasperated, threw the branding iron back into the furnace. "Old Zhou, it's your turn." "Yes, Captain Yang." Zhou Yi stepped forward, pressing his fingers on several acupoints, directing his internal qi through the Yutong point. After decades of refinement, Zhou Yi's methods of punishment had reached their peak, employing his internal energy to repeatedly stimulate the prisoner's numerous vital points, allowing him to experience excruciating pain while still preserving his life. Wailing in agony, the dragon of the river opened his mouth to scream, only to find that his tongue was missing, and his vocal cords had been severed to shreds. Suddenly, the dragon of the river swelled in size, and the tightly bound iron chains snapped under the pressure. With a furious roar, he swung his massive fist toward Zhou Yi's head, either believing he could crush him or simply confident in his strength. Launching himself at Captain Yang in a desperate attempt to retaliate, the I Ching dances with an ever-changing rhythm, transforming into ethereal shadows that effortlessly evade the oncoming fists. With a resounding command, the body of the mischievous dragon reverberates with a series of thuds from within, yet externally, not a single mark of injury is visible. The towering figure, a hulking brute standing 3 zhang tall, crashes to the ground with a thunderous thud, rendered motionless. Chapter 62. The Duality of Kindness and Severity, the Rise of the River Dragon to its Demise. In the blink of an eye, the swift movements of a rabbit and a hawk were but a fleeting moment. Captain Yang exhaled, discreetly extending his right hand from his sleeve. He smiled and clasped his hands, saying, "As expected of Master Zhou, your life-saving grace is duly noted by me, Yang." The essence of duty. A glimmer of insight flashed in Zhou Yi's eyes as he sensed a subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from Captain Yang's sleeve. Was it a talisman, or perhaps a magical artifact? The prison guards, now regaining their composure, rushed forward to encircle the river dragon. Several chains were quickly secured, and upon checking for breath and pulse, it was evident that the creature had succumbed. Zhou Yi remarked, "Captain, this incident is undoubtedly an accident. Do not misplace your ire." "Of course it is an accident," Yang replied confidently. "I hold great trust in you all." Captain Yang was convinced that the responsibility for the river dragon's escape lay with Captain Ma, who was on duty that night, as Wu Si had aligned himself with them. "Is Master Zhou interested in taking up the position of captain?" Zhou Yi clasped his hands, responding, "I am grateful for your kindness. But I am accustomed to a leisurely life and cannot serve in an official capacity. That is of no concern." Captain Yang gestured towards Old Lei. "What about you, Lei? Do you have any interest?" Old Lei, taken aback, hesitated before bowing. "I shall comply with any order you give, my lord." "Excellent." Captain Yang clapped his hands. "Tonight, let us gather all brothers and head to the joyful grove for a feast." The prison guards exchanged glances, uncertain of Captain Yang's intentions. The Joyful Grove, a newly opened establishment in the capital, boasted 6 floors and was the tallest building in the vicinity, overshadowing the Spring Breeze Pavilion, which had recently crowned its courtesan. At present, the Joyful Grove was the foremost entertainment venue in the capital. Having completed their duties, Captain Yang led the guards to the establishment before the sun had set. The entrance was bustling with patrons. Upon seeing Captain Yang, the madam hurried over, swaying her hips. "Master, Mr. Liu has been waiting for you on the 6th floor." "Understood." Captain Yang acknowledged, leading his companions to the 2nd floor luxurious hall. Along the way, numerous guests greeted him with various titles: Boss Yang, Master Yang, Young Master Yang, and so forth. In the opulent hall, Captain Yang took the seat of honor, with Zhou Yi and Old Lei flanking him, while the other guards settled in. Soon after, 2 rows of beautiful women entered, each serving wine and delicacies with meticulous attention. "Brothers, you have suffered recently." Captain Yang raised his cup. "My actions are for your future. Relying on the exploitation of prisoners for bribes and graft is not a sustainable path. Whatever you gain, you will ultimately have to relinquish." The guards, puzzled, awaited further explanation. Rather than face confiscation and exile, it is better to keep our hands clean and enjoy our duties. Captain Yang continued, "I understand the difficulties of living in the capital. Thus I opened the Joyful Grove. The profits earned here will include your share, and the distribution will be significantly better than before." The guards expressed doubt. For while they were greedy, they were not foolish. Why should mere clerks share in the profits? "This money is indeed related to you all," Captain Yang elaborated. "Previously, prisoners had to spend money to enjoy good food and comfortable living conditions, which was against the law. Now, they merely need to come to the 2nd floor of the Joyful Grove and purchase designated snacks to care for their loved ones in prison." "Ah, I see." The guards calculated in their minds. Though it was not as advantageous as before, after enduring months of hardship, this now appeared to be a tremendous boon. Captain Yang's words rang true. Private bribery was ultimately unreliable, but with the Joyful Grove as a cover, the money could be laundered, making it impossible for even an imperial inspector to uncover any wrongdoing. In unison, the guards declared, "Master Yang has considered everything. We shall comply." "Excellent. Let us drink to our fortune." Captain Yang, shedding his usual cold demeanor, spoke warmly, quickly earning the gratitude of the guards, who felt compelled to pledge their loyalty. Zhou Yi observed coldly, feeling a tinge of disappointment and a flicker of wariness towards Captain Yang. Initially dismissive of the notion that Yang was a formidable leader, Zhou Yi had only recognized him as a harsh and ungrateful figure, destined to become a mere skeleton in a tomb. Yet a true leader must be both stern and benevolent. Now it seemed that Old Yi's judgment was indeed astute. Zhou Yi sighed inwardly, maintaining a beaming smile while engaging warmly with his colleagues. In these trying times, who among them did not wear a mask or two? "Brothers, continue to eat and drink. There's no need to settle the bill." Captain Yang rose, saying, "The 2nd son of the Liu family from Luyang, Mr. Liu, has matters to discuss with me. Please excuse me for now. In the future, when you come to drink, simply mention my name at the Joyful Grove, and all will be taken care of. Master Yang, go about your business. We shall follow your lead." The guards respectfully saw him off, returning to their revelry with a spirited atmosphere. Captain Yang's visions of a prosperous future were exceedingly grand. There were numerous ways to earn money, not just through petty expenses. With him as a facilitator, they could undoubtedly command a premium for the prisoners in the heavenly prison. Zhou Yi admired Captain Yang's methods, recognizing the balance of imposing authority while also bestowing kindness. A common saying goes, strike with one hand, offer a sweet date with the other. The seemingly trite strategy demonstrated an astute understanding of human nature, proving advantageous in every endeavor. Old Lei, having received promises of promotion, contemplated enduring a decade or more, potentially passing the mantle to his son, thus reviving the glory of their ancestors. Old Zhou, why do you think Master Yang apprehended so many of his colleagues? Those unable to resist temptation often stir up trouble. They are not worth Master Yang's investment. Zhou Yi replied with a smile. It would be unwise to assume the team is pure. I see. Old Lei laughed heartily, fortunately. We restrained ourselves. Thus, we have earned Master Yang's recognition and can enjoy ourselves at the joyful grove. The prison guards unanimously agreed. What Old Lei says is quite reasonable. I still prefer the Spring Breeze Pavilion. Zhou Yi's remark momentarily silenced the room, before it erupted again. However, such words would undoubtedly reach Captain Yang's ears, sealing their exclusion from the inner circle. The following day, Zhou Yi reported for duty. Officer Feng handed him a scroll bearing the names of prisoners. According to the marked symbols, they indicated the consumption of porridge, meat, and wine at the joyful grove, courtesy of their relatives. Zhou Yi had learned that a plate of 5 spice beans and a bowl of wine were priced at 100 taels. Officer Feng whispered, Old Zhou, indulging with Captain Yang. With your talents, wealth and nobility are within your grasp. Why persistent stubbornness? Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow, noting that since yesterday, Master Zhou had become Old Zhou. In the 6th prison, Zhou Yi squatted by the bars, handing a pig's trotter and wine to Yusu. Yusu took a sip and remarked with surprise. This pear blossom wine must be at least 50 years old. Is there a celebration? Zhou Yi replied, Old Yu, I'm leaving. Yusu paused in astonishment, not attempting to persuade him to stay, as such extraordinary individuals were often resolute. Why? Zhou Yi explained, I sought tranquility in the heavenly prison, but it has nearly turned into a marketplace. How could I not run far away? Yusu suggested. How about I speak with Yang Zheng to ensure he bothers you no more? Zhou Yi declined. As a mere prison guard, if you speak on my behalf, Yang Zheng would surely investigate my background. True enough, Yusu lamented. What a pity, no more pig's trotters to savor. Zhou Yi retorted, what do you wish to eat? Wouldn't Yang Zheng be eager to deliver it to you? The ones you brought are the most enjoyable, Yusu replied. But those sent by others, TSK, not as delightful. Zhou Yi chuckled. Then don't eat them. At your age, it's best to avoid greasy food. Don't you often say to preserve your health? Impatiently, Yusu grumbled, if I don't eat, I don't eat. Why do you nag so much? I'm leaving, Zhou Yi declared, turning away without a hint of nostalgia. Moments later, he heard Yusu calling after him. Old Zhou, I have no sons or daughters. Please remember to burn a few extra stacks of paper for me. I cannot afford to be a wretched soul in the underworld. Zhou Yi did not look back, merely waved his hand to indicate he had heard. Understood. Chapter 63. The traces of immortals in the mundane world. The courtyard, bathed in the tranquil hues of night, exuded a melancholic aura as Zhou Yi stood within, his gaze reflecting a profound sense of nostalgia. This identity could no longer serve him. In the capital and the northern frontier, numerous individuals were aware of it, rendering it perilous. Although figures such as Li Hong, Chun Jinyu, and the Wei family seemed trustworthy, Zhou Yi had witnessed the capriciousness of human nature during his years in the dungeon. A fleeting moment could transform a close friend into a bitter enemy. In his last attempt to assume a new identity, he had aimed for simplicity and expediency, yet it had led to glaring vulnerabilities. This time, learning from past mistakes, he resolved to become someone entirely unconnected to Zhou Yi. No one would suspect a link between the two. Moreover, it was not as though Zhou Yi was dead. He could still re-emerge when necessary. Having devised a plan, Zhou Yi vowed never to return to the dungeon, as there were far too many acquaintances there. During the day, he submitted his resignation, and although Colonel Yang did not create any obstacles, his countenance bore a hint of displeasure. Subsequent retribution was unlikely, for Zhou Yi was merely a competent martial arts warden, not a figure worthy of a tyrant's envy. Living too long was troublesome. Every few decades, one must adopt a new identity. Zhou Yi feigned a sigh, retrieving a blue-covered scroll from his bosom. It contained, in pinyin, a record of individuals and locations within the borders of Fengyang that were most likely related to the pursuit of immortality. Each entry was accompanied by extensive annotations and analyses, meticulously verified by the imperial guards of various provinces. Zhou Yi intended to pursue the safer options while avoiding danger, having already formulated a strategy for integrating himself into the cultivation community. Presently, he had a general direction. he would temporarily set aside the more perilous locations. Even if they were related to the realm of cultivation, the uncertain balance of righteousness and danger within them demanded caution. Thus, his choices were limited to 3 families that had recently amassed wealth overnight, and the imprisoned cultivators beneath the imperial prison. Zhou Yi instructed his imperial guards to investigate extraordinary individuals while also monitoring those inexplicably wealthy families, clarifying the sources of their riches, and observing if they had any connections to immortals. Cultivators were still human, particularly those at the nascent stages of their journey. With their time in cultivation still brief, they retained ties to their mortal bloodlines, often leaving behind gold and silver for their families. The families in Fengyang that had amassed sudden wealth were found, upon investigation by the imperial guards, to have gained their fortunes predominantly through illicit means, deception, grave robbing, and various other nefarious tactics. The rigidity of social classes in Fengyang far surpassed that in Zhou Yi's previous life. After meticulous filtering, 3 families emerged as the most suspicious. The imperial guards, using tactical inquiries, discovered that each claimed to have a member who had become a wandering Taoist. Zhou Yi pondered for a considerable time before deciding to continue monitoring these families through his subordinates. The information gathered indicated that the 3 potential cultivators were still quite young, likely to live for another 100 or 80 years. They had yet to witness the methods of true cultivators, and it was uncertain whether they possessed any means of investigation, making it unwise to wait idly for them to reveal themselves. As these young cultivators matured and returned home, they might employ probing and sensing techniques. Zhou Yi realized that what he might encounter was not a fortuitous opportunity for transcendence, but rather a colossal fireball. After thorough scrutiny, the safest option turned out to be the depths of the imperial prison. The cultivator captured by the Dog Emperor had languished in a mundane prison for decades, indicating low strength and a lack of lethal abilities. Zhou Yi deliberated for a long moment, then gently shook his head. He resolved to retreat into the mountains for 2 to 3 years, awaiting the results of the investigations into the Jiangnan families before making any further plans. However, he held little hope for this endeavor. Even the Dog Emperor, who had been so obsessed with the path of immortality, had never dared to disturb the Jiangnan families, suggesting he had his reservations. In the 7th year of the Zhengtong era, at the Yuan residence, within the inner courtyard, Yuan Shun respectfully presented a purple sandalwood box. "Master, this is this year's royal tribute tea. I have personally selected the leaves, ensuring they are uniform in size and color." Young Yuan is quite thoughtful. Zhou Yi accepted the tea box into his sleeve. "How do you find the position of deputy commander? With your support, I have secured it quite firmly." Yuan Shun bowed even lower. Last year, the death of Fengzhong in the palace had caused quite a stir. The esteemed chief eunuch and commander of the imperial guards, known for his connections to the prime minister, had met his end within the palace walls. Investigations revealed that on that fateful day, 2 innate masters had intervened. One had drawn away the palace guards, while the other had struck down Fengzhong. Zhou Yi inquired, "Do you have any thoughts regarding the deputy commander position?" "Just as I was about to report to you, the emperor summoned me for questioning a few days ago." Yuan Shun replied, "Now that the Empress Dowager is aging, and with Fengzhong's demise, the emperor has appointed Qing Tian as his second advisor. I believe the Zhang family's influence has reached its zenith, hence I consented to the emperor's overtures. As long as it does not impede my affairs, you are free to act as you see fit." Zhou Yi nodded slightly. Yuan Shun had risen to his current position through his discernment and capability. Following the assassination of Fengzhong by Chun and Wei, there were 7 or 8 candidates vying for the deputy commander position. But Yuan Shun had succeeded on his own without seeking Zhou Yi's assistance. The chaos in the capital naturally diverted the court's attention away from the northern frontier. "Rest assured, the key positions within the imperial guards are now under my control. The newly appointed Duke of Wei may bear the title of commander, but he will find it impossible to mobilize anyone." Yuan Shun produced a thick volume. This contains the genealogies of the main and collateral lines of the 8 great families of Jiangnan. Zhou Yi flipped through it, each page densely packed with information, the entire record comprising no less than 100,000 words. "You conduct your business with diligence. I trust you implicitly. Now, share the key insights." Upon my investigation, each of the 8 great families harbors 3 to 5 extraordinary individuals who remain hidden at home, only revealing their exceptional abilities during rare excursions. Yuan Shun's eyes glimmered with envy, for he no longer doubted the existence of cultivation. They are exceedingly cautious when venturing out, and our imperial guard's subtle inquiries often result in either losing the trail or worse. The truly useful intelligence was scant, all recorded at the end of the volume. Zhou Yi turned to the last pages, which contained but 20 lines of text, words attributed to various individuals, likely overheard by the imperial guards. Shaodan Mountain, Qiyan Peak, Danding Sect. These names flitted through his mind, but none corresponded with the peculiar and perilous locations previously marked by the imperial guards. Either the investigations had faltered, or the nomenclature of the cultivation realm diverged from that of the mundane world. Zhou Yi closed the volume. Intending to scrutinize each individual upon his return, what significant events have unfolded in the capital these past few years? The death of Feng Zhong and the rise of Qing Tian were already known to him. Yuan Shun reflected briefly before responding. The only other notable event is the elevation of Yang Zheng from a collateral branch of the Yang family to commander of the Forbidden Army, gaining considerable prominence among the younger military leaders. The commander of the Forbidden Army held a fifth-grade position and wielded substantial military authority, making him a figure of some significance in the capital. Yet, in Yuan Shun's eyes, he was merely a junior, vastly overshadowed in both rank and influence. Zhou Yi quickly flipped through the volume until he found Yang Zheng's page, which detailed his actions in the capital over the past 3 years. Utilizing the foundation of Kuai Huolin, Yang Zheng had gradually expanded his influence, nearly unifying the factions in the capital, gambling houses, brothels, and recently, he had even encroached upon the transport of the Su Shui River. While he appeared to be the commander of the Forbidden Army, he was, in fact, the underground king of the capital. Yang Zheng's ambitions extended far beyond mere titles and wealth. Chapter 64. The deaf-mute old man. Beware when you encounter this person in the future, lest you stumble. Zhou Yi harbored a vague premonition. Yang Zheng's ambition was insatiable, and his desires perhaps aligned with those of the northern frontiers. The prominent figures in the capital were preoccupied with the palace intrigues, the contest between the Zhengtong Emperor and Empress Zhang, leaving the lower-ranking officials and the trivial factions, brothels, and gambling houses largely overlooked. One day, should the capital encounter upheaval, Yang Zheng would have myriad opportunities to exploit. My lord, Yang Zheng's mother was merely a concubine's maid, hardly even a secondary wife, and thus held a lowly status within the Yang family, Yuan Shun remarked, his brow furrowed with concern. In esteemed families, where the legacy of literature and propriety is paramount, the greatest taboo is for the inferior to usurp the superior. How could he be permitted to overshadow the legitimate heirs? The distinctions of seniority, legitimacy, and rank serve as instruments to govern clans and manipulate the uneducated populace. They may be adhered to but should not ensnare one's judgment. Zhou Yi shook his head. These noble families are profoundly pragmatic. As long as Yang Zheng continues to win and thrive, bringing benefits to his clan, the Yangs will rally behind him. Yang Zheng began his ascent from the depths of the dungeon, amassing a substantial following of lower-ranking officials through a web of interests. This process resembled a snowball effect, where various incentives intertwined, growing ever larger. As the snowball rolled, those who came first reaped the rewards, unwilling and unable to retreat, while later arrivals envied their predecessors, eager to see the snowball continue its descent. Ultimately, it would either trigger an avalanche or build a mountain. Zhou Yi waved his hand, halting Yuan Shun's inquiries. Choosing not to deliberate further on Yang Zheng's affairs, whether he succeeded or failed mattered little in the grand scheme, merely ephemeral wisps of cloud in the vast timeline. What of the prisoners in the imperial dungeon? How fares the investigation? Yuan Shun bowed respectfully. My lord, control of the dungeon lies in the hands of successive commanders, and the ones delivering meals are illiterate deaf-mutes. After extensive investigation, I have learned that the inmates are still alive, aging around 80 to 90 years. Zhou Yi inquired further. Has the royal family shown any interest in this individual? Decades have passed. He is likely forgotten. The late Emperor Chongming, in his twilight, became obsessed with immortality, and the dungeon has housed many monks and sorcerers, Yuan Shun replied. According to my research in the archives of the Jinhui, the late emperor left a decree condemning this man for heinous crimes, mandating his imprisonment until death. The current commander merely follows this precedent. Intriguing. Zhou Yi's eyes sparkled with insight as he swiftly departed from Yuan's residence. The 16th year of the Zhengtong reign. September. At the execution grounds of Kaishiku, thousands of prisoners knelt in unison, their cries of despair and pleas for mercy drowning out the murmurs of the gathered crowd. Once lofty figures now appeared disheveled, weeping profusely. The young, yet unaware, felt the warmth of the sun compared to the cold darkness of the dungeon. Calling for their parents in naive confusion, Zhou Yi stood among the throng, his demeanor detached. A companion in a fishskin outfit nudged him. "Old Zhang, you've never known the pleasures of a woman. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the pleasure quarters. The Zhang family, with its thousands, surely has many beauties. We never had the privilege to glimpse them." Zhou Yi turned, a perplexed expression on his face, emitting a series of indistinct sounds as he gestured to his ears. "What are you saying to old Zhang? At his age, deaf and mute, he probably can't even distinguish between men and women." This comment elicited hearty laughter from his comrades. As the hour approached noon, the chief executioner, Yang Zheng, bellowed the 12 grave charges against the Zhang family: rebellion, disloyalty, profound disrespect, internal strife, and more, before discarding the execution order. Proceed with the execution. With each decisive chop, the heads of the prisoners fell, the executioners in the capital overwhelmed, each tasked with beheading several individuals. Blood gushed forth like fireworks, eliciting cheers from the crowd at each spectacular spray. The common folk cared not for the crimes of the Zhang family. The mere act of executing high-ranking officials was cause for celebration. By the conclusion of the executions, the entire Kaishiku was stained crimson, the ground slick with blood. "Let us retreat to Chunfeng Tower for a drink." Old Yu waved his hand, and a throng of comrades followed suit. On the streets, both commoners and officials hurriedly made way, for the Jinhui, bolstered by the favor of the past two emperors, wielded power greater than during the reign of the founding emperor. The leading establishment in the capital's entertainment district was Quail Forest. Chunfeng Tower, however, had long lost its former splendor, with patrons sparse and poorly dressed. For 3 consecutive years, no beauty contest had been held. Quail Forest monopolized the trade in beautiful maidens, intercepting those of exceptional quality before they could reach Chunfeng Tower, rendering any such contest there a mere farce. Old Yu brought his colleagues to Chunfeng Tower, as the Jinhui commander Yuan Shun had openly expressed his disdain for Quail Forest. As the saying goes, when the upper echelons act, the lower ones follow suit. In a private chamber, Zhou Yi seated himself at the end, immersing himself in food and drink, shunning conversation with his colleagues. The others paid him no mind. Old Zheng's deafness and muteness made communication cumbersome. Yet as he was directly under the command of the superior, they treated him with due respect. As the dishes were served and the wine flowed, conversation gradually loosened. Old Yu remarked, "Today has been an eye-opener. The Empress Dowager has only been mourned for a year, and her maternal lineage has already been severed. The Zhengtong Emperor's decree to eradicate the Zhang family's 9 clans has shocked the court and the realm, with many loyal ministers kneeling to plead for mercy. The chief minister Yu Su even submitted a petition, arguing that punishing the maternal line would tarnish the emperor's wisdom. Yet, as we see today, the Zhengtong Emperor resolutely dismissed opposition, appointing Yang Zheng, who had rendered great service in the purge of the Zhang faction, as the chief executioner. The men of the Zhang family and their allies were all executed, while the women were relegated to the pleasure quarters. The once illustrious Zhang family, revered across 4 dynasties, was thus reduced to mere ashes. Since ascending the throne, the emperor has endured 15 years of hardship. Who could refrain from taking decisive action? A colleague from the Jinhui remarked, "The Zhang family thrived for too long, their actions too brazen." It is said that shortly after the dowager's mourning, Zhang Heng sent word to the emperor, demanding that all appointments and dismissals among officials be discussed with him first. His companions gasped in astonishment. Is that so? Zhang Heng is the head of the Zhang family, the dowager's elder brother, and the emperor's maternal uncle. Why was he not among those executed today? A Jinhui responded. Commander Yuan Shun summoned the elderly physician Ge, utilizing ginseng and gold needles to prolong his life, while Lu Laodao personally administered 1,000 cuts. A gruesome fate known as 1,000 knives and 10,000 slashes. The group collectively gasped in horror, soon extolling the emperor's sagacity, declaring that the Zhang faction's treachery warranted their execution. The Jinhui, being the emperor's personal guard, held no affection for the Zhang faction. After the feast, Old Yu and others escorted the women upstairs, while Zhou Yi waved his hands in farewell, emitting indistinct sounds. Upon returning home to his secluded courtyard in Dehuaifang, he found the entrance adorned with a few crooked trees, which shielded the yard from view. Having immersed himself in the study of formations for over a decade, Zhou Yi had unraveled certain principles. He could arrange objects according to specific patterns to disorient others, obscure lines of sight, or enhance ventilation within a space. thereby slightly accelerating the efficiency of cultivation. The following day, Zhou Yi arrived early at the imperial dungeon to collect his meal box. The dungeon was shrouded in a heavy gloom, an atmosphere thick with malevolence. Even in the sweltering summer, one could feel a bone-chilling cold permeating the air. If the cruelty of the dungeon rated a 1, the imperial dungeon would be at least a 10, haunted by countless lost souls and specters. Zhou Yi clutched his meal box, greeting those he encountered with muffled sounds. He witnessed the Jinui interrogating prisoners with disinterest, making his way directly to the innermost depths of the dungeon. The guarding Jinui, upon seeing Zhou Yi approach, silently unlocked the iron gate, and 4 men cooperatively lifted the steel cover, revealing a dark passage leading downward. Zhou Yi, well acquainted with the route, descended the stone steps until he reached the second underground level of the dungeon. Upon arriving at the bottom, he beheld a large iron cage forged from steel. The walls were adorned with beast-shaped bronze lanterns, and in the dim light, he could faintly make out a figure seated within the cage. With a head of white hair and a beard 3 feet long, the individual wore a tattered Taoist robe, which was in tatters. Chapter 65. The mad Taoist. The old priest sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, exuding an aura of serenity akin to that of a maiden, embodying a semblance of celestial grace. Upon hearing the approaching footsteps of Zhou Yi, the old priest slowly opened his eyes, revealing emerald irises and crimson pupils, glowing ominously under the flickering light like a malevolent spirit. His gaze followed Zhou Yi's movements, and as the latter drew near, he suddenly lunged forward like a rabid dog, his arms flailing wildly as he clawed at the steel bars, revealing fingers dark as ink and thin as a chicken's claw. A primal howl escaped the old priest's lips, exposing his jagged, blackened teeth, sharp and sparse, each resembling a dagger as he gnawed recklessly at the steel, leaving behind a trail of bite marks. Zhou Yi, having anticipated this, halted precisely on the 4th-to-last step. After a brief moment of frenzy, the old priest seemed to tire, gradually regaining his composure as he resumed his seated position within the cage, a gentle smile gracing his face. Poor Taoist Ji Sheng greets this esteemed fellow. Might I inquire what year it is this evening? Zhou Yi's eyes were vacant, as if he could not hear the old priest's words. Having secluded himself for 30 years, perhaps 40, 70, or even 80, he had lost count of the years spent in a fog of monotony. Today, upon encountering this fellow practitioner, he felt an unexpected sense of familiarity. I, the poor Taoist, have endured 500 years of secluded cultivation, and today I have finally ascended to immortality, reveling in ultimate freedom and boundless ease. The old priest's voice fluctuated, at times murmuring to himself, at others shouting loudly, his perception of time a chaotic jumble, leaping from 30 years ago to centuries past. Today, as I ascend to immortality, I invite my fellow practitioner to explore the celestial realm with me. It is a world shrouded in clouds and mist, where celestial maidens dance and heavenly generals wield their spears. With luminous pearls and jade trees, and a congregation of phoenixes, I don a scarlet gauze robe, riding on clouds, commanding dragons, soaring through the 33 celestial heavens, to the jade terraces and azure pavilions, where golden bells chime and heavenly drums resound, celebrating my ascension. On the day of my sermon, heavenly flowers descended, and golden lotuses erupted from the earth, with the jade rabbit paying homage and the golden crow bowing in reverence. As the old priest continued, his words spiraled into madness, his eyes burning with fervor, arms flailing chaotically, completely lost in a phantasmagoria from which he could not extricate himself. Zhou Yi listened silently, comprehending the old priest's bizarre behavior. Any soul confined within a small, dark cell for over 80 years, with even the food-bearer deaf and mute, would likely face a mental breakdown. The old priest was referred to as Ji Sheng, though he often uttered different names, with Ji Sheng being the most frequent. He rambled on for quite some time, his voice shifting from exuberance to desolation, until finally, he slumped in confusion, gazing down at his hands, tears streaming down his face. Zhou Yi, seizing the moment, dared to make a sound and placed the food box on the 3rd step. Ji Sheng wiped away his tears, gathered his disheveled white hair, and massaged his contorted face, regaining a semblance of humanity as he bowed slightly to Zhou Yi. Thank you. Afterward, Ji Sheng approached the iron cage, opened the food box, arranged the dishes meticulously, and poured a cup of wine, his movements deliberate and graceful, reminiscent of a nobleman fallen into misfortune. Once finished, Ji Sheng returned the food box to the third step and resumed his seated position in the center of the cage. With a heart as clear as ice, he remained unfazed by the impending doom. Despite the chaos surrounding him, his mind remained serene as he recited the Taoist incantation for clarity, attempting to dispel the demons within and maintain his true self. Zhou Yi cautiously retrieved the food box, knowing well that one should never venture down the steps simply because Ji Sheng appeared composed. This wisdom was hard-won, paid for with the lives of many. Despite his frail appearance, Ji Sheng possessed immense strength and could tear one apart if captured. Zhou Yi returned to the cave entrance, tapping on the iron cover. Moments later, a narrow gap opened, revealing the familiar face of old Zheng, allowing Zhou Yi to fully lift the iron cover. After exchanging muted greetings with his colleagues, Zhou Yi departed with the food box, silently calculating Ji Sheng's episodes of madness. The intervals were becoming alarmingly short. He was clearly nearing the end of his life. Would Ji Sheng leave behind any legacy after his death? Zhou Yi was uncertain and had never contemplated negotiating with Ji Sheng. Even if he gained nothing, it would only be a matter of 10 or 20 years at most. For years swiftly passed. Last year, old Zheng, frail and ailing, succumbed to a cold and fell gravely ill. The Jin Yi procured a deaf-mute youth named Li Shun to assume the role of food-bearer. Zhou Yi transformed yet again, becoming Xiao Shun. Being both deaf and mute had its advantages. Few paid attention to Zhou Yi, sparing him the worry of exposing any flaws. One day, carrying the food box deeper into the prison, Zhou Yi passed a cell and spotted a familiar figure practicing Tai Chi. No need for recognition. It was Yusu. He paused momentarily before continuing onward, refraining from sending any secret messages. Upon entering the underground chamber, Ji Sheng, upon seeing a living being approach, erupted into a frenzy of biting and clawing, the duration of his madness now significantly shorter than 4 years prior. Eventually, he grew weary, his crimson eyes gradually returning to normal, and surprisingly, he did not succumb to his usual delusions. Ji Sheng's imagined realities were manifold. At times, he envisioned himself ascending to immortality, other times, becoming a revered patriarch, or even fantasizing about countless companions in his quest for enlightenment. Indulging in all the pleasures that a cultivator could desire. The Dog Emperor, even in death, I.G., shall ensure your entire clan faces annihilation. Zhou Yi's eyes remained vacant, his expression devoid of emotion. In Tongfu Lane, the Yuan residence had expanded tenfold compared to a few years prior. Local residents claimed that the property's auspiciousness clashed with their destinies, adversely affecting their careers and businesses, and thus sought Yuan's intervention for solace. Yuan Shun purchased the property at a low price and lavishly constructed artificial mountains and flowing waters, mirroring the famed landscapes of his hometown in Shuzhou. Such extravagance was unmatched even in the capital, prompting the court's censors to submit numerous petitions to condemn Yuan Shun, enumerating 10 offenses and urging the Zhengtong Emperor to execute the Yuan clan to uphold the law. Yet, the Zhengtong Emperor repeatedly shielded Yuan Shun, citing insufficient evidence, resulting in the Jin Yi's increasingly brazen demeanor. In the study, Yuan Shun practiced calligraphy, his brush strokes fluid and majestic, hinting at a man of great stature. A sudden voice interrupted, "Your writing is commendable." Yuan Shun looked up to see an elderly man with white hair, clad in a dark blue Taoist robe that seemed to have been worn for countless years, and promptly bowed in respect. "Your Majesty, after all these years, why still adhere to such formalities?" Zhou Yi casually took a seat, appraising Yuan Shun with a discerning eye, and remarked, "Worry less and consume more restorative tonics. Perhaps you might extend your years a bit." At over 50, Yuan Shun should have been in the prime of his official career. However, due to his early practice of the devouring demon technique, he had lost around 20 years of life, leaving him frail and elderly, far beyond his actual age. Yuan Shun replied respectfully, "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I have already arranged for a successor, ensuring that affairs will not be delayed. Remember to send a branch of the Yuan family to the northern borders. I have no time to oversee too many matters." Zhou Yi offered a few reminders before inquiring, "Why has that old fellow Yusu ended up in prison again?" Yesterday in the morning court, Minister Liu of the Ministry of Revenue, Minister Dong of the Ministry of Personnel, and over 10 censors simultaneously condemned him. They claimed that members of the Yu family exploited his position to sell ranks and accept bribes. Yuan Shun elaborated, simultaneously. The governor of Hangzhou reported that the Yu family had usurped land and had caused numerous deaths, leveraging Yu Su's name to evade accountability. Members of the Yu family? Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow. I heard that Yu Su severed ties with his family years ago and even relocated his ancestors' graves. Your Majesty may not be aware, but during the critical struggle against the Zhang faction, many censors accused Yu Su of being unfilial, arguing that he could not serve as a model for scholars and should not hold the position of Grand Secretary, Yuan Shun explained. Yu Su returned to his hometown, relocated his ancestral graves back to the clan, and reinstated his name in the family genealogy, claiming to fulfill his duty of filial piety. Zhou Yi pondered for a moment before continuing to question, could family members' misdeeds lead to the imprisonment of a Grand Secretary? What is the true reason? Chapter 66. The return of the flying sword. Yu Su is not merely an individual, but the leader of a faction within the court. The Zhang family has flourished to such an extent, yet Yu Su can still contend against them, which is a testament to his formidable power. Even if he lacks the capacity to overturn the heavens like Long Xiang or Zhang Xiang, he should not be imprisoned due to the transgressions of his kin. Zhou Yi surmises that the court has concealed the truth. Yuan Shun, as the commander of the Imperial Guards, oversees the officials, and there is little he does not know about court affairs. The true reason for Lord Yu's imprisonment is his attempt to persuade His Majesty to reform the tax laws. Zhou Yi's gaze sharpened, and he spoke solemnly. Yu Su intends to impose taxes on scholars? The sovereign is indeed wise. The great Yong Kingdom is eyeing us covetously. To prevent a recurrence of the Renin incident, most of the tax revenue is being allocated to sustain the northern military forces. Yuan Shun added. Furthermore, in recent years, natural disasters have been relentless, and local governments are in urgent need of disaster relief funds. The Ministry of Revenue is already in dire straits. Seizing the opportunity, Lord Yu advised reforming the tax system to abolish the exemption laws for officials and gentry. It is no wonder he has been abandoned. Zhou Yi suddenly understood and inquired, what is His Majesty's stance on this matter? According to the palace attendants of Shanyang Palace, initially, Lord Yu managed to sway His Majesty to experiment with tax collection in a particular province. Subsequently, Qin Sifu privately approached, asserting that Lord Yu was the next Long Xiang or Zhang Xiang, which raised His Majesty's suspicions. Yuan Shun remarked. Minister Qin also stated that His Majesty governs the realm with the scholars, not the common people. When the court is short on funds, they can simply raise taxes and should not shake the foundations of the court. Ah, what a foundation of the court! Young Yuan, you shall send someone to handle a matter. Zhou Yi does not believe Yu Su can reform the tax system. Even without Qin Sifu, there would be others to consult. No matter how much Emperor Zhengtong supports him, he cannot withstand the relentless slander from the officials and nobles. Yu Su's imprisonment is merely a matter of time. Yuan Shun bowed and said, Your Majesty, please give your orders. Zhou Yi instructed, employ the traditional skills of the Imperial Guards to craft a dragon robe and place it in Yu Su's residence. Then send someone to report it to the censors. Yuan Shun questioned, Your Majesty, no one would believe that Lord Yu would forge a dragon robe. Everyone knows it is a frame-up, yet it does not hinder the conviction. Zhou Yi, uncertain of Yu Su's intentions, decided to ride the tide and force the issue. In the 20th year of Emperor Zhengtong's reign, autumn, Yu Su was sentenced to death for privately possessing a dragon robe, accused of treason. His family members faced numerous charges, with lighter offenses resulting in exile and heavier ones in execution. At Kaishiku, Yu Su knelt in prison garb, prostrate on the ground. Thousands of citizens gathered silently, watching the solitary elder at the execution ground. Over the years, the reputation of the Qing Tian had spread throughout the Fengyang Kingdom, particularly his reforms in governance, which had tangibly impacted every commoner. Now, the Qing Tian was to perish. The guards stationed at the execution site shouted loudly, yet they could not prevent the throngs of citizens from assembling. The execution officer glanced up at the sun, fearing further delays might incite a riot, and drew the execution order to announce the execution. A feathered arrow whistled through the air, piercing the executioner's chest. Dozens of figures leapt from the crowd, rushing to Yu Su at the execution ground. Someone is attacking the execution site. The execution officer turned pale and hastily called for the guards to encircle them. If Yu Su were to survive, it would mean his own death. However, these individuals were all martial arts experts, working in perfect harmony. After rescuing Yu Su, they effortlessly broke through the guards' encirclement and merged into the surging crowd, sprinting toward the northern city gate. Yu Su indeed harbors treacherous intentions. With a voice like thunder, swift as a specter, an aged figure soared through the air, leaping among the crowd with several bounds, his innate vital energy coalescing into a palm strike aimed at the man carrying Yusu as he fled. Old fool, return. A dark spear shot through the air, directly stabbing toward the elder. Boom. With a resounding crash, the elder was sent flying backward, spitting blood. Chinjinyu, wielding a dark iron spear, pointed it at the elder in midair, the chilling aura of battle almost materializing. It is you. The elder's gaze sharpened. The death of Fengzhong had shocked the court, and one of the assassins wielded a spear. At that moment, two more aged figures landed on the execution ground, forming a pincer around Chinjinyu. The elder wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "Young one, the Imperial Guards have long received word that someone would attempt to attack the execution site. The three of us combined are invincible, and today marks your demise." Chinjinyu noticed that Yusu had already made his escape and lightly touched the ground, swiftly retreating. The elder pursued, and a voice echoed beside him. "Your opponents are me." Who? Just as the elder turned to look, a sudden chill ran down his spine, and he was forced to move half a yard sideways in the air. Whoosh! A green sword sliced through, easily severing the elder's shoulder. The elder let out a pained scream, his movements like a specter, splitting into 3 or 4 phantoms. Yet, how could a human match the agility and swiftness of a flying sword? The long sword spun in the air, cutting through all the phantoms at their midsection. As the illusions dissipated, the elder was revealed, severed in two. A congenital master possesses a tenacious vitality. Even when bisected, he still clung to life. The elder gazed at the flying sword landing in the hands of the middle-aged man in the Imperial Guards, and with astonishment, he exclaimed, "Are you a descendant of the Duke of the State?" Throughout the centuries of the Fengong Kingdom, the only recorded martial arts masters who wielded flying swords were the Duke of the State. "I am the legitimate son of the Duke." Li Yi, wielding the long sword, scanned the remaining 2 masters. Due to the distance exceeding 10 paces, the flying sword could not strike them down immediately. The 2 masters exchanged fearful glances and swiftly vanished from the execution ground. In Shangyang Palace. "Incompetence! All of you are useless," Emperor Zhengtong scolded angrily, nearly fainting upon hearing the report from the Imperial Guards. Newly appointed Prime Minister Qin, the 6 ministers, and the commander of the Imperial Guards, Yang Zheng, knelt on the ground, obediently accepting the emperor's rebuke, equally horrified that Yusu had been rescued. This was no ordinary attack on the execution site. Yusu's incorruptible character would never willingly associate with the powerful. It was undoubtedly the powerful who sought him out. An old man, incapable of bearing burdens or lifting hands, could only govern and manage the people. Moreover, the assailants were remnants of the Duke of the State from years past. After venting his fury, Emperor Zhengtong coldly inquired, "Why is everyone silent?" Prime Minister Qin sensed that the emperor's gaze had fallen upon him, realizing he must speak. "Your Majesty, the remnants of the Li family dare to show themselves. They must be well prepared and may soon instigate rebellion. The court must take precautions, mobilize the capital garrison for protection, and order the Imperial Guards to thoroughly investigate the whereabouts of Li and I." After pondering for a moment, Emperor Zhengtong nodded, agreed. Yuan Shun, the commander of the Imperial Guards, who had been the only official standing in the hall, fell to his knees upon hearing this. "Your Majesty, I am guilty. The Imperial Guards have indeed detected the whereabouts of Li and I in recent years, intending to apprehend him and report to your Majesty, but never anticipated such a significant disturbance. There is no need for you to blame yourself, Yuan Iching. Your advance warning has already been a merit. It is merely the negligence of the Imperial Guards." Emperor Zhengtong's expression softened slightly, and he asked, "Where have the Imperial Guards found leads, and do you know the extent of their forces?" "Reporting to your Majesty. In recent years, Li and I has been active in the Jiangnan region." Yuan Shun's expression was filled with helplessness. "However, the Imperial Guards are too constrained by local authority in Jiangnan, and after years of investigation, we have only vaguely sensed traces, without knowing where Li and I is hiding." The ministers in the hall looked toward Yang Zheng. The Jiangnan region is controlled by the powerful families, and imperial authority has rarely been effective in the past. Only they can shelter Li and I. Yang Zheng feigned a look of shock. "Your Majesty, the Yang family is loyal to the court and would never collude with Li and I." Emperor Zhengtong's face darkened, and even Yang Zheng could only ensure the Yang family's loyalty, lacking confidence in the other 7 families connected by blood. If Li and I were to receive support from the powerful families of Jiangnan, he could easily amass an army of 100,000 or 200,000. akin to the chaos of the Zhang Huang rebellion, undoubtedly a calamity that would shake the foundations of the dynasty. Your Majesty, this matter must not be overlooked, Prime Minister Qin stated. In the past, the Duke of the State swept through the realm, and his son may inherit the military strategies. Relying solely on the capital garrison is not secure. Emperor Jingtong slightly nodded, well versed in the history of the dynasty, and fully aware of the Duke of the State's might. The Jingying troops have undergone thorough organization and training, yet their limited experience in actual combat renders it difficult to ascertain their true martial prowess. Minister of War Yan, upon noticing His Majesty's gaze, steeled himself and declared, Your Majesty, the northern frontier forces have been engaged in warfare for many years and stand as the elite of our dynasty. We can mobilize a contingent of 100,000 to safeguard the capital with utmost certainty. After a moment of contemplation, the Yongzheng Emperor nodded in agreement, affirming, Indeed. Chapter 67. The Cycle of History in the 21st year of the Zhengtong era, during the spring. The eastern gate of the capital city was teeming with an overwhelming crowd, a cacophony of excitement and chatter. Through the government's deliberate propaganda, the populace had shifted their attention from the clear skies to the renowned general, Zhou Hong, who had emerged as a beacon of hope on the frontier. At the tender age of 14, Zhou Hong had been appointed as a guerrilla leader amidst the chaos of the Renin incident, where the northern borders had suffered significant defeat, plunging the nation into turmoil. Leading 3,000 soldiers, he executed a daring night raid on the troops of Daong, setting their encampments ablaze and earning his fame. Promoted for his valor, he became a deputy general and defended the desolate city against the Daong forces on multiple occasions. Following peace negotiations between the two nations, he ascended to the rank of commander, overseeing military affairs in a northern province. After enduring more than 40 years through 2 dynasties, he rose to lead his army against Daong in a protracted struggle, achieving far more victories than defeats, rendering him a pillar of strength for the nation. The citizens, already enamored with heroes, were particularly drawn to the general who safeguarded their peace and stability. They gathered at the eastern gate early in the morning, eagerly awaiting Zhou Hong's entrance into the capital to be reviewed by the Zhengtong Emperor. As noon approached, the thunderous sound of hooves announced Zhou Hong's arrival. Leading the way on his steed, followed closely by 4 ranks of cavalry clad in dark armor, resembling a looming storm cloud that silenced the bustling crowd. Whether intentional or not, the soldiers in black armor cast glances at the capital's guards maintaining order, their fierce aura sending shivers down the spines of the guards, some trembling and collapsing to the ground. The citizens, upon witnessing this unexpected turn of events, erupted in laughter, mocking the once arrogant guards. As Zhou Hong drew nearer, the crowd beheld his visage, a veteran with hair as white as snow. His broad shoulders and imposing physique bore the marks of countless battles, instilling even more confidence in the hearts of the people. Folklore persisted among the populace, proclaiming that age brings strength, and the wisdom of an elder is akin to a treasure. Yet, amidst the throng, dissenting voices emerged. An elderly man lamented, in truth, he pales in comparison to the Duke of the nation. In my youth, I witnessed the Duke's triumphant return at this very gate, and he was indeed striking. Which Duke? Was he truly formidable? Questioned another, dismissing the tales as mere fabrications. Have you not heard of rhetorical devices? A few self-proclaimed scholars debated, comparing the Duke and Zhou Hong in terms of prowess. The elder, at a loss for words, recalled the Duke's commanding presence etched in his memory, a sight that had inspired him to join the military in defense of his homeland. Decades had passed, and the once celebrated hero had faded from memory for many. In a tavern by the street, 2 elderly men occupied a window seat, sharing simple dishes and a pot of wine as they observed the lively scene outside. Yuan Shun remarked, My lord, we assumed a person of your caliber would be preoccupied with seeking enlightenment, indifferent to the mundane affairs of the world. Zhou Yi shook his head. I engage in these matters casually. The outcome matters not to me. Should I be compelled to govern, it would likely lead to a disastrous reign. Yuan Shun's eyes sparkled with admiration, recognizing that only those truly powerful could afford to disregard wealth and influence, for they were easily within reach. My lord, the Jinyui have finally uncovered the truth about Minister Yan. As you suspected, he is indeed related to Yu Su. Not difficult to deduce, Zhou Yi mused, taking a sip of his wine. Yu Su, having risen and fallen thrice, defeating the Zhang family, surely has his loyal allies. His previous voluntary imprisonment was merely a result of past favors from the 2 dynasties, He did not wish to provoke the emperor. Yuan Shun marveled. Minister Yin is indeed extraordinary. I have had no prior interactions with him, and Yusu did not send any messages from his cell. Yet he could deduce the situation in the northern borders and act accordingly. It is truly lamentable that the Fengyang kingdom, which once produced many talents, has deteriorated to its current state. Zhou Yi sighed. Before ascending the throne, the emperor studied countless historical texts and learned various governing principles. Yet none grasped the cyclical nature of dynasties. My lord, when will? Yuan Shun's gaze intensified as he pointed skyward. This world is complex. Hoard resources and bide your time. Months later, in the imperial prison, Zhou Yi, as per his routine, entered with a food box. At the end of the corridor, the figure of Ji Sheng, who should have been seated in the iron cage, had vanished. Zhou Yi was startled, the river and mountain cauldron appearing in his sleeve, ready to unleash destruction. As he approached, he discerned a small, emaciated skeleton wrapped in tattered robes, the muscles clinging to the bones, resembling a desiccated corpse. Has he finally perished? Zhou Yi scrutinized the skeletal remains, recognizing the jagged teeth and the ebony fingers. Indeed, it was Ji Sheng. Taking out a talisman, he cast a spell, but found nothing amiss. Employing a soul-fixing mirror, he swept it across the dungeon, confirming no lingering spirits remained. Sitting on the steps, he poured wine from the food box before the iron cage. A tragic fate indeed, a young man who pursued the path of immortality, only to fall victim to the machinations of a tyrant, imprisoned for life. Reflecting on his own potential exposure, Zhou Yi understood the catastrophic consequences that could ensue, a full-blown conflict within the realm of immortals. 3 daily reflections upon oneself. Be cautious, be prudent. In the dead of night, as the guards grew weary, a shadow slipped into the imperial prison. Zhou Yi snapped the iron lock of a cell and dragged out a condemned prisoner, leading him to the entrance of the underground level. A strange aroma wafted through the air, and the Jinui on guard were fast asleep, navigating through familiar paths. Zhou Yi struck the prisoner twice, rousing him from his stupor. Upon seeing the shadowy figure, the prisoner was terrified and nearly screamed. Heed my words, and you shall benefit. Defy me, and you shall perish. The condemned man, shifting from shock to eagerness, replied, My lord, I shall obey your commands without fail. Zhou Yi gestured toward the iron cage. Search within for any remnants he may have left behind. The prisoner examined the gaps in the cage, hesitating to enter, when he noticed a palm-sized bronze cauldron rapidly expanding between 2 steel pillars. With a creak, the pillars bent outward, creating a gap wide enough for a head to fit through. Amazed, the prisoner wasted no time, crawling inside to search Ji Sheng's remains. Originally of considerable height, Ji Sheng's skeletal form had shrunken to a mere 3 or 4 feet. The prisoner, undeterred, felt around the bones and discovered something unusual. My lord, this rib is peculiar. He extracted a rib that glowed a deep crimson, resembling jade. Zhou Yi, noting the change in the prisoner's demeanor, inquired coldly, Does it contain any information? My lord, I overheard someone speaking. The prisoner, sensing the lethal intent, hurriedly continued. He claimed to be a disciple of the Danding sect, studying under the master Xinyu at Shaodan Mountain. This bone can be taken to Shaodan Mountain to reveal the crimes of Emperor Chongming. With such merit, one can obtain a spiritual root to join the sect or, lacking a spiritual root, could establish a kingdom and ascend as emperor among mortals. The prisoner's eyes flickered with hope, gripping the jade-like bone tightly. Once skeptical of the ethereal path, he now found himself compelled to believe. Facing the shadowy figure and the magical cauldron, Zhou Yi queried, Where is Shaodan Mountain? The prisoner replied, In the central region of Yuzhou. Travel 700 miles from the eastern entrance, and you will find it surrounded by 8 peaks. Zhou Yi pondered for a moment, then ominously warned, Do not contemplate deceit. I can easily summon others to verify. The prisoner hastily assured, I would never dare. Very well, I shall send you to your end, to hasten your reincarnation, lest you suffer further in this prison. Ignoring the prisoner's astonished expression, Zhou Yi waved his hand, ending the man's life. Chapter 68. 30 years later, Zhou Yi remained uneasy, once again grasping several death row inmates, attempting to touch the bone jade, and their accounts were all identical. However, there was one habitual liar among them who managed to weave a tale in an instant. 7 parts truth mingled with 3 parts falsehood. If one were to encounter a carelessly cautious individual, this rogue might just deceive them. Zhou Yi curiously inquired, What crime brought you to the execution chamber? Your Excellency, "I was once a messenger of the White Lotus sect," the condemned man replied, presenting the bone jade with both hands. "Not anymore. I wish to accompany you to the Lesser Dan Mountain. Once we attain the celestial arts, we shall re-establish the Divine Lotus sect." Bang! The mountain and river cauldron crushed the death row inmate into a pulp, absorbing the bone jade within. Zhou Yi procured several barrels of oil and poured them into the dungeon, igniting a blaze that sent dense black smoke wafting, awakening the guards on duty. After a struggle, the fire was extinguished, leaving only ashes of the charred remains in the dungeon. The guards reported to the Jinhui office, and the matter ultimately faded away. In the courtyard, the execution chamber had been abandoned for 4 or 5 years since its establishment. The jujube trees flourished tall and strong, and grapevines clung to the courtyard, indicating the land was quite fertile. Zhou Yi retrieved the gold bars and silver ingots he had long prepared, initially intending to place the bone jade in the courtyard for careful contemplation. However, reconsidering, he randomly sought out a dried well in the capital city of Xinjing and concealed it within. As he prepared to depart, he glanced back at Xinjing. The sky was turning white. Zhou Yi had a vague premonition. Upon his return, he knew not what year it would be. Perhaps the dynasty would have changed, or even the city might be no more. Contemplating this, he visited the grave of Old Bai, burning a substantial stack of yellow paper. He departed. Shuzhou was one of the 2 coastal provinces among the 16 of Fengyang Kingdom, bordered to the north by Daizhou, known for its abundant sea salt. The terrain was predominantly mountainous and watery, with few plains, and the populace primarily relied on hunting and fishing for sustenance. The Yunsan Mountains originated from the western region of Qizhou, slicing through the heart of Shuzhou and nearing the East China Sea at its eastern end. Zhou Yi set forth from Xinjing, choosing to traverse the thousands of miles on foot, without the aid of carriages or horses. Along the way, he altered his appearance multiple times, at times appearing as a young man, at others as an elder. He reached the East China Sea, gazing at the endless waves. Renting a fishing boat, he spent several months at sea, fulfilling a wish from his former life. As winter approached, he journeyed 700 miles from the eastern foothills of the Yunsan Mountains and indeed beheld a place encircled by 8 peaks. Enveloped in mist, its true form remained obscured. He decided to observe for a period. Zhou Yi sought a cave several dozen miles away, entering seclusion to practice the return to origin technique. Each day at dawn, he would gaze towards the peaks, changing his vantage point every year to continue his silent observation. By the 3rd year, he witnessed 2 rays of rainbow light soaring from the heights, merging into the mist. Subsequently, every few years, he would catch glimpses of cultivators coming and going, their rainbow lights varying in hue. It was indeed a gathering place for practitioners. Zhou Yi confirmed the location of Lesser Dan Mountain and resumed his retreat in the cave, continuing his cultivation of the return to origin technique. Time flew, and 10 years passed. Upon concluding his seclusion, Zhou Yi departed from the Yunsan Mountains, heading straight to the capital of Shuzhou, Hengqin, a centennial birthday warranted celebration. He inquired about the most prestigious establishment in the city and spent a fortnight indulging lavishly, depleting all his gold and silver at the Baiwa Tower. He left the establishment with a clear conscience. Zhou Yi mused, after all, this is a small place, far inferior to Chunfeng Tower. The establishments here were a melting pot of various sects and rumors, and with a little inquiry, he became aware of the current year. It was the 3rd year of Guangda. 3 years prior, the Emperor Zhongtong had passed away, bequeathing the throne to his eldest son. The court of Fengyang Kingdom had split into 2 factions, with the northern border and Jiangnan each claiming half. Yet amid this dire situation, the succession remained unexpectedly stable, which was quite remarkable. Lao Yu and Yuan Shun had both perished. Zhou Yi felt little sorrow. He had already bid farewell to many, and there would be more to come. Contemplating carefully, he pondered how to ascertain the safety of Lesser Dan Mountain. Normally, after Ji Sheng's death, it was likely that the Jinhui would report the bone jade's existence, which might fall into the hands of the Zhao clan. Given Ji Sheng's profound animosity towards Emperor Chongming, he might set a trap, luring the Zhao family into the clutches of malevolent forces under the guise of seeking enlightenment. Such a possibility seemed slim, after all. The royal family was numerous, and testing dozens would hardly cause any significant harm, yet vigilance was still warranted. Zhou Yi considered this for a moment, and a plan began to form in his mind. That night, Zhou Yi transformed into a blue-robed elder and retrieved the northern border messages from an inconspicuous inn in the city, then acquired a secret report from another ordinary residence. This was the advantage of power. There was no need to travel to Shenzhen for inquiries, as all 16 provinces had reserved information. The northern border messages were inclined towards casual conversations and daily affairs, with Li Hong and Chun Jinyu extending several invitations for Zhou Yi to return to the capital for a reunion. Non-relatives, what is there to reunite about? Zhou Yi shook his head, flipping to the last piece of information, which was rather unusual. The Jiangnan gentry intended to support Yang Zheng's ascension, claiming to have a celestial being as their backing, and that if Li Hong dared to ascend, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. Zhou Yi's eyes sparkled with interest as he turned to examine the Jinyui's secret report, which was far more formal than the northern border messages. The earlier pages of the report were coherent and evidently left by Yuan Shan, while the latter pages were disorganized, suggesting a change in the Jinyui's leadership. Zhou Yi was uninterested in the court's fluctuations. Matters such as promotions, dismissals, or exterminating clans were all casually glanced over as he directly sought information related to Li Hong. In the capital, peculiar individuals attempted to assassinate the Grand General, all failing, either perishing in battle or by flying swords and seals. The two sources corroborated each other, confirming the connection between the Jiangnan gentry and the cultivation world, albeit merely barking like impotent dogs. The cultivation world seemingly turned a blind eye to the mundane. Otherwise, how could the Fengyang kingdom still bear the Zhao surname? Zhou Yi casually carved a wooden tablet, inscribing the words to the northern border on the surface, while employing a secret sound transmission technique within, recording the location of the buried bone jade. He left a final note: meticulously document the internal circumstances of Lesser Dan Mountain and inform the old man. Zhou Yi placed the wooden tablet in a tavern and continued his journey back to the Yunsan Mountains to resume his cultivation. After over 40 years of arduous training, he was on the verge of breaking through to the third layer of the return to origin technique. With each increment of strength, the dangers would diminish correspondingly. The celestial mountain was within reach, yet Zhou Yi felt no urgency. At noon, under the scorching sun, the tavern attendant was dozing when a figure appeared before him, prompting him to shake off his drowsiness. "Guest, Taoist, would you like to order some wine?" The old Taoist's attire was tattered, barely covering his body. His long hair hung loosely, and his beard was unkempt, appearing as though he had emerged from the wilds of the mountains. Zhou Yi shook his head. "What year is it? Who is the emperor?" The attendant replied, "It is the 14th year of Kai Qian, with the great Qian Holy Ancestor reigning." Zhou Yi chuckled. "The great Qian Holy Ancestor? Is the emperor named Li Hong?" One must not directly utter the Holy Ancestor's name. The attendant felt this man was a bit mad and was about to wave him away when he suddenly found the old Taoist had vanished without a trace. Zhou Yi changed into a long brocade robe, removing the disguise of his beard and hair, transforming into a handsome young gentleman. After 20 years of seclusion, the world had undergone a change of dynasty. Since Li Hong had ascended to the throne, it was time to take this step forward. As Lesser Dan Mountain should pose no significant danger, Zhou Yi had reached the third layer of qi refinement over a decade prior, yet his magical power had stagnated. Through years of diligent practice, he discovered that any additional accumulation of magical power would gradually dissipate back to the third layer. The more magical power amassed, the faster it dissipated. Perhaps this was the reason why cultivators seldom engaged with the mundane world. As his magical power growth faced obstacles, Zhou Yi shifted his focus to comprehending formations and had now mastered the simplest of bewildering formations. As night fell, Zhou Yi retrieved the messages left from the northern border. As for the Jinyui's hidden outposts, they had long been abandoned and unoccupied. The innkeeper had also changed, possibly several times over, yet thankfully, the northern border messages remained intact. Oh, it should now be called the Great Qian. Zhou Yi opened the messages, which generally chronicled the events surrounding Li Hong's ascension and the establishment of the nation. In the third year of Guangda, Li Hong and Qin Jinyu ascended the diminutive Dan Mountain, becoming recognized disciples of the Dan Ding sect. The stewards of Dan Mountain admonished the prominent families of Jiangnan, strictly prohibiting cultivators from disturbing the mundane world, threatening to enforce the sect's regulations upon any further transgressions. The remarkable individuals concealed within the Jiangnan families dared not linger, returning to Dan Mountain to pursue their cultivation. In the 6th year of Guangda, Li Hong instigated a military coup, abolishing the Zhao royal lineage and renaming the nation to Daqian. By the 3rd year of Kai Qian, Li Hong quelled the chaos in Jiangnan, leading to the defeat and demise of the rebel Yang Zhang, thus unifying the former territory of Fengyang. As the Book of Changes reached its conclusion, it revealed accounts of Dan Mountain. The mountain served as a marketplace established by the Danding sect, open to wandering cultivators of the righteous path. Chapter 69. The Dan Mountain Market Loose Cultivators? How splendid they are. Zhou Yi nodded in satisfaction. He would not consider any place that did not cater to loose cultivators, preferring to seek out other realms instead. If it were a sect's spiritual territory, entry would require an examination of one's bone age, thereby exposing his true age. The consequences of such exposure could lead to becoming a mere furnace for the prominent figures of the cultivation world. As he continued to read, he learned of the origins of the market. 6 to 7 centuries ago, the Danding sect discovered the Qi Yun Peak's spiritual vein, abundant with purple spiritual copper, a superior material for crafting alchemical furnaces. Thus, they established the market, naming it the Little Dan Mountain, as a refuge for loose cultivators in Fengyang country, where they could cultivate spiritual fields and mine spiritual, or sparing them from causing harm to mortals in the secular world. Zhou Yi furrowed his brow, his expression gradually solidifying as he read on. The Danding sect had confined the spiritual vein within the market's boundaries using a large spiritual gathering array, resulting in a concentration of spiritual energy that far exceeded the outside world by 10 to 20 times. This could truly be described as a paradise for cultivators. Loose cultivators could apply for a practice cave for free. However, it was not entirely without cost. Even the most basic cave required payment in astronomical amounts of spiritual stones. Once settled in, they would need to assist the Danding sect in managing the spiritual fields or repay their debts by mining at Qi Yun Peak. Spiritual stones were evidently the currency of the cultivation world. However, the notion of mining, farming, and incurring long-term debts felt all too familiar, conjuring unpleasant memories that made Zhou Yi's head throb. He pressed on through his irritation. Within the market, there was a trading area where cultivators could freely set up stalls and exchange insights on techniques, or rent shops from the Danding sect at an annual fee of around 100 spiritual stones. This model seemed oddly reminiscent of something Zhou Yi wished to avoid. If other cultivation realms were as exploitative as Little Dan Mountain, he would rather enjoy life among mortals. After all, while other cultivators toiled for a minuscule chance of ascension, Zhou Yi had already attained the fruit of immortality. The thought of enduring further hardships felt increasingly unwelcome. Due to Ji Sheng's demise at the hands of Emperor Chongming's schemes, the overseer had become enraged, not only extinguishing the Zhao family's bloodline but also issuing merit tasks to cleanse the hidden cultivators among mortals. Zhou Yi found himself thinking that the Danding sect was more unscrupulous than real estate developers, at least in his past life. One could build a home in the countryside and live comfortably. Now, even the act of relaxing had become a grave sin. Zhou Yi harbored doubts regarding the Danding sect's claims of providing a refuge for loose cultivators to prevent harm to mortals. It seemed more likely that they were merely coveting the cheap labor that loose cultivators provided. Nonetheless, this also indicated that the status of the Danding sect's formal disciples was significantly higher than anticipated. According to the pamphlet, Little Dan Mountain was predominantly populated by loose cultivators, with only one true disciple stationed to oversee things, and a handful of formal disciples guarding critical areas. The number of registered disciples was scarcely over 100, most of whom were deceased true disciples' bloodlines. Families like the Su clan of Jiangnan continued to thrive only due to their numerous completed merit tasks, ensuring a steady lineage of registered disciples associated with the sect. No wonder Ji Sheng had become so crazed. To him, the secular emperor was akin to an ant, yet he had fallen into a trap. Zhou Yi pondered why, despite Ji Sheng's esteemed position, no one had come to seek him out after decades of absence. This fleeting thought quickly faded, as he was eager to explore the cultivation world. Who could resist the allure of gracefully soaring on a sword? After breaking through to the third layer of Qi refinement, Zhou Yi took to the skies aboard the mountain river cauldron, now capable of flying a mile or two. Initially, the cauldron served the purpose of cooking, and sitting within felt akin to simmering oneself in a pot, a rather unappealing image. As the seasons changed, 3 years swiftly passed. Zhou Yi sat cross-legged atop a peak, awaiting suitable passing cultivators. Over the years, several streaks of rainbow light had flown by, but their overwhelming presence deterred him from intruding. Patience was the most prudent approach. He had long understood that one must befriend time, even if the day ended in disappointment. On this day, a figure flew overhead, lacking any protective light and seated atop a flying sword as wide as a door panel, moving at a speed slightly faster than a galloping horse. The aura emanating from him was considerably weaker. Judging by his appearance, he seemed to be no older than a teenager. Zhou Yi seized the opportunity. He leaped into the mountain river cauldron and ascended, calling out to the youth's retreating figure. "Fellow Taoist, please wait." Startled, the young man in white nearly lost his balance on his sword, almost plummeting to the ground. Zhou Yi brought the cauldron to a halt 20 yards away. Having determined through years of testing that the maximum reach of his third-layer qi refinement power was around 15 to 16 yards. "Are you heading to Little Dan Mountain?" "I am Zhu Gang from the Cloud Platform Cave of Fulling Mountain. Shall we journey to the market together?" "You are Zhou Yi from the Su family of Jingzhou." The white-clad youth replied, stabilizing his sword with a respectful gesture. "Little Dan Mountain is just ahead, a mere 20 to 30 miles away. There's no need to travel together." Before he could finish, the flying sword had already darted towards the 8 peaks. Zhou Yi did not press the issue. Instead, he allowed the mountain river cauldron to descend, utilizing lightness skills to traverse the forest, moving even faster than Zhou Yi in the air. His ability to control the flying sword without fatigue suggested he possessed techniques for manipulating tools rather than relying solely on pure magical energy. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Zhou Yi arrived first at the foot of the 8 peaks, a mere 10 yards from the swirling, tumultuous mist. Zhou Yi landed outside the fog, puzzled as to why Zhou Yi had halted. However, the elders of his clan had advised him not to engage with unfamiliar cultivators to avoid falling into traps. As his hand brushed against the mist, it parted on its own, and Zhou Yi hurriedly stepped inside. Just as expected, following the pamphlet's instructions, Zhou Yi used his magical energy to interact with the foggy maze, revealing a small path leading into the mountain. He walked along the path for some time, with the mist gradually thinning until the surroundings became clear. Before him lay vast expanses of farmland, where cultivators tended to crops, primarily rice, with stalks thick as a thumb, their ears adorned with pearl-sized grains. Various spiritual herbs were also cultivated, vibrant and peculiar, the varieties beyond Zhou Yi's recognition. The spiritual energy at the market's edge surpassed that of the outside world by 3 to 5 times. It was said that the closer one got to the central Qiyun peak, the denser the spiritual energy became, reaching an astounding concentration of 3 to 4 times in the core area. Zhou Yi continued down the path, and in the distance, the silhouettes of buildings gradually came into view. Moments later, the Little Dan Mountain Market was laid bare before him, occupying an area of roughly 4 to 5 square miles. With streets arranged in a 3x3 grid, the shops lining the streets were uniformly constructed, each adorned with signs, and the passers-by were all cultivators. Most donned monk robes or Taoist garments, with few sporting eccentric attire, indicating that Buddhism and Taoism remained the most dominant teachings in this realm. It was challenging to ascertain the levels of qi refinement among them, but based on their auras, it seemed that being at the 3rd layer was neither particularly high nor low. Zhou Yi had initially considered himself a novice in the cultivation world. Yet it became evident that his century of arduous training in the secular realm had not been in vain. After perusing all the shops and inquiring about various product prices, he gained a foundational understanding of the cultivation world's economy. A low-grade magical artifact commanded a price of over 100 spiritual stones, while elixirs for enhancing cultivation started at 10 spiritual stones each. Yet he found himself devoid of even a single spiritual stone. For the first time since his arrival in this world, Zhou Yi felt the sting of poverty. Was he truly destined to seek employment? Chapter 70. The spirit field of the cave-dwelling working is not an option. Yet, cultivating the land holds its own charm. Zhou Yi had already devised a plan in his heart to till the soil for a few years, familiarize himself with the marketplace, and then seek further opportunities. As a newcomer with no connections or background, there was no need to make a name for himself by risking unnecessary troubles. The realm of cultivation is fraught with peril, far more dangerous than the mundane world. Hence, every step must be taken with utmost caution and care. First, he would claim his cave dwelling, and in the process, he could also learn a technique called spirit rain. Zhou Yi had practiced for decades, mastering only the basic art of mana shaping, and had long envied the spells of the celestial beings. The marketplace of Xiaodan Mountain was uniform in its architecture, save for a 6-story building at its center, adorned with the plaque of the Danding sect. The cultivators entering and exiting were all exceedingly cautious. This establishment served as the official office of Xiaodan Mountain. On the first floor, Zhou Yi approached one of the counters with a courteous smile. "Fellow cultivator, is this where I register as a loose cultivator?" A young Taoist clad in a sky-blue robe, bearing a golden ding emblem on his chest, barely glanced up. He retrieved a jade slip and instructed, "Please inscribe your name, age, origin, and skills." Zhou Yi pressed the jade slip to his forehead, channeling his mana to imprint the prepared details. Zhu Gang, 52 years old. A loose cultivator from Shuzhou, no skills. The Daqian sect was not particularly stringent in managing loose cultivators. Registering names was merely for convenience in future administration. After reviewing the jade slip, the Taoist found nothing amiss and produced a palm-sized bronze token, inscribing the name Zhu Gang upon its surface before handing it over. "Be careful not to lose this. A replacement will cost you a spirit stone." Zhou Yi accepted it with both hands, expressing his gratitude. "Understood. Thank you for your trouble." The bronze token served as Zhou Yi's identification within the marketplace, embedded with the unique inscriptions of the Daqian sect, making it difficult for ordinary people to replicate. In theory, if lost or damaged, he could obtain a free replacement, although it would require the Taoist's efforts, which necessitated a spirit stone as a fee. The Taoist, satisfied with Zhou Yi's respectfulness, casually inquired, "Do you wish to cultivate the land or mine?" Zhou Yi replied, "Cultivate." The Taoist advised, "Head to the second floor and seek out Senior Brother Lu. He is amiable and can provide you with more insights." "Thank you very much." Zhou Yi bowed in appreciation. Perhaps the Taoist's suggestion seemed trivial, yet it was invaluable guidance for a newcomer to the marketplace. In Zhou Yi's eyes, social standing was merely an accessory to strength and capability. It would naturally manifest at the appropriate time, without the need for force or concern. On the second floor, the atmosphere was quite lively, with about 30 to 40 cultivators engaged in hushed conversations. Xiaodian Mountain did not impose restrictions on noise, yet whether on the streets, in shops, or within the office, cultivators spoke in whispers or communicated discreetly. Zhou Yi inquired about Senior Brother Lu's whereabouts and made his way directly to the counter. Presenting his identification token, "Senior Brother Lu, I am a new loose cultivator here to claim my cave dwelling and spirit field." Senior Brother Lu appeared to be in his 70s, exhibiting a kindly smile. "Have you ever practiced spirit rain or cultivated spirit herbs before?" Zhou Yi shook his head. "No? Then you will have to grow spirit rice." Senior Brother Lu retrieved a map, pointing to a green area. "Choose any plot. Each acre of spirit field requires a rental of 6 do. The areas designated for spirit rice cultivation were primarily located around Xiaodian Mountain, while the fields nearer to the central Qiyun Peak were reserved for spirit herb cultivation." Zhou Yi respectfully asked, "Might I inquire, Senior, how significantly do spirit rain and planting experience impact the yield of spirit rice?" "At most, the difference could be as much as 50 to 60%. Senior Brother Lu replied, quite pleased. "In my youth, I cultivated spirit rice and refined spirit rain for over a decade, allowing me to harvest an additional 2 to 3 do per acre. Spirit rice differed from ordinary grains. Typically, a seed sprouted from a distance of 10 feet, with an average yield of approximately 1 share per acre. Thus, Senior Brother Lu's additional harvest was indeed remarkable." Zhou Yi scrutinized the spirit rice area and ultimately selected a plot to the east. To the east of Xiaodian Mountain lay the boundless sea. Should any misfortune occur, one could simply dive to the ocean's depths to ensure their survival. "I shall rent 3 acres, he declared. "Very well." Senior Brother Lu entered the information into the identification token and then asked, "What grade of cave dwelling do you prefer?" "Lower grade." Zhou Yi responded without hesitation. The lower grade cave dwelling was worth 3,000 spirit stones and was located near the spirit rice area. The proximity to the fields would save him travel time. It was certainly not due to an inability to afford a higher grade dwelling. "Number 306 is available," Senior Brother Lu noted. "The annual rent is 30 spirit stones." He input the cave dwelling information, handing Zhou Yi the identification token, a jade slip for spells, and a packet of spirit rice seeds, cautioning, "Remember not to be lazy. Many who fall behind on their rent or debts end up having to resort to mining to repay them." "Thank you, Senior Brother." Zhou Yi examined the token and jade slip, mustering his courage to ask, "Senior, as this is my first attempt at practicing spirit rain, I humbly seek your guidance. I promise to repay you generously once I harvest the spirit rice next year." How amusing. It has been years since I encountered someone with such audacity. Senior Brother Lu produced another jade slip, smiling as he said, "This contains some of my cultivation insights. No need for you to repay me. When you are financially stable, treat me to a meal at Foaming Tower." "Absolutely. I will." Zhou Yi, brimming with joy, bowed deeply in gratitude. Upon leaving the office, He followed the map in his identification token, navigating around the central area. After more than an hour of flight, he finally located Cave Dwelling 306. It was a standalone residence with a small courtyard measuring 3 to 4 zhang. The east and west wings flanked the main building, which was divided into 3 rooms, resembling the layout of a courtyard in the divine capital. However, unlike other cave dwellings which were spaced dozens of zhang apart, this one emphasized privacy for cultivation. Zhou Yi took a moment to inspect the surroundings and was pleasantly surprised to find that the neighboring units were all unoccupied. The Xiaodan Mountain Marketplace spanned approximately 100 miles from east to west, with the trading area being the most populated. Elsewhere, the populace was sparse. This was ideal for him, as it minimized the chance of drawing attention. He decided to tidy up the cave dwelling and visit the fields the next day. Zhou Yi employed a cleansing talisman to tidy the several rooms. As was customary, the master bedroom would not be used for cultivation. He set up several mechanisms, not necessarily to cause harm to any intruder, but merely to serve as a warning. As night fell, Zhou Yi sat cross-legged in the west wing, commencing his first cultivation session in the marketplace. The Guiyuan Ju circulated, drawing in an abundance of spiritual energy far exceeding that of the outer world, which surged through his meridians, refining and storing it as mana in his dantian. The unprecedented efficiency of his cultivation stirred something within Zhou Yi, who had previously been as calm as a still lake. At such a pace, breaking through to the 4th layer of qi refinement would occur even faster than the 3rd. This was only the natural spiritual energy, combined with spirit rice and elixirs. Wouldn't he soar to new heights? Wait, he still had rent to pay and debts to settle. As this thought crossed his mind, his previously soaring spirits plummeted. The next day, Zhou Yi inspected the spirit field, which measured 10 zhang in width and over 10 zhang in length, quite orderly. He cleared away weeds and tilled the soil, not rushing to plant the spirit rice, but rather engaging with nearby cultivators to forge connections. A few compliments and kind words garnered him several useful tips for planting spirit rice. These were not secret techniques, but rather common knowledge, even without guidance. One could figure them out after a few years of experience. A month later, Zhou Yi successfully mastered the spirit rain technique, capable of summoning spiritual rain within a radius of 3 zhang. This was a fundamental spell, transforming mana into spiritual rain to nourish the spirit field, thereby enhancing the yield of spirit rice. It was time to begin planting. Zhou Yi carried a hoe and planted a seed every 3 feet. This was one of the key tips. The germination rate of spirit rice was about 30%, with a seedling survival rate of 50%, meaning 3 seeds would yield 1 seedling. Naturally, thinning out would be necessary once the seedlings emerged. A year swiftly passed. The 3 acres of spirit field yielded 2 shur and 4 dough of harvest, from which he paid 1 shur and 8 dough in rent, leaving him with 6 dough of spirit rice. The Book of Changes directly sold spiritual rice to the Danding sect, earning 30 spirit stones, only to find that the term of the cave dwelling had expired. Was it truly a year of toil for naught? Chapter 71. Reciprocity. Having spent a year without the spirit stones, Zhou Yi consoled himself, lest he fall prey to inner demons. According to the conventional thoughts of cultivators, the next logical step would be to cultivate more land. If 3 acres yield results, then 10 or 30 acres would surely bring forth abundant spirit stones. However, the reality was different. A cultivator at the 3rd level of qi refinement could only utilize the spirit rain technique 3 times before needing to meditate to regain energy. Irrigating 3 acres would take nearly half a day, and the spiritual fields required irrigation once morning and evening to ensure a good yield of spiritual rice. Therefore, the cost of cave abodes had been calculated by the small Dan Mountain, where those who did not strive could only survive without thriving. Cultivators could meditate in place of sleep, theoretically allowing them to farm an additional 3 acres throughout the year. Zhou Yi's neighbor exemplified this, tirelessly practicing spells in the dark and reaping 30 to 50 spirit stones annually, all while being at the same 3rd level of qi refinement. With the cave abode as a motivating factor, cultivators were compelled to enhance their cultivation and proficiency in the spirit rain technique to cultivate more spiritual fields for the small Dan Mountain. Coupled with the sect's regulations, cultivators had little time to indulge in worldly pleasures, constrained by both economic factors and sect rules. The Danding sect had its wisdom. Simply put, if one did not cultivate more land, how could the disciples of the Danding sect aspire to transcend to immortality? Zhou Yi understood the calculations involved, and 2 paths lay before him. The first was to cultivate 3 acres, utilizing any surplus time to enhance his cultivation, thereby improving farming efficiency, a long-term plan. The second was to cultivate more land, accumulating spirit stones to purchase skills, magical artifacts, and elixirs, thus achieving a swift enhancement of strength. However, the struggle contradicted his original intentions, so he set aside the second option for the moment. Zhou Yi pondered the method of talisman crafting. The most accessible way to earn spirit stones was through the cultivation of the 4 arts: array formations, alchemy, artifact crafting, and talisman making, which constituted a high-threshold industry requiring core techniques. Throughout the year, Zhou Yi frequented the trading district, seeking information regarding the 4 arts. It was said that the wealth of alchemy could ruin 3 generations, while the mastery of formations could consume an entire lifetime. Only the art of talismans was suitable for loose cultivators. The materials for crafting talismans were inexpensive. However, the real scarcity lay in the transmission of knowledge. Unfortunately, talismans like the Shadow Talisman and the Divine Movement Talisman were nearly unsellable, as most cultivators could draw them. The complete inheritance of talismans from the King of Yellow Sky turned out to be more valuable than anticipated. Had he known, he would have sought it out. Zhou Yi felt a twinge of regret, but held no remorse. Reflecting on the past, it was likely that the Jiangnan families supported the King of Yellow Sky with the ulterior motive of acquiring his talisman inheritance. The cultivation world appeared severed from the mundane realm, yet, in many grand schemes, there were hidden connections. As long as I remain poor, no one will conspire against me. For now, I shall lay low for a few years, become a familiar face in the marketplace, and if spirit stones remain elusive, I will cultivate more spiritual fields. The second year passed in a flash. Zhou Yi harvested an additional 3 dou, with his yield per acre merely a dou shy of the average. By diligently studying the insights and techniques shared by senior brother Lu, he rapidly improved his proficiency in the spirit rain technique, leading to this notable increase in yield. One must always express gratitude. Zhou Yi sold the remaining spiritual rice and spent 13 spirit stones to host a banquet at the Foaming Tower. The lavish spread of spiritual delicacies filled the air with tantalizing aromas. On Xingxian Street, there were skilled culinary cultivators who, through years of development, had gradually formed a branch of culinary art akin to alchemy, which included brewing and perfuming. Spiritual chefs primarily used the flesh and blood of demon beasts, blending them with rare herbs according to secret recipes, and after being cooked with spiritual fire, transformed into exquisite dishes that not only tasted divine, but also enhanced one's magical prowess. Senior brother Lu came as invited and surveyed the bountiful table. "You are indeed generous." Zhou Yi replied, "I must thank you for your guidance. Otherwise, I would not only have had leftovers, but would have ended up in debt. Thus, this meal is on me." Zhou Yi smiled. "I even reserved a private room for us upstairs at the Huakai Pavilion, where we can enjoy fine spirits and music after our meal." The banquet itself was not expensive. With a pot of spiritual wine, it only cost 3 spirit stones. Spirit stones were a resource of continuous consumption, akin to a universal currency within the cultivation world, applicable for enhancing cultivation or mastering the 4 arts, maintaining a robust purchasing power. The additional 10 spirit stones were for special services at Fengming Tower, akin to a luxurious grooming service. Upon hearing this, Lu, now more animated, began to refer to Zhou Yi as his brother as they exchanged cups. Thus, the network of relationships began to take shape through the principle of reciprocity. "Junior brother, let me tell you, relying solely on farming will never yield you spirit stones," Lu said in a low voice. "Despite the relentless toil day and night, you may only harvest a meager return. How many years must one endure before affording a magical artifact? When will it ever end?" Lu's words held wisdom, but Zhou Yi lamented his lack of skills. From the very first day of farming, Zhou Yi understood that an industry without technical barriers would cause the price of spiritual rice to gravitate towards production costs, merely consuming physical strength and time for meager earnings. Aspiring to wealth was akin to dreaming in daylight. "I must learn to navigate the circles," Lu boasted. "It is precisely because I have a good rapport with senior brother that I was granted a position at the office, which not only brings prestige, but also yields far more spirit stones than farming." Zhou Yi feigned enlightenment. He understood this principle, but chose not to engage in such practices. Navigating social circles equated to aligning with factions, inevitably antagonizing some while benefiting others. This contradicted Zhou Yi's cautious nature. Moreover, social circles were ultimately ephemeral. Zhou Yi preferred to ascend through strength rather than status. Without transcending boundaries or climbing too high, he would naturally avoid entanglements. If earning spirit stones truly proved impossible, Zhou Yi would rather devote himself to 1,000 years of farming and eventually afford an exquisite cave abode. He resolved to maintain his integrity and face matters with equanimity. Senior brother, do you know where I might find a bookstore to acquire some historical texts on the cultivation world? Zhou Yi inquired. Historical texts? Lu replied, puzzled. What use are those? Better to save spirit stones and try a pill instead. Zhou Yi chuckled. I come from a humble background, unlike you, senior brother, who has been immersed in this world. I am quite ignorant of the cultivation realm and wish to read some texts for enlightenment. Lu, recognizing the validity of Zhou Yi's intent, responded, in the southeast corner, there is a quiet void studio. Mention my name and bring a pot of spiritual wine, and you may borrow many texts. However, they will only be common editions, not rare or secret tomes. Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. Zhou Yi expressed with sincere gratitude, knowing that this advice alone was worth 10 spirit stones. The third year unfolded, and he harvested yet another 3 dough. Zhou Yi hosted senior brother Lu once more at the Fengming Tower, where he was introduced to several fellow cultivators, establishing acquaintances that were little more than nods of recognition. Simultaneously, through the borrowed texts, the vast and magnificent cultivation world began to unveil its mysteries to Zhou Yi. The Danding sect presided over not merely the Fengyang kingdom, but over 20 nations within the entire Yunzhou territory, with the small Dan mountain being renowned for its abundant purple spirit copper. To the north of Yunzhou lay Jizhou, rumored to be under demonic rule, while to the west lay Qiongzhou, and to the south, the vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains, where the borderlands were shrouded in an impenetrable range, leaving few low-level cultivators informed. The cultivation world was far grander than one could fathom. A cultivator at the Qi refinement stage might toil relentlessly throughout their life without traversing the entirety of Yunzhou. Beyond Qi refinement, there existed the foundation establishment, core formation, and nascent soul stages, a long and arduous path to immortality, and here I am, merely a fledgling. Chapter 72. Analysis of spiritual energy under the blazing sun. A cool canopy was set up in the fields, where Zhou Yi reclined in a soft chair, sipping on chilled sour plum soup. He casually flipped through a book entitled The Legend of the Three Heroes. In Chapter 309, titled Love Turns to Enmity, Who Endures the Torture, he found the writing rather compelling. Yet, to his dismay, he discovered that the story abruptly ended. Zhou Yi sprang from his chair, confirming repeatedly that the author had met an untimely demise. Perhaps he had amassed sufficient spirit stones, or perhaps he had simply passed away of old age, leaving the conclusion of the tale forever unwritten, a tragedy indeed. The collection of the master of Jingshu Studio was eclectic, and Zhou Yi did not discriminate. Borrowing any book that piqued his interest, he indulged in various genres, including notes and essays, biographies, strange tales, and even novels from the realm of cultivation, alongside critical readings of the spring and autumn annals. This particular volume of The Legend of the Three Heroes was a masterpiece among such novels. With its vivid depictions of battles and duels, the protagonists were all prodigies, while the true world of cultivation lay just beyond his reach. Not far away, his neighbor Gu Qian, having exhausted his magical energy, made his way over for a refreshing drink. 2 lounge chairs sat beneath the cool canopy, one reserved for Gu Qian. He sighed contentedly after downing 3 large cups of the chilled beverage. Immortal cultivators may be impervious to the elements, yet the delightful sensation of sweet and sour flavors still lingered, otherwise they would have turned to stone. Glancing at the book on the table, Gu Qian shook his head and remarked, such trifling literature is of no use, and the author must surely be a cultivator who has lost his sanity. Zhou Yi laughed and replied, Brother Gu, must everything be classified as useful or useless? Wouldn't that make life unbearably tedious? After a moment of silence, Gu Qian spoke thoughtfully. You are still young. When you reach my age, you will understand the scarcity of time and the multitude of tasks at hand. Wishing desperately for each day to feel like 2. That is what it means to live with purpose. Zhou Yi was momentarily at a loss for words. Having known each other for 4 years, they met daily in the fields and had come to understand each other's backgrounds. Gu Qian practiced a lineage technique, entering the Xiaodan mountain at over 30 years of age, and now, at over 80, he remained stuck at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, all but certain that his path to enlightenment had been severed. The 4th level marked the mid-stage of Qi refinement, a threshold that, although not insurmountable, had eluded Guchun for over 2 decades. Of course, his years of relentless farming had left him little time for diligent training. Purpose? The quality of one's spiritual root determines the fate of a cultivator. Guchun's laughter was tinged with bitterness, carrying a note of sorrow. Am I unaware that studying is beneficial? Borrowing books also requires spirit stones. It would be wiser to save and repay the debts of my cave dwelling. Once I obtain the land deed, it will become a family inheritance. In Xiaodan Mountain, if a cultivator repaid their debts before death, the land deed could be passed down to descendants or disciples with spiritual roots. Such roots were rare, with ordinary mortals being 1 in 10,000. Guchun had taken several wives in the mundane world, but it was only a few years ago that he had a grandson with 4 spiritual roots, prompting him to toil in the fields to earn spirit stones. The caves in Xiaodan Mountain did not prohibit partners from cultivating together, but they did not allow for family gatherings, a policy that promoted the sale of caves and effectively curtailed familial power from overshadowing the disciples of the Danding sect. Once Guchun repaid the debts of his dwelling, he could acquire another cave for cultivation, lifting the burden of loans from his grandson. We have let this cave exploit us for half a lifetime. I cannot allow my grandson to suffer. Brother Gu speaks wisely, Zhou Yi nodded. Generational inheritance may one day yield a 2-root or even a heavenly-rooted cultivator who could directly join the Danding sect and transform into the master of Xiaodan Mountain. Guchun chuckled, just like the Ling family. They were much like me, with 2 cultivators farming on Xiaodan Mountain, only to have a granddaughter with dual spiritual roots, who became an official disciple of the Danding sect in a single leap. The uncles and grandfathers were elevated by their granddaughters' fortunes and no longer needed to toil in the fields. Such is the uncertainty of life, Zhou Yi mused. Isn't this precisely the allure of the cultivation world? After cultivating for a century, I find that you, the youth, possess greater clarity. While chatting, Guchun continued to circulate his energy, gradually restoring some of his magical power as he got up to tend to the spiritual fields. Zhou Yi sipped another cup of sour plum soup, leaving the remaining portion behind as he took the book with him. In the trading district, Zhou Yi strolled through the streets, hands in his pockets. He greeted familiar cultivators with a smile, exchanging pleasantries that lacked substance, generally inquiring about their well-being. He browsed various shops, inquiring about prices to accurately gauge market trends. The items displayed on street stalls could be handled, often priced 20 to 30 lower than those in shops, though their quality and authenticity varied significantly, requiring a discerning eye to avoid pitfalls. Rumors frequently circulated about cultivators discovering hidden treasures at stalls, turning a few spirit stones into hundreds or thousands. Zhou Yi merely listened, amused by the tales, for anyone who believed such stories was a fool. At last, he came upon Hu Daoren, an elderly man with graying hair and a Taoist robe that exuded a strong aroma of fermented grains. When he spoke, his prominent front teeth were revealed. The stall displayed around 20 jars of wine, sealed with red clay and labeled with numbers ranging from 1 to 20. Regular visitors knew that Hu Daoren brewed only one type of spirit wine, known as the Crimson Rainbow. When poured, the liquid resembled a radiant rainbow hanging in the sky, bursting with vibrant colors, hence its name. Zhou Yi crouched in front of the stall and asked, "Old Hu, why are you willing to sell 20-year-old spirit wine today?" Hu Daoren grinned widely. I'm just feeling generous, but I won't tell you why." "Very well. I'll take this jar of 20-year-old wine for 5 spirit stones." Zhou Yi's offer was substantial, nearly depleting his remaining savings. Fortunately, his lifespan was boundless, and he had no need for spirit stones or elixirs to enhance his cultivation. After a moment's hesitation, Hu Daoren, considering their long-standing relationship, agreed, "I'll sell it to you." Zhou Yi paid the spirit stones and left with the wine jar. He made his way to the southeastern corner of the trading district, entering Jingshu's studio. Inside, he saw 2 cultivators negotiating prices. This establishment dealt in cultivation techniques and spell jade slips, with a collection of books merely a hobby of the owner. The proprietor, known as Jingsu, was over a century old yet still sported a full head of black hair, appearing no different from someone in their 30s or 40s. It was said that he had consumed a youth-preserving elixir in his youth, allowing him to maintain such an appearance until his life's end. Zhou Yi approached the counter, placing the wine alongside the legend of the 3 heroes. "Senior, does this book have a second half? It leaves one feeling quite restless. Is it truly so captivating?" Jingsu replied, "Rather than indulging in the absurdities of this tale, You would do better to read a few farming journals. You might even reap a few more measures of spiritual rice. Now that is true utility. But my nature and talents likely preclude me from partaking in such tales. Zhou Yi countered playfully. Surely, one can still indulge in a bit of fantasy? Haha, you are indeed correct, Jingsu exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. He promptly uncorked the wine jar, inhaled its aroma, and began to drink deeply. Gulping down half the jar, he wiped his mouth and offered the remainder to Zhou Yi. This old who may not have much to offer, but his method of brewing spirit wine has only grown richer and more profound. Indeed, otherwise, how could old who lives so carefree? Zhou Yi quaffed the remaining wine, feeling the spirit wine permeate his very being, circulating through him as he practiced the returning yuan technique, refining his magical power as if he had spent 10 days in seclusion. What a delight! You, my friend, are quite amusing. A year of farming yields but a moment of joy. Jingsu retrieved a book from beneath the counter, stating, the author of that tale has yet to complete the work. I will personally urge him to finish it. Take this book home, but do not share it with others. Zhou Yi's expression sharpened as he realized this was the first time Jingsu had specifically warned him after borrowing over 100 books. Accepting the book with both hands, he glanced at the cover, which bore the title Essays on the Analysis of Spiritual Energy by the Pure Tranquil True Monarch. Chapter 73. The True Monarch of Golden Core. Zhou Yi had spent 4 years in the market and was no longer the naive novice in the world of cultivation. Foundation establishment cultivators were respectfully referred to as true persons, and currently, the steward stationed at Little Dan Mountain was none other than the esteemed true person Xianlin. With a mere word, he could determine the rise and fall of nations. Yet, in the presence of the Golden Core True Monarch, he was merely a fledgling. The Golden Core True Monarch soared through the skies and traversed the earth, with a lifespan extending to 500 years. Possessing treasures that could cause mountains to crumble and the earth to shake, he had essentially transcended human limitations. And it would not be an exaggeration to refer to him as an immortal. Zhou Yi held the precious notes in his hands, suppressing his desire to peruse them. Senior, this book is far too valuable. I feel unworthy to receive it. Jingsu waved his hand dismissively. It's not as if the true monarch is delivering a lecture. It is merely a volume of notes, devoid of any profound techniques. Then, I shall shamelessly borrow it. Zhou Yi understood Jingsu's nature. Having inherited his family shop, he was not required to pay rent to the market. With a bit of management, he could earn several hundred spirit stones a year. And he had a certain air of authority, bolstered by his cultivation at the 9th layer of qi refinement. Carefully tucking away the true monarch's notes, Zhou Yi spent 2 or 3 hours conversing with Jingsu before taking his leave, mostly discussing the stories within the book. In his previous life, Zhou Yi had a penchant for reading tales of immortals and heroes. While he could not claim to rival the imagination of the cultivation world, he possessed his own unique insights. Occasionally, he would share a few plot lines, eliciting praise from Jingsu, who expressed a desire to have them written down. Such light-hearted tales rarely garnered spirit stones in the world of cultivation. They were often the fantasies of frustrated cultivators, hoping to encounter a benefactor who might reward them with a few spirit stones. By that time, the authors might have already passed away. After leaving Jingsu's study, Zhou Yi refrained from wandering the trading area and hurried back to his cave abode, securing the door behind him. After bathing, lighting incense, and washing his hands, he opened the first page of the True Monarch's notes. In my youth, I was unaware of the importance of progress, neglecting the pursuit of cultivation and failing to seek answers until I condensed my golden core. At which point I found my thoughts turning to such matters. Zhou Yi was momentarily speechless, confronted by the grandiosity of the esteemed figure's words, which conveyed a sense of nonchalance in achieving the golden core. At the age of 126, he remained in the mid-stage of qi refinement, while the average foundation establishment cultivator reached around 200 years of age, with little hope of advancing to the later stages of qi refinement. As he continued reading, he learned that the pure tranquility true monarch enjoyed a lifespan of 400 years before beginning to explore the questions of his youth. Where does spiritual energy originate? What are the properties of spiritual energy? The first question was quickly answered, not through experimentation by the true monarch, but rather through inquiry with his master. The Earth's ancestral veins diverged into countless spiritual veins, which naturally emitted spiritual energy, classified into 4 grades: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, based on their length and size. Beneath these spiritual veins lay spiritual lands, where spiritual energy gathered but did not produce new energy. Upon reaching this point, Zhou Yi envisioned an image in his mind. The entire structure resembled a grand tree. The ancestral veins represented the roots. The spiritual veins were the branches, producing spiritual energy for this world. The spiritual lands did not belong to the tree. Their origins varied. They could be innate gathering formations or certain spiritual entities, and might even be the burial sites of high-level cultivators, forming small areas of spiritual energy accumulation. It was well known that cultivators occupied these spiritual lands, forming clans bound by bloodlines, commonly referred to as cultivation families. Thus, if the ancestral veins were severed or destroyed, would the world descend into an age of decline? Zhou Yi dismissed this perilous thought. Not only would it be incredibly challenging to sever the ancestral veins, but the individual would certainly become the enemy of all cultivators, including the demon clans. Having learned about the source of spiritual energy, the pure tranquility true monarch further inquired into its properties. Yet his master was also unclear, offering only personal insights that lacked a systematic approach. For instance, high-level cultivators entering the mundane world would rapidly lose their cultivation, becoming sources of spiritual energy themselves, with nearby stones and trees potentially transforming into spiritual beings. Similarly, treasures left in the mundane world for extended periods would lose their spiritual essence, ultimately becoming mere scrap. A revelation struck Zhou Yi. Treasures that retain their spiritual essence after a century in the mundane world must possess extraordinary origins. He felt a stirring in his heart as he retrieved a copper mirror from his belongings. This mirror could emit spiritual light and bind malevolent spirits. Aptly named the soul-binding mirror, it had been gifted to him by the Xianxing Taoist, bestowed upon his disciple Yilingzi, over 300 years ago. As Zhou Yi examined the soul-binding mirror, he noticed that its magical aura seemed to have intensified. This mirror was indeed a true treasure. He was fortunate not to have traded it for spirit stones, for he could only imagine which protagonist might have chanced upon it. Alas, while it was easy for spiritual essence to dissipate, restoring it was a formidable task. He pondered how many years it would take to regain its original power. No matter. While other matters were uncertain, he could certainly afford to wait. Zhou Yi placed the soul-binding mirror close to his heart, planning to seek a method of ritual refining in the future to nourish it safely within his body. Continuing to peruse the notes, the pure tranquility true monarch, adhering to his master's observations, began to delve deeper into the properties of spiritual energy. This subject was not overly complex, and within a few years, he reached a conclusion. Spiritual energy disperses from areas of high concentration to those of low concentration. Zhou Yi reflected carefully. His past experiences corroborated this principle. The pure tranquility true monarch had captured beasts and even risked himself to dwell in the mundane realm for several years, discovering the golden core cultivators. The inner cores of demon beasts and treasures all contained high concentrations of spiritual energy. Once they appeared in the mundane world, they would inevitably disperse uncontrollably. Zhou Yi held deep admiration for the pure tranquility true monarch's spirit of self-sacrifice. Any unexpected mishap could lead to the shattering of the golden core. The pure tranquility true monarch meticulously studied the formation of spiritual gathering arrays in an attempt to contain and restrict spiritual energy. However, the foundation of these arrays was also spiritual energy. Elements such as array plates, flags, and inscriptions were all related to spiritual energy. Ultimately, he could only delay the dispersion, never achieving complete containment. Other spiritual items, such as spiritual pills, stones, and talismans, would also lose their essence if left in the mundane world for too long, becoming mere earthly objects. As he read on, Zhou Yi pondered deeply, slowly turning to the final page. Indeed, the pure tranquility true monarch concluded that spiritual energy is the foundation of the immortal path, and spiritual veins are the roots of this energy. Should the ancestral veins be damaged, the cultivation world would face catastrophe. The entire volume of notes contained barely 10,000 words, akin to a scholarly paper. And this was indeed the case. The pure tranquility true monarch had employed a methodical approach through repeated experimentation to explore the source and properties of spiritual energy, embodying the essence of scientific inquiry. Science is not merely physics or chemistry. It is a tool for uncovering truth. This volume of notes had opened Zhou Yi's eyes. Its worth far exceeding that of mere wine money. In the future, when he engaged in matters of significance, he would possess a foundational theory to pierce through the mists of confusion and directly address the core issues. It was no wonder his senior forbade its dissemination. Should individuals with ulterior motives gain knowledge of it, calamity could ensue. Zhou Yi was not a stranger to viewing others with suspicion. After all, the cultivation world was vast, often filled with individuals who sought to drag everyone down with them in their despair. Although the ancestral veins were challenging to destroy, even the mightiest dam can be breached by an ant's hole. A continuous influx of cultivators could ultimately lead to disaster. Zhou Yi silently recited the Qingwei true person's spirit-nourishing theory, focusing his mind and calming his emotional turmoil. The exploration of the origins of the cultivation world by the Golden Core True Monarch was indeed awe-inspiring. However, it felt too distant for Zhou Yi. His immediate priority was to cultivate diligently, farm diligently, and break through to the fourth layer of qi refinement as soon as possible. Moreover, should the ancestral veins truly be severed, ushering in an age of decline, with immortals perishing and demons extinguished, Zhou Yi would still remain in this world, possibly becoming one of the strongest beings through martial prowess. This seemed a shortcut to power, bypassing the arduous millennia of cultivation to ascend to the infinite celestial sovereign. The humble practitioner has always been compassionate. How could such wicked thoughts cross his mind? Goodness, goodness. Zhou Yi practiced through the night, making slight progress in his magical abilities. The following day, he arrived at the entrance of Jing Su's study, only to find the door firmly shut, adorned with a note: "Gone traveling, return date uncertain. TSK, Tisk." Truly, a wealthy individual who could afford to squander dozens or even hundreds of spirit stones each month. He could visit Fengming Tower numerous times. Zhou Yi, having toiled for 4 years, had yet to experience the pleasures of female cultivators, only hearing tales of those skilled in dual cultivation techniques. The thought of joyfully enhancing his cultivation was indeed exquisite. Refined text, in the annals of time. A debt unpaid foretells a new one unforeseen. Zhou Yi meandered through the bustling marketplace, relieved to find the prices stable. He observed a few naive individuals being deceived, purchasing spiritual artifacts crafted the previous week with precious spirit stones, blissfully unaware of their folly. Newcomers to the market, perhaps accustomed to their elevated status in the mundane world or genuinely conceited, often perceive themselves as protagonists of fantastical tales, expecting serendipitous encounters and miraculous discoveries. Zhou Yi, an observant bystander, refrained from offering any guidance. Those brazen enough to peddle counterfeit goods in the marketplace invariably possessed influential connections. Elder brother Liu had cautioned Zhou Yi against challenging the established order, as these individuals were often protected by inner sect disciples, lest they be vanquished as heretics. As the delighted buyer departed, the seller hastily packed their belongings. When one succumbs to the lure of additional gains, their principle is exposed to predation. Zhou Yi, taking heed of this cautionary tale, remained vigilant, lest he fall prey to the snares of avarice. The world of cultivation teemed with deceivers whose methods extended beyond mere verbal trickery. A nearby female cultivator, for instance, presented spiritual objects imbued with subtle enchantments, captivating potential buyers and compelling them to relinquish their spirit stones in a daze. As dusk approached, Zhou Yi visited his allotted spiritual field to cast a spell of nourishing rain. The adjacent plot lay desolate, its ripening spiritual rice unattended. Where could Brother Gu be? Gu Chun had toiled tirelessly in his fields for years, sacrificing his cultivation time to secure a brighter future for his grandson. Regardless of his personal aspirations, his paternal devotion was truly admirable. With the spiritual rice nearing maturity, Gu Chen's absence portended grave tidings. May all be well. Zhou Yi, a resident of the marketplace, had yet to witness any instances of murder and plunder, but he was not so naive as to believe they did not occur. Human nature, inherently inclined towards ease and indolence, was amplified among cultivators, who harbored an even greater thirst for resources. The annual proceeds from cultivating spiritual fields amounted to a mere handful of spirit stones, a paltry sum compared to the gains from robbery. Consequently, despite their years of acquaintance, Gu Chun and Zhou Yi remained ignorant of each other's origins. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Zhou Yi meditated until dawn. The bottleneck in his mid-stage qi refining had proven more challenging than anticipated. Even the most mediocre individuals possessed spiritual roots, whereas he lacked even the most rudimentary of the 5 elements. Zhou Yi estimated that he would need another decade or so of diligent practice to advance to the 4th level of qi refining. This would provide ample time to accumulate sufficient spirit stones to acquire a water evasion technique, enabling him to escape danger by submerging himself in the vast ocean. Zhou Yi was intimately familiar with the market prices, and the water evasion techniques were available in a dozen varieties. The most refined being the water essence evasion from Jade Law Pavilion, priced at 50 spirit stones. A mere 5 years of tending to the fields, and the time would swiftly pass. The following morning, Zhou Yi first inspected the 3 remaining spirit essence flowers in his courtyard. These flowers were a primary ingredient in the refinement of essence-nourishing pills, and a single plant could be harvested after a decade of growth, fetching a spirit stone apiece. He loosened the soil, cast a spell of spiritual rain, and meticulously tended to the plants. The germination rate was abysmal, with 90% of the seedlings perishing after sprouting. Zhou Yi retrieved more seeds and replenished the vacant spaces in the herb garden. The courtyard of a cultivator's cave dwelling, spanning a mere 2 or 3 yards, could be divided into 2 plots of land for cultivating easily grown and marketable spiritual herbs. The cave dwellings in the small Dan Mountain marketplace were costly, but once sold to a cultivator, their purpose was unrestricted. One could dismantle the side rooms and convert the entire dwelling into a herb garden without fear of reprisal. In fact, many cultivators had done precisely that, leaving only the walls and bed intact. The marketplace was protected by a formidable mountain defense array, eliminating concerns about rain, snow, or hail. Open-air cultivation might even be more efficacious. However, the germination rate of spiritual herbs was exceedingly low, and the time required for maturation was extensive, limiting the number of cultivators who could truly profit from this endeavor. Zhou Yi had acquired a substantial quantity of essence-nourishing flower seeds, not with the expectation of immediate wealth, but rather to gradually acquire experience in cultivating spiritual herbs. After a century or 2 of dedicated learning, he would become one of the most accomplished farmers in the marketplace, having outlived those more skilled than himself. The central and core areas of the marketplace were entirely devoted to spiritual herb fields, as the Dan Cauldron sect's primary expertise lay in alchemy, which necessitated a vast supply of spiritual herbs. Renting a few acres of spiritual herb fields at that time would be far more lucrative than cultivating spiritual rice. Furthermore, cultivating a few top-tier spiritual herbs with exceptionally long maturation periods, allowing them to mature over hundreds or thousands of years, could provide a means of breaking through cultivation realms without the need for alchemy. Selling them was out of the question, as it would inevitably attract the attention of malevolent cultivators seeking to plunder and pillage. The seeds of top-tier spiritual herbs were exceedingly expensive and had an even lower survival rate, requiring constant care and attention. Otherwise, one could simply scatter them in a secluded location and harvest them after centuries. Zhou Yi had contemplated purchasing a manual on the cultivation of spiritual herbs. However, his fellow cultivators, with whom he normally shared drinks and laughter, became evasive at the mere mention of spiritual herb cultivation techniques. Even the sharing of cultivation experience was considered a closely guarded secret, let alone the inheritance of the 4 arts of cultivation, which were inaccessible to ordinary cultivators. Upon arriving at his spiritual field, Zhou Yi found that Gu Chun was still absent. He did not dwell on it, and he cast his spell of spiritual rain with greater proficiency than before. This year's yield was projected to exceed 1 stone per acre, a respectable accomplishment for a farmer, and he hoped to eventually reach elder brother Lu's level, earning hundreds of spirit stones each year. Time passed swiftly. Half a year elapsed in the blink of an eye. The spiritual rice in the adjacent field had ripened and was harvested by the enforcement team, who recorded the details. If Gu Qin were alive, the marketplace would return the rice to him in accordance with the regulations. Such occurrences were not uncommon, as many cultivators ventured out on expeditions or travels, never to return. The misery and cruelty of the mortal realm manifested in the anguished cries of the wronged, witnessed and heard by many. In the world of cultivation, however, such tragedies occurred silently, with countless souls perishing unnoticed. One day, as Zhou Yi was tending to his field, he noticed a familiar figure squatting on the edge of the field, staring blankly at the spiritual rice. "Brother Gu," Zhou Yi greeted him, noticing Gu Qin's empty left sleeve. "What happened to your arm?" he asked inquisitively. Cough, cough, cough. Gu Qin coughed violently, his face pale. "I fought with a rogue cultivator and sacrificed an arm to send him to the netherworld." Zhou Yi was taken aback. The normally docile Gu Qin, indistinguishable from any other farmer, had actually slain a rogue cultivator. Rogue cultivators were not merely those who practiced unorthodox or demonic arts. Those who made a living by killing and plundering were also considered heretics. They did not engage in production, relying instead on robbery to acquire resources. After a successful heist, they would assume a new identity and cultivate in the marketplace, only to repeat the cycle when their resources dwindled. These cultivators were ruthless and skilled in combat, often proving to be formidable opponents for those of similar cultivation levels. Gu Chen's expression was somber as he asked, "How could those rogue cultivators harm even the elderly and children? Rogue cultivators are no longer human." Zhou Yi suspected that a tragedy involving the destruction of a family had occurred. "They cultivate by treading on corpses, but one day they will become corpses themselves," he said. "There is no other outcome." "I don't care about their lives," Gu Chen murmured. "I just want my grandson to come back to life. I sold everything to redeem him. And I was even willing to become a medicine slave. I finally gathered enough spirit stones, but that rogue cultivator showed no mercy. At least you avenged him." Zhou Yi consoled. "It's so hard to be a good person," Gu Chen said in despair. Zhou Yi was at a loss for words. He could not simply say that the weak suffer, as Gu Chen was undoubtedly aware of this truth. Ordinary cultivators like Gu Chen, despite recognizing the exploitation prevalent in the marketplace, persevered in their arduous labor. After all, Small Dan Mountain adhered to certain regulations, offering a glimmer of hope. The heretics, on the other hand, espoused freedom and rebellion against oppression, while engaging in acts of murder and plunder, essentially behaving as bandits. Zhou Yi often mocked Small Dan Mountain for its avarice, but willingly abided by the marketplace's rules, as a stable environment was paramount. This had nothing to do with subservience or docility. Rather, it was about establishing and adhering to rules to ensure safety. If one truly found Small Dan Mountain unsatisfactory, they were free to seek out other marketplaces. No one was preventing them from doing so. "Brother Zhu, when I die, please bury my bones in this spiritual field." After enduring a grueling battle against the malevolent cultivator, Gu Chen managed to rise with great difficulty, clearly suffering from severe injuries. He staggered back to his cave abode. Zhou Yi gazed at Gu Chen's desolate figure, letting out a sigh as he employed the spiritual rain technique to nourish the spiritual fields. A life devoid of aspirations, drifting aimlessly, is akin to death itself. At the conclusion of the chapter, an explanation is provided for the previous chapter's inquiries. Firstly, regarding the spiritual energy in the mortal realm, sects utilize formations to restrict and confine the spiritual energy generated by the ley lines, thus elevating the concentration of spiritual energy within the markets. The meager spiritual energy in the mundane world dissipates because it cannot be entirely contained. In the absence of such binding formations, the spiritual energy across the world would be relatively uniform, with only the ley lines exhibiting higher concentrations. This aligns with the notion that as long as sages remain immortal, so too will the great thieves. Secondly, concerning high-level cultivators, it has been noted by some readers that the issue of nascent soul cultivators pursuing qi refinement practitioners is not as straightforward as it may seem. Even if a nascent soul Taoist ventures into the mortal realm, it does not imply that their cultivation will plummet within a mere decade or so. As previously illustrated with the example of magical artifacts, even without sealing techniques, spiritual energy can remain potent for centuries after dissipating. Cultivators actively suppress the dissipation of spiritual energy through various means, whether formations, magical artifacts, divine abilities, or others, rendering the process exceedingly slow, spanning decades, centuries, or even millennia without a decline in their cultivation level. Thus, the scenario of a nascent soul Taoist hesitating to pursue a qi refinement practitioner is unfounded. In the current realm of cultivation, the slow dissipation of spiritual energy has negligible impact on battles, unless the conflict persists for several centuries. As the impending end of the Dharma era approaches, it will ultimately be those ancient beings who have sealed their spiritual energy that meet their demise, contingent upon who can endure the longest. Those who manage to survive until the revival of spiritual energy will find their lives extended. Spiritual energy serves as the foundational setting of this narrative, influencing the trajectory of the entire story. Should readers have any uncertainties, they are encouraged to leave comments. The author resides in the comment section, not merely to solicit reviews, haha. Chapter 75. The will of Gu Chen. Gu Chen has passed away. The discovery came in the second year after his demise. It was the enforcement team that first arrived, seeking the collection of spirit stones, only to learn that Gu Chen had quietly succumbed in his cave abode. Such occurrences are not uncommon in the market. A cave is private territory, and unless one is a close confidant, it's rare to intrude. Zhou Yi was in the midst of performing the spirit rain technique when Brother Zhang from the enforcement team approached. Zhu Laodi, Gu Chun left a letter for you before his death. Brother Zhang, a familiar face with whom Zhou Yi had shared a few drinks at Fengming Tower, had a forthright disposition. The enforcement team, a violent institution under the market's jurisdiction, comprised over 100 mid to late-stage qi refinement cultivators, led by a formal disciple of the Danding sect, with several registered disciples managing the affairs. Joining the enforcement team provided a monthly salary of spirit stones, comparable to Zhou Yi's annual harvest from spirit fields. However, maintaining the market stability often involved battling malevolent forces, leading to frequent reports of fatalities. Brother Zhang, you've had a tough time, Zhou Yi remarked candidly as he opened the letter without hesitation. The contents of Gu Chen's letter were devoid of secrets. It elaborated on the calamities faced by his family, revealing discrepancies from Zhou Yi's assumptions. The perpetrators were not malevolent cultivators, but rather Gu Chen's close friend. This friend, who had a descendant with spiritual roots, had initially intended to apprentice under Gu Chen and inherit his cave. However, in recent years, the Gu family also produced a descendant with spiritual roots, inciting envy in his friend. This jealousy turned deadly as he transformed into a malevolent cultivator, annihilating Gu Chen's family and abducting his grandson for ransom. Unexpectedly, the ordinarily honest farmer managed to defeat the malevolent cultivator during their confrontation. Though he sustained severe injuries and was not long for this world, farmers are not devoid of valor. Zhou Yi continued reading. Before returning to Xiaodian Mountain, Gu Chun had similarly eradicated his friend's entire family. At the end of the letter, Gu Chun revealed his true identity. He was originally surnamed Liu and hailed from Lingzhou and Daong. He expressed hope that Zhou Yi would look after any Liu cultivators he might encounter from Lingzhou in the future. The malevolent cultivators had slain Gu Chen's family, but many branches of the Liu family still survived, and Gu Chun had passed down his techniques to them. In gratitude, he bequeathed his spirit stones to Zhou Yi before his death. He cautioned Zhou Yi repeatedly that in the world of cultivation, one should trust no one, not even friends of decades. Indeed, I inherently trust no one. Zhou Yi sighed inwardly and handed the letter to Brother Zhang. Brother, does this will hold any weight? Brother Zhang replied, for an ordinary person, it may not hold, but given our relationship, it is certainly valid. Zhou Yi clasped his hands in gratitude. I appreciate it, Brother Zhang. In a few days, let us go to Fengming Tower for drinks. I've heard a new female cultivator has arrived, proficient in a unique art that purportedly aids in breaking through cultivation bottlenecks. Count me in. Brother Zhang eagerly agreed, astonished by Zhou Yi's generosity. Cultivators typically guarded their spirit stones closely. Such an exceptional female cultivator would require at least 20 to 30 spirit stones. Zhou Yi added, there's another matter. Gu Daoyu entrusted me to bury his remains in this spirit field as a return to the earth. Typically, cultivators like Gu Chan would be interred in the central area of the medicinal fields, where certain special spiritual herbs would absorb the aura from their remains, enhancing their growth. Brother Zhang readily consented, a trivial matter. Zhou Yi's connections over the years might not prove useful in significant affairs, but for minor matters, they would not cause trouble. Without Brother Zhang's assurance, the remnants of Gu Chen's possessions could be jeopardized, and the possibility of Zhou Yi being falsely accused of murder lingered. On that day, Gu Chen's remains were interred in the spirit field without a grave marker, and his vacant cave was reclaimed by the market, awaiting a new owner. Zhou Yi found himself without a neighbor, and the fields fell silent, devoid of idle chatter. He dedicated his days to diligent cultivation and tending to the medicinal and spirit fields, occasionally inviting fellow cultivators to Fengming Tower for drinks. In the 6th year, he harvested several dough of spirit rice, finally experiencing the exquisite pleasures of dual cultivation for the first time. It was a convoluted and delightful experience, transcending that of ordinary women. I am striving to break through my cultivation bottleneck. In the 7th year, while perusing the trading district, Zhou Yi unexpectedly encountered an old acquaintance from the mortal realm. The emperor of the newly established Daqian, Li Wu, and Empress Chun Jinyu strolled together, emerging from the Danding Pavilion, quietly discussing how to consume elixirs and the optimal ratios for superior effects. Their meticulousness was devoid of imperial grandeur. Zhou Yi observed from a distance until they vanished from sight, then turned toward Fengming Tower. Having seen an old friend and knowing they were well, it was indeed a cause for celebration. Time flew by, and in a blink, 14 years had passed in Xiaodian Mountain. Zhou Yi's time in this realm had reached 2 decades, an occasion worthy of celebration, prompting him to visit Fengming Tower for dual cultivation. Another 6 years passed, and Zhou Yi finally broke through to the 4th layer of qi refinement, an occasion deserving of celebration, especially as a new female Taoist had recently arrived at Fengming Tower. Their discussions on the Tao were invigorating. On this particular day, Zhou Yi casually wandered through the trading district, noticing a significant increase in the prices of protective talismans, such as the Diamond Talisman and the Tranquil Heart Talisman, which had surged by 30 to 40%. Something must have transpired. He decided to ascertain the facts before considering a retreat to the East Sea. Over the years, Zhou Yi had learned 3 spells: the Water Element Escape Technique for fleeing, the Golden Light Spell for protection, and the Cloud Concealment Technique for obscuring one's presence. While he might not excel in combat, few could rival him in self-preservation among his peers. At Fengming Tower, Zhou Yi selected a table by the window, ordering several spirit dishes while attentively eavesdropping on the conversations around him. After a brief while, he gleaned the events that had unfolded. The previous day, thieves had invaded the market, using a peculiar intoxicating fragrance to incapacitate over 10 cultivators, robbing them of their spirit stones and treasures. Among the unfortunate was a cultivator burdened with debts, who had no choice but to resort to mining at Qiyun Peak. Mining differs greatly from farming. The latter is tedious yet safe, while the former can be deadly. Spirit mines are associated with spiritual veins, with the depths of these mines perilously close to the heart of the spiritual veins. The minerals buried beneath, enriched by potent spiritual energy over time, can transform into malevolent spirits. These spirits emerge at the qi refinement stage, possessing the innate ability to burrow underground, making encounters in the mines perilous. It is said that when the purple spirit vein of Xiaodian Mountain was first discovered, a golden core spirit had taken residence, its essence being a chunk of purple spirit copper, boasting formidable defenses and the advantage of its domain. It took several true monarchs from the Danding sect to slay it. The true monarchs cleared out the foundational stage spirits, but the multitude of qi refinement spirits remained scattered, entrusted to successive station masters for gradual eradication. Now, hundreds of years later, the spirits in the mines have dwindled, yet a degree of danger remains. However, mining also offers benefits. Given the proximity to the spiritual veins, the caves are filled with exceptionally pure spiritual energy, allowing for cultivation alongside mining. Cultivators in the late qi refinement stage from the Xiaodian Mountain market require considerable spirit stones to purchase foundational elixirs and are not overly fearful of encountering spirits, thus frequently mine at Qiyun Peak. With the thieves having made off with a significant amount of spirit stones, they surely fled the market, making it difficult for the enforcement team to track them down. Zhou Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as it wasn't a large-scale conflict, the thieves had not taken lives, ensuring the market remained safe. Furthermore, he had been anticipating this day, waiting for an opportunity to exploit the emerging threats in the market. After patiently biding his time for over a decade, the chance to prosper had finally arrived, necessitating careful planning. Chapter 76. The enigmatic formation of the Lesser Dan Mountain market exacted hefty taxes, yet itinerant cultivators were reluctant to depart, primarily due to the abundance of spiritual energy and the relative safety it afforded. The recent surge in thievery, however, had sown unease among the market's denizens, who feared their hard-earned spiritual stones might vanish overnight. With lifespans rarely exceeding a century and a half, such losses could severely impede, if not outright extinguish, their path to cultivation. Thus, akin to selling shovels to prospectors or installing security doors for burglary victims, the demand for protective formations was poised to surge. While cleansing and adamantine talismans offered reactive defenses, a misdirection formation provided proactive prevention. Zhou Yi had long employed a misdirection formation within his humble abode, though its efficacy remained untested, as thieves had apparently deemed him too impoverished to warrant attention. The core of the formation required merely a meticulously crafted misdirection banner, supplemented by on-site inscription of additional runes, culminating in a total cost of no more than a single spiritual stone. Once activated, the formation would disorient intruders, confounding their sense of direction and vision. While lacking robust defensive capabilities, it served admirably as an early warning system. Merely selling the banners, however, would yield meager profits. It was time to rendezvous with senior brothers Liu and Zhang at the Phoenix Cry Pavilion. The Phoenix Cry Pavilion. drawn by the promise of lucrative opportunities. Senior brothers Liu and Zhang promptly answered the summons. 2 decades had elapsed, and senior brother Liu, now past his centenary, sported a mane of snow-white hair, his demeanor tinged with the somber hues of twilight. As custom dictated, business was preceded by convivial feasting, a practice observed by both mortals and immortals alike. After several rounds of libations, Zhou Yi produced a misdirection banner, proclaiming, "Esteemed seniors, behold the key to affluence. With this misdirection formation, your abodes shall be impervious to the predations of spiritual stone brigands." The moniker spiritual stone brigands had gained currency due to the thieves' exclusive focus on pilfering spiritual artifacts and stones. Senior brother Zhang expressed surprise at Zhou Yi's mastery of formation arts, yet refrained from probing, mindful that cultivators often harbor secrets and resent inquiries into their lineage. "Esteemed junior brother, my talents lie in more direct pursuits. Should any dare to challenge your banner sales, seek me out, and I shall enlighten them as to proper etiquette." Senior brother Liu, his eyes narrowed, inquired, "Does junior brother Zhu propose that I acquire these banners for resale? To peddle them myself would invite countless complications, not to mention relentless haggling." Zhou Yi elucidated, "Senior brother Liu, establish a notice at the bureau, while senior brother Zhang, during your patrols, can inform the residents of each cave dwelling. By fixing the price of the misdirection formation, success is assured." Senior brother Zhang, quick to grasp the concept, chuckled, "A most effortless means of acquiring spiritual stones. Junior brother Zhu, what profits do you foresee from this venture?" Zhou Yi replied, "I shall offer the misdirection formation for 10 spiritual stones apiece. The resale price, esteemed seniors, is at your discretion." Senior brother Zhang, after a moment of mental calculation, turned to senior brother Liu. "The art of formations is profound and intricate, and given the stakes of personal safety, a price of 15 or 20 would hardly be exorbitant. Wouldn't you agree?" 50. Senior brother Liu's voice, aged and deliberate, cut through the air. "Seize the moment. Cave-dwelling formations are a one-time purchase. Let us capitalize handsomely." Zhou Yi's brow furrowed imperceptibly. He exchanged a glance with senior brother Zhang, puzzled by this sudden avarice from a man typically known for his benevolence and magnanimity. 50 spiritual stones represented the annual income of an average cultivator. While the threat of the spiritual stone brigands might compel some to grudgingly pay, resentment was sure to follow. Had age addled senior brother Liu's mind? Senior brother Liu continued, "Senior brother Zhang, with your rapport with Commander Li of the enforcement squad, and my connections with the Ling family, we can leverage our authority as formal disciples to execute this venture under the auspices of the market itself." Enlightenment dawned upon Zhou Yi. This was no mere private enterprise. It was a transformation into an officially sanctioned operation. The outer perimeter of the Lesser Dan Mountain Market encompassed 4,000 to 5,000 cave dwellings, with an occupancy rate of 20 to 30%. While the central zone boasted fewer dwellings, its higher occupancy rate ensured a comparable number of cultivators. The inner sanctum, protected by the Dan Cauldron sect's formations, was impenetrable even to foundation establishment cultivators, let alone mere thieves. A rough calculation revealed a potential revenue stream of approximately 100,000 spiritual stones. Given that even formal disciples of the Dan Cauldron sect were still in the qi refining stage, the sect would be hard-pressed to decline such a lucrative arrangement. No wonder everyone clamored for official endorsements. Zhou Yi, his mind racing, resolved to remain in the shadows, content with a modest windfall. He promptly offered, "Esteemed seniors, I am willing to supply the banners for 5 spiritual stones each." "A most generous gesture, junior brother Zhu," senior brother Liu commended. "I have learned through hard experience that yielding a step can open up vast horizons." "Not at all. One must know the limits of one's capabilities." Zhou Yi inquired. "Senior brother Liu, you hardly lack for spiritual stones. Why this sudden urgency?" Senior brother Zhang arched an eyebrow, awaiting senior brother Liu's explanation. To exploit the fear of the itinerant cultivators for profit, even with the market bearing the brunt of the blame, was bound to engender resentment. "My years are waning. I have but a decade or so remaining. To prevent my name from fading into oblivion, I must prepare for my departure." Senior brother Liu explained. "A descendant of mine possesses a 3-attribute spiritual root. To spare him the tribulations I endured, I intend to exchange merits for an entry-level disciple position." Merits were credentials awarded by Lesser Dan Mountain to cultivators who rendered meritorious service. Sufficient accumulation could secure admission into the Dan Cauldron sect as an entry-level disciple. While the sect did not provide cultivation resources or direct tutelage, disciples could continue to exchange merits for techniques and esoteric knowledge. However, the merits required for entry-level status were astronomical for ordinary cultivators, giving rise to a clandestine trade. While the merit value itself could not be transferred, the heads of heretics could be bought and sold, with the purchasers submitting the bounty. Lesser Dan Mountain turned a blind eye, as those with the means to purchase merits were either scions of cultivation clans or possessed unique skills. The Dan Cauldron sect, in offering a cost-free position, reaped all the benefits. Senior brother Zhang, hearing this, could not help but envy. With the same three-attribute spiritual root, the other was about to become a disciple, with a chance to establish a foundation. Indeed, senior brother Lu affirmed, I shall personally oversee this endeavor. Upon my demise, any repercussions shall be absolved. Should you encounter my kinsman, I entreat you to extend your patronage. Haha, most assuredly. Upon entering the Dan Cauldron sect, we shall address him as senior brother. Zhou Yi and senior brother Zhang nodded in agreement, relieved that someone was willing to shoulder the burden of responsibility. After further deliberation on the finer points, such as the allocation of the lion's share to the two formal disciples, the distribution among the participating entry-level disciples, and the need to expedite Zhou Yi's production of banners, the prospect of substantial profits called for celebration. Senior brother Lu, buoyed by the impending legacy, generously offered to foot the bill. White hair notwithstanding, he remained vigorous, proving that even in the realm of cultivation, age was no impediment to romance. Zhou Yi, invigorated by his recent dual cultivation, had not neglected his primary objective. He personally extended invitations to the 4 itinerant formation masters within the Lesser Dan Mountain market. Among the 4 arts of cultivation, formations, artifacts, elixirs, and talismans, talismans were most prevalent. Elixirs and artifacts most lucrative, and formations most challenging. Without a mentor, formation masters could spend decades merely grasping the fundamentals. Talismans offered quicker returns, and elixirs and artifacts generated greater wealth, leaving formation mastery with little more than a prestigious reputation. The 4 formation masters, hearing of the potential for substantial profits, accepted the invitation, regardless of their skepticism. Chapter 77. An oath to the heavens. The following day, at Fengming Tower, Zhou Yi had specifically reserved a private room. For independent formation masters arrived in succession, the youngest among them was nearly 100, while the eldest had surpassed a century. The purpose of this gathering was to collaborate and earn spirit stones. Zhou Yi wasted no time and directly presented the Misty Formation and the market list. After a brief silence, the elder formation master spoke, This method is not complex. I have acquaintances who could assist, but are you not worried about potential competition? Mutual benefit is the way. Zhou Yi replied with a smile. If we compete, it will only drive down the price of the formation flags. We are all fellow disciples and would not tear each other apart over trifling spirit stones. Ultimately, it is we who will suffer. Another formation master inquired about the price for purchasing the formation flags. Zhou Yi stated, 5 spirit stones. That is the same price I will sell them for in the market. I would appreciate your assistance in setting them up. The elder formation master expressed surprise. Why not take the opportunity to earn a profit? To profit would be business, Zhou Yi replied. But as a junior, I merely wish to befriend a few esteemed seniors. He offered a respectful gesture, emphasizing that earning spirit stones was merely a secondary objective. Establishing connections with formation masters was the priority. Having practiced in Xiaodan Mountain for over 20 years, Zhou Yi had long recognized that whether in sects, families, or as individuals, the transmission of the 4 arts of cultivation was considered more important than life itself. Knowledge was often hoarded, and only disciples could inherit such skills. Zhou Yi understood this well. A craft could sustain generations, and thus, it was not easily divulged. The room fell silent for a moment before the elder formation master clasped his hands and introduced himself. Friend Zhu, I am Peng Hai. I look forward to your guidance. I am Wang Yu, and I shall visit tomorrow. I am Lu Lai. Whether lured by the substantial spirit stones or desiring to form a close-knit community of formation masters, they exchanged names, agreeing to engage in regular discussions on the art of formations. One more thing, we must unify our approach, Zhou Yi stated, achieving his goal with a smile. This also counts as serving the public interest. We must collect spirit stones as they come, regardless of the reason, and must never allow debts to linger. Indeed, the 4 men immediately comprehended the implications. If Xiaodan Mountain delayed the settlement of spirit stones, Any unfortunate event could erase their accounts. Independent practitioners were not naive enough to believe that righteous sects would invariably adhere to rules. A month later, the law enforcement team announced that they had not apprehended the Spirit Stone thief and had issued merit tasks, reminding practitioners to remain vigilant while meditating. Independent practitioners were instantly in an uproar. The office timely introduced an upgrade package for caves. For only 88 Spirit Stones, one could gain the protection of the Misty Formation. Arranged by professional, efficient, and market-certified formation masters. Upon hearing this price, Zhou Yi felt a pang of guilt. Infinite Celestial Venerable, I must sit and contemplate, dispelling my inner demons. In the western part of Xiaodan Mountain, Cave 902, Zhou Yi donned a borrowed azure robe and knocked on the door, calling out, "Friend Su. I am Zhu Gang, here to set up the Misty Formation for you." A peephole opened, and the Su cultivator, seeing that Zhou Yi was alone, opened the door. "Daoist, please come in." Upon entering, Zhou Yi noticed that the side rooms had been demolished, and the courtyard had been divided into 4 small medicinal fields, with the spirit-gathering flower flourishing abundantly. No wonder they had urged him to set up the formation sooner. Just the spirit-gathering flowers in this courtyard were worth 300 to 400 spirit stones. Zhou Yi realized he had underestimated the wealth of independent practitioners. They often feigned poverty, reluctant to visit Fengming Tower for a decade, yet each possessed considerable assets. After all, even the slowest means of earning spirit stones, such as farming, could yield dozens each year, with minimal conflict in the market. Accumulating wealth over 2 or 3 decades could easily surpass 1,000 spirit stones. Only Zhou Yi was genuinely impoverished. Having arranged over 100 formations, Zhou Yi swiftly inscribed the formation runes throughout the cave, ultimately activating the Misty Formation with a formation flag. The originally bright cave was enveloped in wisps of mist, appearing hazy from the outside. Please keep this formation flag safe. It can only activate the Misty Formation within the cave's confines. The flag is not a magical artifact but is more akin to a talisman, albeit with a more complex design. The Misty Formation flag is made of dark iron and beast hide, inscribed with numerous formation runes. After the Su cultivator refined the flag with his spiritual power, he opened and closed the formation several times, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. If the formation is damaged, please report it to the office. The repair fee is 1 spirit stone. Zhou Yi reminded him of the precautions and was about to take his leave when the Su cultivator suddenly asked in a low voice, "Does this Misty Formation have any vulnerabilities?" Zhou Yi shook his head. "You need not worry." The Su cultivator flicked his sleeve, causing a spirit stone to fall. "Is that truly the case?" "I swear by my heart, there are absolutely no flaws." Zhou Yi silently collected the spirit stone, swearing an oath to the heavens. From that day forth, Zhou Yi busied himself with arranging formations, sometimes